deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. Cruise on out to the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 2,500 of the Bay Area's coolest American-made and powered show cars and trucks of all years. Good Guys Autocross racing action, a metal-crunching Hayward Firefighters Charity Demo Derby, Nitro Thunderfest, and more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Be there. Details at good-guys.com.
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit America.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
In San Francisco, wind, rain, thunderstorm, and a high of 65 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
And Phoenix will have the final possession. They send the subs back to the bench. Allen will take it and get it across. And the Warriors, in the first of 4 meetings with Phoenix, come away with a 118-107 victory and get ready for another divisional rival tomorrow night up in the state capitol as they take on the Sacramento Kings.
Oh my gosh, Joe.
Tim Roy on the call, right here on 95.7 The Game. What a win for the Dubs.
Let me ask you, would you rather watch the Phoenix Suns for a lifetime or the Colorado Rockies?
That honestly sounds like hell. Watching either of those. This version of the Phoenix Suns, no. I'll tell you why it's the Phoenix Suns. At least they have Devin Booker. You can't name
He's on
me.
his way out the
you
door.
can't name me 3 Colorado Rockies, Joe. Right now, you can't.
Well, there's the knucklehead pitcher who I wanted to run out of town, number 21, Kyle Freeland.
And I'm not giving you the dinosaur, whatever his name is. Rocky? Is that what it is? I don't even know his name.
Kyle Freeland.
Dinger? There you go. Kyle Freeland.
That's one.
Who's their manager? Yeah, there you go.
It was Bud Black.
You don't even know. Exactly. No one knows. Oh, I think it was Clint Hurdle. Wasn't he interim?
Was Clint back?
Yeah.
Sober and better than ever?
Let's go, baby. Hey, the Warriors are back. Better than ever.
Chris Bryant.
Yeah, God, is he even around anymore?
Troy Tulowitzki.
I love Tulo.
Who's
Cargo.
working with Texas.
There you go. Todd Helton, all of them. 5-3 now on the season, 118-107 the final. You took care of business when you needed to. The young guys, Moses Moody,
Open the door
up.
for me. I'm ready to come barnstorming in.
Wait, it's a win. You should be happy.
I am. And it was probably the worst floor game of the year for Jonathan Kuminga. And then you look up, and he had some really big impact plays. Look, the reality, if you watch the games, like I ask people, don't get out of your emotions. Take a step back. Watch the games. I can make an argument. 1 or 2 of the youngsters has outplayed 2 of the 3 big 3 every night they've played basketball. And that's a good thing. I don't think this is a bad thing at all. I think it's a good thing. Meaning Moody, Pods, or Kuminga has outplayed and been one of the top 2 or 3 players every single night they've played this year.
Okay. I can hear that. Yeah.
Yesterday, for example, I thought Moses Moody was excellent. Excellent. I thought Trace Jackson Davis flipped that game. Boy, how different does it look when you have some size on the middle of the floor? He was doing lobs. He was blocking shots. I like the game at one point was sitting on a what is it called? A teeter-totter?
Teeter-totter.
Okay. It's single digits.
Matters.
It's single digits. And Pods, who's playing in a great super sub role off the bench. He really is. I love him in the 6th man off the bench role. It is Peyton Pritchard Jr. I love it. I love that role
whenever
for him.
you got Shohei Ohtani coming off the bench, that's a good problem to have.
Stop, Nick Friedel. And he throws an alley-oop, one-handed pass to Jonathan Kuminga, who lays it down. And then later on, as it's an 11-point game and Steph Curry's on the bench, and we'll get to Curry in a second, Jonathan Kuminga gets the ISO on the block, gets a foul, slows things down, gets them closer to the bonus, and then that very next ensuing possession, it's a Draymond Kuminga 2-man game going downhill to get Draymond to the free throw line. Where I'm going at with this is that if this team wants to look itself in the mirror and say we're a championship contender, then they need to embrace the reality that the youngsters are here to stay, and it's not we're the big unks and you're the little youngsters. We as a Warrior team need to come together and embrace Pods, Kuminga, Moody. Maybe it'll be Quentin Post, who hit a couple of big threes in the first half. Maybe it'll be Trace Jackson Davis off the bench. I'm sure at some point Will Richard will have his opportunity. But to think it's all about the big 3 and then again a little Horford. Like, Horford's been like the 7th or 8th best player this year. Maybe. And I'm not trying to hate on him. I'm being realistic, okay? And if they want to get up and down the floor all 82 nights, the youngsters are going to have to be embraced, and you're going to have to be able to get them into the fabric of winning and losing late in games.
And I'll take it a step further. Last night and tonight is going to have to be the same formula. If you want to be a playoff team instead of a play-in team, those are the types of games you have to win because of the young guys. 100%. I'm looking at it tonight.
100%.
Hey, you might not have Jimmy or Steph. You're definitely not having Steph. Steve Kerr spoke about it last night. He's dealing with a cold. I guess it got worse as the game went on.
Well, let's call it what it is. Steph's look bad.
Yes, but maybe
let's call it on the Steph meter. He looks over the last 3 games.
The cold has something to do with that. Clearly, I mean,
sure.
he's not Elsa. The cold never bothered him anyways. Clearly, it does.
Well, okay, whether he's under the weather or not. I mean, that probably is true. When you're out there playing, it feels like to me he's too caught up in trying to get his at all costs, and I think he's having bad possessions. That's all I would say. And on the Steph meter, not on the the Anthony Melton meter, or the Kuminga meter. I'm talking about the Steph meter.
For the Steph standard, he has not quite lived up to it this season. Outside of a handful of games,
he's a tick or two below what we're accustomed to.
And we're 8 games in, so I'm not exactly. We're not making sweeping declarations. I think that's the right move from Steve Kerr, just getting out in front of this. Hey, we got a big game against Denver. I mean, that NBA Cup, guys. That stuff is massive. It starts Friday, so we got to get them ready for that.
God bless Bob Fitzgerald. I mean, you want to talk about
NBC Sports Bay Area,
the greatest shilling of all time.
Kurt?
Him and Azubuike are just out here rolling out the red carpet. Is not even close to it. It was like Lacob was sitting, or he was sitting on Lacob's lap.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Bob was like waxing poetically about everything that Lacob's doing. And I was like, dude, we get it. You work for the team. Relax a little, Bobby.
He did have a really good line in there.
You, Bob.
And you're referencing Joe Lacob, the owner of the Warriors, sitting down with NBC Sports Bay Area's broadcast last night as they went on a huge run. And they were talking about the arenas, reflecting on 15 years
donating
of ownership.
Money, which is a great cause to the community.
All of it.
That I stand by.
Really cool. But I love the line he had about, everyone keeps comparing Chase Center to Oracle and vice versa. And they're just different, right? It's always going to be different. The memories, all of it.
Sure.
But I liked what he had to say about it. He's like, hey, it's not about the buildings. It's about the people in the buildings. That's what creates an atmosphere. That's what creates moments. It's the people. And I think the rap on Chase Center at times has been a corporate white-collar crowd. That was kind of what it was towards the end of Oracle.
Kinda?
That's exactly what it was.
I mean, I spent $500 to sit in the final row of the last regular season. $500.
$500.
By myself, one seat.
By yourself?
Yes. To see my wife and my mother-in-law had great seats underneath because she was working for Kaiser at the time. Kaiser's one of their sponsors or whatever. And one of the perks was she got a set of tickets to go to the final Oracle game. Then remember the Warriors wore the throwback We Believe Warrior jerseys that game. And I sat in the final row. This was the last regular season game.
Totally.
I think the last game overall was a finals game.
Yes, it was against the Toronto Raptors.
Yeah. So,
and Masai Ujiri.
Yeah, but getting back to the NBA Cup, Joe Lacob was just like, I don't really care about the NBA Cup.
Yeah, no one does. I do. No, you don't.
I do.
You do get a banner, I think, and you get an NBA Cup champion thing on your Wikipedia page.
Bro, I want it.
So that's cool.
I want it.
Anytime you could add to the Wikipedia page, that means it's doing something.
One?
He does. He has
we need 2.
Well, he has the inaugural one. That means that is the most important one. He gave it legitimacy. He provided legitimacy
Mickey
to the
Mouse
cup.
ring from the bubble.
Well, if that's Mickey Mouse, I guess the Dodgers one is. I guess Mickey Mouse. Hey, by the way, Mickey Mouse not doing too hot. There's like 4 people have died at Disney World within the last month. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw that.
Land?
Disney World, Florida. It's not a good time down there.
Here?
I don't know. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Fremont's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And I do have one PSA. My one thing today, people, if you're driving around the Bay Area, please be safe. It is nasty out there. It is raining. It is windy on the bridge.
It's bad.
Please be safe. And I always was taught this from my older brother who taught me how to drive, not my parents. My brother Rob, love you. Don't be an aggressive driver. Be a defensive driver.
Well, also
please be safe. Don't drive aggressive. Don't tailgate people. Hey, if you want to get involved in the show, by all means do it. Don't do it when you're driving. Pull over. Please do that.
The first rain in a while is usually a slick one because of all the oils and everything off the ground, and so you want to be very careful. You'll be hydroplaning today. And
I don't want
slippery.
to do that.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. I am, Ken. Who I hate, by the way, because I had you beat in fantasy. And
I was going to say, who do you hate?
Won.
That was like 4 weeks ago.
I don't care. The North remembers.
He's undefeated in our fantasy league.
Yeah, I'm well aware. I had him.
New York Kenny, producer Ken.
You thought you had me.
Yeah, you thought.
Remember this. I didn't even draft my team. I'm really not that invested.
And that's your problem.
You can't just keep going to that excuse every time. You gotta take responsibility.
Hey, love it. When I ask for your opinion, I'll let you know.
Mac Mall, this is my opinion.
I'm going to say give it anyway because that's how it works.
We missed you, Sam. Welcome back. We missed you, Ken. Welcome back. We missed the people. 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. And by the way, we're touching on the Warriors right now, and we will get to the 49ers because Shasky is pissed about what the 49ers did not do yesterday at the NFL trade deadline. Couple teams did a lot. Cowboys adding Quinnen Williams. Are you kidding me? The Indianapolis Colts adding Sauce Gardner. Are you kidding me? A lot happened yesterday, but the 49ers weren't a part of it. And we'll get into it, I promise. But the Warriors last night, Joe, big win just for the vibes and for the young guys and to just stop the bleeding. And it was a get-right game. And you knew early on, the Suns didn't have it. Devin Booker's had it. No one else has it on the Suns. They just can't.
No, Jalen Green has a crazy outfit on the bench.
Well, no, Dylan Brooks. Can we? What was that look?
I don't even know.
What is he, the Terminator?
I don't even know.
I'd be balked.
And
he gets a tech from the bench because, of course, he does. Dylan Brooks.
I would actually like to have Dylan Brooks on my team.
Well, we talked about in the offseason. It's like, well, if they're going to trade Jonathan Kuminga, can we get Dylan Brooks? That's how down bad we were. So talking about that.
Can we just break down the big three? I'm talking about Jimmy, Dre, and Steph.
Let's get into it.
Like, look, it's a 9-month season. It is a 9-month season. So this is a long year. It's a marathon. I understand that. But when I see people tell me you can't make any sweeping proclamations after 5 games, the hell I can't. I've been watching this sport my whole life. Like, I know you're new to the beat. I'm not talking about you, Joe. Yeah. I'm talking about other people who are opining about it. Like, guess what? I've been here. All right? I watched Mookie Blaylock. I watched crappy basketball. I seen Todd Fuller up close and personal. I could tell right away Todd Fuller didn't have it. Yeah. All right? I didn't need 82 games to get a look at it. Simultaneously, didn't need 82 games to realize Larry Hughes was my guy. Like 3 games in, I was like, let's go, Larry. It's a joke. They made a trade for him way back in the day. Larry's Kids. So there was a section up in Oracle called Larry's Kids. I used to sit in it because it was way cheaper tickets.
Good.
All right. Draymond looks very sluggish. Now, is he going to be able to work himself into shape? And this is all a moot point? I don't know. Is it age? Like, if you ask me right now, one of my bigger takeaways through the first chunk of games here is Draymond looks like he has lost a step. I think that's a fair point. And what I mean is the ability to get up and down the floor with the same ferocity that he does. Now, again, is he working himself into shape? And I'm talking about conditioning and actual weight, like shape. I don't know. Is he under the weather like Steph is? I don't know. I'm just going off what my eyeballs are telling me. And my eyeballs are telling me if I want the best version of Draymond in March, I'm probably going to have to start using him in the 20 to 25 minute a game role. Not the 25 to 30 minute a game role he's been accustomed to. He looks sluggish. That's just my personal opinion. He's making plays on both ends of the floor. Passer, defender, obviously he made some great plays defensively yesterday, specifically in transition. But he does look really sluggish right now. And I don't know how you manage that over time. That's the Draymond part. You could see it on offense when he's the point guard with that second unit. He does this a lot. He'll pass the ball and then back up. Dre, you're 45 feet away from the hoop. Now it's 5-on-4 defense for the other team, meaning they have the advantage. You have got to be a factor in the half court, but I think he's out of shape right now, or slow or old. I don't know. Maybe a combination of all three. And I do believe it's something he's going to have to work through. That's the first guy. Steph Curry, I've discussed at length. 6 minutes to go. Now, yesterday, they yanked him with 6 minutes to go. They kind of changed his minute allocation. He's been playing a lot of hero ball. I think he needs to take a deep breath, work the ball around. You'll get it back. Everyone knows you're going to get it back. Everyone hears, just throw the ball to Kuminga every now and then. Throw the ball to Moses Moody every now and then. Work some action off that. Trust in your teammates. So I'm granting him, he's still Steph. It's just, it's a little off with 6 minutes to go.
Sure.
Then we get to the Jimmy injury. I think this is really important for them to nip this in the bud right now. Now, this could be a recurring back injury. When I see lower back, that to me is like, oh, no.
Yeah, I did not like that.
That could flare up at any time. So I think what they have to do is they have to rely back to the youngsters as I open the show. Moses Moody needs to really take a step forward. His home and road splits are dramatic. Home, he's unbelievable. On the road, he's non-existent. He's got to fix that. If we're going to offset the absence of Jimmy Butler, even for a short period of time, I need Moses Moody to step up. I need Buddy Hield to step up and score from the perimeter. And then I think Kuminga needs to continue on the pace that he's at right now.
Was last night the blueprint, Warriors fans, for this team competing for a playoff spot with the young guys? When the old guys don't have it, when Jimmy Butler leaves at halftime with lower back soreness, when Draymond Green is huffing and puffing, when Stephen Curry is playing on some Dayquil, NyQuil, whatever he's playing with. He's under the weather, and it got worse as the game went on. You need performances from Moses Moody. Quentin Post early in that game, hitting a couple threes, getting his confidence back. Brandon Pajemski being that super six man off the bench. I didn't think it was JK's best game, but I still see what I need to see from JK when things aren't going well offensively.
Turn the ball over.
Yeah, turning the ball over. I don't want to see that, but I want to see the offensive rebounds. He got a couple of those.
He did.
More boards and a couple of assists. I want to see activity. If things aren't going your way, you can still do other things.
How about that one-handed dunk from the alley-oop on Pods?
Oh, so sick.
I mean, I felt like that changed the end of the game.
Yes, and I thought Draymond Green I didn't think he played great, but some of the assists he had yesterday,
he had some great ones.
Some touchdown passes.
Yeah, the Kevin Love,
the
Wes Unseld.
Kalena, as Buki was calling it last night on the broadcast. It was pretty good. And that's the kind of one you need heading into the back end of a back-to-back tonight in Sacramento against a team that, we don't think is very good. You could beat the Kings without Jimmy Butler and without Stephen Curry.
Yeah.
But you're going to need contributions like you got last night. 888-957-9570. We'll get into all of it.
I thought that, a subtle thing that happened in the middle of the first quarter, they subbed in Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, do you view him as a legitimate big?
A legitimate big?
Like
he's undersized at his position.
Agreed. But he plays like a more traditional big.
He plays bigger than he is. Kind of like how Kevon did for a long time, because I never really considered Kevon. He gets up.
Trace gets up.
He's got way more bounce than Kevon does.
Agreed. And we would both agree he's undersized for a big.
Correct.
And makes up for it with hustle and some IQ and stuff. Did you get a little tiny glimpse of what a legitimate big could look like with the Warriors? They need to find that guy. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what it's going to cost them. Quentin Post gave them some good minutes from beyond the arc. I thought he spaced the floor really well. He hit some big threes. But I thought Trace Jackson Davis getting subbed in the first quarter was a revelation. And I really would like to see them scour the market, find a team that has that extra big. Would Dallas ever give up Lively or Gafford?
I don't know what's going on with Dallas right now. It's so early in the season, so we don't really get a strong pulse for these teams, I think, until 20 games into it. But maybe. I mean, I was looking at the guy on the other side last night, Mark Williams. But Mark Williams scares me only because of the medical, right? There's a reason the Lakers failed his medical.
No doubt.
And kept Dalton Connect because they were trying to go all in last year. Actually, we're good.
But they need that, what is TJD, 6'9", 6'10"?
I think he's listed at 6'9". I can confirm.
He plays bigger because he's a thicker guy.
6'9", 245 he's listed as.
Can you imagine it, if they could just get a legit 7'1" with a similar profile, skill set-wise to TJD? How different would that look?
You'd feel better about your size going up against these big teams in the West. That's a fact.
There were a couple of blow-bys where he comes sliding over, hands up, and now he's not only is he shot altering, he's basically forcing guys to pass out of what would be a layup attempt.
And, I'm looking at the upcoming schedule against a team like the Nuggets, who are just size every single place. Aaron Gordon, you got Jamal Murray there. He's probably your smallest player, but Aaron Gordon, you got Jokic, you got all these dudes, Cam Johnson. Size matters in this league still. And I know you've gotten some wins against some key opponents, but when you start playing against the big boys in the West, like the Thunder, like the Spurs potentially, you can get exposed there. And I want to see more Trace Jackson Davis again tonight. And we know that Draymond goes at Sabonis pretty hard, but there's going to be some opportunities. Remember, Joe, that play-in game where they try to put in...
Draymond goes at Sabonis.
Remember they tried to put Trace Jackson Davis against the Kings in that play-in game a couple years ago? It did not go well very well. They got humbled. They got yanked very quick.
Is that his
the lights seemed too
year?
bright. We'll pick this up on the other side.
It was his rookie year.
It was his rookie year, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sabonis is an excellent offensive player.
And this is an excellent offensive show today, Joe, because you know what? We got Mike Florio joining us later today, courtesy of River Islands, NBC Sports own, talk some 49ers and trade deadline. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Stockton yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, Golden State makes it easy to find what you need. They've got on-site milling services, and you can get that perfect cut every single time. You need expert advice? Well, their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting you with that important decision. For larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next day, if not same day delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. Golden State's app provides resources, guides, important codes, and much more. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
The wait is over. AC/DC's Back Live Power Up Tour, August 5th. Levi Stadium with the Pretty Reckless. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. August 5th, Levi Stadium. Don't miss AC/DC.
Oh, yeah. Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Knocked away. Trace Jackson Davis with the block. Gets the rebound to Butler. Leaves it for Heel. Back to TJD with a lob inside for a dunk. Great look by Buddy Hield. And Jordan Ott will call a timeout.
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I know it, brother. I know it. What's up, TJD? Let's go. Big Warriors win last night, 118-107. We're talking about it right now. Spadoni and Shasky, we are rolling. We got a lot to get into today. We're going to be talking Dubs. We're going to be talking 49ers. Trade deadline was yesterday. Nothing happened on the San Francisco front. Stuff happened elsewhere. New York Jets, bye-bye Quinnen Williams, bye-bye Sauce Gardner. Cowboys made a move? What? Cowboys think they're in it? Excuse me? So we'll get into that. Mike Florio joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports. Talk about the Leyland. Plus, did you know the San Francisco Giants manager joined our station yesterday, Tony Vitello?
I know, I'm a little ticked off.
Oh, why? Come on.
Well, I don't think that Willard and Dibbs should have got him. I thought we should have got him.
Well, I love that mentality. I love that frame of mind. But at this, you gotta be like a Brandon Pajemski in this moment. And I'm not saying white Shohei Ohtani. I'm not going to, because I know you are the white Shohei Ohtani.
Well, I mean, Willard's doing the staff. Yeah. He's ball hogging with 6 minutes to go.
But you know what?
Share Tony Vitello.
Well, sometimes you got to be JK in this scenario and just, stand off to the side. And you know what? It's okay. You'll get yours tonight against the Sacramento Kings.
Did you see what was happening online last night?
Oh, that's...
Brian and Palo Alto was body bagging Stan Dibley online.
You could have stopped it right there. Did you see what was happening on the internet last night? I was like, what?
Seriously.
What horrible thing was happening?
Draymond and KD were going at it.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Steph and LeBron and Steve Nash drinking wine together. What else happened? Yeah.
Well, no, it was just, I'm teasing Dibs, but like Brian and Palo Alto and Dibs were going back and forth and back and forth. And I was just like, geez Louise, like this is just... It's too much. It's too much for me. Adam's too much.
I'm just a man.
I know. He was fighting the good fight, and I don't know why Tibbs was taking the bait.
I'm sorry. I hate to break the narrative. I'm right.
And
I also have the gifts of sight and common sense.
Also, I want to call Dan out for something.
Whoa!
He does this thing,
don't want to call
and
out.
I was listening to him talk to Willard the other day. He's like, I have you on mute, and I have this person on mute. Well, then just unfollow. If you're gonna like seriously,
no, because that's too mean. You can mute people, but you still want to make sure, like, hey, we follow each other. I'm just telling you, it's very passive aggressive.
I call that fake.
Well, of course it is.
Either you're following someone or you're not. If you're gonna hit the mute button, like, come on, man.
I could I'll defend.
I heard him bashing Willard on about the mute button for him and Christie, and I was like, hey, dude. If it offends you so much, hit unfollow.
I'll defend Dibs on this. There are people, specifically on like Instagram is what we're probably talking about. Dude, I don't need to see your entire life every single day through stories. I don't need to see your breakfast, lunch, your in-between lunch, your second breakfast, all this stuff. I don't need to see all of it.
Well, then why don't you just hit unfollow?
No, because I still want to be your friend. I'm still friends with that person.
But are you friends with him in real life?
Yes, but I don't want to see that, so I just mute the stories. It's very easy. I can still see the posts, but I don't see the stories anymore. All right? But I understand what you were saying there because Mark's just living his life. It's just okay.
Well, yeah,
it doesn't bother me.
I was defending Mark.
That's very nice. Well, as you just crushed him and said they didn't deserve to have Tony Vitello, now you're defending
I'm jealous.
Him. Okay,
I admit my flaws.
The duality of man, private joker over here.
Steph Curry's flaw right now is that he's playing ball hog hero ball in the fourth quarter. Last 3 games, sick or not.
That's our Lord and Savior, Stephen Curry. You better be careful.
Do I love Steph?
Yeah, you better.
Of course I do. I love Willard, right? I'm jealous he got the coach of the Giants. Yes.
We'll get him on soon. Don't worry. All right. He's an Italian. He'll love my last name. He played in Salinas. I went to high school there. Dude, we're tight. We're already good. I already know it. All right, you good? You feel better now?
I'm chilling.
Okay, so is Oreo Cookie in Oakland. What's up, Oreo? You want to talk some Dubs?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. For the Warriors, man, we have a great mix of young and old, but we do have to lean on the young guys, man. You guys said it earlier. Kerr needs to lean on these guys because we are a playoff team, and we're going to need the old guys at the end when the playoffs start. Real quick about my 49ers, Shasky, I know you're a little bit upset, man, but this isn't the year to make the moves. If we were healthy and we were still 6-3 and everybody else is 6-2, then I would say, hey, let's go all in. Let's get a rental for this year and this year only. So don't get too pissed off. I think we'll be fine. Before I go, let me say this. This is Oreo Cookie, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with our two brothers, Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni. Even though they were not born in Oakland, they were born to Mac on 95.7 The Game.
I love that.
That's a walk-off right there for Oreo Cookie. We'll get into the 49ers, I promise.
Yeah,
because
once you open that can of worms, I might not be coming back.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll stick to the Dubs for now. Trust me, there's a lot on the bone for the 49ers and for this Warriors team, quite frankly, because Moses Moody needed that game in the worst way. I think he's been playing better, but I was a little concerned about that thumb injury lingering. He was questionable the other week. He had surgery in the offseason. It bothered him in the playoffs. And that's what I'm talking about with this Warriors team. If you could see a jump from JK, which I think we all could agree, we've seen a jump from JK early on the season that we didn't see last year when it comes to the rebound, when it comes to the assists.
JK's been awesome.
He's been awesome.
Yesterday wasn't a good game.
No, he's not
by his own standards from this year, and he still ended up with some really big plays.
He did. If Moses Moody takes that jump from last year, which I think he also took a jump at one point last year, I think it just ended horribly for him. And he wasn't alone in that. I thought a lot of the young players just came up small in the playoffs. If he could take another jump, it just adds another layer to this team when it comes to the youth, when it comes to some more size, and when it comes to the shooting ability. Because if Steph's not shooting well in the past, you're probably losing the game. Like that's how it is. When Steph is not shooting well, and right now, for his standards, he's really not shooting great from beyond the arc.
No,
he's just not.
I don't think he's even close.
When I get Quentin Post, 4 of 6. When I get Buddy Buckets, 3 of 5. When I get Moses Moody, 5 of 8. That can counteract a game like that where Steph still has all that gravity, and you got to take advantage of that gravity, and they did it last night.
They did. And, it wasn't just Moody. I thought Pods in that super sub role, that's what I call it, off the bench, that's the role.
Yeah.
Like, that is the role for Brandon Pajemski. 6-man, he's weaving in and out with various starters and bench players, playing frenetic, getting to the cup, throwing the ball ahead, taking corner threes.
That lob to TJD, they got a good little connection, too.
Oh, he made a really nice pass in transition. That is his role. And it allows them to play straight-up defense with the starters to start the game. And I think that's the most important. When he's out there, it's not just him. Like, Curry's not a great defender either. And they go zone when they go with Pods in the starting lineup. And I hate that. And I think it gets other teams off to a good start because they have walk-in threes. And the Warriors don't have enough length to play zone. You can play zone when you're long.
Yeah.
When you're not long and you're playing zone, you're going to give up beyond the arc threes.
Yep. And yesterday, it was actually an inverse of what we've seen the last couple of games when he lost to Indiana and the Bucks without either of their superstars, Giannis and Tyrese Halliburton. They had Devin Booker on the floor yesterday, and Devin Booker got his 38 points. He's been balling this season, but you didn't really allow anyone else to quite take over the game. I know Mark Williams, okay, he's 7 feet tall, going up against a team with not a lot of size. He got some buckets, but I thought overall, once they kind of established that tone in the third quarter, 25-point lead, got a little dicey there for a second, but I never felt like they were out of control of the game. Devin Booker's one of the best scorers in the NBA. He's going to get hot. That's what he does. It's not allowing anyone else off the bench to really get going. I know you love that guy, Colin Gillespie, though. Villanova boy?
Yeah.
Little 6'1", try-hard white guy. You love that.
I loved him. I wanted to know, is he Connor Gillespie's cousin?
Connor Gillespie.
Wichita State, baby.
There you go.
Shockers.
Giants legend. By the way, the Warriors Summit is tomorrow. That's right. Tomorrow, Thursday, November 6th, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts together again discussing another Warriors season. Willard and Dibbs is going to be live from 2 to 4. Then from 4 to 6, it's going to be all the hosts live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. There's going to be drinks, prizes, and you can meet all the hosts. I think Sam Levin's going to be there too. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill this Thursday, November 6th. We'll see you there.
JoJo,
can't wait.
I'm ready to open up a can.
Of Whoop-Ass?
Yeah, straight up. I'm legitimately pissed off at the 49ers.
Ken, Stone Cold music coming back. We need it.
No, I'm being real. I've never been this angry at a 6-3 team, but I am. And I'm staring right down the barrel of ownership and the front office and the head coach. And I want to know who's to blame. I legitimately feel like I deserve to know. I deserve to know as a season ticket holder, as someone that has exerted all my energy on this team year after year after year, like seeing all the other moves. I am livid that the Niners didn't make a move. Not disappointed, livid. And I'm honestly, I'm ashamed at some of the other Niner fan reactions. Like, oh, we're going to get Pearsall back. That's like a trade. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We have a chance to win it all. Yeah, I know. We're banged up. Don't get me wrong. Like, who's to say you can't go on a run? You really think Sam Darnold is going to be, turned into Elway in the playoffs? I don't know. Maybe he does. Well, do the Bucs look like juggernauts? Like, does Green Bay, who just lost this weekend, do they look like juggernauts? Detroit, they've got some flaws. Every team has flaws. And you're sitting here, hands on your bottom, as you're sitting down, refusing to make a move? It's unacceptable.
Well, the Packers made their move, right? Start of the season, who'd they get? Micah Parsons. The Seahawks made a move yesterday. It might not be the sexiest name, but this guy's pretty good. Rashid Shaheed, guy's got speed, and they just added that, another weapon on top of Jackson Smith and Jigba. Like, yeah, that offense could now be really scary with Sam Darnold, the way he's throwing the ball. We'll get into all of it on the other side.
This fan base,
I know.
This fan base has supported this ownership group so hard on the road, at home. You've raised season ticket prices year after year after year after year. And you're trotting out practice squad players and you're not in on making a deal? I'm legitimately livid.
We'll get into that on the other side. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And it's also going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
The Golden State Warriors are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Warriors. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he's still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. great clips. It's gonna be great.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Rake in the savings this fall and get rewarded with Milgard Windows and Doors. For a limited time, receive up to $135 back per qualifying windows and patio doors when you buy from Dolan Lumber Windows and Doors. But hurry, this offer ends December 8th. Upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows and patio doors designed for lasting comfort and style. Don't miss out. Visit DolanLumber.com or call 801-609-9275 today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS4KIDS or go to cars4kids.com. That's cars with a K.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first serve. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No! Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Target's early Black Friday deals are almost here, and they're bigger than ever. Take 40% off select gifts and holiday decor for 3 days only, starting this Thursday. Score can't-miss deals on new fits for the whole fam, festive lights and decorations to brighten your home, and even top toys like select Lego sets for endless holiday fun. Shop in-store or online, but don't miss out. These deals are going fast. 40% off gifts and holiday decor starts Thursday, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
That's Stone Cold's music. It's Stone Cold. As I go Jim Ross on you.
You like that?
I do like that. Any WWF/E theme, I am all in on. We're talking about it all, people. Spadoni, Shasky, it's the roast. We're roasting. The 49ers didn't do anything yesterday at the NFL trade deadline. Now, you can say, oh, Joe, well, they made their trade last week, or they made their trade in the offseason, or acquiring Bryce Huff. And it's like, that, they didn't do anything yesterday. They're 6-3, and they added Keon White and a practice squad player in Cleve Ferrell. That's what they did. Plain and simple. Now, you could say that's fine, and you want to call in 888-957-9570. The fact of the matter is, the 49ers, if the season ends today, are a playoff team and did not add a player of, I believe, this is just my words, significance at the deadline. That might sound disrespectful to Keon White, to Cleve Ferrell. I know he had a big play last week, but the reality is you don't have your first round pick. He's out for the season that you added to help your defensive line. You don't have your DPOY, Nick Bosa. You don't have a guy that occasionally rushes the passer in Fred Warner. So you're out with them. You have a guy in Bryce Huff now you're leaning on coming off a hamstring injury. What version of Bryce Huff are we going to see? A guy that's game is predicated on explosion is dealing with a soft tissue injury in his leg. So I don't know. Might still have the same burst, might not. They did not do enough yesterday for me, Joe. How are you feeling about the lack of activity at the deadline from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan as we see Quinnen Williams get traded for a first and second round pick, defensive tackle from the New York Jets to the Dallas Cowboys?
I honestly think it's gutless. Like straight up gutless. And here's why I say that. You're hosting the Super Bowl at your venue. It's at Levi's. Now, to be fair to the Niners, if you go back 6, 7, 8 years, like just go back and look, they have been at the top of the charts almost every single year when it comes to overall cash spending. Now, a part of that cash spending is the dead cap numbers from moving on from guys that aren't great contracts. So, you know, they definitely have spent a lot of money. Yesterday, Quinnen Williams was moved, an elite player on the defensive line that you have been trying to fill since DeForest Buckner. You've signed how many guys at that position? You gave Eric Armstead money. You gave, I'm going to get to that. Yeah, you gave Javon Hargrave a bunch of money, okay? How many guys have you drafted? Kinlaw, obviously Michael Williams. You can tell me he's an edge rusher. He's not. He's a D tackle, okay? Alfred Collins, CJ West. This is the guy. This is the guy you've been trying to replace. He went for a second and a first. Your second and first, second for next year, would have been in the 50s. Meaning the pick that you would have because you have such a good record. And a first 2 years from now, you do it. This thing that you're going to hoard picks for what? Let me just go through the 49ers draft history real quick. Day 1 and day 2. That's the first round and second and third round. That's day 1 and day 2. 2017, you went 0 for 4. 0 for 4. I don't even need to say the names. You already know them. Okay? 2018, you went 1.5 for 4. McGlinchey, I'll give you half. Okay. You didn't re-sign him. Okay. Now you got Fred Warner. Okay. 2019, Grand Slam. Yep. 2 out of 3, meaning 2 big hits out of the 3 first and second day picks. Bosa and Debo. Debo's not on the team anymore.
Nope.
And that was also 6 years ago.
Yep.
2020, you went 1 for 2. Those were the only 2 picks you had. Kinlaw and Ayuk.
Ayuk was a hit. Yeah.
It was a hit.
Yeah.
Sucks that he's hurt now.
Yeah.
2021, 0 for 4. 2022, 0 for 3. 2023, 0 for 3. 2024, I'm going to give you, in 2024, I'm going to give you 1.5 out of 3. You got Pearsall, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney. Pooney, I'm going to say, is a hit.
Yes. Renardo Green's been solid. I'm right now, I'd say it's a hit.
So
right
you're going to
now.
go 2 out of 3.
Yeah, because Pearsall, God, the injury thing is so tough because when he is out there, he produces like a first-round pick to me. He does. The production's there. He can't get on the field, though. So if he can't get on the field, that I talked about in the offseason, right now, I'm putting it incomplete. It's an incomplete for Pearsall right now.
You took Renardo Green 64th overall. That's about what you would have gave up in this upcoming draft for Quinnen Williams, plus a number 1 the following year. I ask you, would you trade Renardo Green and a future 1 for Quinnen Williams?
Yes.
Exactly.
I'd also attach a second-round pick to it.
100%.
Yeah.
All right? This year's draft, you took 3 D tackles, basically, in the first 4 rounds. But let's just go the first 3 rounds. Michael, come on.
He's right now.
It's a work in progress at best.
It's not a good pick right now.
It's looking like a bad pick, quite frankly. Yeah. Alfred Collins. Probably showed the most promise, but is he some difference maker?
He's solid. He hasn't really.
He had a great moment against the Rams.
Yeah.
An unbelievable moment against the Rams. I like him. But, come on. That's the 43rd pick. So even if you bottomed out this year and didn't win another game, you wouldn't trade the 43rd overall pick and a future 1 for Quinnen Williams? And then you got Nick Martin, who can't even get off special teams, can barely suit up, and Upton Stout, who has gotten better, but again, I go through their list of first and second day, draft picks. Round 1, 2, and 3. They're atrocious outside of 2019 and 2020 and 2018, which was 6, 7, and 5 years ago, they've gotten very little out of those. They've gotten way more return in trades. Trent Williams, trade, one of their best players. CMC, trade, one of their best players. At one time, Jimmy Garoppolo, trade, one of their best players. Go right down the list. This team has done a great job via trading. So I asked the question, is it John Lynch and Kyle didn't want to give up a future pick? Or is it Jed York and the front office and Parag telling them, you are not giving up day 1 and day 2 picks? We'll let you trade a 6th or a 5th rounder for Keon White, who none of us has ever heard of. Like, we'll let you do that, but we are not letting you trade a day 1 and day 2 pick. I want to know, because every single year I'm emotionally invested and financially invested, and I'm not alone, as a season ticket holder, buying merch. Did you see how many Niner fans were in New York? Did you see?
The quarterback, Jackson Dart, was talking about it.
You told every one of those fans who spent their hard-earned money, this year's team's not worth investing in, when they're 6-3, and the entire NFC is wide open. And not only would Quinnen Williams have helped you this year, he's under team control moving forward. Like, he's the kind of guy you build the defensive line around. All these guys that you took this year, Michael, Alfred Collins, and CJ West, you're praying to God they are 3/4 of the player Quinnen Williams is. Are they not?
You're hoping. The guy's a first-team All-Pro at one point. If you can become a first-team All-Pro at any year, I don't care. That means you're the best at your position for an individual season. That is your ceiling.
So you're telling me every single year you're going to raise my prices, but when the team, and I'm going to get the email, as a season ticket, I'm going to get the email. It's coming out any day. Hey, put your deposit down for playoff tickets. It's coming. Why don't you put your deposit down for a playoff team by going and get somebody who can help this roster? Not just for this year, but next year. How are the Ravens, who have less wins than you, active? How are the Bears, who have less wins with you, active? How are the Cowboys, with less wins than you, active? And you're not active? It's ridiculous. Like, honestly, I think it's gutless. And I want to know, was it from Jed York? Because all of the rhetoric I heard from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan for weeks leading up to the deadline. Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe the right deal. Like, they were so melancholy about the trade deadline. So melancholy. I want to know, did it come from upper management? Did they have the ability? Because you cannot tell me that Quinnen Williams does not improve this defense, not just for this year, moving forward. That's the kind of guy you pair up with Bryce Huff and Nick Bosa next year.
Would it make you feel any better? And I'm speculating right now. I'm not reporting anything. Would it make you feel any better if the 49ers attempted to and the Jets just said no? I'd rather have the Cowboys picks because I think the Cowboys might have a worse record.
Deal.
Huh?
Sweeten the deal.
Well, what would you include?
More picks, whatever it takes.
Okay.
Joe, they're not good at drafting.
Okay.
The proof is kind of in the pudding.
Well, apparently they care more about the picks than the proven commodity at this point, which I agree with you. I don't think that's the right move at all.
You're 6-3. You are telling is Christian McCaffrey going to be better next year?
No, probably not.
Okay, is Trent Williams even going to play football next year?
I don't know.
All right. The Mac's hot right now. Maybe Purdy comes back and he's hot. Maybe Max stays hot and he rides out the hot hand. Why would you not add to this? I don't get it. Is Kittle going to be a better player next year? I don't know. Yeah, like Fred Warner, do we have any idea what he's going to look like to start next year? Or Nick Bosa? We have no idea. You are 6-3. We're in the season. Worry about this year. I get you want to, we got to hoard the picks moving forward. Dude, your best moves have been trades. You're 6-3. You have a chance to host a playoff game. It's wide open.
Do you think the way they whiffed with Randy Gregory and Chase Young, they're like,
these guys are half the player that Quinnen Williams
is? Well, I know. I agree with you. Do you think they're a little scarred from that, even like then? And they're risk averse right now.
Picks. You got picks that you got for coaches leaving.
I know.
So, to me, that's like found money.
I listen, I agree with you. I'm trying to figure out why they didn't. And the only reason I can come up with was maybe the Jets also just didn't want to do business with them. I know Woody Johnson, Robert Saleh. Listen, that's looking too far into it. Saleh, former head coach of the Jets. Maybe there's some bad blood there. They didn't want to do business with them. Maybe it was about sweetening the deal and they just didn't want to.
It's one thing if we were just like this whole get rid of picks. If it was for a rental, of course I'm not like going crazy over trading for a rental. Multiple guys were dealt yesterday with team control moving forward.
The Quinnen Williams one, I think, kind of struck all of us. I heard the breaking news center when I was in the car. We were driving.
Exactly.
Evan had it on with Steiny and Goo. I was like, whoa, just a first and second. Now there was a player attached to it, Mozzie Smith a former second-rounder defensive tackle also going to the New York Jets. But I was like, that's it? This guy's on lock for a couple of years now. There is a salary aspect to it that, maybe it was too sweet for Kyle Shanahan, for John Lynch. There's also this. According to NFL insider Jordan Schultz, the 49ers were also one of the teams that attempted to acquire Jermaine Johnson II from the New York Jets, but they declined to pull the trigger due to New York's asking price of a second-round pick. Would you have done a second-rounder for Jermaine Johnson?
He's not even close to the level.
I know, it's a different position.
Williams.
It's a different position, too.
I understand not being in on that. I'm just saying overall.
But Robert Saleh.
Overall, you're walking into the locker room today. You're George Kittle, you're CMC, and you're Trent Williams. Do you think upper management believes in this year's team? Like, you're probably saying, you guys did nothing?
Do you think they believe in this year's team?
Who?
Did they signal to you yesterday, the 49ers, that they don't believe that this is a legitimate,
it smacks to me of
Super Bowl contender?
We're so happy just making money hand over fist, and we know that everybody's happy. We're just happy. There's no worry about job security. Everything's fine. Hey, man, win 9 or 10 games, and, we'll make a ton of money. And it's like, dude, it's so weak. Like, this is the Eddie DeBartolo franchise. All right, and Jed wants to post photos of his uncle. Would his uncle have been all in at the deadline?
In this era, I don't know. I
already know they would.
Well, maybe they feel like they weren't a player away adding to this defensive line, but the argument against that also would be...
It's a building block for the future.
But it's also next year's the thing, and the year after that with Quinnen Williams. It's not just this season, because then you could talk me into, wow, we're going to get Nick Bosa and Quinnen Williams, both the guys that Niner fans wanted in that draft back in 2019, and you're going to get Fred back on that defense. Wow, now we're cooking with something. But the fact that they didn't, I understood not doing it for a guy like Trey Hendrickson. Okay, that's fine, a rental, you don't want, and I know Bonte was on with us yesterday, and he was like, hey, you can franchise tag. And I was like, yeah, but maybe they just didn't want to do that. They're not a really franchise tag heavy team. Maybe they didn't want to do that. That's fine. You can talk me into that. But the Quinnen Williams one, I am very surprised.
They need playmakers.
Yeah.
They need defensive players. It's really simple to me, all right? You're a Niner fan. They're going to play the Rams this weekend. And when they barely breathe on Matt Stafford, aren't you going to be like, we couldn't have added to this?
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. By the way, check out the kickoff show this Sunday, John. I know you're going to be locked in.
I'm sorry.
You're good. Are you going to be going to the game this Sunday?
No, for St. Cecilia's, we did this big raffle and to raise money for students and stuff and the school. I gave up my season tickets and someone raffled them. And so
nice.
I gave them to the individual. This was the game that they wanted to go to.
Okay, this is going to be a really good game.
Look, I just, the way I view sports, I want my team to be all in right now. I don't care about draft picks moving forward when my core is CMC at 29, Trent Williams and George Kittle, who are all old. That's the core.
The kickoff show this Sunday, Hall of Fame nominee Lorenzo Neal going to be there alongside Evan Giddings. It starts at 11, live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. All the early games going to be on. Great food, drinks, and games in the parking lot. Get to the game on the free shuttle. Yes, they have a free shuttle to and from Laughing Monk to Levi's. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. First come, first serve. And the last home game filled up quick, so you better sign up now. That's 957thegame.com as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And Joe, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance Pleasant Hill today. Want to go to the phones? People are fired up about it.
This sentiment, it's a lost season. Bosa's out and Frozen. Why play any games then? What kind of loser mentality is that? Bosa's out and Warner's out. You tell that to CMC. I ask you right now, did CMC quit? How's that fair to him? How's that fair to Kittle, and who's out there clearly hurt? He's out there grinding. How's that fair to the rest of the guys on this team? Well, that is such a loser mentality. Tell me you never played sports and been a part of a high-level organization. Oh, this year we're just done. It's just over. Why try?
You think the players are feeling it that way?
No. But to me, this sentiment that you shouldn't go all in because you don't have Warner, because you don't have Bosa. That's ridiculous.
Well, Brian,
if you were 4-5, yeah. Look, okay, you're right. You probably, I take a step back. I'll be reasonable. You're 6-3. You're 6-3.
Yeah, you're right in the thick of it.
That's what I'm saying. And it's not like you're playing against the Dynasty Patriots every single week.
Before we go to the phones, Rico and Jose, we'll get to you in a second. This is what Baldy had to say with us yesterday. Brian Baldinger joined us every Tuesday at 7:30, and he had it perfectly, in my opinion. He's like, hey, you got to look at every year individually. You can't be focused on the future. It's a win-now league, and you got to do everything you can to win now.
Kyle deserves the way he's coaching. And the way Sal is coaching, like you kind of want to say, all right, we know what the Rams are. We know what Seattle is. Like if we're going to go win these games or beat these guys to the playoffs, and Arizona's going to be a tough out for anybody down the stretch because they've got everybody like in place right now, including the quarterback. You're going to need more firepower. I don't know when Pierce Hall's coming back, but I feel like you can't really think that far down the road. I think you got to look at this year and within a vacuum and do whatever you can to upgrade the roster, regardless of the money you're paying other guys. You can always kick the can down the road. It's just the way the Eagles do business. It's the way teams do business right now. You load up. It's the arms race. You load up with everything that you can to compete as hard as you can to try to win as many games as you can.
What's the point of having Parag Marate, who's supposed to be some capologist wizard, if you can't work your magic at the deadline and then figure it out in the offseason? How are the New Orleans Saints $7 gazillion over the cap year after year, and yet they're always making moves? How are the Eagles? I ask you this, always making moves, always signing everyone? How is their capologist always on it, and yet they never worry about adding? They're trying to add Myles Garrett. They're trying to add Quinnen Williams. They did add Jalen Phillips. They're always all in. What's the point of capologist Parag Marate? What's the point of having him if he can't finagle the cap? I ask that. Is this all about soccer teams? Are we more worried about our soccer teams? Because you know who I don't care about? You know who Joe in San Francisco, who sits in Section 328, you know who he does not care about? Your soccer investments.
Leeds United? English Premier League? Come on. You got to be locked in on that.
The NFL is year to year. The Washington Commanders, excuse me.
Yeah.
They were in the NFC Championship game last year. Who had them in the NFC Championship game?
No one.
They were 60 minutes away from getting to the Super Bowl.
One.
Did anyone?
No.
Not one single soul. What did they do this offseason? They went all in.
They got Deebo Samuel. They made some selections. They got who they got over there? Von Miller now? Is Von Miller there? Yeah, Von Miller.
They went all in. And then what happened? They had a down year. They got injured, and they're kind of like, and they're kind of recalibrating, right? And they're going to, again, recalibrate in the offseason. The Niners, recalibrate. You can win the NFC. I know. Guys are hurt, but it doesn't mean you just pack up the season.
Let's go to Rico and San Bruno. Let's go to the phones here.
Losers in the chat.
888-957-9570.
Losers.
Well, are people okay with the 49ers' lack of movement yesterday at the trade deadline? 888-957-9570. What's up, Rico? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm completely disgusted for them not going out and making a move at this point.
Thank you.
Joe, you hit the nail on the head about the draft picks. They cannot draft. Our third-round picks can't even see the I've got to keep myself from cussing. They can't even see the field. A third-round pick for Jalen Phillips, for somebody to come in and help at least would have been great. The way they build this team from the outside in offensively with no offensive linemen, you want to know why all those rookie D linemen look good in training camp? Look at their competition. Mykel Williams, you know what? That sucks for his injury. I was like, okay, well, just put the next guy in there. What is he doing? Taking double teams? At number 11, you want the smoke. I don't need you to take double teams. I need you to get to the quarterback, make tackles for losses. I need you to be an Aldon Smith-type player at number 11. They cannot draft, and I don't want to hear the Fred Warners. That was so many years ago. I've been a season ticket for 20 years. I'm disgusted with the way they do it. They do it year in and year out. Oh, we like Brian Robinson in this draft. But you drafted Ty Davis-Price. We like Scatterbo.
Can I ask you a question?
Who did you draft?
Can I ask you a question? You're a season ticket holder. You know what email's coming, right? The email's coming, and this is why I'm livid this morning. Because they're going to win one or two more games, and they're going to get the email that says, put your deposit now for season tickets for the playoffs. Right? You're going to get that playoff money invoice. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, and I already do the pay as you play.
Me too.
I sit up in section 411. We call it Mount Levi, but I'm on the 50. I go to year in, year out. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I take my kids. I am exhausted. The last time we won it, I was 14 years old. I'm 45 now. The way that they do not address the offensive line boggles my mind. They are terrible. Now that when Brendel got hurt, I was like, good, get him out. Let's see what the next guy has. Now you got Burford at guard who whiffed in the bowl. Get Barch back, okay. But you're going to run. I love CMC. He is the man to me. But gosh darn it, man, do not wear this dude out. Let B-Rob run.
Great call.
But this whole drafting, perfect, they love ball. No, I want a dude in there that is going to say, you cross this line, it's over for you. I want somebody to talk smack. I don't need all these blue-collar players. Get me somebody with some grit and some anger.
I agree.
Perfect
great call. What a great call.
We'll go to more of them on the other side. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, do you feel like there's a sense of urgency right now with this team? It's going to be sponsored by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway. Right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. You know that thing that snuck up on you last year called the holidays? Well, they're coming again. But it's okay, because our pre-holiday sale is already here. Now through November 17th. Everything in the store is 30% off. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, I mean everything. And installation before the holidays is guaranteed. The holidays are coming, and this time you'll be ready. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not
again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course, full bar, amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
America's favorite car show is back. Don't miss the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 2,500 American-made and powered show cars and trucks. A special indoor truck show. Cruiser-Rama and vintage trailer display. A huge swap meet at Fender Midway. A free family fun zone, live music, and more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Be there. Details at good-guys.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey,
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit America.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
It's your boy Dibs. It's football season, which means we talk to Stink, Mark Schlereth on the regular. Now, back to a show that actually doesn't stink. The Morning Roast.
Well, the YouTube chat seems to think Shasky's take stinks on the 49ers at the trade deadline.
What does the text line think?
Well, the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. 615, this is from David. David in the 615. Who's going to call Lynch and Shanahan to task for not making a move and how terrible they are at drafting? Not a reporter who has a press pass. They will not risk it. But someone needs to call them out on this. Call them out on what exactly?
Well, I think it's pretty simple to me, right?
They just didn't get Quentin Williams, and we're all upset about it because the Cowboys got it, right?
I never said, this is just my personal opinion. I never felt this burning sense of urgency from Lynch or Shanahan when they discussed or spoke at a podium or did an interview regarding the trade deadline. And so,
should there have been urgency?
Can I just tell you how I'm wired? I want to take a step back.
Yeah.
I am wired this way.
Let's go.
When your team is 6-3, you should always look to add. When your team is 6-3 and you're halfway through the season, you should always look to add. Now, there's a time and a place. We could talk about cost control and where my team is at and what is the hole and what is the addition and all that. But my general setting is we're 6-3. We can host a playoff game. You don't punt on those seasons. You just don't. Ask a Jets fan, right? Ask a Jets fan. Would they die to be 6-3?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the Colts doing right now? They have been kind of walking the desert looking for some success for a long, long time. They finally have a good team. And we all are still a little skeptical. What did they go out and do?
They got Sauce Gardner.
It was a bold move.
It was very bold.
I don't know if I would trade 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner.
That's a lot.
It is. But, to me...
It was a saucy move.
I respect it. I respect it hardcore.
I respect it off a loss even more, too. That was them saying, you know what? We just lost to the Steelers. We need to do something. Let's go get this guy.
What are the Bears doing? The Bears are finally showing some life. I think they're 5-3 right now.
Yeah, they're right there.
And they went out and they traded for an edge rusher.
They did. A guy that, probably most people don't know, Joe Tyron Shoyinka.
So there's 2 ways I'm viewing this.
Fun name.
When I'm 6-3, I'm all in. if I was 5-4 or 4-5 and there were like 9 or 10 teams I had to jump, I would be a little more pragmatic regarding it. But I seen Nick Foles win a Super Bowl. I just saw Jaden Daniels get to the NFC Championship game. What'd you say to me at the break?
About what? The Pacers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw the Indiana Pacers go to the NBA Finals.
Did anyone have the Toronto Blue Jays going to the World Series?
No, but they are the 5th most spending team in baseball. So.
No, but at the beginning of the year, what did we think?
Oh, yeah, we thought that, wow, why are you giving Vlad all that money to do nothing? That's what we were. No, seriously. Right. Giants fans were more upset about it because they wanted Vlad.
So
yeah, Rafi Devers.
Just my setting, and I bet you it's Joe Lacob's setting. I bet you it's Larry Bear's setting.
Oh.
I bet you it was Eddie DeBartolo's setting. When my team is 6-3, I'm not punting on a season.
Al Davis for show.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right? Pick who you want. Now, maybe the A's.
Don't talk about that.
Exactly.
Actually, the A's do make deals when they know they're in it. Billy Beane does. He had the famous Cespedes trade.
Yes.
Whether you think it was the right move or not, they felt like they were going for it with the John Lester thing. So, no, even the A's at once upon a time went for it. Yeah.
We don't know what's going to happen. Look, they could lose the next 5 games in a row, and I sound like a moron, and you guys are all going to clip this. It's going to be frozen hot takes. This is how I feel today, sure. Right? I can say the same thing. What if Stafford hurts his back and it's Jimmy Garoppolo under center? You still think the Rams are winning the division?
Oh, my God. Talk about drama if that happened.
That's probably unlikely to happen, but you just never know. Right?
I don't think it's unlikely. He's 37. He gets hit once in the back. It might be over for him.
Joe, I've been watching sports my whole life. You have as well.
Yes.
Things happen.
Yeah.
You put your team in a position to win. You always go look to add when you're this good.
Joe, last year, and we'll do the cross-sport analogy, the NBA, everyone was saying the Celtics are on back-to-back.
Exactly.
They looked great in the regular season. They were going to dog walk the East. And then what happened to Jason Tatum? Tore his Achilles. Yeah. That opened up a floodgate in the Eastern Conference. And who took advantage of it? The Indiana Pacers.
Exactly.
They took advantage of it. And you know what? Things happen. The Indianapolis Colts now, they could be in a position where, God forbid, I don't want this to happen. What if Mahomes is out for the season for whatever reason?
Changes everything.
You don't think the AFC is like, oh my God, it's wide open? Anything could happen.
It changes anything. And that's why you want to be in position to just control what you can control, meaning adding to your team. So I want you to hear the rhetoric. These are just some of the quotes. I'm going to read them off to you from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And you tell me if this is them making the decision or if it feels like it came from above them, meaning the front office was jumped over by ownership. Okay. I don't know.
When and where are these quotes from?
Okay, so this is 1024 via the other station. Lynch does a weekly.
Okay.
And he says, no, we don't have to. And this is regarding the trade deadline. Like I've said consistently, if it can make our team better and things align, speaking with other teams, with how it benefits us long-term, the analysis of that, okay, what kind of compensation does it take from future draft picks and all that? I don't like to say imperative that a player we acquire via trade must be here next year at all, and I don't like to put an absolute on anything, Kyle Shanahan said about the deadline on Monday. And then he goes on to say, yeah, I think that's something definitely we would prefer, meaning someone being under contract. Of course, we want someone to help us this year, but I'd love it to not be at the expense of next year also. So to me, like these are two guys in Lynch and Shanahan that feel real cushy. And I'm like, okay, I agree. I don't want to surrender a bunch of stuff that's going to hurt me next year for a rental. Like I agree. Quinnen Williams is available for this year and next year. You build a defense around a guy like that.
And I don't want to hear from people saying, we didn't know Quinnen Williams. No, we knew the Jets were going to have a fire sale. Everyone was saying it, and some were saying, yeah, but I think it's going to be a little too rich for Quinnen Williams. No. If Sauce Gardner got... By the way, how did you get more for Sauce Gardner than Quinnen Williams? That's how I don't... Like, that's what makes me even more frustrated if I'm a Niner fan. A first and a second and attach a player, and I think you mentioned like Renardo Green, someone like... Yeah, you do that in a heartbeat. Can I just tell you right now, Joe, who the edge rushers are on the 49ers on their active roster? Can I tell you? Bryce Huff, who's week to week right now with a hamstring injury. Keon White, Sam Okuwanu, Robert Beal Jr.
Well, a guy they drafted who's not good.
And they also have Cleve Ferrell and William Bradley King on the practice squad.
So they needed edge. So this is what he said. This is via the 49er Talk podcast. This is John Lynch.
Okay.
You got to earn the right talking about a trade. Well, they did earn the right. They're 6-3. It's probably talked about more in baseball. Did you earn the right to motivate people to go acquire people? So that means we got to keep playing good football so that this guy could be a guy who can make a difference. I'm asking, did they earn the right?
I thought they did, but maybe Lynch and Shanahan keep seeing all these injuries and saying, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't do it. Maybe this isn't the year to go all in.
Okay, well then he said, also via the other station, and I'm just going to say it out loud. There's no reason to pretend like they don't exist. They have the Lynch interview. John Lynch, on the possibility of trading for any kind of a rusher, pass rusher. We'll see. I'm having a lot of good conversations. You're not going to find a player to replace Nick Bosa, but you can find someone that makes the group better collectively. You could make an argument Quinnen Williams has been better than Nick Bosa over the last 2.5 years.
Maybe. Different position, too. So, defensive tackle, defensive end. Yeah.
So, look, I just, when I hear these quotes in a vacuum, it gives the sense to me either one of two things is happening. Either ownership told them, we are not letting you trade a day 1 or day 2 pick for anyone. That could be their prerogative. I disagree. And that would come from Parag and Jed York. And if that's the case, I'm pissed because I don't want them meddling. Number two, that they themselves don't feel the sense of urgency to go make a move because they're here for the next 2 or 3 years. And look, I get you. There's no guarantee next year you're going to be in a position to be 6-3. There's no guarantee Fred Warner comes back and boom, you're better next year. And CMC's healthy next year. I mean, there's no guarantee CMC's healthy this weekend. There's no guarantee that Trent Williams plays next year. I'm just going about right now. Right now. And right now, this team is 6-3, and you didn't add to it. And I'm kind of miffed.
You think if they had their starting quarterback healthy, Brock Purdy would have changed things at the deadline?
Joe, there's no guarantee that Brock Purdy comes back and is good.
I'm saying, had Brock not got hurt at all and he was healthy at this point and this team was 6-3, do you think they add?
I would think they would.
I think so too.
But let me ask you this. Max played as well as Purdy as you could have wanted from Purdy. So why should that change your equation?
I don't know. Maybe they feel like Mac Jones is playing out of his skis and this is all great. And I don't know, Joe. I'm literally like, because I was talking about the same, off air. And we're like, all these other teams, they know their quarterback's set. Like the 49ers are the only one where it's like, oh, maybe Brock can come back, maybe not. I just feel like if you know you're going to have your quarterback, this team and that quarterback has won big games in the past. If you do get him back in Brock Purdy, then why not add to it? Even if it is offensive, and I think we all agree defense was the way to add on this team. Like you got no one to rush the quarterback right now. It's pretty evident. And I know what they did against the Giants, and that's great. Giants suck. All right, the Giants are not the Rams. The Rams might kick your ass this Sunday at Levi's. No, they might. Like seriously, the way the season has gone, it's gone. Big win, humbling loss. Big win, humbling loss. They might get humbled this Sunday. It doesn't mean their season's over.
No.
But it might highlight why you should have gone after a guy like Quinnen Williams.
Joe, if they make the playoffs and they get into a game, and I'm just going to go with Sam Darnold now.
Sure,
and Sam Darnold's running like in the pocket all the time in the world to throw, and we lose by a touchdown, you're tripping if you're not going to be watching that game going, boy, we should have made a move for somebody.
Hell, it could be a game to get into the playoffs, the last game of the regular season when you play the Seahawks at Levi's Stadium.
Exactly.
Yes, and what did the Seahawks do yesterday at the trade deadline? Added to their already stout wide receiver core.
It's just like there's no guarantee that next year you're going to be good. There's no guarantee next year you're going to be in the position to add. There's no guarantee that any of your draft picks are going to be hits. I've given you the list. Like the probability is you're better at trading your picks and bringing in an impact player than you are at drafting an impact. The last great player that they've drafted, I'm talking about great, was Nick Bosa 6 years ago.
Great player. Great.
Great.
Ayuk was a second team All-Pro. He had a really good year. I know. I hear you. Jose's in Oakland. He's been hanging on tight. Wants to join the conversation. Jose in Oakland's great. You're on the roast, Jose. What's up, man?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Look, it makes me extremely mad the fact that they didn't do anything for two simple reasons. One, the minute Nick Bosa went out, I was screaming for them to go after a player the ilk of Max Crosby. Their excuse was that they wanted a player that would not cost them that much and they would be under team control for this year and moving forward. The minute the Quinnen Williams was traded, that excuse went out the door. Quinnen Williams is the kind of player they've been, praying, trying, to get in order to replace DeForest Buckner. I mean, he went for 2 draft picks that, quite frankly, the Niners don't know what to do with them. If they're saving draft picks for next year, that makes me even more upset. You know why? Because that tells me that next year, off-season comes, they're going to start purging salaries, and they're going to start cutting players again. Some of the players that we have right now that they consider too old or too costly, they're going to start cutting them and trying to replace them with draft picks for next year. Next year's draft is weak. If this was 2027, then I would say, yeah, do not trade your picks. But come on. Honestly, it's an insult to the effort that some of the players have put on the field, including McCaffrey.
Yep.
The guy's healthy this year. Next year, we don't even know what he's going to look like. Trent Williams most likely is going to be gone. I wouldn't be surprised if they trade or release Kittle. Like I said, to me, all of this smells to me like salary dump, once the offseason comes.
Oh,
and it's frustrating.
If that happens, I mean,
Thanks, Jose.
Like, we're over here, we're afraid to trade day 1 and day 2 picks. You took Jake Moody, Jair Brown, and Cameron Latu in the same draft.
Oof. Hey, Jair Brown had some tackles last week. He has a pick in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes. He had a moment.
You took Drake Jackson, TDP, and Danny
the
Gray.
Drake Jackson one's indefensible. Hey, he had that one game against the Steelers. We had 3 sacks.
I'm not done.
That did nothing else the rest of the year.
You took Aaron Banks, Trey Sermon, and Ambry Thomas.
Oh, no.
I mean, Joe, like, they can't with a straight face, they cannot with a straight face say that they're really good at drafting, because they're not. And look, it's hard. I'm granting them, it's really hard
they did
to
hit
draft
on Brock
and develop
Purdy.
the right
They
players.
hit on Brock Purdy. He was a draft pick. Hit on the quarterback.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
you're
a big hit.
A little.
Yeah, that's a big hit. You said they didn't draft any great players. Brock Purdy, for the production he had for that one MVP season, was great. He was. I gotta play. Gotta be fair here.
That's fine.
That is a big position, but I keep coming back to that because maybe they kind of approach this deadline like they don't know who their quarterback's going to be down the line here, and they didn't want to give up anything. How do you think they feel about this team? Behind the scenes.
Just 1 second on the quarterback. Quarterback play, they're 6-3.
I know.
No matter who's under center. Why should the quarterback play dictate how you view your defense?
Because I think they think potentially that, hey, if Mac Jones is going to be the guy going forward and he's our backup quarterback, why go all in on a backup quarterback team? Now, my counter to that, but did anyone believe that Nick Foles was going to go all the way to the Super Bowl?
Colin Kaepernick took over for Alex Smith midseason, and they went on a run.
Weird things happen.
Lamar did it for Flacco. They went on a run for the playoffs.
I'm just saying, it's, I'm trying to figure out why not to go, quote unquote, all in, but it's not even going all in, because I hate that term, because I keep seeing it from the Boxer and Gerson work injuries. Text line to see from the chat.
It's not about all in for this year. It's about making your team better now and into the future.
Well, then I guess the people that are defending the Niners not do anything at the deadline, I want to call in.
Yeah,
888-957-9570.
I'll listen.
I want to hear the argument for why the 49ers actually did right by doing nothing yesterday at the deadline. And don't give me they made their move with Bryce Huff in the offseason.
Oh, my God.
No. I can hear that argument.
Pearsall back.
I can hear the argument for Jimmy Butler was the Warriors' big move a few months ago back in February. I can understand that. Jimmy Butler is a championship Hall of Fame player. God love Bryce Huff. He ain't Jimmy Buckets. All right. Jonathan, San Francisco. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, good morning, Joe and Joe. Hey, I've been calling about this, and the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they're football guys, but their gut instinct sucks. I mean, dude, their gut instinct is as good as Bob Melvin. It's no good. They need to bring in another voice in the room. They need to bring in another authority that's going to identify players, because as of right now, they don't know who to keep. They don't know who to let go, man. This is a team that you go for it, because you know why? This team knows how to win. You could assemble a roster, stacked with all kinds of dudes and expensive playmakers, but the team doesn't win because they don't know how to win. This team knows how to win. They should have gone for it, man. Quentin Williams went for a couple of draft picks. Like you guys alluded to, you could build a defense around that guy. That guy's a monster defensive tackle. And last time I checked, that's how the Kansas City has beaten us. They got a monster tackle in the middle of that defense. I mean, come on, guys. This John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, they're beginning to lose me, bro. They're no good with decision makings.
Wow, Jonathan in San Francisco off the top rope. I mean, they're 6-3. Let's take a step back here.
But
you're disappointed, but
numbers are numbers.
I know numbers are numbers, but let's take a step back here.
Jalen Phillips, who was traded for a third-round pick, would he be their best edge rusher right now?
Probably. Yes.
That's why people are disappointed, dude.
That's okay. You can be disappointed, but
with all that salary cap money.
But to go from disappointed to I'm losing faith in Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They're 6-3.
That
dude.
I disagree with.
With all the injuries, no other team right now would be 6-3 with all the injuries that this team has sustained.
But I get why you'd be frustrated.
Yes,
I wanted them to add. I think they have a chance to go somewhere this year. The year that they snuck into the playoffs, where Debo became the wide back. No one, when they lost to Tennessee and Jimmy overthrew
Juice.
Oh
my God! Well, that was that was like Christmas Eve or like a day before Christmas, right? Or 2 days? Yeah.
No one thought that team was going to the NFC Championship game. No one thought that team was going to be 10 points up on LA in LA.
AJ Brown killed them in that game.
Destroyed them.
Destroyed them.
Still the worst throw I've ever seen Jimmy make.
Oh my God, it was awful.
So my whole setting is look, dude, it's year to year in the NFL. I'm not saying you got to be reckless. We're trading 5 picks for Deshaun Watson. No. You couldn't get anyone? You could get anyone.
No one, apparently.
You couldn't get anyone.
Well, Deshaun Watson,
No, I'm talking about this year at the deadline. They couldn't get anyone?
Well, apparently they didn't want to part with these very important draft picks that they had. Or it also takes 2 to tango. Maybe they were having conversations with the Jets, with Quinnen Williams, and they liked, Aaron Glenn and the general manager, whoever it is over there. It's not Joe Douglas. I don't even know who it is. Maybe they were like, hey, Mozzie Smith, the defensive tackle that they got from the Cowboys, they liked him. Maybe the Niners didn't want to part with a player. And then that was the holdup. I have no idea, Joe. They're not going to say it because when deals don't come to fruition, they're not going to talk about it. But I understand the frustration. I just have to push back a little bit, like it's the end of the world. Everything. Because when I get Jonathan in San Francisco saying I'm losing
I don't agree with. That's
faith
a little
in Kyle
strong.
Shanahan, John Lynch, you can be upset with them. To lose faith in them, I don't know about that. That's a little strong. We got some people defending it, by the way.
Okay, let's hear from him.
Let's go to David in San Jose. He feels fine with the 49ers.
All right, let's hear from him.
What's up, Dave? You're on the Morning Roast, man.
What's going on, Joe Show? How you guys doing?
What's up, man?
Great.
Hey, all right, so check this out. Shasky, was it or was it not just yesterday? Yes, I'm a listener, 95.7 The Game. Yesterday, we don't need any more D tackles. I'm overtaking D tackles in round 1. And now you want to trade your round 1 for a D tackle. Come on, man.
Well, first off,
We'll let you finish.
I'll let you finish. Quinnen Williams is instantly the best defensive lineman on this team this year and arguably next year. It's him and Bosa. He would be better than all of the guys they just took in the first 3 rounds. He's already a proven commodity. He's a game changer.
Of course. And I agree with you guys.
He is one of the rare D tackles I would make the move for.
Him and Chris Jones probably the only 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. And I can agree with that. I mean, those are the 2 best in the league,
exactly.
Right? I get you there. But at the end of the day, man, the problem is we're not a one player away, man. Look at the games we lost, and then you can tell what we're missing. Our O-line. It's already beat up with Trent Williams, man. It's not good. And it's only been overlooked with Kyle Shanahan's schemes to keep the quarterback from getting hit. Okay? What else are we missing? Oh, I don't know. Maybe a playmaker at safety. Because we only have 1 interception for the past year. We're missing Fred Warner. We're missing our all-pro defensive end, our all-pro linebacker. We don't have wide receivers. And so, we can make a trade, but we're still 4 players away. Right now, I'm sorry, guys. I love my Niners.
But what about for next year? Would this not have been a move that would have excited you, not just for this year, but for next year? Minka Fitzpatrick would be a guy, as you're talking about interception. Why weren't we all in on him?
Bradley Chubb.
So I will say this, Shasky. There's a guy, but we have to recognize the number 1 position we need help on is defensive end.
Yes.
And there's maybe 2 guys in the whole league where I'll give you all the first-round picks you want.
Miles
Max Crosby or Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Myles Garrett, 5 first-round picks. Sign that deal right now.
I'm 100% with you on that. And they're probably still not doing that.
But I know. But they'll do it for Deshaun Watson.
I know. It's so
David
bizarre.
in San Jose.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah, that really is the worst trade and contract given in the history of maybe sports. It's that bad. I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and Willard was talking about it. And Cleveland, yeah, yikes. When are they going to go to Shedeur? Maybe that makes his debut against the Niners when they play in a few weeks. Maybe, just maybe. Are you defending what the 49ers did yesterday, or I guess did not do yesterday, Niners fans, ahead of the trade deadline? 888-957-9570 is the number. They end basically with adding Keon White, and then Cleve Furl, he was off the street, so I'm not really even counting that as a trade deadline acquisition. But Keon White is basically the move, adding it to the defensive line. And right now, your edge rushers include White, Okuwanu, Huff coming back. That'll help. Robert Beal Jr. And Furl.
Don't you find it ironic? And look, I know I'm contradicting myself when I was talking about D tackles and whatnot yesterday, but regarding Quinnen, he is one of the rare. He's one of the rare guys. The irony is when you get to the offseason, right? Like just this upcoming year, this is why I would do the deal. You got Bryce, you got Bosa coming back. We're just a Quinnen Williams away.
Right.
That's literally why I would make the move. Because you'd be viewing this as a multi-year type of an acquisition in his prime.
Yes.
Like, he's the kind of guy that you are literally going to be looking for from Alfred Collins, Michael Williams, CJ West, and whatever is out there in the draft and in free agency. Like, that's a guy right there on a platter for you.
Similarly to when you acquired, if you were the Warriors, when it was Andrew Wiggins, it wasn't really for that. It wasn't for that season. It was for the seasons after that. And if he could improve his game defensively and be more consistent, all
like
of a sudden,
Jimmy, kind of like Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler. There you go.
Did the Warriors make the move last year for Jimmy for just last year?
No.
It was like, okay, next couple of years.
They literally have said it's a 2-year window now.
Which is kind of how I viewed this trade deadline. It's not, yes, it is about this year being 6-3, but it's also about this year being 6-3 and next year. Because next year, look at their like, what are they going to need in the offseason? Joe, what are they going to need in the offseason next year?
Everything. No, seriously. No, but
exactly.
But we say, like, it's funny because how we they need this, they need this. But in the NFL, you almost do need everything every offseason.
Every year.
Like, and I heard the caller there, and he's like, we need offensive line. Everyone needs offensive line help. There's a reason, like, legit offensive linemen never get traded during the season, because it just doesn't. You can't afford to lose guys like that. Even if you are tanking, you gotta protect someone back there.
So their last two drafts, like getting a Bosa and a Debo with instant impact is very rare.
Yes.
Just their last two drafts, okay? Michael, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, Upton Stout, CJ West. I mean, just go right down the list. And then the year before, Ricky, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, Malcolm Mustafa. If I combined all of them, are any of them going to have the career right now that Quinnen Williams has already had?
Probably not, because I don't think any of them are going to be first-team All-Pro like Quinnen Williams has been at one point. Probably not. It's tough. It's really hard to be first-team All-Pro.
So when these guys become available, right, you almost can't overpay. When a guy in his prime, under team control, becomes available, you make the move.
You're not surprised, though, right? Like, you're not surprised they didn't do anything.
No, I'm surprised they didn't do anything.
Anything. Like not even what if they traded for Keon White yesterday?
That is not good enough. A 6th-round pick. See, to me, it's about what you gave up. At minimum, they should have been dealing a third yesterday.
I think the way that the Quinnen Williams trade went down, and the fact that it was the Cowboys, has a lot of Niner fans pissed too. The fact that it was that team, really, the Cowboys got him. Really, that they're not even, like, no one's even thinking of them as a playoff team, and they're going for it.
Joe,
really,
Joe, just like
no. Do you agree with that part though?
Yes.
Like, seriously, like those
I
guys got him.
The move for the Cowboys, and because, like, look where they're going to draft.
They should have just paid Micah, but
look at where they're going to draft in the next couple of years. Like, that 2nd-round pick will be in the 50s.
Yeah.
All right, that 1st-round pick will be in the late teens, early 20s.
Maybe the Cowboys will stink the rest of the year, and the Jets bank on that, and it'll be a higher pick for them. Okay. And they thought the Niners getting it would be a worse pick, you know?
It'll be in the 40s.
Okay.
All right? Like, whoever you're taking in the 40s, you're praying to God they're half the player that Quinnen Williams is.
Yes.
I mean, we see this every year. Joe, you got, hypothetically,
he's only 27.
I know.
He's going to be 28 in a month.
So if you got Quinnen, you'd have Bosa, Huff, Quinnen. Boy, Michael Williams at 11 looks a hell of a lot better playing alongside Quinnen Williams, doesn't he?
Are you kidding me?
Boy, Alfred Collins looks a hell of a lot better. Like, that's why I'm so upset this morning.
Well, and then
this is a guy that would really help this team.
And then Nick Bosa the year after. Like, that's what I'm looking at it too.
Exactly.
If you paired those two guys who were the top 2 defensive players in that draft, outside of Kyler Murray, it was those two guys. And hell, I think the Arizona just needed a quarterback, and everyone tried to shoehorn, Kyler's the number one. No. Skill-wise, it was Bosa and Quinnen Williams in that draft back in 2019. Manny in Union City wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Manny?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Well, you know what yesterday was like? It was like when you were good all year during the season, and when Christmas came, you were promised all good things, and you just got socks. That's what happened to us yesterday. Keon White, I even had to look up who that guy was. But here's the thing. The front seven always looks good when the back four shuts everything down, for the most part. Would you not agree?
Yeah, and vice versa.
So them passing up on guys like Sauce and even Jair Alexander going to the Eagles and Julian Phillips going to the Eagles, that's going to be a problem down the road. The one thing that bothers me about this is that their mentality, Shanahan and Lynch, it's either they think their team is good enough because of what they have, or they don't believe in it that much. The screener asked me what I thought, and I think it's the first, and that's dangerous because they are getting by on good wishes, getting to 6-3. Quite honestly, guys, and you know it as well as I do. For the roster being what it is, to be 6-3 is something short of a miracle, and that's not knocking them. That's giving them way too much credit because they're mid. That roster right now is mid, and they're overachieving, and that's great. But the playoffs is going to be upon us sooner or later, and we really needed that. And for them to not acquire big names is disappointing. I'm going to leave it with this. They have one redeemable aspect, and that's they got to grab somebody off the street. I mean, Asante Samuel is getting better. If we can shore up the secondary just a little bit, I mean, the last caller was talking about not having good safety help. If we can get someone like Asante Samuel or Justin Simmons, I think, is still out there, we should, if we have the money, we should throw it on the table just to salvage the fiasco that this trade line was. That's all I got, fellas. You have a good day. Keep on keeping on.
Thanks, Manny. Dunbar and Bridge, a.k.a. Manny in Union City. Asante Samuel Jr., he's referring to, cornerback formerly of the Chargers. He had dealt with spine issues and got the okay to play again. And according to ESPN, the Packers are looking into the possibility of signing him. Maybe the 49ers will have interest at one point. I got to be honest, when I hear spine and given the okay to play again, it scares the hell out of me. This is a violent game, but if he got the okay and he's cleared to play again from the doctors, I mean, there you go. I can't, I guess, worry about that if I'm John Lynch, Shanahan. So that is a name. I know Christian Wilkins was another guy people were talking about yesterday. He's dealing with foot problems, defensive tackle. There's a reason no one else in the league has sniffed around that at all. After the Raiders paid him a bunch of money and cut him in the offseason. Yeah. I understand where Manny's at, but also at the same time, I can't call this team mid. They're 6-3. In the NFL, you don't just get lucky to be 6-3.
Name 4 defenders on Washington's NFC Championship defense.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. It takes two to tango, and it's a team sport. And yeah, going forward, Joe, the 49ers offense might have to carry them to wins. That's clear to me now after the lack of activity at the trade deadline. Mac Jones, Christian McCaffrey. Oh, by the way, Christian McCaffrey's workload is going to be even more so because they're going to be playing these shootouts. I'm just saying, the touches and the touches and the touches are going to keep going.
I actually really feel bad for CMC. He's having a heck of a year. You know, I've kind of looked at him.
You feel bad for him? Why? He's going to be the offensive player of the year potentially.
The guy needs some help. I mean, that's why.
Well, Brian Robinson looked good last week. Maybe you can build off of it.
If you're him and you're sitting in the backfield, all right, and Mac's under center and you're in staggered eye or offset eye formation, and you're looking over and you got Kendrick Bourne on one side and you got, Juwan Jennings on the other.
Sky Moore.
Right? And you're looking over at the defense and it's like Robert Beal Jr. and on the sidelines, you're like, God, can we just get a little bit of help? Just a little bit of help so I can get the box not loaded with 8,000 guys.
I guess the sentiment I'm getting from a lot of Niner fans is they're just not buying the season at all. They're just not. They're just saying, oh yeah, we're playing above our skis. They're 6-3, but we all know where this is ending. I think that's the mentality I'm hearing from a lot of fans, and I don't know why that is. If any team and head coach could win with nothing, Kyle Shanahan has shown you he's gone to a Super Bowl with not one quarterback, but 2 different quarterbacks.
Joe,
Who's to say he can't? Again, it sounds insane.
Raheem Mostert set a record in an NFC Championship game. No one had ever heard of him.
No one. Listen, I'm not saying on November 5th, 2025, Mac Jones is going to lead the 49ers to a Super Bowl. I'm just saying, I saw Mr. Irrelevant, the third-string quarterback, lead the team to the NFC Championship game. Come on. Like, let's have some perspective, Niner fans.
They beat the MVP in Lambeau without scoring an offensive touchdown in the playoffs. I didn't see that coming.
No one saw that coming.
You know,
and you got Robert Saleh back, not Nick Sorensen, not Steve Wilkes.
I don't know. I think with this coach, and here's the other thing: Robert Saleh might not be back next year. That's another thing. Like, I want him to be. We would love him to be. Like, is there a guarantee that he's back next year?
Are there any, like, no one's fired their head coach this season, right? Am I tripping? No, Callahan, the Titans, they fired. That was it. Does he want to go to Tennessee? Robert Saleh?
Joe.
None chance.
Joe, I guess what I'm getting at is you can't look 3, 4, 5 years down the line in football. You have to be this year and maybe a little into next year, right? And that's kind of it.
I mean, I hate to be the Steiny of the show. I am sitting on a fence with this one, though.
What do you mean?
Because I understand there's a lot of Niner fans saying, like, listen, I'm not that upset they didn't go for it. I don't really think this team's going to win a lot this year. Like, they don't. If they get to the playoffs, it'd be an unbelievable season. Baldy said that to us last week. If they just make the playoffs, that's Christmas for them. That's great. I got my gift, my stocking
but I could
is
still
full.
be disappointed you
Sure.
didn't add to it because I think you can win a playoff game.
Sure, there's a level. There's being disappointed, and then there's being legit, like, infuriated. And I'm like, I hate everyone. Get rid of Lynch. Get rid of Shanahan. I just don't understand that energy this morning when the team is 6-3. And hell, if somehow, some way they win this Sunday, they're 7-3. And I get it. Oh, you could have added to them, but listen, I don't think a Quinnen Williams. And that's the only name that is actually different. Like this year, Quinnen Williams, he helps.
You wouldn't have taken Jalen Phillips for a third-round pick?
He's had a lot of injuries. That one scared me. Like Jalen Phillips has a lot of injury history. I think
your third-round pick isn't even playing.
I know, Joe. My team is already My team is already a walking corpse, and now I'm taking a zombie. He might lose his leg. Is what I'm saying.
I would have taken that deal.
Yeah, I would have too.
I think the Eagles are more equipped to take that deal because of all the depth they have around them. I don't think the Niners have any depth, and if you're relying on Jalen Phillips to be that guy,
no, but I guess where I'm going is you took Cameron Latu, Danny Gregg, Jake Moody, all these guys in the third round. They're not very good. Jalen Phillips, when healthy, is good. So if you wouldn't take Jalen Phillips versus Nick Martin barely getting off of special teams, and I'm high on Nick Martin. I want to see him play, but like. Their draft philosophy has them drafting, stashing, developing, and not playing. Guys, go get me the proven player. Like they've done better via these trades than they have, with the draft picks. They just have.
Jalen Phillips last 2 years, 4 games last year played, and then 8 the season prior. So he's healthy this year until he's not. Before
he tore his Achilles.
He did. 2 ACLs, I think.
Yeah, or whatever it was.
He fit right in with Nick Bosa on the other side. Chad in Connecticut. What's up, Chad? You're on the Morning Roast.
Going on, man? I think it's 100% ownership. I think they'll go for it next year. We're not one player away. I'd like to see Sebastian Valdez be pulled up off the practice squad, bring the Hulk up. He was, pretty much dominating. I know it's just a preseason, stuff like that. It'd be kind of cool to see. That's just my opinion on the whole thing.
Thanks, Chad. That's Chad in Connecticut. Right? We got now all the different states around here. Sebastian Valdez, defensive tackle of the Niners. Yeah, he was flashed a little bit in the preseason. They haven't promoted him yet, but at the injury rate this year for the 49ers, Joe, we might see Valdez sooner rather than later.
So let me ask you, we're all in on 2026. Then why weren't you all in at a guy who was under team control for this year?
We don't know that they didn't have conversations. Like, I will defend them in this regard. We're acting like they didn't have calls on Quinnen Williams. If they called about Jermaine Johnson, which according to Andrew Schultz they did, you don't think that they were also asking about Quinnen Williams? Like, they had to have asked.
You win this weekend, and you go 7-3 and 4-0 in the division.
Oh, I know.
And you've beaten the Rams twice, and you have the tiebreaker.
It's incredible.
Aren't you going to be going, God, I wish we would have made one more move?
Or
you can never have enough players.
Or you're saying, hey, Shanahan's like, we got all the help we need right here. We didn't need anyone. Keon White had the game-winning sack. What if that happens? What if it's the Keon White game on Sunday, Joe?
I will bow down to ownership in the front office.
Before we hit the injury point,
I will give credit when credit is earned.
Let's squeeze in Miguel, who's in Modesto. What's up, Miguel? You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me. So after listening, I'm the opposite. I actually do have some optimism for the season. And look, I think a lot of fans are acting like the Niners didn't make any moves. We did. Keon White, for example. Robinson Jr., Sky Moore. I feel like I'm missing one more name in there. So, just because John Lynch didn't make a big splashy move at the very end does not mean that we don't care about the season. I think we have to go back in time a little bit and remember that John Lynch does want to make this team younger and essentially cheaper after we unhauled a lot of names. So, we're still kind of in reconstruction mode, so we're not going to go and toss out 2 first-rounders for Sauce Gardner. Like, I'm sorry to tell you. And I think
well, how do you feel about their first-rounder? Can I ask you a question? How did you feel about their first-round pick this year in Michael Williams?
Well, I think he was still a work in progress. He wasn't out there contributing too heavily on the pass rush, but, he is a rookie at the end of the day, and, possibly next season we would have saw that, we would have seen him possibly make that jump next year. But, is he an instant impact player? Probably not necessarily in the way we would have liked, but, he's a rookie. So I did like the move. I like that they were going real heavy on the defense. Maybe next year they'll go a little heavier on the O-line. But, other than that, I think the season schedule is a little too easy to just dump in the garbage and look forward to next year. Because if they do make it to the playoffs, anticipate the schedule to maybe get a little tougher. Players are coming back offensively. Offense is going to have to carry this team opposed to defense. It's just the reality of it. And some guys are just going to have to step up. That's all I got.
I think even the most optimistic Michael Williams fans, good call. I think even the most optimistic Michael Williams fan would say, he's probably a D tackle. You don't take 2-down, run-stuffing D tackle 11th overall. You just don't. It's bad value.
Would you rather have Ricky Pearsall and Michael Williams on your roster or Sauce Gardner? You'd have to get rid of both those guys.
I don't like Sauce, though.
Okay, no, I'm just asking the question, though, because it was 2 first-round picks, and those were 2 first-round selections.
Well, I'd rather have, in this scenario, if you're asking 2 first-round picks, like the Micah Parsons, obviously everyone would like to have that. I would rather have, if you're asking me straight up, I would rather have Quinnen Williams than Pearsall and Michael Williams.
That's why I asked Sauce, because that's a little different.
I don't like Sauce, though.
Okay. All right.
I think he's dramatically overrated.
More of a barbecue sauce guy?
Well, no, he just hasn't been good since his rookie year.
Yeah.
He just had, and I watched the Niners cook him. He didn't want to tackle last year, week 1. I was very out on him. I thought he was not good. I don't like him as a player.
I like the injury report. I do like that. The Warriors will be short at least 1 and possibly 2 or even 3 of their stars tonight in Sacramento. Stephen Curry has a cold that has been battling for the last few days and will not play for the Warriors tonight. Jimmy Butler, who exited last night's game with back soreness, is questionable, and Draymond Green is questionable for tonight's game as well. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you. Here for good. Pro Football Talks Mike Florio coming up on 95.7 The Game.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters.
Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Macy's Veterans Day sale is one of your best chances to save big on furniture and mattresses. That's because you'll find great deals on our best sellers, like our exclusive Radley 5-piece sectional, delivered to any room in your home with white glove delivery for $25.98. And so many top brand mattresses at 20 to 60% off, plus an extra 20% off closeouts. So come in, try it all out, and get an incredible deal today at Macy's Veterans Day sale. Savings off select styles, exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, River Island's guest line, we're going to have Mike Florio in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. But right now we're going to switch gears. We've been talking NFL, 49ers. Spadoni's going to cut out for a little bit. He's going over to the Alice station to do some sort of pop culture stuff. But I'm going to give you some Warrior thoughts. And the Warriors have played a bunch of games to start the year. And a lot of people are like, you can't make any decisions. You can't make any sweeping propositions regarding the Warrior team till a month is played. Yeah, I call cap on that. The Warriors have played enough games for me to kind of get a feel for what they are. Would I like to see more? Of course. They've got 8 games. We're a 10th of the way through the season. 8 games. They're 5-3. Second in the Pacific. I know no one can even name the Pacific teams. And
can't do it.
I'm seeing some stuff. And they had a big win last night against Phoenix. Now, Phoenix sucks. I mean, they are the Colorado Rockies of the NBA. But there are some things that have really been evident to me through the first 8 games. And I'm going to give them to you right now. Sam Loveman, Ken, give me some music. Give me number 5, Ken, if you want to hop on there and say number 5 or pound the number 5. I'm going to give you my 5 biggest takeaways of the first 8 games of the season for the Golden State Warriors.
Number 5.
The Achilles heel of this team, if I took age off the board, is still size and perimeter defense. I'm clamoring for more Will Richard. Why? Because he's a great perimeter defender. I'm clamoring for more TJD. Why? Because he actually gives them rim protection and can elevate and jam in space. Their 2 biggest Achilles heels, if I took age off the board, are still size, lateral quickness as a defense out on the perimeter. Those 2 things are killing them and are going to kill them and are going to rear their ugly head throughout the year. I don't know where they can find a way to offset that. Phoenix is no good. This isn't about Phoenix. This is about the totality of the last 8 games. Number 4.
Number 4.
Moses Moody looks confident at home, but on the road, he's struggled. But I'm loving the energy level from Moses Moody. He's rebounding. He's fighting for possessions. He's moving the ball. He's playing defense. He gets his hands in there like he really does. He's an active rebounder. I like what I'm seeing from Moses Moody. He's been a confident shooter. I love the way his stroke is right now. I know it's a little streaky. He can be a very streaky shooter. I think a lot of guys can. I think Buddy Hield is that way. But I think Moses Moody has shown me he is the 7th or 8th man in this rotation and an occasional 2-guard starter like on a night like tonight where Jimmy Butler's not going to play. I really like what I've seen from Moses Moody. That's my 4th biggest takeaway of the first 8 games.
Number 3.
Here's the role. I've been clamoring for it for a year and a half. I've been begging for it for a year and a half. And I finally found it. Brandon Podziemski in the super sub 6-man role off the bench is chef's kiss. That's his role. That is his role. Brandon Podziemski in the I want to be Peyton Pritchard style role. I'm not saying he is Peyton Pritchard, but when he's running and gunning, rebounding, diving on the floor, taking charges, pushing tempo, getting buckets with that off foot kind of finish with the left hand, with the right hand, I love where he's at in the super sub role, sometimes overlapping with starters, sometimes overlapping with the second unit, sometimes finishing the game. I love what I've seen from Brandon Podziemski, not as a starter. He's not a starter. When he starts, they're forced to play zone. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I love him off the bench. Brandon Podziemski as my super sub 6-man extraordinaire, that's the role for Brandon Podziemski.
Number 2.
Jonathan Kuminga is the 2nd most reliable player every single night for the Golden State Warriors in 2025. Now, that's 8 games in. Ask me when we're 28 games in. Ask me when we're 48 games in, when we're 68 games in, when we're 82 games in. But as of right now, Jonathan Kuminga has been their most reliable offensive and defensive player on both ends every single night, and it's pretty clear to me. That doesn't mean Jimmy doesn't flash. That doesn't mean that Draymond doesn't flash. That doesn't mean that Steph isn't still Steph. All those things are true. But if you've watched this team inside and out, right now, Jonathan Kuminga is one of their most reliable players, and I would argue they're their second most reliable player every night. I know what I'm getting on defense. I absolutely know what I'm getting on defense. He's rebounding well. He's making good passes. Yes, like last night, I didn't think it was his best floor game at all. I actually thought it was his worst game of the night last night. Still had an impact on winning. That alley-oop pass from Brandon Pajemski, where he yammed it down when it got to single digits, love that. Absolutely love that from Jonathan Kuminga. He's got to clean up the turnovers. Dribbling into 75 guys and losing the ball is driving me nuts. All right? It's driving everyone else nuts. But he's bringing things to the table. He's hitting the outside shot occasionally. He's getting into the lane. You can see the growth. I love where he's at defensively. Jonathan Kuminga, through the first 8 games, is their second most reliable player. Give me number 1.
Number 1.
Guys, Steiny might have been on to something. He's only been saying it for a decade.
Hi.
They're too old. The age is showing. Let's call it what it is. The age is showing. Yesterday, the youth were the ones that carried them. TJD, Quentin Post, Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski. Of course Steph Curry got his. I know he's sick. He is. The last 3 games, has he looked like vintage Steph? Not saying he's done. I'm not saying he's washed. I'm not even saying he's lost to Steph. It's just something's a little off with Steph right now. It's a long season. He is older. You're going to have to manage that. We're 8 games in. Jimmy Butler's battling a lower back injury. That's not good. Age is showing. Draymond Green looks extremely sluggish. He's extremely productive, still making unbelievable full court passes. He's still a factor defensively. He's still their best option as a 5 defensively. Still. All right? Draymond looks sluggish. He looks old. I think he's in the 20 to 25 minute range. That's how you manage him so that they're both healthy. I'm talking about him and Jimmy Butler for March and April when it really matters. But we got to get there. We got to get there. And then Al Horford. It hasn't been as good as I thought it would be. He's kind of getting cooked on the perimeter. He ain't been as great as I've wanted him to be. Their age is showing early on. I am a little worried. It's not red flag. I'm not, situation critical Nicotina. I am a little worried about the age. I think it's going to be something they're going to have to manipulate as the year goes on. I'm worried about the age. I am. It's there. We're seeing it. They're probably not going to play any of the old guys tonight. Maybe Horford plays. So it's something they're going to have to manage. And those are my top 5. The top 5 biggest takeaways from the first 8 games of the year. The Achilles heel of this team outside of age is size and perimeter defense. Number 4, Moses Moody looks confident. Number 3, Pods is my super sub 6 man. Number 2, Kuminga is now reliable. And number 1, their age is showing.
He's too old.
I think they can be really good. But these are my big 5 takeaways. What is your biggest takeaway from the first 8 games of the season, Golden State Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. The floor is opened up to you. I want to hear from you, the audience. I'm seeing people that are getting in on the YouTube chat line. I know that people are listening in on the radio, and they're listening in on the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. I want to know where we're at. Warrior fans, what is your biggest takeaway 8 games in? What was it? Are you liking what you've seen from the youngsters? I could make an argument. The youngsters, on every night of the first 8 games, one of those guys has outplayed one of the big 3. And in a good way. I think that's a good thing. They need that. I need those guys to be good. I think they're in a really good place right now as a team overall. I think they really are. But there are some concerns and there are some issues that they're going to have to navigate. If I go to you, Sam Loveman, can you give me your biggest takeaway 5 games into the season? What would it be for you, buddy?
No, for me, I think it's a combination of your first 2. It's of number 2 and number 1, starting with the JK angle.
Give it to me.
There are nights where I'm watching him just like, should this dude be the 1? Like, there are times last night where it seemed like he was setting up the offense, and it looks so much better. The growth that we have seen from him in these first 8 games gives me more optimism for this season than anything else I've seen. And then that ties into the other part where it's just like, with Steph, again, I'm with you. He's not washed or anything like that. He's still one of the best players in the league. He's also 37 years old, and he has about 1 billion miles on those legs from all those long playoff runs here. There is a part of me that's like, I mean, Joe, for the last 17 years, you could have set your watch to the greatness of Stephen Curry. Think about 17 years of greatness that consistent. That is incredibly hard to do. And at some point, you got to know that we all say, Father Time is undefeated. Like, we say that, but sometimes I feel like we don't quite know what it means. A big part of me wants to just stick my head in the sand and say Steph's just saving it for April, because that's what Nick Friedel said numerous times. It's all about April for this team. I don't want to sit here and start playing the age is starting to become a factor game, but it's in my head at times. I don't want to get too ahead of myself on it, though, but for the first time, it's in my head. And yeah.
So, the Jonathan Kuminga thing has been a revelation. Like, people want to I call it box score scout, meaning they just look at the box score and they're like, oh, he sucks and he can't do this and he doesn't do that. And what are we talking about this year when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga? Last night, total rebounds, 5. It's one of the lowest amounts he's had all year. He did have the 4 turnovers. And to me, the situational live ball turnovers, dribbling into traffic, is the biggest area of concern currently for JK. But on my list of how he's playing relatively high level right now.
And he's still 22 years old with so much more room to grow on all these things.
He's playing great. And I think their biggest path toward being a legitimate championship contender is the empowerment and the quantum leap forward from multiple young guys. It's not going to be just one. Like Horford and Draymond, you can see like they're slowing down. They've been banging against guys significantly bigger than them for a long time.
Horford's 39.
I know.
It's insane.
And let's call a spade a spade. I don't really need Horford to play like Horford in October and November. I need Horford to play like Horford in March and in April.
And I think this is
I'm really not really concerned about Horford, but he hasn't been good.
And this is, I think, kind of the double-edged sword to what you're saying there, Joe, because I absolutely do agree with you, but this team is going to have to stay like, I don't want this to be a situation like it was last year where late February comes around, this team is in the 10 spot and fighting like hell to get up to that 6 spot because they were so behind the 8 ball they ended up falling into the 7 spot when they faded in that last week. They went 3-3 those last 6 games. I would like to see this team be in a better spot, come February, so when they have to make that final push, it's not as frantic as it was last year. And then I think so. And that's where I think you turn to the positives of this team.
Yeah, and
and we're going to see it tonight.
I think the positives are
if I told you that the young guys have to be kind of the standard bearer for this team this season, and the old guys kind of have to play the secondary cast, I feel like for the bulk of the season, that's going to have to be the strategy. It's going to be maddening. You're going to lose games to teams you shouldn't lose to because of it.
No.
But that's going to be the goal in terms of, if you want this team to be fresh and able to make that run come March 1st, you need to see this younger cast 100%. Take control here.
I go back to Pods was excellent last night. I loved where he was at in his floor game last night. And he's been really good the last couple of nights for the most part. Defensively, they play too much zone when certain lineups are with him. And I don't think that's all on him. I think that's a combination of guys being deficient defenders. TJD coming into the game flipped the game when it came to athleticism, defense at the rim, the ability to elevate in traffic as Joe Spadoni comes waltzing back in.
I had to go to the bathroom. I was gone for about 20 minutes. So I'm better now.
We told the audience.
Could have said literally anything else, but okay.
I had a good time, though.
Well, thanks for going to the bathroom all over this segment.
Warriors Wednesdays brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances, live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Is your last name Kohler?
No, it's not.
Are you a toilet right now? What's going on?
We'll flush this segment. What are we talking about, boys? We locked in on the Dubs right now. Big win last night, huh?
Talk about toilets.
Talking about toilets. Steve Ballmer has a lot of toilets at the Intuit Dome. That's where the All-Star Game's going to be held this year. By the way, the game tonight at Golden One Center, Joey. Have you been to Golden One Center?
Oh, yeah.
You like it?
Yeah, I actually really like it.
Okay, I do too. It's very open.
I think it's and this is, I'm not trying to like talk smack. I think it's as good, if not better, than Chase.
Whoa, okay. You can't.
Well, you know why?
Wow.
You know why I really like it? No, I'm going to be real with you. You know why I really like it? When you come in, like the stadium's down, so like you enter it like kind of like SoFi. It's just unique, and that's the part that really stuck out to me. You enter in at like the midpoint, and so the arena is like sunken into the ground.
See, I thought you were going to talk about the acoustics there because of all the empty seats in the upper deck of people not watching this product. So I thought that's where you're going to go.
No, I think they did a really good job. Like, I love Chase. I think Chase is so convenient for me, and I understand. Like, I'm a city guy, so it's just I love it. I love Chase. Not that I didn't love Oracle. I just love the accessibility for myself, selfishly, when it comes to Chase Center. But I also acknowledge when a stadium's done well, I can tip my cap, and I really like the Golden One Center.
Well, I bring that up because Joe Lacob on the broadcast last night with Bob and Kalena on NBC Sports Bay Area was talking about the ingress, egress, and moving from Oakland, going to San Francisco. And I just loved what he had to say about, hey, you know, we always like to compare and contrast. Oracle, it was just this vibe. It was this. It was awesome. It was amazing. Chase Center's this. And he's like, it's about the people in the building at the end of the day. Like, the people will dictate whether or not it's going to be loud. It's always how it's going to be.
Yeah.
Okay? So, yes, if things get priced out sometimes in the playoffs, and this is not Warriors exclusive, this could be the Lakers, this could be the Celtics, this could be the Knicks, it doesn't matter, right? At the end of the day, people are going to stand up and cheer for one Stephen Curry.
But if you think that, like, 08, 09 Oracle is the same hot ticket that Steph Curry is, like, you're tripping.
It's just not. It's just so much different, right? And Steph not going to play tonight, obviously, dealing with the cold. Me taking on the Sacramento Kings. I don't know if you had a chance to. Have you watched any Kings games this year, by the way?
I refuse to watch the 1999 Bulls.
1999?
Yeah.
Not 2019 Bulls?
Whatever, yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's 1999. I was 6.
Dude, you know, the Kings are down so bad. I'm seeing Ja Morant to the Kings everywhere. Guru came in here. I go, Goo, I know you live in Sac. Come on, dog.
Well, wait, we're not.
Ja Morant to the Kings.
I walked in this morning and Big Boss Man, who was running down the hallway trying to get me out of that segment and then staring daggers into the producers at Alice 97.3, Sarah and Vinny. He comes in this morning. He's like, you know, I think the Warriors should be interested in Ja Morant. I was like, wait, what? I haven't even had my coffee yet. I couldn't even digest that. Excuse me? The Warriors should have interest in Ja Morant? Because like why? Why should the Warriors have interest in Ja Morant?
I am so out on Ja Morant for this Warrior team. Like, no. Not a snowball's chance in hell would I want Ja Morant on this team.
What if it was for Jonathan Kuminga? No. I lost you there?
No. I don't want Ja on this team. They don't need another 6'1", 6'2", ball-dominant guard. They don't need that. Like, that is insane. I'm not even going to bring up the off-the-court stuff. I'm not going to bring up attitude. I'm not going to bring up any of those because I don't even know what's fair and what's not.
Strictly on the court.
I'm going on the floor. Forget all the other stuff. I'm not going to get into the anything that people allege that he's involved with or whatever. Just going on the floor. A ball-dominant, high pick-and-roll guy who plays very minimal defense and can get exposed, who's injured often, with a huge ball-centric game, I'm out on. They don't need another one. No, not even, no.
You're out on it?
I couldn't be more out on it.
I wonder if Warriors fans
There's only one other player I'd be more out on, and that's LaMelo.
He's younger, though. Ja is going to be 27 next year. It just got me thinking because his whole argument, Matt Nahigian, our boss, he was like, yeah, you'd be filling butts after Steph in the seats.
I don't
care.
Go
back to Chase Center.
I'll worry about after Steph.
But why not get a player of Ja Morant's caliber that you know you have in your back pocket?
Okay, how much is he making this year?
I got to go to Spot Track for that one. Ja Morant is making probably a lot of money, I would assume.
I would rather have Jaren Jackson Jr. if they were doing some sort of, like dumping.
$39 million cap hit this year.
I'm out
42
on Ja.
next year and 44 after that. So that's a lot of money. The tax percentage, 20.99%. Whatever that does for you.
Yeah, they don't.
I just asked the question because he was very adamant about saying I would trade Jonathan Kuminga and some of these other pieces. And then he said, and Jimmy Butler to match the salaries. I was like,
get out of here.
That's what he said because he's worrying about the future as well as the current. I agree with you. But there might be people that say, hey, John Morant's available. Should the Warriors be sniffing around? 888-957-9570.
I wonder if we've already seen the best of Ja. That's what I wonder.
The Warriors Summit, by the way, is tomorrow. Do you think we'll be asked about that? About John Morant to the Warriors? Do you want to talk about that at the Summit?
I don't even think Chauncey Billups would bet on John Morant.
Oh, my God. Warriors Summit tomorrow, November 6th. You're happy with that one. Live from Jack's Restaurant Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts together again discussing another Warriors season. Willard and Dids from 2 to 4. All the hosts from 4 to 6. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar. There'll be drinks, prizes, and you can meet all the hosts. Jack's Restaurant and Bar, Pleasant Hill, tomorrow, November 6th. We'll see you there.
So what would their starting lineup would be Steph and Ja in this hypothetical.
Steph, Ja, Draymond. And then after that, are you keeping Moody? Are you getting rid of Moody? Are you keeping him? Are you going, Quentin Post, Trace Jackson Davis? No, I'm serious. I don't know.
Is there anyone in the world who's in the Warrior land that can hear my voice who's in on Ja? Because I'm so out on it.
888-957-9570. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. All right. Coming up shortly, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. You know him, you love him, or you hate him. But either way, you're going to be listening to him on the River Islands guest line, NBC Sports. He's tapped in everywhere. We'll get his thoughts on the trade deadline, the Niners' lack of any action on the trade deadline, and how he views this team at 6-3 going forward. It's going to be brought to you by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Joe Shasky here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus bonus.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Just 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
All right, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Anything for Shasky?
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
He could be an honorary Italian. We got an Italian joining us momentarily. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, knows a thing or two about the NFL. He is tapped in on all things trade deadline, all things 49ers, all things NFL, quite frankly. And he has a new book out called The Big Shield, a cautionary tale for pro sports in an age of normalized gambling and instant wagering. Players know things that bettors don't. Those players can be corrupted by the lure of easy money. I feel like that's very pertinent to what's going on today's society when it comes to gambling. Again, Mike Florio joining us now on the River Islands guest line. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. Catch him on NBCS Football Night in America. Mike, good morning. How we doing? I got to start here, though. There's a lot of Niner fans very upset this morning. The team's 6-3, and they want to know why they weren't in on a guy like Quinnen Williams for a first and second rounder and a defensive tackle named Mozzie Smith. Are you surprised like the Niners didn't do anything yesterday at 6-3?
Well, look, every team has to decide what it's willing to part with in the future in order to boost an opportunity in the present. And there are always discussions among all of the teams, and this isn't something that just starts the day that the window closes. There are constant communications and ideas and possibilities. Anytime I hear that teams are talking about a possible trade for this guy or that guy, they always talk. That's what they always do, and it's about evaluating the opportunities, and it's about ultimately making a decision. What are we willing to part with in order to make our team better now, and how does that player fit into our long-term and short-term plans? We see some of these deals that are clearly short-term rest of the season deals, like the two receivers that were traded, because both of the receivers that were traded yesterday, Rashid Shaheed and Jacoby Myers, they're in the last year of their contracts, and there's no extension on the way through the door. And then there's Sauce Gardner, who is clearly a long-term play for the Colts. I'm not sure what Quinnen Williams is for the Cowboys. He's been around since 2019. Defensive tackles can get old quickly, or at least they exit their prime quickly because it's a very physical position. You've got some significant financial commitments in future years, and a first-round and second-round pick is a lot to give up. It's just a half click below 2 first-round picks. That's a lot to give up for a guy who's been playing for now 7 years in the NFL. And who knows what you're really getting, and then you got to fit him into your defense on the fly. So there's a lot that goes into that, and I think the Cowboys may have acted a little bit out of desperation, and also Jerry Jones loves to make a big splash, and he talked about that on Monday. He likes to make things interesting and keep the team relevant. So I think it's important to always balance, what does this mean for us now? What does it mean for the future? And what are we giving up by way of opportunities to bring in young players, healthy players, for a very low salary? That's the thing that always gets overlooked. Those young picks, even first-rounders, they are such a small piece of the overall salary cap puzzle, and you get potentially, if they work out, you get significant performance, dollar for dollar, a lot cheaper than a Quinnen Williams or any other veteran that's out there. So, I know that it's just like it's like not having a first-round draft pick. Like, oh, we wish we had a first-round draft pick. We need to go get one. Just because you don't make a trade doesn't mean that the team is folding the tent. They're striking that balance toward keeping their assets and hoping they can make the best out of what they currently have.
I think it's a lot of fair points being made. Some I agree with and some I don't. I guess I would let's take a step back. What did the message of not making a move yesterday send to the team in the locker room and the fans?
Well, it sends a message to the team that we think that you guys are good enough to compete. We think that we can get the most out of what we have. Look, they're 6-3, and look at all the injuries. It's amazing that they're 6-3. They've matched their win total from last year. And who knows how this is going to play out the rest of the way. The NFC is ridiculously competitive this year. Look at the division that the 49ers are in. The Cardinals are dangerous at 3-5. You've got the Seahawks and the Rams right now that arguably are among, the best 5 teams in the entire NFL. So that's the thing. The short-term expenditure or the short-term boost and the long-term expenditure, you got to be realistic about where you are, and you got to be realistic about what it's going to do. And the last thing you want to do is get to the point where you regret giving up those picks. And I think
so. Let me ask you, Mike.
Realistic.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but are the Niners even good at drafting lately?
I don't know. You got to go back and look at every pick and evaluate where they are. And that doesn't mean you just say, hey, you know what? We're not very good at drafting. Let's just piss away.
Sure.
Our first and second round pick. That's no way to justify a trade. Well, we really haven't been very good at drafting. So, hey, we don't know what the hell to do with these picks. Let's go ahead and give them up for an older player who's very expensive. That would be a reckless take by the 49ers at this point.
That's a great counterpoint. I would just say that I have a hard time seeing CMC be better next year and Trent play. I don't even know if Trent's going to play next year, and Kittle. And I mean, they do have lightning in a bottle here, and they are 6-3. And to your point about the NFC, it feels very wide open to me. And the way Mac's playing, he's playing really well right now. Maybe Purdy comes back. Maybe he plays well. Maybe he doesn't, and Mac continues to play well. These opportunities to make the playoffs and go on a run are few and far between. And I didn't foresee Washington getting to where they did last year. And why not the Niners? And it was just disappointing to not see them make a move. I was really ticked.
Well, I think lightning in a bottle is an overstatement. You've got an opportunity at lightning in a bottle, and it's still an unresolved opportunity. And the question becomes, how much do you want to risk diminishing your chances in future years? And we have this conversation a year from now, 2 years from now, and they're struggling, and they don't have those young assets. And this is an extreme example, but look at what the Browns did with Deshaun Watson. They went all in. Franchise quarterback, Deshaun Watson. They gave up 3 first-round picks and more to get him. Those are players who could be ascending right now as leaders, as producers, as cheap pieces of this broader football machine that they just don't have. And look at where the Browns are right now. And I think that what the 49ers have tried to do is build something that is sustainable year in and year out. And you don't maintain a sustainable contender if you get too aggressive with giving up your future draft picks. Those future draft picks are nothing. They're nameless, faceless possibilities that never come to fruition if you give them away. You never know who they could have been. And it becomes easier to get caught up in this idea that we got to go all in right now. We got to make a move right now. And I'm not saying you never do it. I'm saying you do it strategically. You do it carefully. And we don't know what the specifics were of the conversations behind the scenes. They're not going to come out and say, hey, we almost traded for this guy, or we almost traded away that guy. We almost did this. We almost did that. That just breathes life into this what-if scenario. I think that the message is they're happy with what they have. They're willing to go forward. They're willing to keep their draft picks. And let's see how the rest of the season plays out.
At Pro Football Talk on Twitter, Mike Florio. Catch him also on Football Night in America, NBC. Plus, his book, Big Shield, a cautionary tale for pro sports in an age of normalized gambling and instant wagering. Players know things that bettors don't. Those players can be corrupted by the lure of easy money. I do want to get your thoughts on what's going on in the NBA in that regard, because a lot is happening with gambling, with money, and also the mafia. But before we get into that, Brock Purdy and Mac Jones have obviously been the storyline here in the Bay Area. You got Kyle Shanahan basically saying and telling the media after the win against the Giants, yeah, Brock's foot is not going to be right all year. The turf toe is not going away. It's going to be there. And, you know, we've had many players on. We've had former executives. They've all basically said, hey, if Brock can't be 100% this year, you stick with Mac Jones. Mike, how do you think they've handled the Brock Purdy foot injury? And where do you see this going from here with Mac Jones continuing that is, to play well?
You know, one of the best moves made by any team in the 2025 offseason was the 49ers getting Mac Jones on a 2-year deal, not a 1-year deal, because now they've got another season and a half before they have to make any type of a final decision on what they're going to do with Purdy or Jones, because that Purdy contract is structured in a way that they have an exit ramp after the 2026 season if they want to take it. And you know how the 49ers structure their guarantees. They have all the way until April 1 to make a decision. They can get Mac signed, and then they can make a decision about Brock Purdy if this decision still isn't final. And I think we'll know. I think everyone will know by the end of next season which way the 49ers need to go at the quarterback position. But they do have the luxury of having two guys who can play. And one of the key realities for quarterbacks, and I don't care who it is, if you can't stay healthy, if you can't play week in and week out, you can't be a franchise quarterback. Franchise quarterbacks suit up far more often than not. They rarely get injured, and they're available, and they play. And they know how to avoid getting themselves injured. And their teams are also smart enough to know when to get them off the field in a game that's already over. The Commanders screwed that one up the other night, and more teams need to be sensitive to that. The analytics formulas need to include a message that comes from the math PhD up in the luxury suite. Hey, time to get the starting quarterback off the field. This game's over, win or lose. So I think the bottom line is they have a quarterback at a very affordable price, $8.4 million over 2 years for Mac Jones. Look at what the Jets gave Justin Fields, $40 million over 2 years. The 49ers did a great deal to get Mac Jones, and now let's just go and let's see. And why would you? You always have to ask yourself, am I more content to go with my number 2 quarterback, and this is true of any position. Do I want the backup at his current percentage of health, because no one's 100%, or my starter at a reduced percentage? Which one makes us better? And what is the risk of future injury? And there's so many factors that go into it. But the bottom line is it's going well with Mac Jones. And yes, there will be repercussions, and there will be a locker room issue at some point that needs to be addressed, because you may have guys that have pivoted away from Brock Purdy toward Mac Jones. But that's just the reality. And it all flows from a quarterback, a starting quarterback, who gets injured, regardless of how it happened, regardless of why it happened. And now Mac Jones has had this opportunity to win over the locker room, win over the fans, win over the media, and ultimately he may win over the front office and ownership, and he may be the guy that is the starter beyond 2026, 2027, and for however many years he can stay healthy and perform at a high level.
So wait, Mike, you think that it's a lock, by the way, that Mac is back next season in a 49ers uniform? I know it's a 2-year deal, but I'm looking at this upcoming draft and saying, in the NFL that is, saying, hey, there's not really a lot of top quarterback prospects that are coming out here. Maybe the Niners can flip Mac if a team's desperate to go trade for him and get some draft capital. You think it's a lock that he's back in a 49ers uniform next year?
Well, I think it's a lock that they'll have the ability to make a decision instead of just having him walk away like Sam Darnold did. So they have an asset now. And the one thing that we all need to remember, and this was made as clear as it could be by the New York Jets yesterday, both in trading Sauce Gardner and explaining what they did and why they did it. They specifically structured his contract to make it tradable. So if someone made them an offer they wouldn't refuse, they could. And look, every player is just a piece in a giant football machine, and that piece is going to get replaced at some point. We know that. They're going to pull the piece out, and they're going to stick another piece in its place. And the Jets decided, hey, we got another team that wants to pay a lot for this piece. All right, here we go. We're going to pull this piece out. We're going to find another one to stick in its place because we can't say no to this offer they've made. So if somebody makes the 49ers an offer that they can't and won't refuse in the offseason, then, yeah, okay, we find another backup. We find somebody else that we think can run this system in the event that Brock Purdy gets injured again, and we go forward. But that's all to be determined. But the fact that they got that contract that gives them the ability to make that decision, that's a huge win. If they could flip Mac Jones, if they could decide to keep Mac Jones, maybe they could trade Brock Purdy. I don't know, but it gives them options and it gives them flexibility. It's always better to have two quarterbacks than one, and it's always great to have one or two quarterbacks that other teams may want.
So, okay, Mike, there's so many. Wow, you gave a phenomenal answer there because I don't know. I think we do this thing. He deserved a pay raise, right? He deserved to get paid, Brock Purdy, but that doesn't mean that you don't regret some of your transactions. I think in retrospect, the Niners might regret the contract with Bosa or the contract with Ayuk. Do you think they regret the Brock Purdy deal today?
They would never admit it, but I think at some level you look at it and say, did we really need to do this? He was under contract for one more year, and then we could have done the franchise tag game. I'll tell you, and I'll give you an example. Look at how the Dolphins bungled the Tua Tagovailoa situation. They owed him in 2024 $23.2 million under his fifth-year option. And I've done the math on this. They could have let him finish out his contract. They could have tagged him for a year. They could have tagged him for a second year. The total payout under that scenario would have been $110 million. Instead, they gave him $150 million fully guaranteed. And now they're stuck with him. They're going to have a new regime in Miami next year that is stuck with a guy who's making $54 million fully guaranteed in the third year. The way the 49ers structured this, they gave Brock 2 years, and they have that out. Now, they still owe him some guarantees subject to offset, and they may have to eat some of that money if they would move on from him after 2 seasons, but there is greater flexibility there than what the Dolphins had with Tua. But, look, you got to make your decisions based on the information that's available. But sometimes what we'll see, and this is part of the balance that a team has to strike, how much more is it going to cost us later? And I've been an advocate in the past that once you've decided you're going to keep this guy, every day you wait, it gets more expensive. So they decided they were going to keep him. They decided to pay him. When you break it all down, it's not a ridiculous contract, and there is an off-ramp after 2026. So they did what they had to do. And I don't think they can sit around and play the what-if game. They have to play the what-next game.
So, okay.
And the what-next game gives them options.
Agreed. Hypothetically, could they trade him this offseason in this hypothetical? And what would he net and what would his market be? Like, what teams would be interested?
Well, one thing that I have to do, and I haven't done this, and I typically don't do this when new contracts are out. Like, we pride ourselves on getting the real numbers and not falling for the BS that the insiders rush to Twitter with as the agent puts it out there to make it look good for the player. The deal is always less than what it gets sold as. What's the deal really? And one of the things I always look for is, as we've discussed with this, when's the off-ramp for the team? Because these aren't two-way contracts. The player is under contract for as long as the contract goes. The team has the ability to rip it up whenever it wants. When can you, as a practical matter, rip it up, take the cap hit, accept the fact that you paid this money, and move on? One new factor that I'm going to start looking at, and I haven't done this with Brock's contract, if you would trade him after this season, before June 1, what kind of a dead money charge are you looking at, if you could even do that, if you want to do that? And I say that because, again, the Jets specifically structured the long-term deal that made Sauce Gardner the highest-paid player at the position into something where, you know what, we paid him $14 million. The cap charge next year is $11 million. We can do this. I need to look at how Brock's contract has been structured to give the 49ers the flexibility to flip him instead of flipping Mac Jones, if that's what they choose to do.
Mike, you have been kind of at the forefront of Shanahan. I don't know, maybe always was going to take Mac and was talked out of it. I'm not sure the exact way that you phrased it, but you've always felt that Mac and him were going to make sweet music together. If Brock doesn't play for the rest of this year and they're in a playoff game and he gets medically cleared, it's a must-win game and both are available and both are healthy, who do you think Kyle Shanahan gives the ball to as the starting quarterback? Mac Jones or Brock Purdy?
Well, I mean, again, that assumes it's his decision and his decision alone, and that he isn't going to be talked out of the decision that he makes. But if all things are equal and he keeps playing, and Mac Jones keeps playing well, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a toss-up at best, but when you consider the reality that it's widely believed when they traded up to number 3 in 2021 that Mac Jones was the guy and Kyle got talked out of it, then I think there'd be at some level, if Kyle's making a decision, a desire to prove that he was right to people inside and anyone outside who knows the truth, that Mac was the guy that he wanted all along.
Mike, really good stuff this morning. This is perfect. And the book is Big Shield, a cautionary tale for pro sports in an age of normalized gambling and instant wagering. Players know things that bettors don't. Those players can be corrupted by the lure of easy money. All right, so real quick before you go, though, we got to get your thoughts on what's going on.
And Mike, when you're going to be in town for the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, I'll be there all week.
Can we please figure out a way where we can all connect for lunch and have you come on?
I'm going to be in towns for the Super Bowl.
Well, we'll be at media.
Multi-city project where we're going to be in San Francisco for our show, and then they're going to take us to Santa Clara for rehearsals, and then we're there for the Super Bowl. I'm not complaining because I cover sports for a living, but it's always nice when everything is, close together and you can walk from your hotel to the media center and from your hotel to the Super Bowl without having to change hotels at the end of the week, which I'm sure is coming. But yes, I'll be out there all week.
I mean this very sincerely. If you're up to it, lunch on me or breakfast or whatever, let's figure out a way we can connect. We love having you on. We have great stuff.
Well, I appreciate it. We'll see what happens. But one thing I can guarantee you, especially when it's an NBC Super Bowl, it is a 10-day roller coaster.
Yeah, I get it.
That doesn't stop even when it stops.
I get it. I was just trying to be nice. I'm I'm a city boy. I want to get you the finest.
Well, it depends on where we're going to lunch. Too. I mean, you can say I'll buy you lunch, but I mean, come on.
House of Prime Rib, Original Joe's.
Oh.
You tell me what you like. I'll get you in there.
I got to do my research.
He's got to do his research. I'll get back.
Enough.
I'll let my people get back to your people.
French Laundry open for lunch?
The French
That's too far away.
Or get Gavin Newsom there too. Why not?
Gavin,
there you go.
Hey, I know Gavin. That's cool. I can hook this up with Gavin. I got an in with Gavin.
Oh, he's got an in with him.
Are you going to be on his podcast
with Marshawn?
That hasn't happened yet, but it may happen one of these days. I don't know. Maybe he'll be on mine.
The real question you guys could talk about if you're going to clone your dog or not, like Tom Brady.
God.
Come on, real quick on that, Mike. Cloning a dog. What are we doing here? Come on.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. It's nice to have the kind of money where you can just clone your dog, right?
I love you, Mike.
I mean, I guess.
I'll clone my dog.
I love how I'm pretending to give you connections to doors you already have the key into.
Come on.
I mean, it's hilarious,
Florio,
Mike.
bro. Come on.
Well, anyway.
We'll talk to you soon.
Check with my people.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Mike. All right. That's Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk on Twitter. Catch him on NBC's Football Night in America. I just had to squeeze that one in, too. I was going to ask him about the gambling, but the hell with that. Tom Brady cloned his dog. Just why? Why? Why do we need to do that? Go out to SPCA, Tommy, and go get a mutt, all right? There's plenty of dogs that need to be saved.
Adopt, don't clone.
Thank you. Like we saw how this ended in Star Wars. It ends well for no one. There's going to be an Order 66. We're all going to be screwed.
Here's my question on the cloning thing. Does it clone as a baby and then it's born? Like how does this work? You don't like all of a sudden, he's 6 years old.
So this is what happened. This is from Colossal Biosciences, a biotech company that he is an investor with and that he worked with to clone his beloved Lua, his dog that passed away in 2023. On November 4th, the Dallas-based company, best known for its headline-making claim that it produced 3 dire wolf pups, shout out Game of Thrones, announced that it has acquired another biotech company, Viagen Pets and Esquire. Long story short, they cloned the pit bull mix using a blood sample collected prior to the dog's Lua death in 2023. So they use the blood, they do the science. I don't know how it works.
They do the blood. They do the science.
I sound like our president. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I don't know.
I love how everyone's a cloning expert when I just ask what happens.
I don't know. Like, dude, I'm a broadcasting major.
So, because like the thing that I always think about when these clone
I'm a
situations
doctor,
come
not a
up,
pool man.
there's the whole like conditioning of their life that builds in certain instincts, even though there are innate instincts within you. I don't know. The whole thing is crazy.
The whole thing, it's absolutely crazy. I don't like why. Like, I've never felt the need. Like, we had the moment. That was my dog. It's great. We'll never take that. We'll have the memories. Go Fallout Boy. Thanks for the memories. I don't need to have that same dog part 2. It's okay. It's each individual. Like, there's a Black Mirror episode about this when a woman's husband died, and they tried to get like the clone of it in a robot form. It's very, as all Black Mirror episodes are, very disturbing.
Okay.
So I don't know where this is going to go.
It came in a bag too. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it came in a bag in like a box and like
a body bag.
It's just God. The dog's very cute, by the way.
They unzipped the body bag and then the thing came out of it. It's pretty funny.
Is
Like
that
dipped it in water and it
Black
turned to
Mirror's
life.
Netflix?
Yeah, Netflix.
Is it good?
Yeah, they're all really good. Well, the first few seasons, I haven't watched like the last season, but the first few are really good. Yeah, very disturbing. It's very pertinent to a lot of stuff happening today with, it's Twilight Zone, like modernized, and a lot of it has to do with like current technology, AI, all that. And it's a slippery slope. That's all I'll say. Great stuff with Mike Florio. What's your major takeaway from him, other than the cloning?
Well, I mean, we disagree on a variety of things, but that's okay. That's why I love Mike, and I also don't want to alienate him.
You guys
so he doesn't...
low-key agreed on a lot when it came to Purdy and the contracts and like moving off of him potentially. Like,
I mean, if it doesn't cross your mind, I think you're lying to yourself. I'm not saying you do it, but it has to cross your mind.
Well, he seemed to think it was going to be like a quarterback competition the way he was laying it out, like next year for Mac and for Brock. I personally will be surprised to see both of those guys on the roster week 1 next year. I don't think that's happening. I think one of those guys has to go. And then because he was actually...
Why? Let me ask why.
Why?
Because I have to.
Because if I'm Mac Jones and I lead this team to the playoffs, I want to be the leader of the team. I don't want to be a backup next year. It's no chance. None. Now, as Mike Florio astutely put, he might not have a choice because he signed a 2-year contract. So if I'm Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, tough luck. You signed a contract, you're going to be our backup. But if I'm Mac Jones, I want to be starting for another franchise somewhere else then if I'm not going to be a starter here, right? That's just human nature, is it not?
But you're also under contract.
No, I understand that, Joe. But I'm going to be talking to my agent and saying, hey, can like...
So what, are you going to sit out?
No, trade me and get a first-round pick or a second-round pick for me.
And I'm going to say no. I don't want to trade you.
Why not? You have Brock Purdy. He was just hurt. You believed enough your quarterback Brock Purdy last year to pay him this much money. He was hurt. It's fine. He's healthy now. Let's go. It's fine.
Every NFL roster is littered with guys who are overpaid that got benched by someone else. Or
I could find another backup. I found Sam Darnold. I can find another backup. It's fine. It's fine. Flip this guy if you need to. I'm throwing it out there, Joe. I don't believe that Brock Purdy and Mac Jones will both be on the 49ers roster week 1 next year. That's not happening.
What is the likelihood that they explore trades with Brock Purdy in the offseason?
If I was to put a percentage, can I put a percentage on it?
Today.
5%. But it could grow with every win.
It's higher.
What do you think it is?
Well, I just think
15?
knowing how John Lynch operates, he's always open to everything. He has said that over and over and over and over and over again. I think he's more inquisitive league-wide about a variety of things.
Like?
What do you mean like? He's the one who he literally called Belichick and was like, you want to trade Brady? And they're like, no, we don't want to trade Brady. What about Garoppolo? He was like, let me get right back to you. And he ran down the hallway and he basically said, hey, Shanahan, are you interested in Garoppolo? Like, so I think that's pretty telling.
Do you agree with me though? Like, you think that's a hot take? What I just said?
No, I think the most likely scenario is both of them are on the roster.
Really?
Yes. Over one of them getting dealt. Yes.
I don't think so. I have
this is
a very
team
hard
that
time.
has had. Just think about it. 2020. How many quarterbacks played?
2020?
Yeah, a lot.
A lot. Yeah.
Okay. 2021. How many quarterbacks played? Multiple.
Couple.
Okay. 2022. How many quarterbacks played?
A lot.
Yeah. 2023. Only one played. 2024. How many played?
Technically, that's not true because Sam Darnold played in the last game.
Because
I know.
They had it wrapped up.
I know. I'm just saying.
2024. How many quarterbacks played?
A couple.
How many in 2025?
A couple.
I think it would behoove them to keep both guys on the roster, even if you get some crazy haul for Brock Purdy.
I love that word, behoove. The kickoff show is this Sunday at 11 a.m., by the way, live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. Get to the game on the free shuttle we have from Laughing Monk to the stadium and back. Sign up now. It's free. 95centthegame.com, first come, first serve.
So what would the deal? Okay, for those that are Purdy, staunch Purdy supporters, if someone offered you the 2 first-round picks that the Colts were offered for Sauce Gardner, would you take it?
For Brock?
I'm asking.
In a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? 2 first-rounders?
Who's it better at what they do, Sauce or Brock?
I'd say Brock is better at his position.
And he plays a more valuable position, correct?
Yes, but having a legit shutdown corner, which I think people...
He's not, though.
Well, the Colts think he could be that.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
That's why they're trading for him.
Currently, he's not. And
Currently,
the
he's not.
defensive-minded coach in Aaron Glenn was like, take a hike.
But I could make the argument that finding a shutdown corner is a lot harder than finding an above-average quarterback. There's not a lot of them, right?
Well,
can
right
you
now,
name me a shutdown corner?
there's a lot of guys that have bounced around that are having a lot of success at quarterback.
No, that's what I'm saying. Well, can you name me a shutdown corner in the NFL
Charvarius
right now?
Ward on Indianapolis was having a hell of a year before he got the concussion.
Yeah.
A hell of a year.
I know.
So, I don't know.
I can't, like, Quinion Mitchell's not a shutdown cornerback. Like Cooper DeJean, I know he plays all lacrosse. Like, they're not shut down cornerbacks. It's hard to find those guys.
Okay, so you're doing that all day. 2 firsts for Brock.
Right now, yeah. I'm doing that.
What about...
Does that sound like I'm a hater, by the way? Because I'm not dismissing it. 2 first-rounders is a lot.
We're just talking. We're just talking. Like, these are...
This is right now, by the
Joe,
way.
I asked the week before the Bosa deal, when he got it, remember when he was holding out? I was like, let's just do a thought exercise. Who would get you the most draft picks if you traded them right now on the 49er roster?
Bosa.
And at the time, it was Bosa. And I said, could you get 3 first-round picks for Bosa?
We were talking about the Khalil Mack trade, which is basically what Micah Parsons went for. Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Would you do it?
For 2 firsts?
Before you answer that, Sports Talk on 90...
picking those 2 firsts on this team?
That's
another part of this.
Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, like your 49ers making a big trade at the deadline, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I'm probably not doing that deal for a variety of reasons, but one of the many reasons that I think about is like, all right, so if I make that deal, what's my dead cap number? If I make that deal, who's selecting these draft picks? If I make that deal, do I now have to pay Mac Jones a contract extension? Because I'm not in love with that either. Like saying goodbye to Brock and then, Mac's on the final year of a deal. Now he needs to get broken off. Like that, I'm not doing that either. So I'd probably just stand pat.
Let me see it right now. So if they were to trade him, let's say I have all of the machinations right now on Spot Track, and I know Florio is just joining us. He's like, I don't know the real details. You think you know the details of a contract, but you don't really know. And this is a guy that's also a lawyer too, in Mike Florio. But this is what it says right here. So 2026, if he is a pre-June 1st trade, the dead cap would be $69 million on Purdy.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's lower than the Russell Wilson.
Yeah. If he is a post 6-1 trade, 2026, $30 million dead cap. That's not that much. And
but those picks won't help you till 2027 because the draft is in.
I know. I'm just telling you right now.
April of 2026.
That's what you're dealing with. It'd actually be better. Well, no, not be better to do that. Never mind. I don't know where my mom was going. But you'd save. Yeah, roughly, if you're going to do it that way, $30+ million. So you're probably not going to do it. We're having the conversation.
Well, it's a thought exercise.
Because you know what? Mac's playing so damn well, and this foot injury, if it lingers and if it gets worse, then you are talking about potentially it bleeding into next season, like in the training camp. Or I don't know, Joe. There's a high likelihood he comes back and re-injures it, and then where are you at if you have to get surgery? Seriously.
I know.
Then you're screwed, potentially.
This thing is it's bizarre. We went from had to pay Brock $1 zillion. Everyone arguing about how elite he is, and he's one of the top 5 quarterbacks, to 5-6 wins by Mac Jones, and we're doing thought exercises of trading one of the two of them. It's crazy.
You asked a great question to Florio, and he sidestepped it beautifully as he does. If Kyle Shanahan had the choice, and it was a playoff or a playoff type of game.
This year.
It's a one-game playoff game right now.
Let's say it's week 18.
And it's against the Seahawks.
To get into the playoffs.
Win and you're in.
Yeah.
And Brock is there, and he can play. Are you going with Brock or are you going with Mac if you're Kyle Shanahan?
Has Mac been the quarterback leading all the way into it?
Yep.
What's my record?
You're 10-6.
Wow, 10-6. That means he's probably playing pretty well.
Probably.
Oh, I'd probably start Mac. Oh, I'd have a hard time playing Purdy cold after that many. I mean, he would not have played since Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
In this scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably lean Mac. What do you think they would do?
See, the reason I asked that is because something very interesting happened yesterday. And where this guy and head coaches with this franchise is so much different than what Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers are dealing with. But Jonathan Gannon sat down with our boy, John Gambadoro. We've had him on the station. Covers all the Phoenix, all the Arizona teams.
He told me I need to get more friends.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah.
Because I didn't know any Cardinal
friends.
friends.
Good luck finding friends, Joe. The guy with the Arizona accent, which is the straight from New York. I love John Gambadoro, Paisan, with the most hilarious background in his office of all time. But he was joined by Jonathan Gannon, the head coach. And Gannon, he didn't have to say what he said, but he said, yeah, we're sticking with Jacoby Brissett. And even if Kyler Murray was healthy, I'd still start Jacoby over him.
Wow, he went right there.
He did not have to say that. That's a guy that's fighting for his job and thinks that Jacoby Brissett gives them the best chance to win going forward, even with a healthy Kyler Murray.
Forget Week 18. Do you think this weekend is also kind of must win? Like, if they can win this, not that it's must win, your season's not over.
Must win's tough. Yeah, not a must win.
But, like, it's a huge game.
If they win this game, they are going to the playoffs. How about that? If they win the game this week,
I agree
they are a playoff team.
All right, Purdy participates fully all week. Who starts Sunday? This week.
Ooh. I can make the argument for both of them. I know, seriously, like, you could, if he's a full participant, you're getting the guy that has beaten the Rams in big-time games before in the past. You're bringing him in, right? But Mac just won against the Rams a couple weeks ago.
And they feel better than they were when they last played them.
Yeah, you're going to be at home. It's not going to be on the artificial turf. I think I'm sticking with Mac. And don't take my word for it.
No, because then if you lose, it's an easy transition.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider, former player, also said the same thing with Steiny and Goo.
What'd he say?
I'm going to say Mac Jones. I think coaches are very, very hesitant to mess with what's working. And I think Mac Jones played pretty well again against the Giants. And, this becomes one of those situations where Purdy's probably healthy enough to play, but he's also not 100%. So Mac Jones playing well enables the Niners to get Purdy as healthy as they possibly can. It could be one of those situations where Mac Jones kind of plays until he has a stinker, until he doesn't have a good game. Then they put Purdy in. I don't know what they're going to do. I just know coaches are very hesitant to mess with a good thing or mess with winning.
That's Ross Tucker. And Ross has been on this pretty early because he's been joining Stein and Goose since week one about like, hey, dude, I'm sticking with Mac Jones. This is a guy that played. Like, think about all the players we've had on our airwaves. Bledsoe, Baldy, Ross. All these guys are basically saying, hey, man, if it's working, you stick with it in the locker room. You don't want to mess with that stuff.
I agree. Until at least he loses in a thudding way.
Until he falls on his face, which we all thought early on, Joe, was a real possibility.
Well, I didn't think he could make it too. Yeah, I still.
There's still question marks about the health.
I mean, are we sure Mac's not going to take? He's bleeding from the nose,
gushing blood over there.
I don't know.
Plug that thing up. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're going to find out whether or not Brock Purdy is going to be a full participant not at practice today. I feel like he's going to be limited all the time. I don't see him ever being a full participant at this point. Not if Kyle Shanahan is telling us after the game that he's going to be compromised the rest of the season, that he's never going to be fully healthy. If you're not going to be fully healthy all season, how could you be a full participant?
Well, the thing I keep trying to wrap my head around, every doctor that you hear from is like, you have to not do anything for 2 to 6 weeks on this foot. Yet the Niners have him out there practicing, and they're like, yeah, but if he can get better, it's like, isn't rest the number one thing? Like staying off the foot for weeks at a time? Why is he practicing partially on the foot
when you could re-injure it potentially?
Well,
right?
Not only that, like, isn't rest? I don't know. Like, I'm very confused on the whole rest versus gearing up to play, and I don't get it.
It's such a unique, the way,
you know what I mean?
This injury is so difficult to talk about. Like, in regards to, no one knows anything about it except for the players saying it's like the most painful thing ever. And we got Lo Neal, who's like the toughest guy you and I both know, saying, yeah, this thing sucks, dude. Like, you're going to be hurt. You can't practice after it. One day it's going to be feeling okay. Then the next day it's going to be throbbing. Like, you just can't ever feel comfortable with this injury. And because it is a toe, because it is a foot injury, and it was funny, we were going back and forth, Bonte and I remember that a couple weeks ago. It's the toe. It's the foot. I was like, yeah, now we know it's the entire foot, guys. Like, let's just call it what it is.
It makes me very uncomfortable.
I know, right? Like, just the whole thing. It's okay. It's a foot injury. Like, I don't know why we're afraid to say it. And it's compromised the guy clearly enough to the point where they're comfortable just sticking with Mac Jones. And it was also very weird. I'm going to get back to this. Kyle Shanahan having to say again it was Brock's team, Joe. Why did he have to go out of his way to say this?
Brock's status and bringing him back at all contingent on how Mac Jones is playing. I mean, in other words, if Mac is playing this well, can you afford to, kind of wait out Brock and wait and see when he's healthy?
Yeah, they're not related. I mean, this is Brock's team. If Brock's good to go and everything and can play like Brock, there's no decision to be made. It's just nice as we go through this with Brock, the uncertainty of the toe. It is cool to have someone playing as good as Mac is, but they're not related.
I disagree.
What do you mean?
I disagree that it's not related, that the way that Mac Jones is playing is affording them more time to keep Purdy on the bench.
So if it
That's
was
a fact.
Brandon Allen and they were 4-5 right now, what are they doing?
Well, depends on Brandon Allen's looked.
Let's say he looks mediocre.
Then you're wanting Brock back.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so too.
But the fact is Mac hasn't looked mediocre. He's been really good.
And okay, now I got Ken in my ear, and he said a great point.
Ken Bone.
What if Brock hypothetically, he starts this weekend, and at any point, first half, second half, he looks real shaky, like performance-wise. Do you then yank him for Mac?
No, you don't yank him, but there's going to be chatter saying, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time to shut this guy down if he doesn't have it. No, seriously.
Have they ever said, this is Lamar's team? This is Josh Allen's team. This is Mahomes' team.
You don't have to come out and say this is Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert's, Joe Burrow's team. Joe Flacco understands whose team it is. Trey Lance understands whose team it is. Snoop Huntley understands whose team it is. Hell, who's the Skylar Thompson? I don't even know if he's the backup still in Miami. He knows whose team it is. Yeah, he's gone. Exactly. I don't even know. I don't care.
Zach Wilson.
Exactly.
What kind of pressure? I mean, for
is
Mac
it Teddy
Jones,
Bridgewater? Is it Bridgewater?
The pressure on
Zach
Mac Jones to perform. Basically, if Mac Jones shows any slippage, everyone's going to be calling then again for Brock. They're both in a very unique circumstance in very different ways.
Mac Jones is playing with house money the rest of the year. Brock Purdy is in a no-win situation unless he wins the whole damn thing. No, seriously. I'm just telling you.
I'm still holding out hope he can come back and look like himself. I don't think that's necessary. I don't know if it's the most plausible, but I'm holding out hope it can happen.
Are 49ers fans feeling that way? Are they holding out hope that Brock Purdy comes back this year and looks like the Brock of a couple seasons ago or even last year? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming out with the game, brought to you by Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Savor the season at the Inn at the Tides Winemaker Dinner Series. Join them Friday, November 14th with St. Francis Winery or Friday, December 5th with Ferrari Carano. Exceptional wines, gourmet cuisine, and coastal charm await. Reserve your table today at inathetides.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
In San Diego, kids are standing up against big tobacco.
We are here to discuss the urgent issue of vapes being sold near schools and other places where people gather.
I was enticed, like so many others my age, and this is exactly how the tobacco market was trying to get me to react, and I was completely unaware.
Today, over 100 California communities restrict tobacco sales near youth spaces, like schools and parks. Learn how these teens and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and autopay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. You know that thing that snuck up on you last year, called the holidays? Well, they're coming again. But it's okay, because our pre-holiday sale is already here. Now through November 17th, everything in the store is 30% off. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, I mean everything. And installation before the holidays is guaranteed. The holidays are coming, and this time you'll be ready. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek Magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility, conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. If you or a loved one is in need of physical, occupational, or speech therapies, contact Admissions Director Dora Zabala at 408-373-6918.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted.
A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. It's nice to have the kind of money where you can just clone your dog, right?
Good morning, Rose. This is the Morning Rose with Joe Saboni and Joe Slasky. We'll be right back after the break.
Close enough. Saboni, spumoni, spaghetti, tamale, tomato. It's all right. I take it in stride. It's okay. I love my last name, though. As Sarah and Vinny from 97.3 Alice, our sister station, learned my last name for the first time after working for me for the last couple of years in the same building. But that's okay, because she just knows Joe Shasky and Spadoni as just the JoJos. So I get it. See, there's a lot of Joes at the station, by the way. But there's only one Sam Lubman who's now in the seat for Shasky. Shasky has a funeral to attend to, and we are thinking of him and the loss of a friend and the family and the loved ones of said friend. So, Sam, welcome. The hair looking spectacular. Sam coming from North Carolina, a wedding, by the way. So we'll get right back into the 49ers because I said something that perked up your ears, a lot of people, that I don't believe Brock Purdy and Mac Jones will both be on the 49ers roster week 1 next year. And that's fine. A lot of people say that's a conversation for after the season. I'm having the conversation now, baby. I don't believe they can handle both those guys week 1 on the roster. And you can poo-poo it all you want. But I'm just saying, I don't believe it. Do you agree? Do you disagree? 888-957-9570. Sam, did you have a good time at the wedding? And how we feeling?
Well, yeah, we're feeling pretty good on this day, on a day where, I love the weather out right now. This is the kind of weather I'm like, nice overcast, rainy, a little windy. Okay. That nap going to be hitting real hard today when it's, beating against
that white
the glass.
Noise. Yeah.
Oh, it's so much better than the fake white noise I put on at night to help me not get to sleep.
Do you actually have to do that? You have to put on fake white noise?
I cannot sleep in silence. Are you kidding me? Just be alone with my own thoughts?
Well, we live in Oakland, like kind of near each other. There's never silence out.
There were noises last night.
Fireworks?
No, they were not. I have heard fireworks go off in our neighborhood, Joe. No, those were not fireworks. That was sounded like someone was hitting a hammer several times really hard on some wood. Let's just go with that.
So there you go.
I'm not going to say what neighborhood I live in. Don't worry.
That's all right. We won't be specific on what part of Oakland.
The Oakland part of Oakland.
There you go. Dylan, Anthony, JC. We will get to all of you in just a second. Mike Florio joined us. Pro Football Talk.
Some bangers.
He did last hour, and it's some really good stuff. Pro Football Talk, Football Night in America. He's very tapped in all around the league. And this is what he had to say in regards to the quarterback competition and, what's going on potentially with the structure of Brock Purdy's contract and whether or not they could, fish around other NFL teams in regards to trading him. No one's saying they're trading Brock Purdy. Relax.
Dealing hypotheticals here. Nothing is happening just yet. There's no breaking news. We're just exploring a potential angle for the future.
And this is what he had to say in regards to all of it.
The way the 49ers structured this, they gave Brock 2 years, and they have that out. Now, they still owe him some guarantees subject to offset, and they may have to eat some of that money if they would move on from him after 2 seasons, but there is greater flexibility there than what the Dolphins had with Tua. But look, you got to make your decisions based on the information that's available. But sometimes what we'll see, and this is part of the balance that a team has to strike, how much more is it going to cost us later? And I've been an advocate in the past that once you've decided you're going to keep this guy, every day you wait, it gets more expensive. So they decided they were going to keep him. They decided to pay him. When you break it all down, it's not a ridiculous contract, and there is an off-ramp after 2026. So they did what they had to do. And I don't think they can sit around and play the what-if game. They have to play the what-next game.
The what-next game. And what next is, hey, can this guy get healthy? First and foremost, can Brock get healthy? Once he gets healthy, then we could evaluate what we have on the field. That's the problem this year, though, Sammy. He's not going to be healthy. Kyle Shanahan told us that just last week after the Giants game. He said they're going to be dealing with turf toe the rest of the season. So he's not going to be healthy. So how am I supposed to accurately judge if Brock does come back, how he looks? Because I'm just going to be thinking as a fan or as a media member, this guy's not healthy. So if he makes a mistake,
the foot.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, is that fair? Is that unfair? I can't properly evaluate Brock Purdy the rest of the season if he does come back. Yeah. I just can't.
No, because that is going to be a lingering excuse that hangs over anything. If he drops back and he shorts one to Ricky, assuming Ricky comes back, and it gets picked, he can't throw off that back toe. If he runs not fast enough and gets sacked behind a line of scrimmage and fumbles the ball, you point right to the injury. And I think that's part of the reason why I think the Niners are really kind of dragging this out with Brock and using really weird language to describe whether he comes back. Brock has to feel like Brock, as Kyle Shanahan said the other day. Like, well, who's making this call here? Is it when the doctors say he's healthy? Is it when Brock's saying he's healthy? Is it when Kyle's saying he's healthy? Ideally, I guess you would get all three of them, but you will not have any sort of clean window here, which means you're going to have a shred of doubt. So, which is why I think you said last segment that you don't think that both Mac and Brock can be on this roster next year. Whereas I kind of think it is very much possible Brock and Mac can be on this roster next year. If we really want to throw out, these crazy hypotheticals here, is it so crazy to think in a year when, again, Brock, for the most part, locked in next year? I think we can agree on that. He's going to be on this team next year, most likely. Is it crazy to think that, Brock and Mac come in with a, oh my gosh, open competition for the starting job next year? Am I outlandish to suggest that could be a thing?
If they're both back next year.
Both back, both healthy. Brock's foot is 100% a foot again. Mac Jones's knees are 100% knees again. Everyone's healthy, ready. You're going to have also, Spadoni, you're also going to have a healthy, I assume, Brandon Ayuk when you come back to training camp next year, because it looks like he might not play at all this year. So you have a full year and a half of him getting his knee healthy. If he's looking close to what he used to be, if Ricky Pearsall is healthy, everyone's saying Brock needs his Avengers. You could have a lot of your Avengers back and ready to go at the start of training camp next year.
If you were going to trade Brock this offseason, which I don't think they will because they're going to be dealing with a guy that might have surgery on the foot, no one knows.
You'd be selling him at a loss.
It'd be at his lowest cost right now to go get a guy like that. You're not doing it. And quite frankly, this could just be a lost season for Brock. He comes back healthy next year and he looks like he did a couple of years ago and everything's fine, hunky-dory. I just think if I'm Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and I love my draft capital, because clearly they didn't want to part with any draft capital of significance yesterday, why not add to it? And I'm just telling you, ain't no one coming from college football that I care about as from a quarterback perspective.
John Mateer, bro.
Who?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
John Mateer.
Who's Ty Simpson? Is that the guy from Bama?
Right now, Fernando Mendoza is probably looking at your best option.
Who's the guy from Vanderbilt? Pavia? Diego?
Diego Pavia? Yeah.
Come on. Please. There's no Arch Manning's not that guy. He's not coming out this year. I know we had a good game last week, but let's all pump the brakes. So Mac Jones, seriously, Mac Jones might be the most prized quarterback in this upcoming offseason. It's going to be either him. I think Kyler Murray might be available.
That's the other one.
Who else am I missing? Anyone else?
I think those are, as far as backups who are doing well. I guess Kyler's technically the backup now, but I can't think of any names that jump off the page at me that could be available.
So if you're another NFL team around there, I don't know, the Raiders, Jets, if you're looking to go get a quarterback, a bridge quarterback, hey, you know what? First rounder for Mac? Sign me up. Sign me up if I'm Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Or are you saying he's too valuable? You don't know about Brock Purdy. You got to keep him on the roster. Well, then if that's the case, then there might be a competition for who's going to be the guy, not next year, but the year after it. I just have a hard time thinking if you get offered a pick of significance for Mac Jones, you're gonna just turn that down. I don't think that's going to happen.
What would you consider to be a pick of significance? Like
first round pick.
I don't know. Do you really? If you get a first round pick, yeah, sure, you're definitely taking that. But are you absolutely how likely is that going to? If it's a second round pick,
I just told you there's going to be no. It's all about who's out there in the draft. And
there's
if it's
a chance
down
Daniel
draft,
Jones could hit the market again. He was on a 1-year deal. And,
Colts are keeping him.
Oh yeah, you would think so.
Anthony Richardson,
the rest of the league, though, it's pretty god awful on the
that's what I'm saying,
market.
Man.
Unless you're, feeling that Marcus Mariota hype at all.
Please.
Is Joe Flacco at age 506? He could be available.
Come on.
No, that's about it. Trey Lance, goes to Trey Lance.
Thank you.
Could make a reunion there. I don't know. I mean, if you get a first round pick for Mac, obviously, yeah, you're taking that. I don't know how desperate teams are going to be. I mean, I don't know what the quarterback class looks like in the 2027 draft. I don't know, maybe if you just you want to keep your first round pick and use it on a 2027 quarterback.
Well, the Cal
instead.
quarterback will be available then, right? The lefty? So
He's got to transfer to a different school first and increase his draft stock.
Why? Come on. Jared Goff went number 1 overall from Cal. They didn't win anything.
It was 100 years ago.
They didn't win anything, though. Come on, Sam.
JKS needs receivers who can catch his balls.
Oh, there you go.
Footballs.
The kickoff show this Sunday. No, just cut it like you said it. The kickoff show is this Sunday with Hall of Fame nominee Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. And it starts at 11 a.m. live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. All the early games will be on. Great food, drinks, and games in the parking lot. Get to the game on the free shuttle. Yes, free shuttle we have from Laughing Monk to the stadium and back. Sign up now at 95centthegame.com. It's first come, first serve. And remember, the last game home filled up very quickly, so you gotta sign up now. 95centthegame.com. All right, let's go to the phones. Dylan's in Modesto. Been hanging on very tight. We'll get to JC and Sack, but we'll go to Dylan first. Dylan, what's up, man? You're on the morning roast.
Hey, to be honest with you guys, I don't see how you could want to play Brock Purdy after his last 5, 6 games almost. Mac Jones been a lot better, and Brock went 6-11 last year. I have season tickets, and I was not looking forward to this season. I'm very happy that Mac bailed us out. We've been terrible, and we've been on a terrible spiral since we got rid of DeForest Buckner. That regime over there, the 49ers, they don't know. They're out there just messing up everything.
Wait, how are they? Dylan, you sound really down on the Niners right now. You know they're 6-3, right?
Yeah, but you know what, Joe? I got season tickets, and I don't look forward to next year, and I don't look forward to the year after because we've this on borrowed time. Like I said, that DeForest Buckner thing killed us, and then we've been trying to make it up since. We went and got Javon Kinlaw. Then we go out and get Hargrave. Then all of a sudden we give Nick Bosa this high-paid contract. He gets hurt all the time. We invested so much into these people that now we can't even fill in the team. We look like the Bengals.
Well, the Bengals aren't going to go to the playoffs. The Niners probably are, Dylan. And I'll say this. Since trading DeForest Buckner, they went to another Super Bowl. Are we all forgetting that?
Yeah, Dylan brings up the last 5 games of Brock Purdy, and I'm curious, and we don't have to go too deep in this, but how much of the games before that matter? Everyone forgets, it seems
I don't think Brock was awful. Everyone thought he was awful last season. He didn't have as good of a season the year prior because he was an MVP caliber season. That's okay.
On a year when everything was going wrong, on a Super Bowl loss hangover season, I think Brock played about as well as you could have expected him to, all things considered. That being said, when you're the franchise quarterback, you don't get to make that excuse, and that's what he was. We kind of started holding him, rightfully so, I will say, to that standard last year because we all saw the writing on the wall when a certain owner of the 49ers said we're going to give him a reset the market deal. That kind of changed the entire perspective on Brock Purdy and kind of, I feel, set the stage for the situation we find ourselves in now. But you're bringing up the Mac Jones thing. I think we could agree that a first-round pick, you're absolutely making that deal, right? We can all agree on that? Yes. All right, let's say no teams are offering a first-round pick because they just don't want to for whatever reason. The best offer is only, say, a late second rounder. Are you still pulling the trigger on that?
Second rounder, I think about it. Probably don't do it, but it would have to be next year's second rounder, obviously.
Because you also said that if the Niners move off of Mac Jones, we'll just go out and find another backup quarterback.
Yeah.
What reclamation project out there are you feeling confident? I'm going to read off the list of all the, as of right now, free agent quarterbacks for next year.
Before you even do that, give me Jameis Winston. I'll be fine. Give me Marcus Mariota. I'll be fine.
You think that? Okay, you think those would work with Shanahan? Does he want to? Okay.
Yes. It's not even. It's not, yes. Absolutely. If Mac Jones can, if I can rehabilitate Sam Darnold, if this is where quarterbacks come to resurrect their careers.
I don't know if Jameis is actually available next year.
Is he not? Is he signed a 2-year deal too?
Russell Wilson is, if you want to go down that awful path.
Get Russ. Why not?
In no way.
What
about Zach Wilson? Is that a guy you would want to see Shanahan try and rehab?
Well, Robert Saleh knows him, right?
I mean, that was supposed to be his quarterback before Throw Rogan came in and derailed everything. So you could make that reunion happen. I wouldn't shake a stick. I mean, why not? Then you can rehab Zach Wilson and then move up to the first pick in the draft and rehab Trevor Lawrence after that.
JC and Sack wants to join in the conversation. What's up, JC? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? I just feel like they should have made a move, and I felt like they should have made a move because of this, right? Nick Bosa went down, right? He's going to need significant help next year because this is his third ACL. You don't know what capacity he's going to be able to come back to. Michael Williams, you don't even know at what point in the season next year he's even going to be able to come back. So if you could have gotten a Quentin Williams and or a Bradley Chubb, you could have had Williams and Collins in the middle, like two full F-150s, and have Bosa come back, Huff, and maybe a Chubb or somebody else to be your Maseratis and your Lamborghinis and just fly to the quarterback. That would have resembled 2019. But seeing that you didn't get those players, now you lose your leverage to be able to get guys in the offseason because you're going to have to pay more money. Why? Because everybody's going to be starting from scratch and everybody has hopes and aspirations, right? Nobody has any losses. There'll be no fire sales, right? So you're not going to have Williams. You're not going to have Michael Williams or both Williamses. Bosa is going to be a big it's a big question mark. You're going to need depth at the pass rushing position, and that's why I felt they should have made a move. And my last point, if you make the playoffs this year, you're going to have a playoff schedule next year. See, we're benefiting from the schedule this year with all these injuries. So you're going to have the same question marks going into next year and a significantly tougher schedule and a quarterback who's been injury prone since he came into the league. And I just feel like they should have been aggressive because now is the time you had leverage because you could have got guys for the cheap as opposed to trying to wait till the off season and everybody, new regimes coming in Miami with Chubb and different places. They might say, hey, these guys can help me win. So if you want these players, you're going to have to pay me more resources than what you did possibly at the trade deadline when teams were just fire selling everybody, wholesaling, athletes. So I understand what some people are saying, but I feel like when Michael Williams went down, when Bosa went down, things dramatically changed. And now you have huge question marks going into next season. So if I can get me a discounted player at the trade deadline this season, I might have pulled the trigger to help me next season and moving forward.
Thanks, JC. I just disagree with the notion that this is a discount. Like, Quentin Williams is a first round and a second round pick plus a player. So is that a discount? Like, that's a lot. That's a big investment from the Dallas Cowboys side, getting rid of all those pieces. I just disagree with that. Oh, in the offseason, it's going to be a lot harder to get these guys. Who knows? Like, what if the 49ers do make a big splash? And it is in the offseason. What if they do trade for Max Crosby or Myles Garrett? Then what? And it's just, are you changing your tune then? Probably. Right? Who's to say they can't do something like that?
Let that happen when it does happen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, just because they didn't get Quentin Williams yesterday, and I think if Quentin Williams, honestly, doesn't get traded yesterday, we're viewing this completely different. It's the fact that he was traded to the Dallas Cowboys. That's why everyone's freaking out. And I understand. You could be upset. You could be disappointed. But take a step back and just view this through the lens of the 49ers and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They do have a lot of money allocated to all-pro talent and all-pro players. Nick Bosa, sucks that he got hurt. Michael Williams, it sucks that he got hurt. First-round investment. It sucks that Fred Warner got hurt. It sucks that all these guys got hurt. And it made it seem like JC was like blaming the Niners for them getting hurt. No one saw that coming. You had to pay Fred Warner. He earned it. He was the first team All-Pro last season.
He's been the core of this. He's been the anchor of this defense.
The leader of this team.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
George Kittle is a no-brainer. He was a second team All-Pro last season. George Kittle, Nick Bosa a couple years ago, you had to pay that guy, and you paid him. Mm-hmm. Sucks that they got hurt, but that's football, not sports, man. That sucks. I don't know what to tell you. Like, sometimes there's no one to blame, and you take the L.
But I think I get that. But when the injuries have just been as consistent as they have been throughout this regime, again, you go back.
But Fred Warner's been pretty healthy for the most part, and so has George Kittle. They played most of their games.
There's 51 other guys on this team too. Just because Fred Warner's been healthy, and I would say Fred Warner has been the only player of the Shanahan regime that has been healthy. Kittle's been in and out of the lineup a lot. Bosa's been in and out of the lineup a lot. Like, it is constant. When you see graphics like we did the other night on Sunday Night Football, Kyle Shanahan, more games lost to injuries since 2017 than any other team. There comes a point, Joe, where I don't think it's football, injuries happen. You don't accept that anymore because, an injury here or there, that's football. An injury here, there. Yeah, it's just still coincidence. When it's constant, when you could almost time your watch to it, like we all knew going in against MetLife, we all knew going into last Sunday's game, one of these guys are going to get carted off the field. There is not a Niner fan out there that did not have that on the
Is
back
that the
of their
49ers
mind.
fans? Is that the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's fault, or the New York Giants and MetLife Stadium's fault?
I think it's a mixture of a lot of different things. Are we just going to put
plastic wrap over everyone?
Is it ridiculous to say that maybe it's more than one thing? It could be the
So
MetLife.
what did you want them to do then, Sam? What did you want them to do going against the Giants Stadium? Just take them off the field? Just not play?
No, I'm saying so that has nothing to do with just MetLife this past weekend. It's the fact that we have seen a pattern over the entirety of Kyle Shanahan's tenure of just far too many injuries, far too many for us to sit here and just say, well, that's just football. I don't know what is going on. I'm not going to put on my tinfoil cap and blame the power station next to the field like some people out there are doing, but there is clearly something happening in how the Niners are going about their day-to-day business of keeping players healthy that is not working. Like, that is just a fact. Like, I don't know what it is. And just because I can't tell you right now what it is does not mean there is a thing that is going on down there. I'm not in that building, but this is not natural how many injuries they've had to deal with. Now, is it anyone's fault? Again, it probably is. Maybe it's how the Niners are doing things, but that's just kind of where things are at with this fan base. There's an exasperation with this fan base. Exasperation sensation.
Until you can tell me the root cause of the problem, and I understand that fans are frustrated, you're talking about it. It does me no good to just say.
I know. No,
it doesn't do, like, there's no point. Like, what do you want? Like, what do you want Kyle and John to do? They know it. They got dealt a poop sandwich when it comes to the injuries. Sometimes you have to take a bite, and they did. And they're 6-3. And you know what? Things are going well right now for this team. They're going well despite all of the injuries. And I understand the frustration from JC's perspective. Hey, man, like, we can add someone like just like this season. It's a weird season. It's kind of wide open. You got the Indianapolis Colts with Daniel freaking Jones first in the AFC. Like, what? Who had that coming? Sam Darnold and the Seahawks. Wow, they're pretty good. They added a wide receiver. We couldn't do anything. I understand the frustration there, but it also takes two to tango. Who's to say that the 49ers, who are reportedly checking in on Jermaine Johnson, the defensive end for the Jets, who's to say they weren't also checking in on Quinnen Williams? But maybe they didn't want to deal with Quinnen Williams to the Niners because the Niners didn't have a player of interest for them to go back.
Maybe the 49ers really think that they could do something with their first-round pick next year.
Maybe.
Is it like Quinnen Williams' contract? I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but
I can pull it up.
It's got to cost them some money to keep him on the roster next year. If the Niners want to sit here and say, hey, we think that we can get a first-round pick next year that's going to cost less money but provide more value to this team than Quinnen Williams, I'll listen to that. Do you trust the Niners to hit on their first-round pick? That's probably a different bit of a conversation there. Michael Williams left a lot to be desired. I like what we see from Ricky Pearsall when he's on the field. Big mention there when he is on the field. Do you trust the Niners with those first-round picks? Or maybe the move is, as you said earlier, maybe it is you package that first-round pick for a Max Crosby or a Myles Garrett out of Cleveland. So you have more optionality there. Maybe they just didn't feel like Quinnen Williams was that one missing piece, which I think kind of underlies the other situation with the Niners is what if this team did add at the deadline, what are they adding to accomplish? Like, is Quinnen Williams the difference between wherever this team is right now and running onto the field at Levi's for Super Bowl 60? I don't know if that's really, I don't think they were a Quinnen Williams away from being better than the Eagles and the Lions and the Packers in the NFC hierarchy.
If it was Trey Hendrickson, I don't think people would have as much of a problem with it because he's a bona fide rental. And then it's like, okay, we don't want to give up anything for a rental. It's the fact that, as you mentioned, he has another year and another 2 years on top of this under control, Quinnen Williams. He has an $8 million cap hit this year. He's under contract through 2027. There's a potential out after next season where there'd be $0 in dead cap, but he's under contract for the next 2 seasons. So that is why Niner fans are upset. It's because they didn't know that guy was available and that you could get him for a first-round, second-round pick plus a player on top of it. That's why they're, and I think the fact that he went to the Cowboys also hurts too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's, to be honest, I don't think Quinnen Williams is turning the Cowboys and from whatever they are into
I don't either, but it's an
either.
NFC team that traded for with an AFC team, and the Niners felt like, hey, we're 6-3. Why didn't we do that? Yeah. Which I understand why you're frustrated by it, but I'm with you, Sam. I don't think you're Quinnen Williams away from doing anything. It's the fact that it signals to the fan base that it does something. But I think that's where there's a disconnect. Kyle Shanahan's not doing anything for the fan base, and John Lynch is doing it for how to make fans feel good.
They're looking more long-term, and I think they know that they have the job security to look long-term where, if if the 49ers don't make the playoffs this year, but they can say they're, progressing forward with the young talent that they have on this team. I mean, you look at the draft that they had this past season, no one's like crushing it yet, but there's been parts to like. Alfred Collins has shown moments. Upton Stout has shown moments. Siegel's shown some moments. It may not look like there's a bunch of all pros right now, but they're developing. They're looking better. There's reason to be optimistic about it. And as Mike Florio said, the 49ers, they want to build something sustainable. And I think the 49ers, my guess is their plan right now is they want to restock the coffers with homegrown talent that they can then add to going forward and then try and make another serious Super Bowl run, maybe 1, 2, 3 years down the line. We've seen this kind of twice now with the Niners. Kyle Shanahan inherited a bupkis roster, turned it into a Super Bowl contender, had to break it down a little bit or rebuild it up into a Super Bowl contender. Now they had to kind of tear it down a little bit, and now we're seeing the third buildup to their next Super Bowl contender. I think that's the 49ers plan, and they are willing to sacrifice making a run this season that maybe would have ended in the NFC title game, which that's not a bad season, but when the goal is this organization.
What was the goal this year, Sam?
I think this organization is done falling short in the NFC title game. It is the next trip to the Super Bowl has to be the one, and they're not going to sacrifice the assets they can use to build up that future for a season that could fall short in the second round this year.
What was the goal heading into the season?
Honestly, it wasn't a Super Bowl.
No, it was making the playoffs.
It was, can they make the playoffs? Yeah, and they could still do that without having to sacrifice a bunch of their future. And again, I know I'm not saying this to tell fans that they shouldn't be upset about it, because you never know when you're going to have a chance to make a surprise run, and you want to seize that when you can. But at the same time, I do believe that the 49ers are looking more big picture here, and they're not willing to try and go all in on this season at the risk of losing a chance to go in on later seasons down the line, which I believe is their plan. If they had this season 2 years from now, maybe they're a little bit more active. That's not the case right now, because I just feel that the urgency level down there is not as high this year as it might have been in years past.
What's the urgency level with Steve in San Francisco? He joins us now on the roast. What's up, Stevie?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's always disappointing from a fan perspective when trade deadline comes and goes, and just the excitement, and especially knowing that the Niners are in this position, right, where they're just crippled by injury and bereft and could use some of those pieces. But kind of what you guys were mentioning, it's like the plan even before this season, it wasn't throw in the towel, but it was clearly like a soft reset. And I think they felt confident, and I agree with this sentiment, that they still had enough talent, and especially with adding Saleh back, I think that they felt they could both achieve that and still compete for a deep playoff run. Now where we stand at this juncture, and given Bosa, Warner, Michael Williams, the list goes on and on. Like you said, one move was not going to make a difference in the ultimate long run for the playoffs there, and it wouldn't be prudent. I think they were only looking to add something if it was going to make sense and provide value for at least next year, and if not beyond. 6-3 at this point is house money. And I know, I get it. It's like, well, anything can happen when we get in the playoffs and we look at Raheem Mostert and stuff like that. But if we're being really honest, this defense will get absolutely torched by, I know that the NFC, there is some parity and stuff. They just don't have the horses to be able to really do anything beyond get in that dance. And that's the North Star. Get in and see what happens. If you sneak a playoff win, by all means. But at this point, I think the main objective is find out who those players are and get them this playing time now and compete for a playoff spot. And I don't think anybody should be upset or disappointed if that's the benchmark.
Hey, Steve, you sound like a very passionate 49ers fan. Are you sticking with Mac the rest of the way?
1,000%. To that point, I was upset that they rushed Purdy back in, and who's to say exactly what impact that had on the severity? I think it did, but that's pure conjecture. I don't see why it makes any sense to play around with that. We know what we have in Purdy. And Max competing. Let's play this out. And because then you might you might risk long-term health with Purdy. And given everything that I just said, what would be the move, and why would it make sense to have Purdy when Mac is capable and it's just going to subject him to potential longer-term damage?
That's a great call right there, Steve in San Francisco.
I'm curious, how many 49er fans, when they say they don't want Brock to come back just yet, is it based off of you don't want to rush him back before he's fully healthy to go, when Brock's feeling like Brock again? Or is there a belief that, who was our first guy that called in, Dylan, like, they don't want Brock to come back because we all know how that's going to go. It's just not going to look good. It's going to be bad, and they're going to lose games, and there's just this feel that Mac has just completely supplanted Brock Purdy. It's
everything.
It is everything. It is a little bit everything everywhere all at once. I haven't seen that movie yet. But, you look at the Niners schedule the rest of the way, and this defense has held up being duct taped together with, duct tape, gum, and paper clips. Big challenge this weekend against LA and the Rams. If Stafford lights this defense up, as we've kind of mentioned, that's going to be scary. Then you go to Arizona next week. I don't know what they're looking like right now. Probably not very good. But then you got a pretty interesting stretch of home versus Carolina. Panthers looking a lot better right now than we thought they were. Going to Cleveland against Kyle Shanahan's kryptonite, Jim Schwartz. You got Cam Ward and the Titans in December. Not really fretting about that one right now. Colts, Bears, Seahawks, those final 3 games. Colts and Seahawks will be tough. Bears, I feel like it could be a good game from the Bears. It could be a bad game from the Bears.
Go Bears.
Basically, what does it say? When you look at the last 8 games of the season, there are 6 of them in there that look like potential really kind of rough days. I'll say 5. I'm not going to say the Browns are going to give them a rough day. But
maybe, but the Browns defensively are pretty decent.
I think the Browns are more likely to flummox the Niners on the defensive side of the ball than the offensive side of the ball. But still, that's 5 of your final 8 games I'm looking at as potential massive landmines for this defense. At some point, the attrition will catch up. We saw it in Houston. Like, that was the beginning. Hopefully, these young guys take big steps late in the year, but these guys are rookies. It's hard to have so many great rookies late in the year. That's just the reality of football.
I'm never going to sleep on the Browns again because the year the Niners went to the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, P.J. Walker and the Cleveland Browns upset them.
But that game doesn't count. It was raining.
Well, that's, again, thank God it's not raining this Sunday at Levi's. If Brock had to play, oh my God, we'd have to put Mac in there. Just better with the wet balls in his hands. Am I right, Kenny?
Love
Am I right?
Balls.
Fast 5? And by the way, please be safe out there. It's going to be wet today. I don't know if it's already done raining or what have you, but please be safe driving if you're on those roadways. Right? It looks like it's clearing up in San Francisco. Just be defensive. Don't be aggressive out there, people. All right? I know we all want to get
defensive. B-E, defensive.
Thank you. I know we all want to get... I'm one of those drivers, too. I promise you. I don't like driving in the car. So sometimes I like to speed because I like to get to my destination faster so I don't have to drive. I think I speak for a lot of people like that. But in this weather, I learned my lesson when I was in high school. Hydroplaning on the highway. It's not worth it.
Steer into the skid.
And I was late for first period freaking junior year of high school. All right?
Wow, you tried to show up to school on time? What a nerd.
What is it? Is it pre-calculus or something I was late to? Yeah. I could have missed it. It's fine. It's all right.
Honestly, if you drive slower, there's just more time to sit in the car and listen to all the wonderful programming we have here on 95.7 The Game.
Perfect.
It's win-win. You get to live and listen to great sports
talk. You get to live. It's great.
Yeah, I think that's a fair trade-off, being alive and listening to 95.7 The Game. I'll take both of those things.
Looks like it's going to be 74 degrees and partly cloudy for game day at Levi's Stadium this Sunday.
I remember when November was cold.
It's been a little chilly, though, in the East Bay, I'll say that. It's been
it dropped down to 68 yesterday. Ooh.
Hey, it's been getting like high 50s around my neck.
Winter's coming.
It is good. I love wintertime.
Oh, I remember we used to have wintertime. My final thought, this is a final thought I've been holding on to for the last few days. My goodness, the worst $4 million ever spent in history goes to, congratulations, Miami Hurricanes and Carson Beck. Good Lord, just a horrible big game quarterback. I don't care what he looks like, Sid the Sloth, Sid from Toy Story, just absolute booty performance from Carson Beck. I used to call him Carson Garoppolo. I can't even do that because that's insulting to Jimmy Garoppolo. Carson Beck, easily the worst quarterback I've ever seen. don the Miami Hurricane uniform. Like the Giants spending $4 million on Tom Murphy was a better investment than giving $4 million to this guy. You think Georgia's missing him? Georgia doesn't even know that Carson Beck exists anymore. That was just the most embarrassing performance I've seen from Miami in the longest time down at Dallas against SMU, which I don't even know why they're in the ACC. Nothing matters in college football anymore. Oh my God, I cannot wait for this disaster of a football season to be over so we can try and get a real quarterback next year. Then Mario could disappoint me again because that's the Mario Cristobal way. Hey, Mark Grandy, I know you're listening. Take him back. Mark Grandy went to Oregon, which is where Mario used to coach at, and that's where that last part comes from.
You're just desperate for a Brad Kaya, aren't you?
Don't you be getting on my Keisman.
The Keisman?
That's what we called him, the Keisman.
Stop
I would rather have Malik Rozier back under center because I knew he at least would try to win games. Carson Beck is just like, I'm on the 5-yard line overtime. Hey, SMU defender, this one's for you. This is what he does. Whenever the game is on the line, he just melts down because he's absolute booty and has a dumb face.
You feel better?
Yeah.
Kenny, what you got?
You beat FSU, so it's all good.
Yeah, mine's pretty simple. My final thought, Warriors, no Curry tonight, maybe no Jimmy. Let's get the young guys out there. Let's get a win. Kuminga had an off night yesterday, but I really like what you guys have said before, but I really like what I've seen from Kuminga. Moody had 24 points. Quentin Post from the 3. Oh, man.
QP.
Let's go, young guys. Come on.
I'm looking if Draymond's playing another dominant performance against Sabonis, a.k.a. Hollow Man, as Steiny calls him, because he puts up hollow numbers. Great movie, by the way, Kevin Bacon. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee, one consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. And I guarantee you, Steiny and Guru next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Fight stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
rinse it out.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. Cruise on out to the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 2,500 of the Bay Area's coolest American-made and powered show cars and trucks of all years. Good Guys Autocross racing action, a metal-crunching Hayward Firefighters Charity Demo Derby, Nitro Thunderfest, and more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Be there. Details at good-guys.com.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
That's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line.
Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Hey, Dan Dibley here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton Yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Guru's got a little personal matter to attend to. I'll say a word. And we got a fun show coming up today. Not because Guru's not here. Because we got a Warriors win to talk about. We got a trade deadline that's come and gone. And we got a lot of other stuff. Draymond Green's been talking. Evan, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. Got out of Chase Center about 12 o'clock last night. Got home, got a little shut-eye, back in here. You know, a game that was interesting for some and I think entertaining for others perhaps. But overall, feeling good this morning. Got a couple cups of coffee in me and sending all the best to the goo.
Absolutely. Here, I like to, every once in a while, I like to jump into the YouTube chat a little before the show, kind of test the waters, dip the toe in, if you will. And
You've been doing that more lately.
Yeah, I'd like to know the percentage of 49er fans that are actually truly upset that they didn't make a move yesterday, because I can't imagine it's too high of a percentage.
Now, I think it might be more than not too high. There's some people that aren't, I don't know if it's pissed, but you're left hanging at the altar. Like, you're expecting to get something. I don't think that people were asking for Trey Hendrickson, Steiny. They didn't want, they didn't want Reggie White to walk through the door, but I think they were expecting a little more than just Keon White from last week.
Yeah, I agree. I do think, though, that going into this trade deadline, if you thought about what they needed, where they are, and what they didn't want to give up, you might not like it, but I kind of understand it. Here's what I understand. John Lynch made it clear he didn't want to trade for a rental, that the only players he wanted in here were at least under contract this year and next year. He talked about protecting the draft capital. I think he'd probably be willing to move some lower round picks, but the high picks, there was no way he was going to trade a high pick for somebody who wasn't going to be here long term. And then the other thing, Evan, is I just think inside that building, they're not convinced they're a player away or two players away from whatever the goal is.
Yeah, of course. Well, those two players would be Fred Warner and Nick Bosa.
Okay.
That's what they're away from, I think, seriously believing that they can compete. But it's not like there weren't players that have contracts beyond this season that were available. You could have got there were guys who got traded, Steiny, that are under contract for next season. So I understand the whole concept of not wanting a rental, but if I wake up this morning and I see players on other teams that are not just going to be on the Rams, the Eagles, you could even say the Cowboys who got Quinnen Williams, they're not just going to be on that team for 1 year. This isn't just a rental. There were guys that were traded and that were available that you could have gotten that would be on the team next season, which is also a big focus. I think that this 49ers front office has decided, and did so before the year, they're not all in on this season. They're just simply not. They're not all in on a year where they don't believe that they can win a Super Bowl. And so I don't think they're waving the white flag on the season, but yesterday was absolutely waving the white flag on a chance to compete for a championship. And that's what people are pissed about, because what else are you doing it for?
I don't think the 49ers thought they were a couple moves away from a championship.
No, but my point is there are moves out there that could contribute to next year's team, too.
I see. I got you.
You can hide behind the rental. That's fine. I'm with you. That makes sense. You don't want to give up picks for a guy that you're not convinced is going to be here long term. But there were players like that out there to pursue, and you chose not to.
Yes, there are a couple things here that I kind of, I don't want to say disavow, but the one thing a lot of people bring up, or fans, is that the 49ers' history of drafting hasn't been overwhelmingly great, and so the picks are less important. I don't think you can treat it like that. I think you've always got to look at the draft as a place where you can do some damage and get some players. And you can't expect Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch to say, well, we don't think we're very good at drafting, so we're not going to keep picks. The reality is over the course of their 8 or 9 years, they've found players and they've missed on players. So I think that's, and when you're looking at this team and the ages of some of the players, I think they're prioritizing draft picks a little bit. The other thing is, I don't think they're convinced. I don't think they know what to make of this team. I think they're proud of this team, and I think they're proud of the grittiness. But I think if they're looking in the mirror, they know that they're just not going to be able to navigate through the rest of the regular season and deep into the playoffs. I just think to give up something like a first or second or third, they just didn't want to do that.
No, but there were, take the Seattle Seahawks, for example. They didn't make a massive move. Now, they might have overpaid for a guy like Rashid Shaheed. I think they sent a 4th and a 5th round pick to the Saints for a rental. But that's not a move you look at and say, well, we're a player away. That's a move that the Seattle Seahawks made because maybe they don't think Cooper Kupp can stay on the field and they're going to need an extra receiver. Or maybe they identified a need and said, one of their rookie guys isn't good enough and we need a veteran in here who can take the top off. Like, there are moves that you can make around the edges that don't signify the player you are away from a title. But you have a good team and you had a chance yesterday to add reinforcements. And odds are someone else is going to get hurt for the Niners because that's just the way that it goes. And so to me, after you see 2 defensive linemen go down, one of which for the season, which was your first-round pick, Michael Williams, I'm not going to say I was shocked, but I was surprised that they didn't even add a body. Just somebody that could step in and eat snaps. Because, Steiny, like this defense is on its last leg. And to me, the only way that this team is going to, not the only way, but the question that I have is if the defense was the primary reason why they got off to a good start in the first half, can the offense be the reason why they finished the season strong? Because they're the better unit. They're the less injured unit. They got guys coming back. Mac Jones, even if you don't consider the quarterback to be, an injured, an injury-plagued position, Mac Jones has been helping you. But the defense is just begging for someone to come in here, and the Niners gave them nothing.
What when you look at this team right now, what's its ceiling? Right now, just the team that's on the field today.
The playoffs.
Okay. Do you really believe, because I think this is where the disagreement's going to be, do you really think a player or two on the defensive side of the ball that would have fetched a 4th or 5th or 6th round pick, how much would a guy or two like that help this unit this year?
Well, I would ask you the same question about the Rams and the Seahawks. Like, how good do you think those teams are?
Well, see, okay.
They didn't add big boys.
That's fair.
They got bodies.
That's fair, but I believe that both those front offices think their teams are better than the Niners front office thinks their team is.
Yeah, of course. Anybody can see that. Although you did beat both of them one time.
You did. You did.
But no, I agree. Like, the Niners aren't favored on Sunday for a reason. When they play the Seahawks, if the Seahawks are still playing for something in Week 17, you're probably not going to be favored in that game either. But I'm looking at both of those franchises who, in our application here, are a move away, and they didn't make a big move. They just got guys that they believed could help their team at positions of need. And the Niners have a clear, glaring position of need, and it's the defensive line. And you could have spent one of your 3 4th-round picks. You could have spent a 5th or a 6th. You could have gotten another body in here, and they opted to not do so. Like, that's where I can hear a fan saying, why are we just sitting on our why are we just sitting on our ass yesterday watching everybody else make a move or two? I'm not asking for Quinnen Williams. I'm asking for another Keon White because we had 2 more guys go down last week.
I don't think do you think Keon White or another Keon White would have been the difference between some fans being happy and some fans being a little disappointed? I'm not sure. I think it's come down, here's what I think. I think the 49ers, and people may not like to hear this, but they said, look, we're without Warner. We're without Bosa. We just lost Williams. We don't know if Brock Purdy's coming back. We don't have Ayuk. Ricky Pearsall now we're not sure of. We just got to ride it out with this team, see where we can go, and let the chips fall where they may. What do you guys say, 49er fans? How would you describe your feeling today when the 49ers sat tight? 888-957-9570. The kickoff show this Sunday with Hall of Fame nominee Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. It starts at 11 a.m. from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. All the early games are going to be on. Great food, great drinks, and games in the parking lot. If you're going to the game, we have a free shuttle for you to and from Laughing Monk to the stadium. That's right, free shuttle. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. First come, first served. And the last home game filled up pretty quickly, so go ahead there now to save your spot. That's 957thegame.com. That segment was also brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say
yes!
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-505-9257. 800-505-9257. 800-505-9257.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and let's get it going today. By the way, coming up at 11 o'clock, we've got Kenny Caraway. He's a co-host of D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 out of Sacramento. Warriors play the Kings tonight. They'll be without Steph Curry for sure, and Butler and Draymond Green, questionable. At the same time, Zach LaVine and Sabonis, questionable for the Kings.
A lot of stars on the floor tonight.
Yeah. So anyway, the Warriors will try to back up last night's win over Phoenix with another one, but it's a back-to-back, and it looks like they're going to be playing without some of their veteran players. But what we're talking about right now is the 49ers at the trade deadline. They decide to sit tight. They don't make a move. And we're just getting the feelings of the faithful, how we're feeling about this. Evan, it seems like, you would have liked to have seen them get a couple reinforcements in here, not necessarily mortgage the future, but get a couple players in here that are good enough to help them for the regular season. Is that fair? Or for the rest of this season?
I mean, a guy, yeah.
Okay.
Well, look, the Niners aren't a piece away, I believe, from competing for a Super Bowl, but you opened up by asking, are people really frustrated with the inaction? And probably not a ton. I think most people are realistic about what the season has become because of the amount of injuries that they've sustained at key positions. But I understand why someone would wake up today and feel like, we had a chance to do something and we just didn't. Like, a lot of the teams that are right now, if the season ended today, in a playoff spot, either have everything they believe they need to win a Super Bowl, or they went out and got something to help them win a Super Bowl. And the Niners were one of the only teams that did not. So, yeah, I can see how people would be frustrated this morning.
Here's a few things that I was thinking about, and it's why I'm okay with what they did. Couple things. One, last year they went all in, and injuries messed up their season. So I look at it like injuries have messed up their season this year, so why go all in? I know, because you're 6-3. Let's be honest. That's the biggest reason you'd go all in?
No one's asking you to go all in, though.
Well, that's true.
But going all in to me is what the Colts did. They gave up 2 first-round picks to get the best corner that was available in Sauce Gardner. A lot. I mean, I think it's a lot. Like, that's a pretty big overpay in my opinion. But if you think that you're one cornerback away, which maybe the Colts do, then that's an all-in move. It's the whole Rams F them picks type of setup, right? If you think you can get a guy that's going to help you get over the top, then you go do it. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about an all-in move. I told you, I don't think the Niners are all in on this season. That's, to me, why they didn't make a move yesterday, and that's why I think they did what they did this summer.
I agree, and I was going to leave it like this. I don't think the front office believes in this team, and I'm leaving it open-ended because they probably believe it can make the playoffs. They might even believe it can win the division. I don't think they think it can win a Super Bowl. And here's the thing, like, just because, but I'm gonna operate under the assumption that the Niners, that Lynch and Shanahan and the big boys up front look at each other and say, this isn't our year to win the Super Bowl. Okay, you know what? Just because your front office doesn't believe it, it actually doesn't mean that it still can't happen. And in a way, I look at the 2022 Warriors. I fully believe that the front office in that year, in the 2 years leading up to it, thought the Warriors were done winning titles, and it's why they ended up making some moves that they made. They still went out and won the NBA Finals. So,
but who got hurt on that team?
Nobody.
That's the difference.
Well, and
in fact, they got a guy back mid-season.
But that's why I can't make an investment in this season if I think now. You know, here's the argument. Well, could you have gotten a player or two in here for a 6th round pick? John Lynch might have been like, yeah, but nobody that we thought would make a difference.
Yeah, but if you hear that, and I agree with you, the front office doesn't believe that this team can win a Super Bowl. How does that sound if you're a fan?
Oh, I thought you were going to say a player, and then we were going to get into it.
No, I think the players are paid. You're going to go out there and you're supposed to compete and do what your job is. But if you're a fan, like, that to me is where the frustration falls, is because I agree with you. I don't think this front office believes they can win a Super Bowl. I don't think that was the goal this season. I think the goal was to reset their books, to put themselves in a position to maybe next year or the year after, quickly reboot this thing to get back into Super Bowl contention. And anything that was in the playoff realm this year was going to be them ahead of schedule, which it looks like they are. And that, from that standpoint, you could feel good about it. But again, the front office doesn't believe you can win a Super Bowl. No fan wants to hear that, I believe.
Well, the fans aren't going to have to hear that because they're not going to say that.
No, but their actions yesterday spoke louder than their words.
And you know what? I'm fine with that.
Or inaction.
In a way, I'd rather have a front office that can say, you know what, let's be honest, this is a long shot here, and we're kind of defying the odds, and, we still don't believe in this team. Or I shouldn't say don't believe in this team. Just, you know what? I'll tell you what. I could look at it this way. They believe in this team enough that they didn't trade any players for picks.
Well, who are you going to trade?
Well, I'm just saying they could have theoretically, if they think Pearsall's coming back in a week or two and Watkins is taking a step up, I'm just saying Juwan Jennings, but they probably wouldn't have gotten a lot for him. I was just saying that.
They also thought Pearsall was going to be back, after a couple weeks.
That's true. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Paul in Houston to start us out. What's up, Paul? How you doing?
Doing good. What's up, brothers?
Hey.
Yo.
Hey, I would think you guys hit it on the head. John and Kyle came into this year thinking 26 and 27 was the window. We got some young guys getting some reps, and we're ahead of schedule. I mean, I'm good with it. Let it ride. We got to rebuild an offensive line coming up anyway, so we need those picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the way I'm looking at it, too. The question is, was there a deal out there around the edges that could have made this team marginally better, and was that worth it? I think that's that's what Lynch and Shanahan were asking themselves.
Well, it's just about getting depth. I mean, that's really why you would do anything. Swinging big to me was never an option for this team, unless there was someone out there. And even if, again, if they could get, well, it reminds me a little of of the Warriors' fascination with Giannis. Like, if you could get him, well, then we'll go all in. Then we'll push all of our chips in on the table. But anything less than that, I'm not giving you anything. Like, I think if the Niners could have gotten Myles Garrett or Max Crosby, yeah, I think they would give up future draft capital. But those guys aren't available. So we're just going to stand pat and play the rest of the season out.
Well, let's just take Quinnen Williams. He would have been a big swing. Would you agree?
Yeah, anything that involves a first-round pick is pretty big.
So that particular move, would you have done that if you were the Niners?
No.
So, I mean, I don't know if I would or wouldn't have. Probably not. But that kind of is, to me, that's the definition of how small the thread was going to be. If there was a big boy out there, if Williams was a big boy out there and you didn't want to give up a first and a second, okay, then you don't think a move on the edges is really going to impact the team, well, then you're operating under a narrower scope where you're looking for a player who can help you this year and next year, you think is really good, but you're not going to give up a lot for him. You know what I mean? Like, they were really trying to thread a needle here, I think, with the right player, the right picks going back, and the right fit for the next year or two.
Well, the guy that was available to them that they said no to was Jermaine Johnson.
Right.
Linebacker, edge rusher for the New York Jets, was a Pro Bowler under Robert Saleh, and was a guy that was available. But the Niners, according to Diana Rossini, did not want to give up a second-round pick. You know, if we're talking about a guy, that's the dude. And to me, I kind of lean into Saleh here. Like, I don't know, he may not have a seat at the table in this war room when they're deciding who they want to go after or not. But I have to imagine, and you can apply this to Quinnen Williams too, if there's anybody that would know if those guys are worth what the Cowboys gave up for Quinnen Williams and what the Jets were asking for Jermaine Johnson, I have to imagine if there's someone that would know what those guys are worth, it's Robert Saleh. He was their head coach and defensive play caller for multiple years. Again, both of them, Quinnen Williams was an all-pro under Saleh. Jermaine Johnson was a Pro Bowler. If they didn't get him, I have to say that Saleh was probably conferred, was asked about it, and he was like, I don't know if it's worth it.
Or he might have said, let's go do it, and they said, that's too much. Lynch and Shanahan. But I completely agree that as it relates to the Jets guys who got traded and Jermaine Johnson who didn't, that one you may disagree with, you may agree with, but that's how the 49er guys earn their money. Like, I fully believe they could have gotten a Jet if they would have wanted to pay the price that was gotten for him, and they said no, that's too much.
Now, do you buy this though? Because this is something I always find interesting. You can look at it the way we're talking about it, right? And the Niners don't believe in the team because they didn't invest in it, right? We talk about this all the time during baseball season, and we'll talk about it in February when the Warriors have a chance to make a deal at the deadline. But why don't we think about the non-trade actually as belief in the team? Like, we think you're good enough. Like, do you just not buy that?
There could be some truth to that.
Like, you guys have done pretty damn well without what I believe to be a roster that is capable of a 6-3 record. You know, you guys have proved us wrong, essentially. So we're going to let you play this one out.
I think there's a shred of truth there for sure. I mean, if Shanahan and Lynch are looking at themselves saying, I don't know how we're 6-3 either. But now that we're 6-3 and we look ahead and, you know, Mac's been better than we thought, and, you know, Robert's doing a hell of a job with his defense, even though they're hurt. You know what? Let's not do anything drastic. Let's use the old George Bush, stay the course, and let's see where this goes. Because we're going to have to play a lot of guys we're going to have to make decisions on next season. So let's give them 8 or 9 more games to see what they got. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the 49ers don't make a move yesterday. They're still 6-3. They're firmly entrenched in the playoff picture. The division, they're in third place. And a couple of the competitors did add pieces. But how are you feeling about the Niners right now? Not making any moves and taking this team to Levi Stadium Sunday to play the LA Rams. Let's go to Filmo Mike. What's up, Filmo? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's popping? I got a tough. See, that word kind of triggers me. They don't believe in the team. Like, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? I just think they looked at it. They said, okay, we got this going on. We got that going on. I'm happy with the team, right? But the words you guys are using are like that they don't. I don't think that they don't believe in them. I just think they looked at the situation and said, okay, we got this, we got that in the third. We always building for the future. And also I want to say this. In football, you can't pick your year. So that thought of, are we going to try to do it this year? Brock Purdy is dealing with a toe injury, bro. Like, stop trying to plan for stuff. You can't do that in football. So I think that was never the case. Also, expectations on trade deadlines. This ain't the NBA, right, bruh. Fans. So stop, like, every year you're not going to get a Christian McCaffrey or Trent Williams. You're not going to get a blockbuster trade. We made a couple of deals beforehand. It is what it is. They assess the situation. Like you just said, I forget if it's Mark or Evan, we like this team. What if they said, hey, you know what? I'm proud of this team. We're going to rock with this team. We got reinforcements coming back in a couple of next weeks. Solid. Do you feel like this team is good enough? Bethune is out there smacking people, bro. He's out there trying to put a hurt on people. He looks pretty good. Winters looks okay. So you got to replace a Bosa. Bosa is, he's good, but I don't know. My thing is, like, why would we invest all of this stuff, right, and for some players, and we don't know what year we can win it? Well,
let me throw this at you, Mike, and it's kind of what the boss said, and he said this. He goes, you're right. You don't know if you're going to be good next year. So because you don't know if you're even going to be good next year, then make some moves this year because you're 6-3.
Well, no, I don't think. I think what you said earlier was key. They looked at it, and it's like, okay, well, our season got derailed last year. Our season is derailed this year. Let's just stay the course. Let's just stand pat because we do have a pretty good team. I think we can make the playoffs. Let's just try to make the playoffs with the reinforcements that we are getting and see where we lay from there. It wouldn't have made no sense to me to, like, just say, let's break the bank on this year, right? Like, that wouldn't be smart, I would think. But if you say, okay, we're 6-3, we're in a position we actually want to be in. We're in a strengthened position. We're not at a 4-4, 4-6 position or whatever the record would be. We're in a position of strength. So to me, they kind of said, okay, they assessed the situation as they should have, and they said, you know what, it's not worth the second round pick. So boom, I feel it.
Appreciate you, Mike.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But look, you also do have to plan for the future, and I think that's where the complexity of sports lies, right? What Mike is talking about is absolutely correct, that one year to the next can be completely different, but that also means that you have to sort of be ready for it. Like you have to be ready for if something goes wrong and you need to pivot. And if you forego your flexibility this year because you think you want to go in and you want to, maximize this year, well, that's all well and good. And to the boss's point, you could, yes, you might be able to maximize this year. But if that hurts or like inhibits you from reacting to the future, which is completely unknown, then that's borderline irresponsible.
Yeah, the one thing that always strikes a chord with me is when fans say, well, what's McCaffrey thinking? Or what's Trent Williams thinking? Or, you owe it to McCaffrey. No, you don't. I mean, you owe it to your team, the franchise, the fans. That's the part that you owe Trent Williams? Like, what do you owe Trent Williams?
About $30 million.
Right, and you owe him to be conscientious in putting a team around him that can compete. And if some years you can do it better than others, that's what you do. So, Christian McCaffrey's great. That doesn't mean you make decisions based on, well, how's Christian going to feel? What if they don't feel supported? It's like, come on, man. This is pro sports. By the way, I want you to listen to and I haven't listened to this, so maybe this is going to contradict exactly what I said. But this was Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. He was on with the Morning Roast.
It sends a message to the team that we think that you guys are good enough to compete. We think that we can get the most out of what we have. Look, they're 6-3, and look at all the injuries. It's amazing that they're 6-3. They've matched their win total from last year. And who knows how this is going to play out the rest of the way. The NFC is ridiculously competitive this year. Look at the division that the 49ers are in. The Cardinals are dangerous at 3-5. You've got the Seahawks and the Rams right now that arguably are among, the best 5 teams in the entire NFL. So that's the thing. The short-term expenditure or the short-term boost and the long-term expenditure, you got to be realistic about where you are. And you got to be realistic about what it's going to do. And the last thing you want to do is get to the point where you regret giving up those picks.
I just think it's so funny the way if you say the NFC's wide open, teams have injuries, then you interpret it as they think they have enough. Well, if they think it's that much, if there's that much parity, then go out and get some guys and see if you could put yourself at the top. So I actually think that argument, you can use it either way if you really want.
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying, right? Yeah. Some people today wake up this morning and say they didn't invest in the team, so they don't believe in the team. Florio is interpreting it as, actually, they do believe in the team. But what this comes down to me is, it all comes back to the quarterback, if we're being honest, because the whole reason why you're not selling any part of your future with draft picks is because you need cheap labor. Why do you need cheap labor? Because you're about to pay a quarterback $53 million for the next 5 years. So I don't think you can look 5 years down the line, but I absolutely believe this front office looks 2 or 3 years down the line and says, who do we have on our books? Who do we got to pay? Who are we investing in? And how are we going to figure this thing out? We reset our book this offseason. We know Brock Purdy's coming up. We're not adding anybody that's going to cost us big money to a team that is going to have an albatross salary entering our books. And we're also not going to give up any chance to replenish a potential high salary body with cheap labor. That's what they did this offseason. They said goodbye to Debo. Okay, let's bring in Jordan Watkins. He's a rookie. We said goodbye to Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd. Okay, that's fine. We're going to draft a couple linemen. Like they said, Talanoa Hufanga, Marquis Siegel, come on down. They said goodbye to a lot of players that made more money than they should have and replaced them with rookies or cheap talent. Why? Because you're about to pay your quarterback. So I think this is also a part of that too.
You know what? You just made me think of this as you were talking, and I wonder if Brock Purdy had been healthy all year, and this is a hypothetical, let's say the 49ers are still 6-3, but Purdy has quarterbacked all 9 games, and he's played essentially like Mac Jones, or Purdy. Do you think
no?
Do you think the fans would have more optimism right now and want to go more all in, or not all in, but would have been wanting the team to be more aggressive?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me if the team would have done anything, and I still think they wouldn't have.
Okay, that's kind of what I was asking.
No, I don't think it changes anything. Like, to me, the quarterback, Kyle Shanahan said it's his team. So whether it's his team now or his team in the future, I don't think that changed the game plan of Parag and John Lynch whatsoever. I think they told us what they were going to do this offseason when they said goodbye to 6 or 7 veterans and replaced them with players you haven't heard of before.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If the 49ers sent a message yesterday, the front office, was it that we believe in this team and we're going to let it roll, or we don't think this team is worth investing in at this point? 888-957-9570. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. This segment was sponsored by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back, and you can cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
When you have the pieces in place, when you have two great quarterbacks, a wonderful running back, the best tight end in football, not to mention Trent Williams next to him, you can't mess. When you have a Super Bowl concoction, you cannot mess with it.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a chance to get a Rafael Devers, you should say no. You don't want to mess with a locker room that's feeling good about itself. You know what? Fred Warner, we're fine. Tatum Bethune, in just 2 games, has already had more tackles in one game than Fred Warner has in his entire San Francisco 49ers career. You know what, Fred Warner? You're expendable.
I think he stinks. I think he had a terrible year last year.
Cleveland Ferrell came right in, picked up a sack. Bosa, you know what? We don't need you anymore. These guys are ready to step up and step in. Obviously, I'm kidding. But yeah, that's to me, it's, I guess, Steiny, that's like yesterday, it's reality setting in that this defense is just not good enough. Like without Warner, without Bosa, as much as they might be able to, scheme good games together, I think that people are just, maybe they looked at the deadline as like a last gasp to get some sort of real talent in here, because I don't believe anybody thinks that, well, maybe some do. I don't believe that this defense is going to hold up through the rest of the year.
It would be asking a lot, it feels like. And the other thing that always surprises me, because they don't mean the same thing, is if Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch look at each other and say, how are we 6-3? We clearly don't have the talent that we've had, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and maybe even last year before all the injuries hurt. Why? Like, this team isn't those teams, and so let's see what just because you want to see what this team can do doesn't mean they can't do anything or that they can get to the Super Bowl. It'll probably be somewhere in between. And it's not like the front office has given up on this team and now the players are going to be despondent. Like, that to me is not reality. I think the 49ers veteran players are at practice today and they're in no worse frame of mind about the season than they were yesterday.
You think Saleh is? His job just keeps getting tougher and tougher, man.
Yeah, that part we don't know about.
I don't know, and you could be right. Like, maybe he did actually want all these Jets. He was like, dude, give me these guys and I guarantee you I can win you a playoff game. And they're like, hey, Bob, take a seat.
We don't know that dynamic. But I 100% agree with you that Saleh had to be in on the discussions on all the Jets defensive players that were, that were seemingly available.
Felt like it was all of them. The only guy they held on to was Johnson because they couldn't get what they wanted.
And what was it? Is he a free agent at the end of this year?
He is
offhand.
They picked up his team option for next year, but then after that, he's a free agent. So it would be 1.5 years. Then you'd have to decide whether or not you want to re-sign him or extend him.
Yeah, I guess. Clearly a second rounder.
Look, people don't want to hear this, but top 3 round picks are valuable. Like, you don't give them up unless you have a pretty good idea of what you're getting. That's what makes the Niners Trey Lance draft day whiff so ridiculous. Like, the Niners gave up for the rights to trade Trey Lance what the Colts just gave up to get Sauce Gardner for the next 5 years. Like, a first-round pick is immensely valuable. And I know that people are always thinking, hey, well, you never know what you're going to get. It's a crapshoot and all the rest. But it's not just the right to draft a good talent. It's the right to potentially have that talent for a low cost for 4+ years.
Yeah. This is also Mike Florio on what the 49ers right now are trying to build and how yesterday may explain some of that.
What the 49ers have tried to do is build something that is sustainable year in and year out. And you don't maintain a sustainable contender if you get too aggressive with giving up your future draft picks. Those future draft picks are nothing. They're nameless, faceless possibilities that never come to fruition if you give them away. You never know who they could have been. And it becomes easier to get caught up in this idea that we got to go all in right now. We got to make a move right now. And I'm not saying you never do it. I'm saying you do it strategically. You do it carefully. And we don't know what the specifics were of the conversations behind the scenes. They're not going to come out and say, hey, we almost traded for this guy, or we almost traded away that guy. We almost did this. We almost did that. That just breathes life into this what-if scenario. I think that the message is they're happy with what they have. They're willing to go forward. They're willing to keep their draft picks. And let's see how the rest of the season plays out.
I mean, you can agree with it or you can disagree with it, but to me, that is kind of the summation. That's what I believe the 49ers are thinking right now.
Yeah, they're thinking that this year, anything good that happens this season it's house money. I don't think they expected to compete. Well, maybe they did because of the schedule. I'm not really sure what the offseason conversations were, but anytime you say goodbye the amount of contributing veteran players that they did this summer, you cannot go into a year legitimately thinking that you're going to be better than you were. And they won 6 games last year. They've already won 6 games through 9 weeks. They are ahead of schedule. And while yesterday was a chance to add, I believe it was also a signal that maybe internally they believe they're on the right track, and they don't want to disrupt that.
Yeah, I think, and by the way, coming up in 5 minutes, we've got Kenny Caraway of D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 in Sacramento. Warriors play the Kings tonight, the second game of a back-to-back. They beat the Phoenix Suns last night, and they're going to play tonight, definitely without Steph Curry. And we're going to find out about Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. But when we're joined by Kenny, we'll start switching to the Golden State Warriors. The one thing that I also wonder how the 49ers factor in is, are they thinking about how do you go into next season feeling about Bosa, Warner, McCaffrey, and Kittle? And I'm picking out some of their older type players. Like if we say it's a year-to-year league, then we got to acknowledge that maybe all 4 of those guys aren't going to be the players they've been. And so where does that leave you if they take a step back?
Well, I don't know if you can do that, but what you can assume is that they won't be available for the entire 17-game season. Like Bosa tore his ACL, was it week 3 or week 4? Warner a couple weeks after that goes down. Warner might be back by the beginning of next season. Bosa, I don't think will be. You got some other guys that are kind of banged up, like Ayuk hopefully can get on the field this year and then be a full go by the beginning of next camp. But yeah, Steiny, like you got some questions for some of your big boys. And I also think that too is probably why you want to hold on to your draft picks. I think the Niners realize that they may have made a mistake the last couple of seasons by not identifying or investing in their offensive line. And that's something I think they'll do this summer. They might just be a little late because it takes time to develop. But they spent a majority of their draft capital on defense. Okay, so that defense is the unit that they invested in. Maybe not this year, maybe not even next year, but hopefully in a couple of seasons, that defense is going to be rebuilt. It's going to be young, it's going to be fast, and it's going to be what Kyle Shanahan needs to compete. I mean, you're already seeing some of the guys that were drafted a year or two ago contributing now. Looks like Tatum Bethune, while he's not Fred Warner, he could play a little bit.
Right.
D. Winters, you got a couple years ago. Actually, he looks like he might be a good Dre Greenlaw replacement. Like, that to me is the goal of what they're trying to accomplish right now. The last few seasons, they have been on the short side of things. They've been in the short game.
Right.
It's been about Super Bowl or bust. That's not what I'm getting from this front office anymore. And I think that's totally reasonable.
Right. What's wrong with the 49ers going out and surprising the front office and being better than the front office thought they were going to be? I mean, I think that's what's kind of happening right now. The bottom line is the 49ers, with this schedule, we're going to win a bunch of games. But the fact that they beat Seattle and they beat the Rams early in the year, those are the two wins that have essentially put them where they are right now. And you're over the halfway point of the season. So I think they're looking at it. I don't know about house money, but they're just, let's see what this team can do. And I think right now, on balance, this is probably going to end up being a playoff team. Now, the conversation we're going to have, Evan, at some point is if they do make the playoffs at 10-7 and they get waxed, in the first round, we are going to say, see, all these cosmetic wins over bad teams and a couple early season wins over the division rivals, that we expected that to kind of happen, or not the division rivals, but like we expected to win 8-9 games, and we did because of our schedule, but we knew once we played a really good team, we're going to be in trouble, and that may be what happens, but I still say you got to want to get to the playoffs.
Well, yeah, of course. You want to make the playoffs every year. And I mean, you set it up at the beginning of the season. Like, if they find a way to not make the playoffs, they should be disappointed.
Now.
Yes.
But at the beginning of the year.
No, even at the beginning of the year.
No. I disagree with you there. If they would have suffered all these injuries at the beginning of the year and wouldn't be 6-3,
but they didn't have them. They didn't suffer them at the beginning.
No,
of the year.
but what I'm saying is, if right now, for whatever reason, they were 4-5, do you think that that the front office would be thinking differently than they are at 6-3? I'm not sure.
Yes, they have the easiest schedule in the last 10 years. If you didn't make the playoffs with this schedule, what are we talking about?
Well, what I'm saying is, if they weren't 6-3 right now, nobody would expect them to make the playoffs with all these injuries.
No. What I'm saying, at the beginning of the year, you should have expected to make the playoffs if you're the San Francisco 49ers.
I would agree with that. All right, let's switch gears here. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Kenny Caraway. He's a host of D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 out of Sacramento. Warriors play the Kings tonight in Sacramento. Kenny, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Steiny, Evan, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Hey, give me the mood in Sacramento regarding the Kings and the optimism or pessimism level 2 weeks into the year.
The optimism versus pessimism level is like 95% pessimistic. Optimistic is not something that you can easily find in the city right now for this Kings team. People are very frustrated with the direction or lack thereof with this Kings team, and a lot of people want the Kings to just sell out everything, tank, bottom out, and do all this other stuff. And I understand that aspect, but they got a couple of contracts on that roster that make it where they can't necessarily do that. I know Zach LaVine's contract is an issue, and a lot of people look at that as potentially the worst contract in the NBA. but I would say they have one that's worse, and that's Domantas Sabonis. Not that he's a bad player, but for $45, $47, $49 million over the next 3 years, I'm not sure who's signing up to take on that contract right now. So it's some frustrating times right now for a lot of Kings fans. I'm not one of them. I think the Kings are actually really talented. Not really talented. Just say talented. I don't want to put the really on there. But they're a talented team, and I think they're going to be around 500, be in that play-in conversation anywhere between 8 and 10. And that's kind of where they're at. But a lot of people think this is just a terrible, terrible team, and I don't necessarily see it that way.
It's good to talk to you, Casey, and I really enjoy the work you and D'Lo do up there at our sister station in Sacramento. You know, as far as the Kings, I've watched a couple of games, certainly not as closely as you have, but you know, what kind of challenge does Doug Christie have? It's like you got a ton of guys who need the ball. You named a couple of them with Levine and Sabonis and a lot of guards. You bring in Russ. Like, how difficult of a job is it for Doug Christie right now to try and make stuff happen with a roster that, like you mentioned, and I've heard a lot of people talk about, doesn't really fit?
Yeah, it's a real difficult job for Doug Christie early on. Number one, the roster in general is just kind of mismatched with a lot of guards and not a lot of forwards and centers. But then you add into the fact that they missed a bonus for one game, the first game of the season, so that was difficult. Then Keegan Murray, a week before the season started, he goes down with a broken thumb. He's been out since the last week of training camp and probably will be out for another 2 weeks or so. So that was your one versatile piece as a wing that could defend and could do some different things. Was one of your best shooters, and he's been gone. So we've just been trying to mismatch a lot of different rotations and a lot of different lineups into Doug Christie, and that has been pretty difficult. You're already talking about a team that with Keegan Murray was already going to be difficult as a defensive-minded team. But you take Keegan Murray out of the equation, and they struggle on the defensive end. One thing I will say, though, is they've been very competitive. And I mean that as in these guys are getting after it. You know, whether it's DeRozan, Levine, Westbrook, Malik Monk when he was there, Dennis Schroeder. These guys have not backed down in a lot of these games. They had the frustrating loss to Phoenix on opening night and the frustrating loss when Austin Reeves gave them 51. But they went off on a road trip, on a 4-game road trip, had the Thunder, had an opportunity to beat them until the Thunder turned it up in that fourth quarter, had a big comeback win on Saturday against Milwaukee, where they were down as many as, I think, 15 or 17 in that game, were able to come back and win that game. And then they played tough with Denver the other night. Denver is just a better team, so you have to play your A-plus game when you go up against them. And they weren't able to do that. They probably bought maybe their B-minus game, and that wasn't good enough to win that game. But they competed for the most part in every game they played in this year. And when I say that, it's not just the final score. It's the way these guys are playing. They're getting after it. They're trying their best for Doug Christie. But there's another level they're going to reach if they're going to start winning some basketball games.
Kenny Caraway joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the host of D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 Sacramento. You know what? It seems like the one thing the Kings and the Warriors have in common is that whenever there's a name out there, that there always seems to be interest from either of these teams. And I got to ask you, has there been talk about Ja Morant in Sacramento?
Has there been talk about Ja Morant? Absolutely. There was some rumors swirling over the summer about Ja, and we spent a couple of days talking about, him in Sacramento, and I talked to some of my people on the ground, in the streets, as I like to say, of Memphis, and they said, no, don't even waste your time. He's not going anywhere. Don't worry about it. So I kind of deaded that conversation and that thought. And then you've had everything that's gone on in the last week, and I think it's real this time. I do think Memphis is kind of looking to move on from Ja Morant. And while he's a guy that has some concerns, has some red flags, I say this pretty much every day out here on the airwaves, anybody that's going to be traded in that situation, there's a reason they're going to be traded. So you can find a reason why you shouldn't pursue this guy. But when you're Sacramento, at some point you got to take some chances. And I think that's where I am with Ja Morant. If he is available and the Kings do have some interest. You gotta get after it. You gotta take a chance. We harken back to about 27, 28 years ago. I know it's a different time. I know when you look back at some of the reasons why this guy had some warts, we kind of roll our eyes like, for real, like lead possession, that's not a big deal. But Chris Webber had some warts when he got traded from Washington to Sacramento, and that wasn't a popular decision. And a lot of the things that people are saying today about Ja Morant, they were saying about Chris Webber when the Kings acquired him, and he was fantastic here in Sacramento, completely gave us one of the glory eras, the only glory era of the Sacramento Kings franchise. So sometimes you got to take that chance, take that risk. I'm for taking that risk for Ja Morant if he's available, but I understand the red flags. But, yeah, I think people are kind of split on this. So it feels a little 50-50. There's a lot of people that want nothing to do with Ja Morant, don't believe that he learned his lesson or can learn his lesson. And there's a lot of people like myself who think that he can grow, and his talent, when you talk about what he can be and what his ceiling can't be, that's something that Sacramento has to take an opportunity on if it's presented to him.
Well, I agree with you. I think a change of scenery could absolutely unlock one of the greater talents we've seen in that position in some time. But in regards to tonight, we know there's no Steph, maybe no Jimmy, maybe no Draymond. Heck, I saw Levine and Sabonis are on the injury report as well. But I got to ask you straight up, Kenny, like, are you buying the Warriors? Are you buying a team that is this old in a West that is this competitive? Like, how do you see Golden State?
I'm not buying them as a championship contender. Actually seeing them on the court for the first couple of weeks of the season, they look good. They look good. And you know, I reserve judgment, you know, on them just a little bit. But I think they're a good team. I think they're a team that could potentially be a third or fourth seed. But I know they beat the Nuggets earlier in the season, but I don't see them being better than Denver, Houston, or Oklahoma City in a series. When you have 30, when you have Steph, when you have Wardell, anything's possible. Literally anything is possible when you have him. He's the ultimate game changer. So I don't want to say they couldn't beat them in any way, shape, or form, but I just don't see it. I think it's a good team that's a little bit short of a championship team. But like I said, I've seen them in these first couple of weeks of the season. They look good. They look good. I play Kuminga is being implemented into the game plan, and he's rewarding the trust that Steve Kerr has given him with high performance. You got guys like Moses Moody playing really well. I love what I'm seeing from him. Jimmy Butler's playing really well. I love what I'm seeing from him. Buddy Hield and Pops, they're doing their thing as well. So they have some pieces that maybe I discounted coming into the season, but I don't see them as a championship. Like, that's a tall task for me to say they're going to beat either or both Houston and OKC in a playoff series. I'm not seeing it today, but we'll see how the season plays out.
Hey, and we're joined by Kenny Caraway, coming from Sacramento, host of the D-Lo and KC show, ESPN 1320 in Sacramento. Scott Perry's the new GM there. What's his message, along with B.J. Armstrong's, to the fan base? Where do they say to the fans that they are and where they want to end up going?
Well, it's interesting because they haven't said it directly, like at a press conference or anything, but they've been getting the message out in a number of different ways. Essentially, just hold tight. We're looking at 2027 as when we're going to really make a move. They look at 2027 because Levine's money will be off the books. Potentially Sabonis' money will be off the books, or at the very least being expiring. DeMar DeRozan will be gone at that point. Malik Monk his money will be off the books. So if they did absolutely nothing for 2 years, they look at 2027 as when they can really reshape this roster to how they want to do it. A lot of people hear that and they think, well, there's absolutely nothing they're going to do in that time span. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think they're going to be very opportunistic with the things that they do with this roster. We saw it with their pursuit of Jonathan Kuminga over the summer. They had a price in mind that they wanted to pay for Jonathan Kuminga, and they weren't going to go over that by any means. And I think that's why they're going to pursue a lot of these guys. If Ja Morant is available, they'll have a price in mind that they're willing to pay for Ja Morant. and they're not pressed to go above and beyond that. They had some rumors of Trae Young over the summer, and Scott Perry was just like, no, that's not a guy that I'm interested in. So I think they're going to monitor every situation they can, because that is what Scott Perry does as a general manager and a guy that looks to build franchises. We saw it with what he did in Detroit. We saw it with what he did in New York. He's always going to monitor an opportunity to add to that roster. But I think before you get to the 2027 mark, they're not going to just do anything just for the sake of doing it. They'll stand pat. They'll work the margins. They'll work the draft until they get to that point where they have the financial flexibility to either take on salary or potentially be aggressive in the free agent market. So a lot of people don't like that. Like I said earlier, guys, a lot of people want them to just blow it up right now. They say, let's be the Pelicans. Let's be the Wizards. Let's be, who's the other sorry team right now? Oh, the Brooklyn Nets. Let's be the Nets right now, and let's peel the Band-Aid off. I don't know if I understand the logic, but I've been saying a number of different times, you can have all the number one picks you want in the world. If you don't make the right decision, it doesn't matter. Look at OKC. A lot of people point towards Chet Holmgren and everything. They got SGA in a trade, and SGA was the 11th pick. Jalen Williams was the 12th pick, I believe. You look at some of the key cogs in that system. Alex Caruso was a second-round guy. Lou Dort was undrafted. Andrew Wiggins is playing. A.J. Mitchell is playing. Hartenstein was a second-round guy. Like, you just got to get the picks right. So I'm focused a little less on where you pick and more so what you do with the picks when you have them. And that's kind of where I'm looking at with Scott Perry and Doug Christie. What do you do with the opportunities that you have to improve this roster? Do you make the right decisions, or do you just try and do the process and have a first-round pick, or a number one pick or a top 5 pick for 5-6 years and get no further than the second round through all that?
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm right there with you. And look, I know KC Goo was looking forward to talking to you today. Unfortunately, had some family stuff come down, so he sends his best. But Guru also told me that he said you're a Niners fan, right?
Oh, 100%. 100% Niner gang all day.
Okay, so who should start this weekend against the Rams, Brock Purdy or Mac Jones?
Well, okay. If he's healthy, if he's healthy, there's no question. I listen to 95.7 The Game. I listen to my man Steiny. I listen to my man Goo. I listen to the Morning Roast. I hear the callers all the time talking about Mac Jones and all this. Let's not get it twisted. I like Mac Jones. He's a lot better than I gave him credit for. He's tougher than a $2 steak. I rock with Mac Jones. Don't get it twisted. But also don't get it twisted. There is no quarterback controversy. Brock Purdy's better than Mac Jones. And when Brock Purdy is healthy, he is undoubtedly your number one quarterback. He's your starter. It's just the bottom line with that situation. Now, the caveat is if he's not healthy, maybe you try to continue to buy weeks on Brock Purdy's injury. If he's feeling like I'm feeling better, but I'm about 80%, maybe you go with Mac Jones in that case. But once again, it's all based on the injury. It's not based on performance or talent level. Brock Purdy is QB1. He is the captain, El Capitan on that offense, along with Trent Williams and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey. And when he's ready to go, yeah, Mac Jones, who I like. Once again, I want to say that again. I like Mac Jones. I've been impressed with what he's done. But get to the back of the bus, hold the clipboard, QB1 is back.
Hey, Sabonis and Levine, what do you think tonight, real quick?
I think they'll both play. Sabonis is a warrior. He gets after it. They're out here, I'm a little critical of his game because I feel like he's regressed in the last few years on the offensive end, and his defense has been very, very suspect. But one thing I will never take from Domantas Sabonis is the guy is a gamer. He's a warrior. If he can go, he will be out there. I know he got hit in the sternum or the ribs in that game the other day against Jokic, and it bothered him, and he played through it the whole time. I think he'll go. I think Zach LaVine will go too. I think they'll play. Zach has been dealing with a little bit of a lower back issue, but I think these guys will play. Like I said, we'll see how long it lasts, but they respond to Doug Christie as best they can. I'm not going to ask these guys to be Gary Payton, the senior, and turn into the glove on the defensive end because that's not who they've been. But they played on.
We lost you. Kenny, listen, man, thanks for your time. Appreciate it. And have a great show today, and enjoy the game tonight up in Sacramento. Warriors at Sacramento. We'll see who ends up being in the lineup and who doesn't.
Yeah, the only guy we know who's out for sure is Steph Curry. And
you don't think Butler's...
I still think this is a game they can get, but I think that's more about the Kings than it is about the Warriors.
See, this is the first thing I'm interested in tonight. All right, Curry's out. We know that.
Yep.
Butler came out of last night's game with a back issue and didn't return. I'm going to assume that he's going to be kind of a long shot tonight.
I think he was a long shot to play last night, which is why when he did play, it was a bit surprising. Kurt talked about a pregame. Jimmy was warming up on the practice court. He was basically a game-time decision. And I think they knew they had to get one of these games. And Jimmy decided with Al playing tomorrow, or tonight, I guess, in Sacramento, he was going to try and give it a go. But it sounded like he wasn't going to play both of those games regardless of his back.
So you don't think he'll play tonight? Is your hunch?
I don't think he's going to play.
And then that always leads me to, are you telling me Draymond Green's going to play tonight? If Curry and Butler aren't playing? And why would you bring Horford back tonight if Draymond says, I'm out too?
Well, we can see the Warriors' first double big lineup with Post and Horford.
Yeah,
might be their best shooters. No, I mean, like, this is where I do think that all must answer to Celebrini. All must answer to Rick. When he says you can't play, you can't play. And by the way, like, it's actually pretty impressive. If Curry was indeed sick during that road trip, and obviously last night, because he sounded very nasally. I don't know if you have sound there, but you can just tell. Like, he walked to the podium, was coughing away from the mic, was trying to like, he didn't want to get people sick. There was a person that he was talking to before he even came into the press conference area, and he said, I don't want to get too close to you because I'm sick. And he just sounded like a dude that should not have been on the floor last night, and he still had 28 points.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see who plays tonight. But here's the other thing as it relates to the Warriors, and you know, they're 4-1 start, and they looked really good, and this team can go to the Western Conference Finals, and they might be able to compete. There just seems to be a lack of I don't want to say that. That's too harsh. Do you guys realize how long the season is? And here we are, 8 games into the year, and I think Curry wouldn't have played tonight anyway. I know that Steve Kerr said he was sick on the trip, but he said he's just exhausted. All right, I'll give you you're sick. But Butler, Butler may not play tonight. Is it like this thing can't be tabled? The Warriors' age can't be tabled. They have to deal with it. And if they have to go up to Sacramento tonight without Steph and without Butler, they got to find a way to win the game because they're going to have to get used to playing these kind of games more frequently than other teams when they don't have their most important players there. So, like, that challenge is never going to go away. It'll subside when the 3 guys are healthy and playing. But there's just when's the next game after this? Who knows who's going to play that game? So, to my way of thinking, yeah, it's starting already with, mitigating the age. And tonight is a game where if you had all your guys, you could reasonably expect to win it, but you're not going to. So do you stub your toe against the Sacramento team that at full strength you normally would beat? Because that's not a recipe to get to 50 wins.
Well, you think you would beat.
Right, yeah.
You also thought you would beat an 0-5 Pacers team, and you didn't. You think you thought you might beat a Portland team, and you didn't.
Right.
You thought you would lose, maybe to the Denver Nuggets, but you didn't. Like, I just think, Sonny, yes, it is about age and it is about the Warriors, but I also think we have to look at this as this is the NBA. It just is. News came down a couple minutes ago that Walker Kessler is out for the season because he tore his labrum last night for the Jazz. Like, injuries happen to every single team, no matter how old or young you are. And I think because of how fast the game is played and how much stress is on these athletes' bodies. Guys are going to sit, like Steven Adams, who's an older player. He's questionable for the Rockets tonight. You heard Levine and Sabonis. Casey thinks they're going to go, but we don't know if they're going to play. The Miami Heat have been dealing with injuries. Norman Powell's already missed a few games for them, and that's a team that's really deep. Like, every single team is going to deal with these situations. The question is, for the Warriors, how good is your bench and the guys that have to step in to play for those players on these kinds of nights? And that's where last night, like the fact that Moses Moody gave you 24 off the bench, that's important, because if Moses Moody had an off night last night, you might not win that game.
Right. I'm going to clarify this. I'm not saying that's, with Steph and Draymond, you win that. Your Butler, you win the game tonight, and now they don't play, so you might lose. That's not what I mean. Clearly, on balance, you'd have a better chance to win with your guys. Here's my big point is, this season we're going to have to memorize, or we're going to have to know what the record is of the Warriors when certain guys don't play. And so if Steph Curry's going to miss 15 games, then it's very important that their record during those 15 games, it can't be 4-11. You know what I mean? It's got to be 8-7. Can they get to 7-8? Something like that. What are they without Butler? If fully healthy, they're a 50-win team. If they're missing a guy, can they be a 500 team while that particular guy is missing? That'll help get you to 50, but they can't. While I absolutely don't count going up to Sacramento with a full team as an automatic win, I also feel like the game tonight without some players are the games that you're going to have to win a fair share of if you want to have a good season. Good season.
Well, I would say those were the games they couldn't win last year, and then they got Jimmy, and they still won 48 games. Like, with Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond last year, they won, 70 to 80% of their games?
Let's just say they were 23-8, because I think that's or 27-8, something like that.
I think it was like 23-7, okay. but still.
Yeah.
The point is, this year, these kinds of games tonight, you have to think that they can win. Like, I'm not saying they will, but last year when Curry missed a game, it was largely, we got no shot tonight. Even last year when Jimmy had to miss some time, I don't really think we got a great shot to win tonight. I actually think the game changed when Jimmy went out last night. Phoenix started to make their run when Butler wasn't on the floor, and they got a little lackadaisical, and they did enough to win, and that was important. But this year, the steps or the development of the younger players, of the Moody's, of the Kumingas, of the Bajemskis, of the Posts, you could throw Trace Jackson-Davis in there, who played well in the first half last night. Are those guys going to be good enough on nights like tonight to win you a game? Are they? Because in recent years, I don't think you could say that. I don't think you could look at them and say, yeah, we can go win that game tonight, but you're playing the Kings. I'm going to be honest. I still think even without Steph, Curry, Draymond, and Butler, you can still win tonight.
They can, but it's going to be harder.
Well, what if Steph if Steph played tonight and was going through it, he might actually sink you on a night like tonight because he's sick. You can make a case he lost him the game against Indiana. If he didn't play that game, maybe they win that game.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors at Kings tonight. Steph Curry definitely out, and I don't know. It doesn't look good for Butler. But you guys, you're the Warrior fans. We all knew what we were getting into this year. No big deal going up to Sacramento without some of our key guys, or nope, this is what we were all worried about, and this is the problem they're going to have. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're also going to get into something Draymond Green said, and he might have gone too far. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. The holidays are coming, but so is our pre-holiday sale. And that means everything in the store is 30% off. Not just some things, 30% off everything. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. You know what I love about heading to Chase Center? The energy, the excitement, and doing it all without sitting in traffic. That's why so many fans hop on Caltrain. It's the easy, stress-free way to get to the action. Instead of fighting for parking or staring at brake lights, you can relax, scroll your phone, grab a snack, or just kick back and enjoy the ride. Caltrain drops you right in San Francisco, steps away from great food, entertainment, and of course the big event at Chase Center. Skip the traffic, skip the parking. Take Caltrain. You'll ride to what matters.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, get well soon, Steph. Probably won't even make the trip up there, I wouldn't think. For who? For what? Steph Curry won't be playing tonight when the Warriors...
This is a good teammate, damn it.
Well, if he were a good teammate, he would have stayed away from the arena last night because you watch. We're going to have, all of a sudden, the flu bug going around.
They don't win without him.
We'll see.
You think it's what Jimmy really has? He's sick?
I do, but...
This is Curry. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'll be all right, though.
Good,
Need a day to hopefully kick it to the curb and get back to full strength. But it's good enough to get through the night, but it's getting worse, so I don't want to stay too close or far away from y'all.
That's the quickest post-game presser I've seen him do. He answered 3 questions quick and was just... Then he got out of there.
By the way, we haven't made much out of it, but Steph Curry has really ingratiated himself to the media this year in a big way.
Oh, it's huge.
I cannot tell you, if you start detecting overly positive coverage of Steph Curry, it's not because of his play. He's coming to the podium immediately after games now. So there's a 10-minute cooling off period, provided you need it. Doesn't mean you can't open the locker room doors earlier than 10 minutes, but it's got to be open at 10 minutes. He goes right to the podium. He does 5 minutes, and every media member in the country, well, every media member in the building is just ecstatic because Steph used to play, work out, lift, sauna, steam, massage. I'll do media now, an hour or so after the game. So there you go. Steph Curry being a team player with the media. You got to love it.
Well, I always wondered why he would want to go last. Dude, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't usually stars just get media out of the way? They go to the podium quickly. Maybe it's just because a lot of the guys on the road are, like the Bookers of last night, they'll go to the podium. They'll go right after the head coach, and then they'll just do whatever they got to do and get out of there.
I mean, it was kind of early in Curry's career, I think, when I was kind of blown away to find out how many guys work out after games. A lot of guys will wait to lift until after the game, and a lot, obviously there's getting to the trainer's room and all that stuff. And one of the reasons Curry's so great at 37, I'm sure, has something to do with how great he is at recovering after a game, which is him doing his routine. So well,
it's not like the 80s where you just grab a 6-pack and be on your way.
No.
Guys take care of themselves now, Steiny.
Yeah, and interestingly, they'd play full seasons back then. You just don't. It's just very, very strange.
They're a lot slower. No, but I have a theory, and that is we're gonna get a little more of a spicy Steph this year. And it's because he doesn't have a cool down period. When you go straight from the floor to the podium, you're generally in more of the state of mind you were when you're playing. So whether Steph was riding high or maybe he was low and frustrated, I think we're going to see a little more of that this year. Now, it also might mean that he's not as reflective.
Right.
And he's not as thoughtful. And he might be giving you more generic quotes. But I think that as far as emotion goes, that's something I'm going to be paying attention to this year.
Here's the other thing. If he goes first, it ensures that he will not be at the podium for longer than 6-8 minutes. But when he goes...
He does long pressers.
Even right after?
Well, not last night because he was sick.
Right.
But yeah, the first couple.
But I mean,
like
sometimes...
Moses Moody's sitting there waiting to do his press conference. Steph won't get the hell out of there.
Well, he didn't want to go right after him either because the germs were all over the mic and stuff. But I'm talking about, sometimes when he would come out late, an hour, 45 minutes after a game, that's when he would sit there for 12, 15 minutes and be kind of reflective. So I agree with you. I think it's going to be a little bit different, but
prove it game tonight.
Oh, I know what oh gosh.
Prove it game.
For the Warriors?
Yeah. Well, the young guys.
This is the first game they're playing without Steph, right?
It's a prove it game. Yeah. If you can't beat Sac, well then are you supposed to beat these other teams when you're underhanded?
We can't do that though.
Yeah.
We can't
Why
do
not?
that. It's you know what? It's about here's what I think it's
Moses, we need 25 from you tonight. Pods, can we please not throw the ball into the stanchion tonight? Kuminga, can you go out and get 20 and 10? Horford, can you play 28 minutes?
Hope. Okay.
Prove it game.
All right. Here's the bottom line for all you needing a little help with this one. Tonight's game is the most important game of the season up until this point. And the reason is it's the first game they're going to be playing without one or more of their big guys. So tonight's game will represent their first game without Steph, maybe without Jimmy, maybe without both, maybe without the big three. And so now I'm going to use it. We've got two standings. We've got the Warriors at 5-3, but after tonight, they're going to be either 0-1 or 1-0 in games without their veterans, and we know they're going to play a lot of games without their veterans this year.
You know why they should win tonight?
Why?
Because this is the game they lose.
Please explain.
Giannis doesn't play. They lose. Halliburton not playing for the Pacers. They lose. This is the game they should win because if they were the Kings and were at full strength, they'd lose. How about that? No, you don't like that one?
Not when you're not playing without your guy.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well,
okay, then how do the Lakers go into Portland and beat the Blazers with no Luka, no LeBron, and no Reeves?
Evan, it's a make-or-miss league.
Oh, my God. Thanks, Mark Jackson. Hey. I'm just saying, there's been a lot of teams around the league that have won without their stars. Why can't the Warriors be one of them?
Well, I mean, yeah, they could win tonight, and then they're 1-0. But how are they going to be in the rest of the 18 games, 25 games where they're missing a guy?
They're not playing the Spurs. They're playing the Kings.
Well, and this is what I mean. Like, if you can't beat the Spurs without your guys,
you mean the Kings?
I mean the Kings without their guys, then we may be looking at a real big problem when they're not healthy. How about that?
Well, but you can't do that because you can't look too far ahead. You got to take each game for what it is. That's me doing you.
The bottom line is they're going to have to win a chunk of games without one or more guys. And this is the first test for that tonight in Sacramento. By the way,
I mean, would I be shocked if they lose tonight if all three of those guys don't play? No.
Right.
But I am absolutely not counting them out. Like, I think they can.
Of course
I
not.
think those young guys can go up to Sacramento and win this game tonight.
That I agree with. I usually like to do that. I'm going to do it. Oh, we got to get out here.
Yeah, short segment.
Hey, you know what? I do this with everybody, like Jimmy Bucket, all that kind of stuff.
Post?
I was thinking about today.
Wait. Is he on the Warriors?
No, he's not on the Warriors.
What team's he on?
He's not on a team.
DeBonsa?
Close. He had a great game last night. No, I'm going to do it. Mom Donnie. All right, that segment brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Anthony from San Leandro. Lupe and Daniel were the greatest. They tested my fire door. Everything is working great. I'll refer them to anybody. Thanks, R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
The wait is over. AC/DC's Back Live Power Up Tour. August 5th. Levi Stadium with the Pretty Reckless. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. August 5th, Levi Stadium. Don't miss AC/DC.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
In Oakland, wind, rain, morning thunder, and a high of 66 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Don't miss OAR and their 3 Decades tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on August 12th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. We're back. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. It's a good Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen.
You got to stay out of the chat, man.
Good Wednesday.
You got to stay out of the chat.
No need to feel blue for that reason. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we will stop that. It's just, listen, guys, it's just about the guy's name. It just fits perfectly with the high pitch. Mom, Daddy.
The things that get you going in the morning.
And you know what else works? Interestingly,
it ain't sports.
You know what else works too is Spinburger.
I think you could do it with just about anything.
Oh, you can. Jimmy Buckets. All right.
Jimmy Butler.
Hey, by the way, you were at the game, so you didn't watch the game on the broadcast. Joe Lacob was on the broadcast in the second quarter. The Warriors Foundation, since his tenure, has given away $50+ million.
Oh, that reminds me. Kuminga did catch a body last night.
Oh, on that alley-oop?
No, the one where he's almost knocked out Lacob. On the sideline?
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant the alley-oop dunk where he got fouled and
that was nice.
That was
really nice.
But anyway, so they brought Joe Lacob on to talk about the Warriors Foundation. And I'll tell you what, I'm watching this game and I'm saying to myself, Warrior fans, you are so damn lucky that this guy owns the team. It was so obvious they brought Joe Lacob on, to tout the Warrior Foundation and what his wife, Nicole, and he have been able to do and give away a lot of money to charity. He was so distracted because he was watching the game. He just didn't really get into it. Like, Bob Fitzgerald and Kalena were doing the Warriors Foundation, and he'd be like, yeah, no, we're really proud of, come on, Quentin. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. And then he was on at the end of a run, and like Fitz said, well, I guess Steve Kerr's going to get a timeout. And Joe's like, oh, yeah, we need one. You know what I mean? He was just, you cannot question his love of the game. Like, seriously. This guy goes to all the Warrior games, all the Valkyries games. And a couple years ago, I went down to a Stanford game, men's basketball. He's in the first row. The guy's got a basketball problem.
Well, he's a junkie, but that's why I think he's relatable for a lot of people.
I agree.
And being relatable as someone as wealthy as he is and operating in the space that he does, I think it's kind of rare. But, and I mean this respectfully, he's a fan.
Yeah, he is.
Like, there's very few times where, okay, so you're watching on TV at the end of the halftime show, Bonte Festus, Mullen, they all come on, do their stuff, and it pans back to the arena. And usually, when the ball is thrown in, you don't see anybody on behind the benches, right? People are still from the clubs, maybe schmoozing, getting a drink. They're late to get back to their seats.
Right.
Lacob is rarely not in his seat when the second half starts. And you got to give him credit for that because as an owner, there's probably a million people he could be talking to. And I'll tell you what, when you're at the arena, halftime ain't that long.
No,
by the time you get down to get whatever you got to get, maybe use the bathroom, the lines are long, you kind of got to get back to your seats, and he's always there.
It's funny because during the interview yesterday, I believe it was, he said, of course I'm a fan. I'm the owner. Of course I'm going to be a fan. And I'm just looking at Veggie2 on the YouTube chat, and he says Lacob is a true fan. That can be good and bad. What would be the downside of Lacob being a fan? Go ahead. Give me the pat answer, whatever it is.
There are theories, which I don't really buy, that Lacob has last call on players and roster construction. That would be the other side.
Okay.
That as a fan, he has favorites like everyone else who is a fan.
All right. Yeah.
And he plays those favorites. I don't think that's how it works, but I could see from the outside with the way that he talks about particular players. It's like, yeah, he clearly likes that guy. Joe Lacob clearly likes Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
I think Joe Lacob clearly liked James Wiseman. But I don't think that he's the one saying we got to keep him or we got to get rid of him.
I agree. I mean, yes, he's got the final decision, but I do think he's very, what's the word, when you gather people?
Collaborative?
Yes, collaborative. I do think he is that. And I mean, to me, dude's going to be making emotional decisions like a fan, is what the 415 says. I don't know. I think you can walk that line.
How many people have that perception of him?
That he's that what?
Do you think that he makes emotional decisions because he's a fan?
I don't think that at all. I don't, just off the top of my head, I'm not sure that what's been the most emotional decision. Is it moving off Poole for Chris Paul? I think that was just money.
That was a financial decision. I think he makes...
Maybe Wiseman. Maybe the Wiseman pick was a fan type of a pick. But
again, though, if you go back and relitigate that day, Klay Thompson tears his Achilles in the morning.
Yep.
You're looking for the center of the future. I kind of get it. You were coming off of Curry not being available, Durant's gone. It was a bad pick. Maybe there's the worst pick in franchise history, especially considering James Wiseman ain't even in the league anymore 5 years later. But in the moment, I can understand it.
Yeah, I can understand it too.
Doesn't mean it was right. It doesn't make it any better, but
right. No, I don't know. I was just, if anybody out there was watching the Warriors, by the way, you see that dunk?
Which one?
That Kentucky kid?
Oh, A.J. Green?
Well, I think A.J. Green's on the Bucks.
Yeah, but he looks just like him. By the way, you see the amount of rookies that are playing in the league?
Oh my gosh, I got to do this.
There are so many first-year guys that you ain't even heard of before that are on the floor for teams around the league, except for Sacramento. And I guess actually the Warriors rookie didn't get on the floor last night.
I got to do this.
Didn't see a lot of Will Richard.
This is the most incredible box score I think I've ever seen. The Charlotte Hornets last night. Let me just tell you who played for him. Knuppel. Rookie. Not saying he stinks. Just he's played 7 games.
You got to watch him play before he says he stinks or not.
Miles Bridges.
Yeah, we're out on him.
Your favorite player, Riken Kalkbrenner. Kalkbrenner.
K-A-L-K.
Right, like bathroom caulk.
Yeah, caulk.
Caulk.
I prefer to put the L in there.
Kalkbrenner.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's a giant.
Their starting guard, Sion James. Where's he from?
Duke.
You ought to be. You research this.
No, he was a draft prospect for the Warriors that a lot of people wanted if they had kept their first-round pick. Or if they had traded it in the first round, I should have said.
All right, big mouth.
By the way,
KJ Simpson.
And I could be wrong about this, but I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm pretty sure Sion James was a last-year player at Duke, but he played for Belmont prior. I could be wrong about that.
And that's phenomenal.
Okay,
all right,
who
big
else?
mouth. KJ Simpson.
That guy I'm unfamiliar with.
What about Musa Diabate?
Dude, he's one of the... All right, Diabate, second-round pick last year or the year before. He's one of the better offensive rebounders in the league right now, I think. Kalkbrenner's, though...
Well, he got 3 offensive rebounds last night.
Well, Kalkbrenner, though, is... this is how you know that height means nothing in the NBA. So he's like 7'2", 7'3". You know, he was the defensive player of the year in the Big East every single year in college.
Right.
Kalkbrenner?
Yeah, 4 straight times.
I didn't know that.
And he's second-round pick. Like, no one cared.
All right, what about Liam McNeely?
By the way, he's UConn. They stink, by
You're
the way.
incredible.
Charlotte stinks. Yeah, McNeely's the lefty out of UConn. He was supposed to be one of the top, he was like a lottery pick at the beginning of last year and then fell out of favor because Hurley ran him into the ground.
There is a guy on the roster that the Warriors should be monitoring, especially in the wake of a bad start by Al Tito Horford. Mason Plumlee. He got a DNP coach's decision.
Dude, he can't get on the floor for that team. The only thing I like about him is he shoots free throws left-handed.
I know, it's pretty, and he's not as bad
he's
as
good.
415, how about Trey Mann? I purposely avoided him because I knew people had probably heard of him.
Well, I think everyone confuses him with Terrence Mann, who's the old Clipper who now plays, I believe, for Brooklyn.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm telling you, the best thing about the beginning of every NBA season, and I don't know if people do this with the NFL too, because they're all on national TV. You can kind of like watch some of the games, and people got a red zone. League Pass is unbelievable because you find yourself learning, maybe not learning, but watching players in ways that you feel awful. You're like, why am I watching Orlando Charlotte on a Tuesday night?
You know why? Because maybe Desmond Bain will line a ball off somebody's face and get kicked out of the game.
Memphis misses Desmond Bain, by the way.
They miss. Yes, that team's in trouble.
Also, Sacramento is a team that I found myself tapped into a little bit also. Kenny was being nice earlier. That might be the most, I have no clue what I'm doing roster in the league from the standpoint of if you picked 6 guys around the NBA, you just put all of them in a pool and you said which of these 6 of the, 800 players, I don't know what it is, that don't fit or that don't play well together, they would be on the Kings. I mean, the amount of basketballs that they have to have in practice is probably the most in the NBA. Like, the Warriors have the little half courts in the practice facility.
Yep.
One guy goes and practices on one side, another guy on the other. They must have 3 gyms with the amount of half courts that they have to have specific to each dude. Monk, Westbrook, Levine, Sabonis needs a basketball too. I don't think Keegan Murray does. There's somebody else I'm missing also. Oh, DeRozan.
Keon Ellis?
No.
Schroeder.
Keon's fine. Schroeder. That's right. Dennis, he's probably going to kill the Warriors tonight, by the way. And then DeRozan. I mean, they got 5 guys on that team that need a basketball.
I could actually see Schroeder having a good game tonight.
Oh, this is a revenge game for him.
It might be.
You remember last year when he was pissed at the Warriors
right.
last year?
I forgot about that.
Oh, which reminds me, Dennis Schroeder. All right, I got a little piece of trivia for you. Well, I kind of gave it away, but...
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, sure, if you got the music. There are 4 active players in the NBA right now that have scored 30 points in one game for 5 different franchises. 5...
Well, obviously Schroeder's going to be one.
That was the one that I was like, I totally forgot about him.
Wow.
The other
Kevin Durant.
Yes.
Okay.
The other three should have been a little obvious, so I guess I messed it up. But
who else?
Westbrook.
Okay, yeah, that's right. They have Westbrook.
They also have Westbrook.
This could be, I'll tell you what, this could be a 3-ring circus tonight in Sacramento.
James Harden.
Of course. Harden. Houston.
OKC.
I forgot he was in Brooklyn.
Philly. Clippers.
Anyway.
Actually, technically it's 5. I think Chris Paul's also done it.
Anyway, if you were watching the Warrior game last night and heard Lacob.
Yeah, how do we get off on this?
Because I just wanted to tell Warrior fans they're pretty damn lucky to have Lacob as an owner. Just watching that game last night, he came on in the second quarter. They wanted to talk about the Warriors Foundation. He was clearly distracted the whole interview and absolutely was just into the game. And it was just so obvious to me. And a couple people have actually texted on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line and said they were kind of thinking the same thing.
But you wanted him to talk about.
Well, I would have liked to have let him go on just game reaction kind of stuff. You know, like I think
turn him into Kalena.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. Like, hey, Quentin seems to be taking that next step. Just hearing him talk about that, or how Steph looked to you early in the season. Just stuff like that. But it was cool. It was cool. Lacob cares. That's all you can ask as a fan of an owner of a team that you root for. By the way, what do you give me for this? NBA 3-point shooters are now the equivalent of NFL quarterbacks. Don't touch them. Don't hit them. Don't touch them late. Do not make contact. Do not contest. Do not breathe on a 3-point shooter. That's where we're at now in the league. And, Evan, you hate to see it.
Well, not if you're a Warriors fan. That's why they made the rule.
You really hate to see basketball so skewed in favor of offense. They've got to get back to a balance. Just like Kevin Durant and Draymond Green were talking about.
Well, first of all, before we go there, they made the rule because of Curry.
Well, they made the rule because the whole direction of the league's going that way.
Because the Houston Rockets were slapping the you-know-what out of Curry's hand last year in the postseason. And the Warriors didn't like it.
I'm a firm believer.
They went to Silver and said, what are you going to do about it?
Let me ask you a question. When you shoot a basketball.
Sure. It's been a while.
And it leaves your hand. Does anything you do after the point it leaves your hand affect the shot?
Oh, what? I mean, of course.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, whether you have the gooseneck or not. If you kind of let it go a little early because you're thinking about your hand getting hit.
Well, that's different. That's defensive pressure causing you to rush.
No, it's called mental. By the way, there was another thing we didn't talk about with Lacob before we get to Draymond and KD.
Mm-hmm.
Another reason he's just like us.
I think I know.
Another way in which Joe Lacob proves he is like us.
Is it? Can I guess one word?
Yeah.
Attire.
No.
He was in a hooded sweatshirt last night.
That was really good. No. He hates the Emirates Cup.
Oh, my gosh.
Just like us. He doesn't look forward to it either. Now, that might have got him in trouble. But
that was funny.
That was pure honesty. He said, what do you think about the Emirates Cup? He's like, I don't care.
Yeah, Fitz goes, hey, the Emirates Cup's coming up. He's like, yeah, I don't care. And, of course, Fitz is like, well, you guys are under league mandate to bolster it and to make it sound like it's better.
You're going to get a call from
He's
Silver.
like, I just care about winning. I just want to win games. And then Fitz, it's pretty funny. He said something like, yeah, but the courts are really cool. Anyway.
Just like us.
I did remember that with Lacob. So there you go. Warriors tonight, they play the Sacramento Kings. So the NBA 3-point shooters are just like NFL quarterbacks.
I do like that comp, though, because you You can't breathe on Mahomes. You can't breathe on Curry. Do you think that's the reason why there's, I don't want to say the only reason why scoring's up. I think the game is, like, the pace is a little faster than even it was last year. Teams are taking more threes. Like, actually, I think the Suns are a good case study for why scoring is up, because they're not a great offensive team. Like, let's just be honest. They might be when they get Jalen Green back and Brooks, although I kind of feel like they won't. And Brooks is an idiot. But they just take a ton of threes. And if they're making them, well, they can beat you. And like last night when they were bricking a bunch early in the first half, then the Warriors can run the score up to 25 or whatever they did.
That makes sense. And like we've seen it kind of early. There's probably going to be a lot of fluctuation. The more threes that are taken, I think the more high-scoring games there can be and more low-scoring games there can be. 415 Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Come on, Steiny. You know better than to imply that the follow-through makes no impact in basketball shot. No, it absolutely does.
There you go, 415.
It absolutely does. So when you're practicing, and you can all watch me on YouTube because I had really good form, and you take that shot, and there's the gooseneck, and that ball is out of your hands, sure, the follow-through is important, but so what if you get hit in the hand on the follow-through? If the ball's gone, the ball is on its own at that point.
I agree with you, but the point is, if you have an injured hand, like, say, Steph Curry did in the playoffs,
okay. All right.
Then an opposing team can basically take advantage of the fact that it's not a foul and whack the bleep out of your hand.
That's fair. I would just say...
I mean, that's why they made the rule.
I grew up in an era where we had a saying, and it was truth.
There were a lot of them.
Hands part of the ball. Hands part of the ball. There you go.
Well, it is on a drive. Like, you can still whack, you can still whack a hand on the way up.
Yeah. It should be that way all the way
shooters
around.
They're more precious.
By the way, somebody's saying, is Joe Lacob really like us? Does he drink beer? My understanding is Joe Lacob does not drink. That's my understanding.
Which I respect. I couldn't do that, but...
He drinks Diet Pepsi, Diet Coke. I could be wrong. My sources could be wrong. But,
your sources.
I'm just telling you. That's what I've heard.
What's in his cup? Someone check his cup.
You know what?
Actually, I don't think I've seen him with a cup at Warriors games.
No, he's too locked in. He doesn't even want to. He doesn't want to put a cup up to his mouth in the middle of a game. So, congratulations to the high five. Booker Barnett says, Matt, the high five foul is and always was a foul. No, I don't think it was.
Well,
it's a point of emphasis this year.
Like, yeah, if you hit the hand, I think during the shot, then it was a foul. But this year, it's after the release. Like, you're seeing really good defenders all across the league fall victim to it. Like last night, I don't know if anybody had a chance to check out the Clippers and Thunder game, which was originally a good game. Like Lou Dort, who is a DPOY candidate, one of the better on-ball defenders in basketball, he hit James Harden on the hand like twice after releasing the ball. And it's probably because that's just what your muscle memory is built to do. So it's going to take some time for people to not. But I think it benefits the Warriors because they got a lot of quick release shooters.
Yeah, I think it benefits the Warriors. Speaking of quick release shooters, did you know Moses Moody apparently has changed his form? I didn't realize it, but he said he did.
I did make a tiny change. It'll be hard to explain without me kind of really breaking everything down, but just one little small thing to get a little pop under it. But yeah, other than that, just a lot of work.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I'd follow up on that so fast it'd make your head spin.
Well, he's not going to give you the tricks of the trade.
Of course he would.
Well, he told us about his defensive stance last year.
I know, and that was fascinating.
Yeah, but people aren't locked into... people are locked into him at the podium. He can't be giving away his tricks.
It looked like, here's what I think it is, like his elbow's like further in than it normally is. Like he's kind of coming like that. Like almost I can't say it because people will think I'm making fun of it. But you know how remember how Michael Kidd Gilchrist would like bring it all the way over?
That's how Alex Sarr shoots.
I think Moody's he's not doing that, but he's just bringing the right in a little bit. I'll go ask him when I see him, and he'll probably say, yeah, I'm doing just the opposite.
Well, but it does confirm what everybody was watching in preseason and early this year, which is, like his shot looks faster. And he's also shooting it pretty well.
Well,
so,
I got to tell you, Moody, we can get into Moody a little bit on the other side, but I also want to get into what we stumbled upon, and that's Draymond Green. We're talking about offense, and we're talking about defense, and Draymond had a back and forth with Kevin Durant, and Evan has got he's been monitoring it, and he's got some thoughts on it, and we'll talk about that on the other side. The number is the numbers. Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers, and the numbers we have are 888-957-9570. Don't forget the Warriors Summit is tomorrow, November 6th, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts together again, discussing another Warriors season. We're going to do it a little bit differently this time around. We're going to be 9 games into the season to give it a different kind of flavor. Willard and Dibbs 2 to 4, all the hosts 4 to 6. It's all live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. We'll have great prizes to give away, drink specials, your chance to meet all the hosts. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. That's tomorrow. We'll see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
I joined the military for my kid and his mom. I miss my son a lot. One of the things with the military is tobacco, but I saw a lot of people try to deal with mental issues. Everyone's vaping constantly. After my first hit of a vape, I was hooked like that. Once I got back home from my deployment, I caught my son trying to hit my vape. That was it. I had to quit.
Isaiah started vaping to try to deal with stress and quit because of his son. Learn how he and other Californians are rising above big tobacco at undo.org.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are dropping early. You can save up to 50% throughout the store all weekend. Yep, call it what you want. Manifestation, luck, fate. The point is, it's happening. Plus, you'll earn $15 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent on Friday. Shop early Black Friday deals at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. And thank the universe later. Select styles up to 50% off, valid November 7th through 9th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments, with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids.
Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Pajemski with a tough defensive rebound. A good rebounder for a guard. Pajemski penetrates over to Moody. Moody not afraid to fire, and why not? He's been hot all night long. Timeout, Phoenix.
Dub Nation, this is Moses Moody, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks, Moses. And I know one guy who's very pleased with your performance last night. Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yes, he was.
Good news, damn it. There you go.
It was good news. You know, like Goo's so funny. Last night, he was talking about the Warriors were saying this and that, and he just goes, you know what? I think Moses is going to have a big game tonight. I'm like, why? You know, like Phoenix and I'm just feeling it. I'm just feeling a Moses game. And he was right.
He was really right.
Those damn near didn't miss.
I know. It wasn't even close. I was watching the game last night, and no, Moody was really good. And Pods was good. Pajemski was good last night. He's a different kind of player, Pajemski.
Now, what does that mean?
It means that, you know, I always say your greatest strength is your biggest weakness.
Mm-hmm.
I think for him, it's when he's on the court, he's going to impact the game. He just is. He's going to stick his nose in there. He's going to be aggressive. He might take a couple shots you don't like. But at the end of the game, you're hoping that he's done more positive things than negative things. And last night he did. But there's just something about, I feel like every game he goes in, he's going to do his thing, and it's either going to work or not. And there's not a lot of letting the game come to him, or I don't know, just easing into a game. He's not that kind of guy.
Well, that's not his job right now because he comes off the bench.
Well, that's true, and that's why I kind of like him coming off the bench more than start.
No, I do too. I think he impacts the pace of the game. Like Kurt talked about, this was pregame yesterday. He was saying basically that one of the keys for playing as fast as teams do in the NBA is you need guys that are good passers, and not that they're necessarily like they take special care of the ball, but you just have to be. You have to know where to go with the ball, and I think for the most part, he does. And so to me, like when he comes right into the game, I think his job, they're just like push everything. And if you make a couple mistakes, that's going to happen. But he's only playing like 23 to 25 minutes right now. I mean, I think we've kind of seen what the ceiling is for him. And I think the only way that it can really improve is if he starts to shoot it better. But like his role on this team this year to me is probably what it should be.
Yeah, and I was going to add, I think it's secure, obviously. Like he might not play as much as he played last year, but in a way, he's going to have to be better than last year or a little more reliable if he's going to play, 23, 25, 27 minutes a game. You said to me before the game, before the show, Kuminga wasn't very good last night. And just so people realize, I am not a Kuminga hater. You know what I said? Yeah, who cares? They won. They won the game.
Who cares? Well, if you're going to throw me under the bus, what I said was that was the worst game he's played, which is a compliment because he's been really, I think he's been steady.
I think he's been very good. I think he's been, if you look at the way he's played in the past and you look at the way he's playing this year, he's been very good. There's no doubt about it.
Like, I think that was the first game he didn't close last night. And to be fair, he probably would have if Moody hadn't been shooting the lights out.
Right. But I just, this is my big thing. It's like if you don't play well and your team wins, it's like it's a mulligan. It just is for any player, not just for Kuminga. And so we did have a little bit of a disagreement over Draymond Green.
We did.
It felt to me like he turned it over 9 times. And I only had 4. And I'm going to assume that his defense was really good, but he's throwing some bad passes. He's trying to.
When does he not?
Well, he's always done it, but now he's like a split second late. Just a split second late, it feels like. I think. Okay, you ready? I think he's taking too many chances with the pass on offense. He's really looking for stuff in tight windows, and that's all. I think he's been careless with the ball this year.
Well, I thought he was really good at the beginning of the game defensively. I mean, he just disrupted everything. There was like a 3-on-1 fast break that he broke. Like, he is one of the best I've ever seen at. He's backpedaling in transition. Yeah. There's a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1, and somehow not only does he break up the first pass, but he somehow forces a change of possession. Like, I think the ball went out of bounds off the Sun, and the Warriors got the ball. Yep. And, like, there's nobody better, in my opinion, than Draymond Green at that. And so that was one part. But also, I think that the turnovers started to come in the third quarter. Well, he had a really bad one in the first half where he just, like, threw it to the other team. But I think Jimmy Butler not being in the game means that, like, he is trying to do a little bit too much.
That's a good point.
Because there's not another guy to facilitate, and he has to be, like him and Pods are kind of the two, I would say, connectors, if you will, without Jimmy Butler on this team.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Without Butler, an option of playing a certain way gets taken out of the equation, and that's fair. Now, the part about Curry was sick and Butler has a back issue, Steve Kerr, before the game, listen, this is what he said about the road trip. It was just a 2-game road trip, but this is what he said, and I wonder if this alarms Warrior fans.
I could tell on the road trip that all three of those guys looked tired. I mentioned it's a very unusual schedule to start the year. None of them had missed a game, and I think they just ran into a little bit of a wall. And obviously, Steph came down with the illness, so we'll get through it and we'll be fine. But it's just a really tough part of the schedule, and we'll do the smart thing.
I mean, it might be a tough part of the schedule, but then again, we're only 8 games in.
But the schedule does soften. I mean, you have to agree. So this is the Warriors' third back-to-back already through the first 10 games.
They had
Denver, Portland.
Oh yeah, and then the one before that was
Memphis Clippers, and now this back-to-back, Phoenix, Sacramento.
Okay, yeah.
They've had 3 back-to-backs within the first 10 games of the season. They're also amidst a stretch where they play 10 road games the next out of 12, I believe. I mean, that's a pretty tough hand right off the rip. So the schedule is going to soften a little bit. By the way, during that road trip, you get OKC, San Antonio twice, and the Orlando-Miami back-to-back, which you didn't get until February of last year. I mean, it's a pretty tough schedule off Jump Street. And so I think that, to me, if you're looking at the first month and a half of the season, you get it to, after last night, there's one home game between now and November 21st.
Well, I guess that's where my mind went is it feels like you're in a little, not trouble, but guys are going to miss tonight. And really you're on the verge of your tough stretch right now. You could say they're in the middle of it, but it's going to get a lot tougher. But again, to me, this is something that, we knew was going to happen and we were kind of waiting for it. And tonight it's going to be here. And so we'll find out a little bit more about the Warriors tonight because they're playing without Steph, and it may be more than that.
Yeah, I think tonight's a prove-it game for the young players.
No doubt.
Do they have to win tonight? No, but I think they can. And if they do, you look at the rest of the road trip, and all right, Steph or Jimmy's probably going to miss it. Draymond might miss a game. Horford's certainly going to miss a game because they have a back-to-back involved in there. I think they have 2 actually. So it gives you more confidence that they can win those games when they're shorthanded. Because, in a way, the NBA regular season has become more about winning shorthanded games than ever before.
Right.
You have to win a couple of these games, and it doesn't really matter how you get it done. Again, you look around the league, and you see teams that don't have their stars or maybe don't have a scoring punch in, and they're just figuring out how to get it done. And maybe that means tonight in Sacramento, Steiny, the Warriors are saying, we're shooting 55 threes tonight. We're taking as many threes as possible. If we're hitting them, we're going to win this game. If we don't, we were going to lose it anyways if we try and play them straight up. I think that's where you're just seeing this league go, especially with the amount of young guys, too, and just it is so volatile, the level of performance night to night with all these teams. To expect to get the same group every night, even when you're healthy, I just don't think is realistic anymore.
All right, Cyrus in Oakland on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Very fair. 5 back-to-backs in a month, 7 games in 10 days in 5 cities. No other team has more than 3 back-to-backs in a 30-day span during the whole season. 5-3 is incredible. Cyrus in Oakland. I mean, could you make a case that it'd be better to have all these back-to-backs now rather than a little later in the season?
So that's something I've gone back and forth on. Logic would say yes, but your body is also just getting accustomed to the physical bombardment.
Right.
So in a way, I don't really think it makes a difference, to be honest. If you had it in the middle of the season, well, you're probably a little more, your stamina's dinged a bit more, but you also have prepared yourself for playing because you've got a month or two in of the season. If it's at the end of the year, well, then you got a chance to chase some games, and other teams are going to be equally tired. At the beginning of the year, your body is just getting into it. So I really don't think it makes a difference. But what is undeniable to me, Steiny, is that the beginning of their season has been a schedule from hell, and they're just trying to figure out how to navigate it.
I wonder if kind of this, like I really do feel like the Warriors were ready to play game one, and maybe it was not just ready to play game one. I feel like, they were ahead of teams, and I wonder if wasn't a way to kind of maybe try to combat an early season schedule that looked tough, was to maybe try to be a little more ahead of schedule than other teams. One thing's for sure, the bench was terrific last night against the Suns, and you know what? They have to be good again tonight, you would think.
I thought the bench was great. I mean, Moses was the player of the game tonight. His defense on Booker and his shooting, he was fantastic. He's just found his groove now, after missing most of training camp with the ankle. So it was a tough start to the season for him, mainly because, we found a different starting lineup and a different rotation while he was out, and we were doing pretty well. But he's forcing his way back into the mix for sure. And then Quentin was great, but I thought the bench, Buddy, Pat, Trace in the first half really took control of the game. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, I forgot about Trace Jackson Davis.
No, he was really good. I think at half he was like a plus 16. He got hurt by being on the floor during that run that Phoenix went on when there was kind of a weird just cobbled together five by Kerr. Like it was Spencer and Santos and TJD. It was really weird. But yeah, you saw some alley-oops. You saw him try and dunk a couple times. I mean, that's what he's out there to do.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of the alley-oop, that Potts made a nice little hook pass to Kuminga on that. That was heads up.
Buddy had a nice pass too. That was the one to TJD, the first one.
Trying to remember that one.
It was like from outside the three-point line.
Oh, yeah.
Spiked it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing. If we're realistic about these two opponents, the Phoenix Suns and the Sacramento Kings, they're not going to finish in the top 5 of the Western Conference, you wouldn't think. In fact, they're probably going to finish in the bottom 5. So I do think these are the games where if the bench can help you win them, then it shows that you can be a pretty good team. If they're able to go up, I don't care who's playing or who's not playing for Sacramento, if they're able to go up there tonight without Steph and, whatever, Moody brings it home with Post and a couple other guys, then I look at this team and say that's exactly how they want to do it. If they can somehow not, and I thought last night, they could have gotten away with not playing their older guys as much. I know Butler wasn't playing because the game got just a little bit too close. But they were really close to having that being a perfect game for them, I thought, because that's the game you want to come out against the Phoenix Suns and have your young guys produce, because they're more on a level with the players on the Suns team than when you play the contenders.
I mean, I also just think that if you go back to the 2022 season where they won the championship, when they went 18-2 to start the year, and I don't think this team they're certainly not as young and not as fresh as that group, but these were the games that team won at the beginning of the season. Like the back-to-backs where maybe Curry had to sit. I was just going through a couple box scores, and there was a game in mid-November where they played on a back-to-back, and they were at Detroit, and the starting lineup was Jordan Poole, Juan Toscano-Anderson, Gary Payton II, Kevon Looney, and Andrew Wiggins. And Jordan Poole had 32 that night. Like, who's going to be the guy tonight if Curry and Butler don't play, maybe if Green doesn't play too, who's going to be the guy to carry the load?
I think there's an obvious answer.
It's Kuminga.
Right.
So this is one of the reasons why you brought him back this year. And you did not want to trade him, because whether you believe that he was going to fit in and, acclimate as well as he clearly has through the first 8 games, whether you thought that was possible or not, it was undeniable that a night like tonight is where Steve Kerr goes to him and says, I know you might not be happy with your role. Maybe you are, but this is your night. You're going to have as many opportunities as you want to get as many shots as you want. And you know what? In fact, we're going to need you to take 20 shots tonight because ain't nobody else that can do it. So that's where, if this team wants to be similar to that group that won the championship, tonight's a night where, you can go get this game.
Yes, you can. And so I wrote down 3 words as we were talking about Kuminga here. Hard, challenging, and then I said unfair with a question mark.
Okay.
So I got to give this guy some credit, Kuminga, and maybe I'll even want to give him twice as much credit 4 days from now. But I'm sorry. It is not easy. Jonathan Kuminga has been playing now with Butler and Curry for the first 8 games. And he seemed to have figured out some things. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Now, I get it. He might say, I get 30 shots, but you're asking a lot of Kuminga. Podziemski tonight is going to play exactly like he's always played. Moody's going to play exactly like he always played. But Kuminga has to go into this game tonight and change his role a little bit. He is now for lack of a better term, he's the number 1 option. Tonight, he's going to be a number 1 option. Last night, he was a number 3 option. And last night, he wasn't great, but they won. But now tonight, he's got to go to Sacramento and kind of be the man and produce on demand in a way that he hasn't produced this year yet because he hasn't been asked to do that. I just got to say, it's not the easiest thing in the world for a player to do.
No, but to be fair,
this is what he wanted.
No, he's proven that he can do it. I mean, he literally went from not playing in the Rockets series to scoring 30 points in a Western Conference semifinals game. I'm actually I'm not so worried about him scoring. I am worried about the Warriors winning the game, though. I think he can get his. In fact, tonight is probably all right, tonight's my night. What I think is also going to be difficult in that vein, though, Steiny, is so the Warriors play tonight, and then they...
Yeah, I have no idea who they have after this or when.
They're at Denver on Friday.
Okay.
Assuming that Curry or Butler is back from that game, what I think is going to be equally as tough as switching from the 3, see, now you got to be in 1 mode, is, right, now we need you to go back to being the 3.
Yep.
It's one thing that he hasn't had to do it this year, so he's locked into his role. I think he's done a really good job in embracing what the Warriors are asking of him. Now, okay, he's got to be the 1 tonight. Tonight's going to be fun. I think we're going to see a juiced up Jonathan Kuminga. We're going to see whether he makes the right plays or not doesn't really matter. I think he's going to be excited tonight. But then on Friday, all right, JK, we need you back in the 3rd row. Curry's back, Jimmy Butler's back. That to me is the jockeying that while he did sign up for this and he signed that contract, that's where I can see, all right, this ain't going to be fun. You're in the limelight tonight and then you're back to being a backup dancer.
Yeah, I also think there's something we haven't thought about, or maybe we have, but we haven't mentioned it, is weren't there reports that he wanted to go to Sacramento?
Well, his agent was there last night, and I can only assume that Aaron Turner is going to be there tonight as well. The 2 teams that we're interested in this summer, the Suns and the Kings.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think this could be a fun night for Kuminga. I'm just saying he may have to have a little mindset change, but it's kind of the role that he always wants or always wanted, but he's not going to get it every time. But tonight, the other thing is, to me, it's not, I know, we know, here's the other thing. This could be another step in his evolution. I mean, we know that he could just go out there tonight and get 30 and they could get beat, just like he did against Minnesota. But now it's about, getting a better look-see if he can maybe start making other guys better.
A look-see?
Yeah, you get a look-see tonight. You've never heard that?
No, I have. I just haven't heard it in a long time.
Yeah, you get a look-see at if Kuminga as a 1 and
a look-see,
and maybe we get to see some of the growth of his game, and he's the best player. You know what I'd like to see tonight? I'd like to see Jonathan Kuminga be the best player on the Golden State Warriors tonight and them win the game. That would be very, very encouraging. Well, 888-957-9570, and he'll have a shot at it. We got to get into the Draymond Green, Kevin Durant stuff because you've done a deep dive on something that is so solid that people deserve to know. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Joe Shasky here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton Yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. The new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Open select weekends starting Saturday, November 22nd at the Pasetta House in History Park. To plan your visit, call 408-287-2290.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Nice game last night, Pods. They got to back it up. That's what good NBA players do. Back-to-back good games. You know what Rick Barry said?
I don't.
Great players never have bad back-to-back games. And you know what? Trust me, he's right. He's right.
We've seen a couple back-to-back stinkers from greats.
I know, but as a general rule, we respond.
I think in the big games, you generally don't see them. Like maybe in the regular season, there was something last night that I know we're going to get into it. You know, I apologize for teasing this for about an hour. We haven't gotten to the Draymond stuff, but Dylan Brooks is an idiot.
Oh, my God.
Dylan Brooks is an absolute idiot. Number one, I mean, I'm not the fashion police. Scoot can help you out there, but you cannot get a technical when you're not in the game, and you're chirping at Curry from the sideline. That game was not over, and it felt like that was the death knell for the Suns. And when they put Dylan Brooks' face up on the Chase Center screen board, I don't think anybody wasn't booing him in that arena. It was like, what are you doing? Even Jalen Green, who's more, dressed up and colorful and drawing more attention to himself than anybody, Dylan Brooks is sitting there with the Axel Foley shades, and I just didn't like any of it. And I'm a fan of his game, but that dude's an idiot.
As Guru would say, I got to be careful here.
You better be careful.
But the whole thing wasn't a good look for Dylan Brooks, the Suns, or the NBA. I mean, what's he doing?
He's an idiot.
Well, Bruce. Hey, by the way, did I see Bochy's going to advise? He's going to advise the Giants?
Special advisor.
Let me tell you something. Our president needs an advisor. Posey.
Is that how you took it?
Absolutely.
I took it as Tony Vitello better watch out. don't have a slow start. We got a righty waiting in the bullpen.
Stop it.
That's pretty funny. All right. So Draymond Green, as you know, is somewhat outspoken, and he has his own podcast right here on the Odyssey Network. And he was also on a podcast yesterday with Jordan Schultz. Draymond Green talks football. And
kind of.
I've heard Draymond Green talk football, and I got to tell you, I love it. I just love hearing Draymond talk about sports. I really do, because he's got a perspective you don't hear much, and it's a pro athlete who I do think is telling the truth. But we had a little reaction to this, and maybe we got to talk about it. Take a listen, Draymond Green.
Dak's a bum. Oh, Dak's not a bum. He's an MVP candidate. Yeah, that's fine. He getting some numbers and they stink. Dak's a bum. He's not a bum, dog. He's a really good quarterback. No, he's a bum. They'll never win with that. You're too smart and you know too much about football to say Dak Prescott's a bum. I won 4 championships, Jordan. So you got to understand, when I say bum, I'm not saying Dak Prescott isn't a good NFL quarterback. Of course he's a good NFL quarterback. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying when the money's on the line, when it's for all the marbles, who are you? He a bum.
I totally disagree.
Yeah,
I totally
what
disagree.
has he done in those moments? Been a bum.
He is.
He's been a bum in the moments, Jordan. When they had their best teams, best offensive line in the league, they had all that to get to the playoffs, and he a bum.
But the story isn't fully written yet.
It's pretty written, because now he's making $65 million, and it's way harder to win. Like, you got to be so, like, Patty Mahomes good to be, like, that highly paid and still go win. Like, that's a very hard thing to do. Like, it's over.
All right, that's Draymond Green talking about Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. Why don't you start?
I think it's a little harsh. Bum is such a strong word. All right, let me ask you this. Who do you think is a good NBA comp for Dak Prescott? And while you sit on it, I got one in mind.
All right.
Paul George.
Okay.
I think Paul George is a fair comp for Dak Prescott. Neither of them have had really long-term playoff success. They've both been involved in regular season accolades. They're both maybe borderline Hall of Famers by the time their career is over. They both are overpaid, and they both play for teams that their contract prohibits their team's ability from getting better.
Right.
He would never call Paul George a bum. He just wouldn't. He would never call Paul George a bum. And that's where I have a problem with it, because he's talking about football. And I actually thought Schultz said something interesting, which was like, you're too smart for that and you know football. We should have just stopped after you're too smart for that. Because if you're calling Dak Prescott a bum, then you don't know football. Is Dak Prescott a guy I want in a playoff game? No. I've been critical of Dak Prescott. I think that Brock Purdy, when he's at his best, is better than Dak Prescott. But Dak Prescott is not a bum. And to call him that is just, it almost felt like he was doing it for clicks, which maybe he was.
Well, I don't like the term bum either. That's one that I for a guy like me, I would be reluctant to use. Now, he's a pro athlete. The one thing he explained, but his explanation to me proves that he shouldn't have used the word, is he really meant he's a bum when the chips are down, right? Because he finished runner-up in the regular season a couple years ago as a quarterback. I guess what bothers me a little bit is he would rip anybody else for using that term on a pro athlete that he disagreed wasn't a bum. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think that Dak is a really easy target because he plays for the Dallas Cowboys, who, unless you're a Cowboys fan, no one likes, and I understand. He makes the most money of any quarterback in the league, and he's not the best quarterback in the league, and he's consistently come up short in the biggest of games. He is the easiest target in the NFL. And so to me, it's like you talk about Draymond going after Europeans.
Right.
And Dak's not European, but he's an easy target.
True.
He's another easy target that Draymond has no problem putting crosshairs on and going after. Like, whether it's bum or not clutch or whatever. Like, I don't like the word bum, but even for Draymond to just go after Dak Prescott, it's like, sure. Yeah, we can all say Dak doesn't show up, but Dak is whack, Dak sucks, Dak stinks. Okay, say that about your NBA brethren then. James Harden consistently shows up or doesn't show up in big games. You know who else recently hasn't showed up in big games? He's a champion. Klay Thompson's had a couple stinkers in elimination games.
Right.
But he's a champion, so you wouldn't go there. I think maybe that's too strong. But Paul George is the guy to me that I consistently fall back. Paul George's most memorable postseason moment is when he missed a game winner in the playoffs for the Indiana Pacers, and they immediately cut to his Gatorade commercial where he makes a fictional game winner.
Oh, I missed that.
That's Paul George. It's Dame Lillard waving goodbye to him after knocking him out of the postseason in OKC. That's Paul George. But you would never call him a bum. And it's as much about Draymond taking the low road as it is like just not having the guts to go after guys that he's cool with.
Yeah, okay, there's certain words I don't use. Like you know why I don't use bum is because I've heard Shaq use it a lot. And I know that when he uses it, it is a term that he uses for the worst of the worst guys in the league. You know what I mean? Like a bum is, you don't respect the person, you don't respect their game, you don't think anything of it. Like I couldn't use the word bum for a pro player. I might say he stinks, but that's got a little bit of a tongue in cheek. But I think he stinks. Yeah, it's everybody knows I'm kind of joking there. But bum is a bridge too far for me. Like bum, scrub, I don't like scrub either. And in a weird way, like I think there are some words that they're off limits to me. One is bum, one is scrub, and of course the other is a choker. I don't like choker. Now, scrubini, I think I'm a little more lighthearted. Like I think when you say somebody's a scrub, you're saying they stink. When you're saying scrubini, it's like, he's a ninth man and he hurt you last night. Something like that. I know we're getting into semantics.
Yeah,
but
it's about the word, which I think is triggering to people, and that's probably why he uses it. But I mean, maybe in his mind, bum isn't actually that bad.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe it's not. But
I think it's, it's obviously not a curse word or anything, but
bum is a word you use when you have no respect for the individual.
Exactly. Like you give me a word, that you can say on the air and describe a player or players. There aren't many worse than he's a bum. You know what I mean? What's worse than he's a bum? That's about as low as you could say.
He's a B word? I don't know.
Yeah.
The actual B word.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, but like to me, I think that like Dre going after Dak Prescott, it's
a little low hanging fruit.
I mean, it's not that he hasn't done it before. I guess first of all, to be fair, I didn't listen to the entire conversation, so I don't know how they got on the conversation of Dak Prescott. But there's a lot of other quarterbacks in the league that I would consider bums before I got to Dak Prescott.
That I would agree with. Hey, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I don't like calling somebody a loser either. But I've used that term before. I don't know. Let's go to Joe in Martinez. Wants to jump in here. Hey, Joe, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
All right.
I think Draymond's response for using that word was just an emotional response for that performance during that period. In other words, when he's in the playoffs and everything's on the line, and he's got the skills, because he's already acknowledged that he's a good quarterback. He said that. So, he's not. I think he's just using that word for that period of time where he's not coming through.
Gotcha. Yeah, I agree.
He's a good quarterback, and he said he's a good quarterback. But I think when you've got everything stacked, you had a good line, everything's there, and you don't come through, it's just an emotional response. I don't think he means, he's a garbage quarterback. He's just a bum. When that time comes, he's not coming through.
Right.
He's being whatever the reason. He's just not coming through when he should be.
Yeah.
So
no, I agree.
I think don't too hard.
Yeah. No, thanks, Joe. I agree. I think that's what he meant. But okay, as long as we're really getting into it, who's the most important player on any football team for the most part? It's the quarterback.
Yeah.
So I do have a little bit of a problem, even though he is a 4-time champion, getting to play alongside Steph, Clay, and Kevin Durant, Draymond. I just think he's not the guy who should be calling Dak Prescott a bum. There's only one guy who could do that, and that's Steph, to my way of thinking.
Oh, yeah, but Steph would never do that, and that's what makes him Steph, and that's what makes Draymond. But, okay, so if we're going to call guys who stink in the playoffs bums, fair, totally fair. Lamar Jackson a bum? I'm just I have no.
He'd have to be, right?
I have this argument all the time with Goo, and I have no ammunition when it comes to the postseason. He's had some good games, there's no doubt, but large in part, Lamar Jackson has come up short in a lot of postseason performances where you could point to his individual efforts as being the reason why the Baltimore Ravens lose. Are you going to call Lamar Jackson a bum?
Because I would never.
Neither would I. Lamar Jackson is the opposite of a bum. He's one of the greatest players this league has, but he comes up short in the postseason.
Okay.
There's plenty of examples of guys that are great regular season performers that do not have their best foot forward, and I don't know if it's because they have problems mentally, they short circuit, they implode. I don't know. I haven't been in those situations. I don't know. But I know that I would never call a player like that who is as great as Lamar Jackson in the regular season a bum because he comes up short in the postseason.
Yeah, and I get that Draymond is a 4-time champion, so his standards as a pro athlete who's won 4 titles are ridiculously high. I completely get that. But I just
is Chris Paul a bum?
Well, that's what I mean. If
there's a lot of really good players that we could put in that category,
how many bums? If Dak Prescott's a bum, then how many bums have the Warriors and Draymond Green sent packing in basketball over the years? Is James Harden a bum? He couldn't get over on the Warriors. Chris Paul, another good one.
Kevin Durant.
I would never call those guys bums.
Neither would I. But that's what I'm saying. It's all right, we're taking it too literally. Fair. He's just talking about guys who come up short in big games. There's a long list of those dudes that I wouldn't consider bums, man. That's just, I don't know. I just feel like it's a little too strong.
That's all.
And look, he's having the argument with Jordan, and Draymond's not a guy to back down either, which is one of the parts about him that makes him a great competitor. But just doubling and tripling down on bum, I guess I just feel like that's beneath him.
Well, and he's also kind of doing what he can't stand when media does it. You know what I mean? A media guy who doesn't play pro basketball, who would say it about a basketball player, he'd come to their defense. If he were an NFL player, he would come every Cowboy should have Dak Prescott's back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
let's get a different perspective here from Blake in Concord. Says, probably not you, but I'm out of touch. What's up, Blake? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Thanks for having me. Love listening to you.
Yep.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't wait to also see you guys tomorrow at Jackson Pleasant Hill.
Awesome, man. Come introduce yourself for sure.
Hell yeah.
That'll be great. I just want to comment on this bum conversation here. Draymond Green,
yep,
great, great defensive player. But if you took 50% of the NBA and you asked them, is Draymond a bum? At least 50% are going to say yes. I'm going to say that term bum is used loosely around sports. We're always calling players bums. Dak Prescott, he's a bum. Draymond Green, he's a bum. He opens his mouth way too much. I'm a huge Warriors fan, and I don't like Draymond. I never have. But, Dak, come on. He okay, look at the last game against the Cardinals. He got blown.
Oh.
Did we lose him?
Blake, we're losing you, but that's fair. Okay, somebody help me out here. Excluding things you can't say on the radio, like what are the worst things you can say about a player? And my vocabulary, bum is one of the worst. Choke artist, choker, that's up there. Scrub is up there. But maybe there are words, are there words out there that are even worse than calling somebody a bum, like that you can say on the radio?
To me, bum is just the lowest of the low. Like, you don't deserve my air, basically. And maybe the appropriate term for Dak Prescott is he is a choker. Like, he chokes in big moments, in big games. And I know you don't like it, but I think that's more appropriate because Dak Prescott's had... Okay, so before the last two games, right? Before Denver and Arizona, if we're just going to look at Dak Prescott's season. He had 4 consecutive games where he'd thrown three or more touchdowns with no picks. Nobody else in the league has done that this year. So he's not a bum. He's just not. I don't know, man.
I know people are out there saying, are you guys really talking about this? But yeah, honestly, I just wrote down a bunch of words.
Also, anybody that would call Draymond Green a bum to me would be an idiot because he's not. Draymond Green is the opposite of a bum. He is someone that has at every single level won. Winners ain't bums. He might be an overachiever. People might consider him lucky or fortunate.
Right.
I don't think people call Draymond Green a bum. They might call him an idiot sometimes, but they don't call him a bum.
So somebody's saying, to me, I just wrote down some more words because Estimated Eyes on the YouTube chat said he thinks JAG is worse, the acronym for just a guy. JAG. I don't. I think bum is way worse than JAG. But, I wouldn't use the word trash. I wouldn't call a guy trash either.
I think bum and trash are one and the same.
I kind of do too. What about...
It also that kind of speaks to your character too. Like if you're...
I agree.
You gotta be a really bad dude for me to call you one of those two things.
Like you gotta be lousy, think you're good, and never come through.
You know what I think? Ask me, who do you think of when you think of a bum?
Who do you think of when you think of a bum?
Jamarcus Russell. Jamarcus Russell was a bum. That guy stole money from the Raiders, had no intention of applying himself to be a good football player, was an awful quarterback, and didn't try whatsoever. That dude is a bum. Dak Prescott ain't a bum.
Right.
That's lowest. Like Jamarcus Russell, he was trash, bum, a scrub. Every word under the sun you want, trash, whatever you want to throw in there. That was Jamarcus Russell. He's a bum.
So in other words, and I got to credit the Josh Ram. So in other words, Moses Moody's a jag. And,
boy.
And,
you did call him that.
And Jamarcus Russell is a jab. Yeah, he's just a bum.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's
a 5.
Yeah. I don't know. Bum to me, to me, a bum has to be it's not just you're not a great player. You have to be like a bad guy. You have to have done stuff off the court, to me, or off the field that was sketchy.
It also has to be proven. Like, for example, Trey Lance wasn't a good quarterback here. I don't really think he was given much of a chance, but I don't think he would have been great. I wouldn't call Trey Lance a bum. Like, I think he's a bust. I wouldn't call him a bum.
Bum, to me, bum is worse than bust. My way of thinking.
That's fair.
All right, wordplay coming up on the other side. You can jump in, 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And tomorrow's the day, ladies and gentlemen, the Warriors Summit. Tomorrow, Thursday, November 6th, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts together discussing another Warriors season. We'll be 9 games into the season to give it a little bit different flavor. Willard and Dibbs, they'll do their normal show from 2 to 4, and then all the hosts join from 4 to 6. We'll have great prizes to give away, drink specials, and your chance to meet all the hosts on the same day. That's tomorrow. You can get there at 2. You can get there at 3. You can get there at 4. Just get there. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill, Thursday, November 6th. We'll see you there.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit Inspired America.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. You know that thing that snuck up on you last year called the holidays? Well, they're coming again. But it's okay, because our pre-holiday sale is already here. Now through November 17th. Everything in the store is 30% off. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, I mean everything. An installation before the holidays is guaranteed. The holidays are coming, and this time you'll be ready. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
And now, your Live Nation lineup.
Todd Rundgren at the Fillmore, November 18th. The Darkness at the Fillmore, November 13th. Plain White Tees at August Hall, December 19th. Death Angel at the Fillmore, December 18th and 19th. That was your Live Nation lineup.
For tickets and info, hit up livenation.com.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Some news. No Levine. No Sabonis. No Keegan Murray. No Steph Curry. And we'll find out about Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. About fraud. I don't like that one either. He's a fraud.
I kind of like fraud.
I mean,
by the way, one of the Bay Area's most recent frauds has actually been quite impressive since his time in San Francisco. That's Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler was a fraud, but you got to give it to him. Gabe Kapler has been fired up not once, not twice, but now 3 times. Because he was just named the general manager of the Miami Marlins.
Farhan's cooked.
Well, he is, but Gabe ain't.
Hey, what do they call it? Failing upwards, failing up, something like that.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody we're throwing, we're just listen. Draymond Green called Dak Prescott a bum, and we're just having fun talking about the severity of different words, and we're throwing around clown and fraud, and I thought you made a really good distinction on this one, and I'll take credit for it if you're scared. But like a guy like Nick Young, and this is great. Nick Young, he's not a bum. He's a clown. He's not a bum, right? And we need to be precise, I think, with these things.
That's just the player that, well, you throw out that word a lot when you talk about Nick Young, and there's some others too, but like I don't look at Nick Young like a bum. He's there's some clown behavior involved there, but he could play. I mean, he hit some big shots for the Warriors in the playoffs against the Rockets. Got to give him credit. Doesn't mean he's not kind of goofy. I don't know. It's harmless. Like, to me, clown is less harmful than a word like bum. Bum's a word, in my opinion. If you use that in a sports term, you're talking about a player, you can't walk that back.
I kind of agree with that.
Clown is, maybe some people think it's harmful, and I totally get it, but it just has to do with your behavior. It doesn't really have to do with your performance.
One word that we had growing up that I would say does fit like a guy like Nick Young is, and I've used this phrase before, and Guru thinks it sounds really bad. Hey. But we used to use it back in Nick Young's a nitwit. He's a nitwit. That's not really mean-spirited. It's just, he's kind of nitwit. What does that mean? He just doesn't take things very seriously, and he's a little goofy and not very serious, and nitwit.
Goo doesn't like that word?
Well, remember when I said, well, nobody can guard Curry. He's running around there like a nitwit, and you got to try to chase him all over the court. And he goes, what do you mean? Like, he's running around like a nitwit.
You know who actually confirmed that Curry runs around like a nitwit?
Who?
Steve Nash.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear so Steph Curry was on was it Mind of Game of Mind podcast, the Bronze podcast.
Right.
Uninterrupted. Shout out Jimmy Spencer, by the way. And Steve Nash is the co-host. So Curry goes on, and I think the episode's out, so we're not spoiling anything. But Nash tells this story about, I believe it was a preseason game in Ontario before, I think either the 2013 or the 2014 season, because those were the 2 years that Nash was in LA, and he said he was on the Lakers. And Kerr confirmed it last night because Nash said it's the game where he decided, I got to retire, because he was too tired from chasing Curry around the court because he's running around like a nitwit. And last night, Kerr was asked about that pregame, and he not only said it was true, but he said the guy that was responsible for it was Alvin Gentry, who used to be the Suns head coach when Nash was there and was an assistant for the Warriors. He's been in the league for a long time. Good guy. And Steve Nash apparently knew what the plays were, which is why he knew he was going to have to hang him up, because those were the exact same plays that Gentry ran when Nash was in Phoenix. And Gentry had Curry just run Nash all over the floor. And finally, Nash came up and with some expletives involved said, hey, Alvin, what the bleep are you doing to me right now? This is a preseason game, and I'm 37 years old. And it just confirms that Curry, sometimes runs around like a nitwit.
So Curry ended Nash.
He's ended a lot of people, Steiny. How many careers do you think, towards the end, people are just like, all right, I got nothing for this guy?
I mean, I feel like he didn't end this guy's career, but he put it on hold, and that's Chris Paul.
He changed the trajectory of Chris Paul's career, I believe, because he usurped him. He knocked him off his perch, the best point guard in the league.
Yeah. Yes, he did. Hey, just a little more Draymond real quick. It's got nothing to do with bum. Relax. It's got to do with basketball. Why don't you explain he and Kevin Durant going a little back and forth?
Do we have the Kevin Durant sound, Pasta, or no? I can explain it if not.
I'll look.
Okay. So KD a couple weeks ago in the Starting Five doc, this is in season 2 now. Basically, the documentary just follows around a bunch of players, and one of the players this year is Kevin Durant. So during one of the episodes, Kevin Durant said, effectively, offense wins championships. And I think the quote he used was, I can get anybody out here to bend their knees. Basically saying, defense ain't that hard to play if you got people that apply themselves. And so 2 days ago, there was an article in The Athletic by Sam Amick where he sat down with Draymond, and they talked about a myriad of things, how Draymond wants to still be a top defensive player and his views on the league. He also asked him about KD's comments. That offense wins championships. And naturally, Draymond disagreed. And there's the old adage, the Bear Bryant, was it offense sells tickets, defense wins championships? I think most people believe that, and it's gospel. But then apparently Kevin Durant got wind of Draymond disagreeing with him and started going at people on Twitter yesterday about how he's right, and his whole stance was you need guys to get buckets. And Draymond's stance is defense travels, essentially.
Right.
Where did you fall on it?
Well, I think offense is more important than defense right now in the NBA, and it's the chasm's becoming more and more and more. And the more you give the benefit of the doubt and the advantage to the offense, you lessen the importance of defense. You lessen the importance of defense. And the way the NBA is right now, yes, I think offense is more important than defense because there are things you can't do defensively. I also, this isn't for, I truly believe if you put a third-year player, if a third-year player right here, right now, started playing defense like Draymond Green, that player would be in foul trouble way more than Draymond Green ever was or will be now because of the reputation he's developed. I don't know that there's room for a Draymond Green anymore for a young player to come into the league and kind of be that. And I know, listen, Amin Thompson's a great defender. Wembanyama's 7'5", but the physicality that Draymond plays with, I don't know if they'd allow that right now.
Okay, so here is Kevin Durant from the documentary. Here were his exact comments that kind of sparked this whole conversation.
You have to score baskets if you want to win a championship. Playing defense, we can get any one of y'all in here to bend your legs, not touch the basketball, slide left and right, and contest the shot. That's easy. But when we're talking about winning at a high level against the best of the best, you cannot just do that and win a basketball game. You have to make shots. And that's why I work on my game so much. So if you want to win, you got to make shots.
I love that.
Nobody can disagree with that.
I completely understand why KD feels the way he does. Although, to be fair, KD when he was on the Warriors was an incredible two-way player. I mean, they had a great defense as well as the number one offense in 2016-17 when he got here. And I can totally understand why Draymond would vehemently disagree with that. Because Draymond's game is predicated on defense doing all those things that Kevin Durant is saying is easy. Bend your legs, slide side to side, contest shots. It's easy. Well, the truth is, Steiny, they're both right. You need both a great offense and a great defense to win a championship. Now, I tend to lean more towards Draymond. If I'm going to have one or the other, I would rather have a great defense. But what to me they're talking about and they're disagreeing about is you need a great offense in the regular season. To get through 82 games, you got to score. You're right. There's no doubt about that. But when it comes down to a 16-game season, 1 month of basketball, give me the team that plays the best defense over the team that plays the best offense. That's how I feel.
Well, I would say, I would put it this way. One of the ways. Having watched Steph Curry play for 17 years and seeing a million attempts at trying to defend him, nothing really works consistently over the long period of time. You know what I mean?
Well, then how come Luka hasn't won a championship?
Well, that's fair. I'm just talking about offensively, There are guys in the league who are just kind of unstoppable. How come? Because you can't touch them. You can't, or you'll send them to the line 15 times. So, let me ask you this: who's the best? Who's a point guard defensive specialist, if there is one?
A point guard defensive specialist? I don't know. GP2.
All right. Let's just take a play. If
point of attack.
If the Warriors during their dynasty did not have Steph Curry, but had a defensive-minded point guard, would they have won titles?
No.
I don't think so either. But they would. But that would have made them a lot better defensively. I'm trying to think of a player. I don't know. Yeah, what's his name? Dunn.
Chris Dunn?
Yeah. Or Dyson Daniels, the guy they say can pressure, somebody like that. Davion Mitchell. There it is.
Okay. No, they wouldn't have won. But
is that because the imbalance is so great?
No, but if you replace Draymond Green on those championship teams with name a power forward who gets buckets and gives as many up on the other end. Replace Draymond Green with Sabonis. Do those teams win championships?
I don't think so.
That's why I think they're both right. And actually, as a result of this, I did a deep dive. Sorry, Dibs, I saw your bit. So I went through the last 25 championship teams and looked at their offensive rating and their defensive rating. So this is based on per 100 possessions. And really, it's just it's the number you use to figure out how good of an offense you are relative to the period. So, past 25 champions from 2000 to 2025. The average regular season offensive rating rank, 6. The average regular season defensive rating rank, 6. So on average, to win a championship, you need to be a top 10 defense and offensive unit. You can't do it with one or the other. Now, there are some outliers. For example, the Warriors in 2022 were the number 1 defensive team, and they were 16th in offense, or around middle of the pack. There was the 01 Lakers, who had the number 1 offense in the league that year. They were the 21st rated defensive team. So they won it by just getting buckets.
Right.
But my point is, if you take the large sample size of all of these champions, they have both.
Right.
And so when KD says, you got to get guys that get buckets, he's right. But Draymond is saying you got to get guys that can lock down. He's also correct. And that's why I think it's a fascinating conversation, because it's just about how you want to build your team.
Yeah, I just think that they've constrained defenses to such a degree that even really good defensive teams can only reach a certain threshold because of the rules that they're required to play by, which to me are unfair and unlike any other rules than any other era had to play under. Here, 2 great names here. Rajon Rondo. See, I think if Rondo replaced Curry, they still would have won. Let's just take the Durant years.
I mean, Rondo's a champion.
Right. I think
2-time.
And I think he was skilled enough offensively that they still would have won a title with Rondo and not Curry. Patrick Beverly?
No.
I'm out on that one. Like if Patrick Beverly were if Patrick Beverly were Steph Curry and got to play with all the players Steph did for as long as Steph did, I don't know if the Warriors win a title. I'd probably bet against them to win a title.
To me, when I think of a team that is got all the offense in the world and no defense, I think of the 7-second or less Suns.
Right.
I think of Steve Nash leading a brigade of bucket getters and trying to beat you to 120 or 130 points. And some nights, you know what? Most times, they did it. And then it got to the postseason, and it became a little more half-court based, and there were other teams that could scheme. It just gets a lot tougher. I think that team was wildly successful, but they never won a championship. I'm also thinking about teams that had basically all they could do was lock you up and they couldn't score. Those teams ain't winning either.
Right.
I think it's just really hard to pick one or the other. But personally, I tend to lean more towards Draymond. That's just me.
And I'd lean a little more toward Durant. But, seriously, back in the 80s, I would have been on Draymond's side. Today, I think it's come full circle, and the offense has too great an advantage in the NBA. That's just me. By the way, tonight, Warriors Sacramento Kings, 7 o'clock start? 7 o'clock start, and it all begins with Warriors pregame at 6.
Warriors live.
Sweet.
Looking forward to no Curry, maybe no Butler, maybe no Draymond, for sure no Levine, no Sabonis. It's going to be the Stockton Kings against the Santa Cruz Warriors.
Yeah, I got a G League game brewing up in the state capital.
Should be fast.
So we'll find out about Jimmy Butler and the like tonight in Sacramento. Let's go to Jim in St. Louis. Look at that. We got the Arch City. Hey, Jim, get this. Hey, Jim, you there?
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Oh, I'm here.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm here, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, man, I was just having lunch.
All right.
Hey, what would you call Russell Westbrook? A bum? A loser? A choker? What?
I don't think I'd call him any of those, honestly.
You got to choose one.
You got to choose? Probably a choker. I think that's the least diminishing of the three.
I need time to think about that, Jim, in St. Louis.
I think he's one of the worst players I've ever known.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a good call.
I like the way you said that.
That's
hey, by the way, speaking of St. Louis, I've used this before. Do you know what they call the Missouri Valley Conference men's basketball tournament?
Oh, boy.
Arch Madness.
Is this a joke?
No, they call it Arch Madness because they played in St. Louis.
Of course.
Oh, you knew that?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I live here. I should know, right?
Yeah, it just sounded like you might not have known. I thought that's very clever.
It is. I didn't make it up, though.
I know, it was a conference. Hey, let me ask you this. St. Louis a cool town? I've never been there.
Nah, not really. Not really.
What's the matter with it?
Well, they lost their basketball and football
used
teams.
To be.
What happened?
It's got the same problem that all major towns have, urban flight.
I got you.
The downtown is just a desert. It's very depressing.
Well, you know what it sounds like? Thanks for the call,
If it wasn't
Jim.
for the Cardinals, it would be dead.
They got some hoopers that have come out of St. Louis, though.
Larry Hughes.
Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
Bradley Beal.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate the call. Sounds like he's a little down on his hometown right now.
Well,
you know what the answer is?
I actually know a couple people from St. Louis that have left.
You know what the answer in St. Louis is?
Jimmy Butler.
Mom Donnie.
By the way, hold on. You just dropped the MVC. You told me it wasn't a conference in the green room. Because we were talking.
This is the Missouri Valley Conference. You were talking about.
No, I was talking about the MVC.
Yeah, but you said it was called the Mountain Valley Conference.
No.
Yes, you did.
No.
You did.
No.
And I said, yeah, there is a Mountain Valley Conference. It's junior colleges in Maine.
Oh, well, you looked that one up. There's the MVC and the OVC.
Ohio Valley.
And then there's the Summit League.
Okay, who's in the Summit League?
Like North Dakota State, South Dakota State, Omaha, Denver. No.
Division II?
No,
Those
not
aren't
in college
D1.
basketball.
Please.
In college basketball, they got some guys that come out of there. The MVC, you better put some respect on because every single year Drake plays 5-out basketball and wins a couple games.
Yeah, right. It's every conference championship every year. Creighton versus Drake, right?
Okay, then why can't Franklin and Marshall break through? St. Thomas was D3 3 years ago.
Who?
St. Thomas in Minnesota. UC San Diego was a Division III school and is now Division I.
Listen,
where are you guys at?
We're an academic institution.
Yes, so is St. Thomas.
Yeah, okay.
St. Thomas.
You know anything about St. Thomas?
St. Thomas ain't a private Catholic
it's private
academic institution.
It's private, and like 600 board scores and you're in.
Please.
I'm telling you.
St. Thomas in downtown Minneapolis. I don't know that for a fact, but it's
St.
around
Thomas University.
Yes, in Minnesota.
It's where the mediocre go to study.
Well, it's where the Division I athletes come to play.
I know nothing about St. Thomas. I'm messing around.
They took an L to St. Mary's a couple nights ago.
Is that still St. Thomas Aquinas?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right. St. Mary's off to a 1-0 start, right?
Undefeated. Now, that's where college basketball is separated from others because it's not a Division I AA and FCS. There's just the haves and the have-nots.
Hey, everybody. Tune in for Warriors Live today. It's presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And don't forget Sunday, the kickoff show. That's when it is. Hall of Fame nominee Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. It starts at 11 o'clock. Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. All the early games that start at 10 are going to be on. Great food, great drinks, games in the parking lot. And as you know, we have a shuttle that goes from Laughing Monk to Levi Stadium. And if you want to get on that shuttle, it's free. Go to 957thegame.com. First come, first served. A couple weeks ago, this shuttle filled up pretty quickly. So go on over to 957thegame.com. Sign up now. Take a free shuttle from Laughing Monk to Levi's and back. Do it right now. Mm-hmm.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 52%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, it's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
America's favorite car show is back. Don't miss the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 2,500 American-made and powered show cars and trucks. A special indoor truck show. Cruiser-Rama and vintage trailer display. A huge swap meet at Fender Midway. A free family fun zone, live music, and more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Be there. Details at good-guys.com.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
It's about time pros had one partner for every part of the job. Simple ordering, fast delivery, continuous support, all from one partner. The Home Depot delivers supplies on your schedule. Our pro team helps you plan ahead so projects run smoother. And with Pro Extra benefits, you can simplify ordering, track spending, and save time every step of the way. Because with one partner, you get more than materials, you keep your job moving. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Don't miss OAR and their 3-decades tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on August 12th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and now we're joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It is the crossover, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. How you guys doing? Oh,
hi, boys. Yeah, hi. What's going on? Sorry, I'm multitasking.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, we're getting ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, we're
getting ready
in.
for tomorrow.
We're getting yacked in for, there it is, the summit.
Yeah, baby.
We got a summit.
I
at
tingle every
Jack's
time
Restaurant.
I hear that.
Yeah.
I just do.
I bristle. I don't tingle. I bristle.
Why?
Because I know it's just soda water.
It doesn't matter. It's just a sound effect.
I'm so hard with my.
I kind of like it.
Yeah. I'm not
Scotty Farrell.
I'm not trying to make a statement here. I just think it's a noise that people enjoy.
But do you ever think about cracking it during the break?
It can't be triggering.
No, because then no one will hear it. We're in the business of audio.
Right.
I think people driving around, you might be on the back end of their lunch break, and that makes them think, ooh, 5 o'clock's 3 hours away.
But you know what that is?
They might decide just to not go back to work.
Yeah.
It's not audio. That's fraudio.
It's not. It's not, because it's literally the exact same sound as if there were alcohol in there.
You're cracking it as if
no, I'm not.
Oh yeah,
I'm not.
5 o'clock is coming.
You're
Have
projecting.
yourself a seltzer water.
I'm not saying anything.
You want that S like fraudio?
I'm opening a can.
Oh.
Same way I do on you every day at 2.
You
come on, dog.
A can of
relax.
Of what?
Have some fun.
I'm relaxed. I'm having a great time, but it's fraudio.
Are you having a great time out?
Thank you.
That's a good reference.
Although
That's a good reference.
Last night, and I'm glad you brought that up because I was sharing with our group on our thread that I thought Steve Kerr last night was straight up trolling the NBA, the association. So Steph is not feeling great. Okay. And Jimmy's got a back, but he's going to pull through.
Sure.
Draymond's got ice on 11 different parts of his body. And so Steve is like, Phoenix, all right, you got book. You've got nothing else. I'm going to roll out a bunch of guys you've never heard of, and we're still going to absolutely roll you. For me, last night was Steve Kerr telling the league, your 82-game schedule is a joke. I'm going to play my threes all night. We're going to feature Patty Spence, who I love.
He played pretty well.
He sure did. And TJD on a pick and roll. There were multiple Spencer, Jackson Davis pick and rolls. And, it got down to 8. And Steph is like, all right, I got 4 more minutes for you. Whop, whop, whop. Back to 18. Back to sleep. That game was an absolute Steve Kerr troll job, in my opinion.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question.
No reaction? No comment?
Evan?
Steiny? I mean, you watched it, right?
I watched the whole game. It was just...
What did you feel about it?
I feel like it's a game that nobody's going to remember by now. Well, by 6.
I'll agree that it's certainly... He did not feel the game was losable. I don't know about trolling, and I know you're kind of overstating for
a little bit,
but
yeah.
We were out and about doing that ballpark back 9 thing last night over at Oracle, and so we went over then in the second quarter. Is actually what you're talking about is right when we walked in to the game, and I did sit down and I'm like, what's happening?
Who are you?
Like last I heard, Jimmy Butler was playing in this game, and then Jimmy Butler is not out there, and then it trickles down from Steph's out there right when we walk in shooting threes, and then he leaves, and the next thing you know, you get the we're up or down by 30 with 2 minutes to go lineup, but it's the second quarter. And so, yeah, it felt a little odd. Because did you text and say the B team was in? And I'm like, this is the C team.
Right.
It did, that's quite a group.
Well, that's quite an insult.
I don't know if I said the B team or whatever, but it was definitely
we're a little sensitive to those kinds of things today.
I'm sorry.
I spent my whole life in the B team.
Pat Spencer's trying to take a power forward to the hole, and his shot is getting blocked the same way mine used to in high school, with other guys looking at you like, I can't even believe you tried that. Then Pat Spencer has a wide open layup to end the first half and just completely loses his mind, and halfway through the air decides, I'm just going to sort of throw this ball to Jonathan. It was just, what are we doing out here? This is not the Warriors. Who is this? It's not.
It's still early in the season,
right?
So I think he was playing 2 games at once last night. I think he knew before the game that Curry wasn't going to play the next night. I think he had an idea that if Butler could make it last night, he might not play tonight. So I think he just said this is probably the easier game to win because it's at home and will be fresher. So I'm gonna let Moody, TJD, Posty, and Kuminga and the young guys see what they can do.
Yeah, I think he knew he was going to need him the next night, and a couple of those guys haven't really played a whole lot. So it was an opportunity to get him some burn. And to be fair, they're up 25 in the first half. I mean, with some of those guys on the floor, the one that was perplexing to me was, I think it was Spencer Pajemski, Moody, Santos, TJD.
Oh, yeah.
That's the white flag lineup, but it was in the middle of the third quarter. And that was the one that I was just, and maybe he thought he could get away with it. Maybe he thought that the Suns would just roll over. But that game was like Steph Curry's press conference after the game, which is, I just got to get through it. I'm sitting there and I'm sick and I'm hawking up loogies left and right and I'm trying not to cough on the mic and I'm going to be here for 4 or 5 minutes and I just got to get through it. And that's kind of what Steve Kerr did as far as his rotations.
I do think there was one specific thing that he was trying to accomplish, and we'll see if I'm right. Will Richards going to play tonight? He was the one guy who didn't play last night, and it just seems a little out of place for a game like last night. So maybe he knew that they're going to be missing 3 guys tonight, and hey, Will, I mean, I wouldn't say, hey, Will Richard can't play back-to-backs, but maybe he might have gone to Will Richard and said, you're not going to play tonight. Get ready for tomorrow.
I think that
same with GP2.
Yesterday, Will was technically assigned to the G League.
Oh, really?
So I don't know, and I don't know all the rules and how they work. I do know that he was assigned to the G League yesterday, but then recalled today. Yet, in assigning him to the G League, he was on the bench.
Right.
He was in the building.
There.
He was there.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
But he was assigned to the G League. Like I saw the report. I'm looking at it again right now.
He might not have been able to play at all.
I don't think he was eligible to play. So whatever the reason they did that, whatever roster gymnastics they're doing, I'm not really familiar with, but he was recalled again earlier today. So, yeah, I think he'll play a significant role tonight.
Yeah. Me too. Let me ask you guys a question. I don't know if you guys are going to get into it or not, but, Draymond Green was on a podcast and...
No.
The question is which one?
That's a good one.
His?
Anyway, he called Dak Prescott a bum. Said he's a bum and said it 5 or 6 times. And I don't want to go there, but what are the worst words you can say on the radio that are most insulting to a professional athlete? Because I think bum is top 3. Bust.
Choker, and you hate choker.
I hate choker.
What about bust?
I think bum's worse than bust.
Do you?
Yeah, I agree.
I do. Yeah.
I think
busts don't have chances to be bums.
Yeah,
Great call. Great call. Great way to put that. Like if you're a bust, like
right,
James Wiseman, he might be a bust, but oh boy, the Achilles, and he just never had a chance to be a bum.
Trey Lance, he's a bust. He's not a bum.
Yeah, but what would you rather be? I'd rather be a bum. Bums get paid.
I'd rather
a bum is in the league.
I'd rather be a bust.
Really?
Yeah, because I think
a bust is going to go be at the grocery store.
Lucas thinks loser.
Wiseman's done a loser. Wiseman's going to be fine.
There's a word that is synonymous with meow, which we don't say.
True. That's why I specifically
Draymond doesn't say it yet, but he probably will.
No, but I mean,
podcast.
John Feliciano said it almost on our show every week. We talked about people who don't like the tush push. He said, "You people are."
Shut up.
Okay. I'll just give you mine. I'd rather be a bust because I just wasn't good enough. I feel like a
Markel
bum.
Fultz.
I feel like a bum.
Oh.
You're not only not a great player, nobody really thinks you're any good, and then there's something more that's negative. Whether he used Jamarcus Russell.
I think Jamarcus Russell's a bum.
Again, if Trey Lance is a bum.
No, I don't think he is.
No, he's a bust.
Sorry.
Okay.
If Trey Lance is a bust and Dak Prescott's a bum, and you'd rather be the bust, I'll be the highest paid player in the league. Go ahead and call me whatever the hell you want.
It's not about money.
It is in that case. If you're not that good of a player.
I don't think Dak Prescott's a bum, though.
Okay, but
would you call Dak Prescott a bum?
I would not. But he did. I mean, that's the premise of the conversation,
If Dak
isn't it?
Prescott were a free agent at the end of this year, how many teams would say, yeah, you could be our quarterback for...
Handful, yeah, plenty.
Right, like 5 or 6 or maybe more. So I don't think Draymond's right, but just the whole idea about the label and, what you would rather be. What about being a jackass?
Well,
we used
like
to have
a clown.
We used to have a drop from Steiny, and I don't think it made the trip from the old building to the new building.
No, we
but
lost it.
Miles Turner, he's a jackass.
Why is Miles Turner a jackass?
6 years ago, Steiny had that drop.
It
was so good.
Nothing to do with Miles Turner.
Oh, okay.
Nothing.
He was very upset the other night when he got booed in Indiana.
know.
He did not enjoy that.
No, it was just that we were talking about, I don't know what it was, but I was just like, yeah, anybody can say anything about anybody these days, and it doesn't. Just Miles Turner was the name that popped into my head. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD. One San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. You know what I did? You know what I was going to do this year? I don't know if you'll remember this. This is kind of not having to do with anything. Remember before Fred VanVleet killed the Warriors in the postseason? You remember how bad he was in the 10 games before that?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And you're talking about in Toronto?
Yeah, and a little bit in Houston. Anyway.
Yeah, well, you single-handedly rallied him from the grave.
Yes. I went back and realized...
he went after him like I have never seen Steiny go after an athlete before.
He was bad. He was consistently bad.
Dude, over like the 15 games before he got going, he shot like 21 from the field and 16 from 3. So there was nothing personal.
No malice.
I was like, he stinks. He stinks. I don't like...
Yeah.
I don't know why. He just stinks against the Warriors. He stinks. He can't shoot. I was going to ask somebody to clip that, and when the Rockets were in town, I would have played it for him just to get his reaction.
But of course, Van was listening?
No, I would have gotten the tape and said,
"Oh,
you would have got a credential on your neck and walked over there and just played it right to his face."
I would have said, "Hey, look, I got to tell you something. I'm a sports talk radio show and host in the Bay Area, and I looked at your numbers before Game 4. They were Freddie.
Freddie.
They were bad.
Wow.
Freddie. And then hopefully Freddie would be like, I know, man, they were terrible. I'm like, hey, let me play you something.
Yeah, tell me how my cash tastes. He makes about 42 large a year, so there you go.
I've seen him. He probably have a good sense of humor about it. Washed. What, let's rate the words. Bum, scrub, choker, trash, jag, mid, washed, clown, useless.
Jag is underrated rough. It is.
Steiny likes that one.
Jag's tough. Jag's tough. It's just like telling someone like you don't stand out at all.
Did you put soft in there? Because soft is a synonym for the meow that I mentioned. And so for me it's soft, it's choker, and it's clown. Like Dylan Brooks is a clown. Dylan Brooks got a T on the sideline. It's one thing for Draymond to get a T on the sideline. He actually was playing in the game. It's still embarrassing, but all right, Draymond. It's Draymond. You're going to play, and you got teed up. Dylan Brooks is in an outfit, and it's an outfit that's not the team uniform or a sweatsuit, and you got teed up. That's clown stuff right there.
The Jim Carrey glasses were killing me. Like, I don't know where he found those things, along with the dress shoes with the high whites. It was awful. Although there was one guy he actually did dap up after the game, and that was, of course, D'Anthony Melton, who they used to be teammates. But the thing is, to me, I think bum is the worst for me because it speaks to the character of your person as much as your lack of productivity on whatever playing surface you're on. Like, bum to me is just scum. Honestly, like that's the kind of player as well as person that person is. I don't know. What about you?
I mean,
I don't like bum.
I don't either, but it makes me think of, and I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Rocky all the way through.
Of course.
I know you have, but I mean, a little bit after your time, but the big scene is when Mickey comes to Rocky and says, "You're a bum. I'm not a bum. You're a bum. I'm not a bum." And that was kind of like the nadir for Rocky, where he realized he was a bum. He was working for the mafia out there breaking people's knuckles to try to collect for his buddy. And Mickey was right. He was a bum. So when I think about, you're a bum, I just think about Burgess Meredith, rest in peace, in that scene in Rocky, Steiny.
And I was thinking of two things, and Evan made a great, because I think it's important to be precise. Like we brought up Nick Young. Nick Young's not a bum. He's a clown. He's not a bum.
Oh, he was a snitch.
Well, there's that.
That was D'Angelo Russell. Right?
Correct. And Iggy Azalea. Ziggy E.
Well, but Nick Young wasn't the snitch,
Nick
though.
was not the snitch.
It was D'Lo.
Yeah.
He got snitched on.
He got snitched on.
Yeah, my bad.
But, but still, it's
wrong.
like he's kind of goofy. But that guy hit some big shots in the 2018 conference finals. Like, he ain't a bad player, but he's real goofy. So that's why I think, and chokers is something, if I'm thinking of anything for Dak Prescott, it would be a choke artist. Because he's a pretty damn good player in the regular season. But Draymond's point was every time he's in a big game or at a big moment, he comes up short. And so I started thinking about all the players in the NBA that have the same credentials. And I'm just like, I don't know if you would call Paul George or Chris Paul or James Harden a bum, because those are Hall of Fame players.
Dak Prescott is Trae Young and Zach LaVine. And I'm going to borrow from Steiny.
Oh.
He's overrated.
He's better than LaVine.
Overpaid and overrated. Like, these are guys who make way more than they actually probably should relative to their compatriots. And, yeah, Dak, like Kyler Murray, Kyler Murray is being benched. I don't know if we all want to ooh, Kyler's hurt. That feet are tricky.
He just went on IR.
Right. It's because Jacoby Brissett is a lot better than him. So they're shielding him with IR. So I think about Dak more in terms of Trey Young and Zach LaVine. You're just overrated, Steiny.
Yeah, I could see that. I think there's some. Do you guys come in with 49ers? Any 49ers nuggets?
Ricky Pearsall did not practice.
That's
again.
what I was looking for.
Ricky Pearsall did not practice. Asante Samuel Jr., who had spinal fusion surgery in April. You did? How did it go?
It went great. Well, a long time ago. I had a discectomy infusion.
He's looking to get back into the league, and he's taking workouts around the league, and the Niners will be one of them.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No chance.
He will be visiting the Niners on Monday.
I'm being serious. When did he have this surgery?
April.
No chance.
He had 3 picks in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Not after the surgery.
That's a good point.
Kyle said, quote, pretty confident that Brandon Ayuk will play at some point this year.
That's good.
Yeah.
No, that's good news.
I don't see anything about the quarterbacks, but that's apparently because on Wednesdays.
Yeah, you can't ask about the quarterback on Wednesday.
Do not ask about the quarterbacks.
They're not really important on this team, Mark.
Kyle might get a little grizzly with you. Don't want that to happen.
He said he's limited in practice today, but the plan this week is to give Purdy more first-team reps than he had last week.
Oh, but define more. Is it a lot, or is it sort of a lot, or is it kind of a lot, or is he a bum?
It's a lot.
Okay.
It's a lot.
But that helps answer your question better.
It sure did.
You're welcome.
I'm actually finding him more entertaining at the podium these days.
Are you?
Yeah, I am.
I think that's just the mood. That's your mood.
But
that's not him.
He's not mad, and he's not insulting anybody. He's got to play this game.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be there.
Exactly.
He's not the first coach to not want to be there.
I think he also doesn't have the answers. I mean, the quarterback every single week continues to change.
I don't know that there are any answers.
Yeah.
That's the problem with this many injuries. Everybody wants to know when Ricky and Brock are going to be ready. He's like, I don't know.
Well, also, I know it changes every week, but is Wednesday the day that they practice after?
Yep, correct.
Yeah, so it's I'll tell you what I know. If he's out there and he's limited, he'll be on the side, and maybe we can give him some more reps, and I'll let you know Friday.
But I also don't think that that's something that they just walk out there on Wednesday and find out as it's happening. They go out there with a script and a plan.
Yeah, but turf toe is the injury that you don't know how a player is going to react after they practice. So you can't really promise anything because you don't know.
Right. I just don't, for instance, and I don't know the answer to this, but if someone's going to be limited, does that doesn't get decided until after practice? Or do you go into practice and you're like, Brock's going to take 60% of the second team reps and he's going to be limited because that's what we're planning to do with him today?
Probably, but they don't have to tell you that, right?
They don't have to say anything.
I mean, couldn't theoretically limited be, we'll let Mac take 20% this week, and we'll still call Brock limited?
I think that there are actually some rules to it. Remember, the Ravens got fined last week for actually designating Lamar as a full participant and then not playing him. So you do have to some degree, be careful with how you're labeling things. But I don't know. I had no idea.
But you're right. He could take 80% of the snaps and be limited because he didn't take all the snaps. So that is actually limited as opposed to taking all the snaps. But just based on what Mark just read from Shanahan, he's not playing on Sunday.
Doesn't feel that way.
It feels like until he gets all the snaps, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, he's not going to play. And I don't think he's getting all the snaps. And so I don't think he's going to play.
There are some people who are limited today who they've already said they are, right? They've said they plan on Bryce Huff playing this week, right?
Yeah.
He was limited. So was D. Winters and Tatum Bethune.
A little bit different, though.
For sure.
You know,
for sure.
You're talking about linebackers and, an edge rusher.
No, but he's coming off of multiple missed games. So, yeah.
But if you had Brock Purdy play quarterback, you'd expect him to take 100% of the snaps, and Bryce Huff will not take even more than probably 60 or 70%.
Right.
Even if he plays.
Yeah. Watch out. That was
fine.
That was close.
That was fine.
It was multiple drinks on the edge of a table. Everybody learns at a young age that you don't put drinks at the edge of a table unless there's a lid on it.
Hey, you know what I was trying to factor in? And I get it. Sometimes I know it's good-natured. And want to get out of here a minute or two early, and you give me grief. It's one of the reasons I love working with you guys.
You think it's good natured,
the banter, et cetera, et cetera. Hey, what about, like, do you guys factor in at all, like, a day like tomorrow?
Yeah,
no,
of course.
No, we factor in tomorrow because you leave early tomorrow.
Right.
Not today.
And
no, but what I'm saying is,
and you owe us one anyway.
You're still in arrears. You're still in arrears.
Yeah.
For
How do you figure?
The Billy Idol experience?
You haven't
Don't
paid
I
us,
get okay? Hold
you
on.
haven't paid us anything for it.
Guru and I get no credit. No credit.
Well, Guru didn't leave.
Be careful.
No.
No,
Be careful.
you get full credit, and he goes out of his way every summit to say, you know what, Joe and
it's not enough.
No. It's not enough.
So you're going to blow off the fact that upon arriving at this station for 2 years, Dan Dibley and I did a time slot where we crossed over on both ends every day.
Double up.
Every day, including into your show.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I know you don't.
3 or 4 hours.
I remember the 6
Only
summits.
Only three.
And do you not know that every single day at 1:48, he and I are here with flipping bells on for your show?
It's true.
1:48. 1:48.
Your ratings go up, too.
Yeah.
They
Dramatically.
Do. All right.
Ours do, too, when you stay.
You look like you're ready for Reading.
Yeah, it wasn't like a...
Dude, it's raining out there, isn't it?
Hey,
not anymore.
Hey, you don't need a tank of a jacket,
I
though.
think I just found one of the
Jeez.
answers to the questions we were just saying.
Oh.
NBC Sports Bay Area literally wrote this sentence. Purdy is scheduled for a limited practice on Wednesday.
Oh, God.
That came out prior to practice. So they do. That is a plan that is made ahead of time.
And I would use that. I think Dibbs is right.
No, probably. Yeah. Like Mac is definitely, and we know sort of kind of unofficially tomorrow based on which one talks, right?
Yeah, and they've been like
I don't think
forthright
either
in
one
that.
of them talked last week, though.
Mac
so.
did. I thought
Oh, he
Mac
did?
did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jones
Mac
I thought they both.
Mac spoke
yeah.
on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
So
I do think they're not going to have Mac speak if he's not starting.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. When's Cosell? 3:15.
You already know. Why you asking?
95.7 the game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it is that day. What's up, Hump Day? What's up, Greg Cosell Day? Let's do the damn thing.
Let's go, brother.
Okay, so Greg Cosell in exactly 1 hour. Lots of you today, 888-957-9570, at least we hope. And it is also Summit Eve. Allow us on the Willie and Dibby Show to take you all the way up to what is one of the most special days that we get, maybe a couple at most per year. And don't listen to Steiny. He loves them. He loves them. Tomorrow's like Christmas for him. He gets to see us multiple times, once on a laptop, then in person. He gets to do multiple shows. He gets to go all the way to dinner time. It's fantastic. And above all, we get to see a lot of you. So I actually want to start the show today by sending out what essentially we've been doing here for weeks, but I want to really send it out in an official invitation sort of a way. I know that it's difficult on a weekday to get to certain spots in the Bay depending on where you live. But if it is in any way within the realm of possibility, my goodness, we would love to see you in person in Pleasant Hill at Jack's Restaurant and Bar tomorrow. We'll be there from 2 to 6, our show 2 to 4, and then the whole summit with all the gang from 4 to 6. We promise you some special surprises, some prizes to give away. Steve Kerr will be on the show prior to the summit, and we're going to have a way that we're going to sort of inject that into the Summit. So it's going to be a hell of a day. It also leads into Thursday Night Football, which will be on the screens there at Jackson. So Thursday's the best day of the week, and tomorrow's going to be no exception.
Tomorrow will be a special Thursday because of that thing that you're talking about, the Summit. And, there's so much to talk about already with the Warriors, and they're sitting at 5-3. And tomorrow they'll either be 6-3 or they'll be 5-4. And I do think that 6-3 versus 5-4 will feel very, very different tomorrow. If you go to Sacramento without Steph, and we don't know who else will sit tonight, we're kind of waiting for the official news, but you might not have Jimmy. You might not have Draymond. You might just have what you mostly put out last night, which is the B and the C team. And if you do and you lose, well, we'll feel different. And if you go out there with that, the B and the C team, and you go out and you win, you'll also feel different. So stay tuned for, what the Summit tone might be tomorrow.
Well, good opportunity for us right away to give you our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll. So before every game, we invite you to vote in the Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. It's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. All right, here it is. The Warriors won last night versus the Suns. Now they're in Sacramento tonight. Steph Curry is out. He was ill. He needs a break. So, simple question. We don't know about Jimmy and Draymond, as Dib said, but do you still expect the Warriors to win against the Kings tonight without Curry? Yes? No? Those are your options. So vote now on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. We'll read the results a little bit later. We'll discuss them throughout the show as well. This is a little bit of a broader take, if you will, that I want to start the show with today. It's not just about Steph. And I will freely acknowledge, because I know Steve Kerr will talk about this for sure on our show tomorrow, the Warriors do not sound terribly pleased with the way the schedule has set up to start the year. And some people will say that's wimpy, weak talk. Others will acknowledge it. I do believe that I heard something earlier on the air today, something along the lines of between the beginning of the year and the end of November, the Warriors have at least, I think, 2 more back-to-backs than anybody else in the league. So it is a little bit excessive at the beginning. But then again, I think every team's schedule has spots in it where they're kind of like, oh, that's unfortunate. That's not a whole lot of fun, or not the way that we want to do it. So everybody's got to go through it, and the Warriors are getting their turn right away. Put that aside for a second. Even if that's the case, I still think this. We are only 8 games into this season, and we are already having illnesses, back injuries, load management, and overall discussion about the way the Warriors are handling this schedule and this season. We're 8 games in. There are 74 more of these. Okay? And we're already having this discussion. So I know some people think, yeah, they're too old. Others think, hey, there's a way to manage this. This is kind of the way I look at it. The Warriors, as Steve Kerr said last night, are going to continually make what he'll call the right decision. I don't think the Warriors have the energy for a top 4 seed. I think that's what I'm seeing. I think that their strategy is to say, similar to what we saw in the playoffs last year, we're totally confident that we can win playoff series even if we have to start on the road, even if we have to play all of them on the road, because of the lineup that we'll have, the experience, the Hall of Fame credentials, all of that. And so I kind of agree with them, but you're watching them attack these games right out of the gate in such a way that tells me I think a top 4 seed is going to be pretty hard to acquire in the Western Conference if you go about playing it this way. Not saying it's wrong, it's what I see. It's what I see. I think the Warriors probably don't have the youth and the energy to really go for a top 4 seed this year.
And that shouldn't be the goal anyway. The goal is the top 6. The goal is to avoid the play-in. And if you, like you said, last year you were the 7 and you got through the play-in, and then you went and you took on the 2 and you beat the 2. And then you probably would have beaten the 6 who beat the 3. If you had Steph Curry, you might have beaten the 6, and then now you're in the Western Conference Finals and whatever. Oklahoma City was probably better than you. Who knows? You could have pulled off an upset. We will never know because Steph Curry got hurt. But for me, it's not about getting the 1 seed. Those days are over. Like OKC last year, they won 67 games, and they might win 82 this year, by the way. They're 8-0. And OKC, they are so young that they don't even have to worry about whether or not they need to, we need to ease our way into it. It's a long year. Yeah, last year was a long year too, and you ended up winning 83 games, 67 in the regular, 16 in the playoffs, and you won the whole damn thing. So if you're an older team, you're not looking at the 1 seed. You're not looking at a top 4 seed to get that home court advantage in the first round. You're just looking at the 6. And I think all of this is all under the umbrella of let's get out of the play-in game. Let's just get to where we can be a top 6.
I don't disagree with you, but I do think that it might sound kind of frustrating or not feel good to fans because there is a lot of optimism surrounding the start of this season, even with what happened on the road last week. I mean, you and Grandy have been kind of poking at each other back and forth over the last week about the whole over-under 48.5 wins.
Well, he said it was easy money.
He thinks it's easy money. Maybe you don't.
No.
I don't know if I'd call it easy money. I think it's a healthy bet, but at the same time, if you feel like that the Warriors are a 50-win team this year, then I think in theory you're going into it going, this should, the play-in tournament should not even be a thought in their mind. And I think most people I talk to do think that the Warriors have the capability of being one of the best 4 teams in the West. And I sort of look at it after just watching this 8-game start, and I go, yeah, I think the Warriors think they can be one of the 4 best teams in the West. I don't know if they think they can be one of the top 4 ranked teams in the West. In other words, chasing that is a bad decision for this particular team because they need to sort of find that balance between not chasing, right? You don't want to be playing catch up like they had to last year. So you want to stay ahead of the curve, but at the same time, while staying ahead of the curve, you've got to provide as much rest as possible. Their number 1 free agent signing this year walked into the building and already eliminated about 20 games from his schedule before the season even started.
Right?
That's it. Al Horford, no back-to-backs. Okay, so that is a prickly and tricky thing to do, I think, to sit here and be like, we believe we're a championship contender, but we have to energetically go about this in a way that is going to eliminate some of our potential advantages in the playoffs right off the bat.
But if you look at the schedule, they don't have the most back-to-backs in the league. They're tied for the second most, and you look at their schedule, and it's very front-heavy. But if you get to January, it gets a lot easier. And I think that there's about a 5-week period where you don't leave the time zone, and there's a lot of those games where you don't even leave the state. So right now, you look at the front of the schedule, and it's brutal. And you've got a 6-game trip coming up. You've got San Antonio back-to-back. You've got OKC on that trip as well. You've got an Orlando-Miami back-to-back. The beginning of your schedule is very, very difficult. So it's not as easy as like last year. You built up a 12-4 record and you thought, all right, we banked some wins. And then you gave it all away. This year, for me, it's about survival in the opening 20. And then you get a chance to take a little bit of a breath. It's more home heavy. It's less East Coast heavy on a big-time road trip. So it's kind of a odd thing where you want to load manage throughout the course of the year, but at the same time, you don't want to give away games. Like tonight, if you don't have Jimmy and Draymond and Steph, that might be a game that you just give away.
Well, I mean, to the poll question, I don't think that even if those guys are out, I don't think it means the Warriors automatically lose the basketball game.
No.
You know what I mean? I like they've got other NBA players. They've got people who can put the ball in the hoop. And maybe it's an opportunity for Jonathan Kuminga that, you know, we've talked about this offseason. The nights when Steph wouldn't play, does he sort of take more of a lead offensive role? We'll see. Don't know about Jimmy and Draymond yet. However, I think you're right from the standpoint that, like, okay, take a look at Friday night. On paper, the Warriors lose that game. On paper, you go to Denver, NBA Cup, all of the travel early in the season.
Ooh, the adrenaline of the Cup.
The altitude and the Steph coming off of illness, the Jimmy Butler in the back. On paper, you lose that game. So it's like you're almost making trades with the schedule.
Right.
All right, Friday. I don't like Friday, but we got Phoenix and Sacramento earlier in the week. So remember what Steve said, win the week. Well, then popular thought would be if you want to win the week with those early games, then you don't sit out your best players in Sacramento, back-to-back or not.
But you can't afford to play with that if Steph is not feeling well, and it's clear that he's not, and Jimmy's got a back that kept him out of the second half, and Draymond is always 7 ice packs away from, just shutting it down. So when you have an older team, you don't necessarily get to pick and choose when you rest, because if Steph is sick, and it's clear that he's not playing. Jimmy, we don't know. Draymond, with that body, you just never know. So you don't have the ability to be all right, we're going to sit Sacramento, but you know what? We're going to be ready to go for Denver.
I agree with you, but I wonder how you all feel about the fact that we're having this conversation already. We're 8 games in.
I'm not surprised.
Okay, but how about y'all, Warrior fans? Are you comfortable with how the Warriors strategically are going about this? Sure, the Steph thing is different. He's sick. But are you comfortable with this? We're only 8 games in. 888-957-9570, the number. As we told you, the summit is tomorrow. Jack's Restaurant and Bar, Pleasant Hill. All of us together discussing the Warriors season. By then, 9 games in. Me and Dibs 2 to 4. Everybody from 4 to 6 at Jack's Restaurant and Bar, which is awesome. We'll have great prizes, special guests, drink specials at Jack's. Your chance to meet all of us, our chance to do that with you. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill tomorrow. We will see you there. Consider yourself invited. We are sponsored also by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. Your calls now. How comfortable are you that the Warriors are already in this conversation 8 games in? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
All right, y'all, it's Willard, and I'm just going to come out and say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents are skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors are choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, this just shouldn't happen. Quite frankly, it shouldn't happen anywhere, certainly not here. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. We'd be so grateful. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Now it's It's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Trey from Belmont. Nui and Jose provided outstanding service. They were knowledgeable, friendly, and professional. The job was completed in a timely manner, and they made sure everything was working correctly before they left.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Waits now. Off a pick by Post. Over to Post. Post will shoot again. It's on the way. Back-to-back triples for Quinton Post. And it's 8-5. The Warriors have scored the last 8.
Dub Nation, this is Quinton Post. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Not a bad Quentin. He was pretty good last night.
Yeah.
Boy, we had a Bay Area sports night last night.
You did?
We did. Lovely Christy and I ended up catching pretty much quarters 2 and 3 over there at Chase Center, which meant there was.
What, are you in L.A.?
Oh, what's that?
You come in for the second and you leave before the fourth?
Yeah, kind of.
Little L.A. right there.
Well, so like the whole thing.
And I know it was circumstantial.
It was circumstantial evidence.
That feels very Dodgery.
Oh yeah, no, it was not the way I would normally take in a game.
Dodgers.
We did not.
That's him, not me.
We didn't even plan to take in the game. It was opportunistic. Let's put it that way. Because we went down to do the preview night for the ballpark back nine thing, which by the way, you all should know about. It starts today, goes through the weekend. I would encourage everybody to go over there. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's when they turn Oracle Park into basically a golf event where, you got food, you got drinks, you got people hanging out, and you go to 9 different spots around the ballpark, and they got little platforms set up there, and you shoot golf shots at different spots on the field, including they put a pool over there at second base so that you could do your own little splash hit. Because you can't hit the ball over the right field fence because you can get arrested if you do that because you could kill somebody.
Yep.
But there's a little pool there at second base, and so we went over there to do that. But there was a little lag time between when we went over there and when we were going to start. And as you know, John Bloom, my best friend, is the voice of the Sun. Yep. So we're like, yeah, let's go check out the game for a little bit. So we went Oracle and then Chase and then back to Oracle. And we didn't get home till almost midnight last night.
Yeah, it's a late one.
Freaking Tuesday night, dude. But everybody should go check this out this week. You going to go check this out?
I think I might,
Go check it out.
Yeah.
You'll love it.
Yeah.
You'll love it.
I saw your, for some reason, you got unmuted on Instagram.
Oh, that's too bad for you.
But it's temporary. But you showed up across my bar in the stories, and I was like, oh, yeah. And so I hit it, and it was like, oh, boy. Oh, God. Okay.
Hey, we've got
right.
We've got some videos from last night that are just for you. We didn't even put them on the internet yet.
Yeah, you better hurry because you're running out of time.
What do you mean?
Like you're going to be back into the shadows here.
Oh no,
Game of Shadows.
No. I'm not posting them online for you. I'm just going to send them directly to you.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, we made them just for you.
It's exciting.
Our buddy Dan.
I'm sure there's canoodling, there's hand-holding, there's a smoocheroo in there as well.
No, there's none of that, but there's coordinated movements.
Sure.
It's like a flash mob.
Okay. That's even worse.
In the Giants dugout.
No doubt.
Yeah. But anyway, you all should go, dude, I can't believe, have you done it before?
Never. No.
And neither is Steiny. You guys, it is so up your alley.
Yeah.
It's golf, silliness, and booze. What are you doing?
Those are three of my favorite things.
What?
Suddenly now we're in the Sound of Music.
What are you doing?
These are a few of my favorite things.
Exactly. Like what are you doing? So anyway, it's today through Sunday.
That's it?
That's it. Just go, yeah. Go.
Oh, I thought it was longer than that.
No, you can go, yeah. It's all week.
Okay.
So you got to go get a spot.
Yep.
Go get a spot.
I'll have to get in there, yep.
Start up in the Gotham Club there in right center field. Get food, beverages.
Yep.
Popcorn.
Tee shots.
Yeah.
I saw your golf shot, and then I saw the lovely Christy, who golf swing better than yours. I mean, she hit it closer. The one I saw.
Those two completely different holes.
Yeah,
there's two completely different holes.
I mean, she
almost dunked it too, but we didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
it's a short shot.
I can give her praise here.
It's a short shot.
You don't
it's
have to
all
feel
you got.
threatened.
No,
by...
I told you this last week. She can hit the ball. She can hit the ball. She doesn't think she can hit the ball. She can hit the ball. She's an athlete.
Yep.
But anyway, y'all should go check it out. It's a ton of fun.
All right.
But anyway, the
mute
reason
must have worn off.
What's that?
The mute must have worn off because now you're everywhere again.
Well, I have that effect on people.
Yeah.
But anyway, point is when we popped into Chase Center, I immediately was like, "Is everybody okay in here? What is going on? Why is it look like this? In other words, why is Steve Kerr playing it this way?
Interesting.
It's the second quarter, and so." I guess that's why I came out of there. I get it. They were up by a bunch of points. I didn't know at that point. I was unaware that Steph was so sick. We realized that Jimmy Butler was questionable, then was announced in, but then didn't go into the game again. So I assumed he had been ruled out, and he had. So I understood all those aspects of it, and that maybe the Warriors didn't feel very threatened last night. But it's just, it lands with everybody, I think, a certain way where you're like, we knew this was coming. But 8 games in, where it's the second quarter, and you got a lineup of TJD, Pat Spencer, Quentin Post, and whoever else is running around out there in the second quarter of a basketball game. A little
jarring, but I don't think that this was necessarily that. I do think that this was not really a load management thing. It was, Jimmy Butler had a back, and I'm looking here. He played 5 minutes in the second quarter, and that was it. And Steph Curry was fighting an illness, and so he played as much as he had to play. You would have liked to play him less, but Draymond Green, he always is suffering through a number of different ailments, and that's from game 1 through game 82. Draymond's going to play through it, but you watch him on the bench, and it's towel on the head, sweatshirt on, ice from pretty much hip to ankle, and he may have some on his back as well. If you ever watch Draymond go into the game, he stands up, and the amount of layers that he peels is dramatic. It's almost like it's like a strip tease, but in the hurry up offense.
I like that.
He's not gonna like wait for the song and give you 4 minutes and really tease you with it. He stands up and it's all right, I'm ready. Ice off, towel off, sweatshirt off. Yeah, I'm ready to play. So last night to me was not a classic load management situation. Now tonight might be different, but yeah, you're going to get probably 15 to 20 of those games all year.
Not classic load management, but again, here's Steve Kerr last night. Listen to what he said about how he felt 3 days ago.
I could tell on the road trip that all three of those guys looked tired. I mentioned it's a very unusual schedule to start the year. None of them had missed a game, and I think they just ran into a little bit of a wall. And obviously, Steph came down with the illness, so we'll get through it and we'll be fine. But it's just a really tough part of the schedule, and we'll do the smart thing.
I'm not dismissing anything he's saying, but if you had asked me, and again, I didn't look at the schedule and start thinking about, okay, so when do they get on a plane? But if you had told me that it would kind of sound like this 8 games in, and quite frankly, when he said this, he's referring to when they were only 6 and 7 games in. He's saying that they looked at him on the road trip, and he's like, these dudes are wiped. That was games 6 and 7. I did not think we would be having this conversation this quickly. That's all.
I'm not surprised that we are, because if you look at their schedule, it has been pretty rough, and they've played 8 games. Denver, for example, has only played 6. And when you go to Denver, I guess that'd be Friday, Denver will be playing the third of 4 games at home. So they're going to be all mile high acclimated. They're going to be chilling. And the Warriors are going to have played last night, tonight, and then tomorrow they'll fly to Denver. And all right, you've got a rested Nuggets team that is probably a little bit more motivated than they normally would be, because you beat them last time. So if you want to talk about scheduled losses, that game on Friday is a scheduled loss. Denver lost to you the first time. Denver will have been back home at altitude since Sunday, and they had Sacramento Monday. They beat them. They've got Miami tonight, and then they've got the Warriors on Friday. Then they've got Indiana Saturday. So Denver, having been able to spend a week back at home in the altitude, and you're already dragging your toes, that's going to be a tough one for the Warriors on Friday.
I mean, for sure it will. In general, I think a trip to Denver is just a scheduled loss whenever it comes. It's a really good team and a really hard place to play.
It depends, though, I think, on the sequence of games before, and in this case, the sequence has been very rough. And the Warriors will go in there having played last night and tonight. And tomorrow, there'll be no practice. It'll be sleep in. They're going to take a bus ride back. They'll get back here at about 1 a.m. And, go ahead and sleep and get up at about 11. We'll fly to Denver. And lots of luck, guys.
Yeah. No, it's going to be very, again, I'm not dismissing anything they're saying. I guess in the end, in a way, it bums me out. And I don't mean it bums me out in terms of like the Warriors' outlook on the season. My outlook on their season remains very, very high. But you and I know this. We host a sports radio show. We're talking to NBA fans every day. And I can't tell you how many times we get this message. It's already come in multiple times on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line today. And it has little differences to it, but here's basically the gist of it. 925 just sent in. Dude, it's the NBA. These guys don't care. They don't care about the regular season. They're cashing checks and chilling until they possibly make the playoffs. And that texter is speaking for thousands upon thousands upon thousands and potentially millions of NBA fans. I know a lot of people feel that way. I know that the NBA doesn't. I don't think that the players, by and large, quote, don't care, and that they're chilling and cashing checks. Steve Kerr's answer to us last week when we asked him about load management, I thought was a pretty good one. It at minimum will make you think about some of the things that have led to load management. But the bummer is that the Warriors this year are going to be one of the teams that triggers that thought from a healthy portion of NBA fans. they don't care, or they're too old, or this is silly, and have the conversations about who bought what and how far they traveled to see X, Y, and Z play, and now they can't see them play. The Warriors are going to be one of the teams that are at the center of this conversation, especially if we've arrived here already after 6, 7, 8 games.
It's because they're an older team, and you've got players who've been through it, and they also have a greater understanding about what it takes to win a championship. And what it takes is be healthy in April, be in the mix in April, be healthy as you can be, and then go out there and ramp it up. And it's not so much that they don't care, quote unquote, but play the cut from Steve Kerr again. And Steve Kerr said it on our show last week. Steve said, yeah, it should be 72 games.
Right. So this is exactly what he said about the NBA schedule, and then listen to what he says afterwards to kind of build his point.
I'd shorten the season, but we've got 82 games going still at a time where the athletes are running faster and further than ever before. It's the same in every sport. You know, the NFL guys are bigger, stronger, getting hit harder, playing in more space. You know, you look at tennis. I mean, watch a Borg-McEnroe match from the 80s and tell me they're playing the same sport. The athletes are covering so much more ground in the NBA, guarding the three-point line, playing faster than we did, 25 years ago. And I don't think it's a coincidence that you're seeing all these hamstring injuries. There's like 10 hamstring pulls early in the season, all the Achilles injuries last year. I think we have to account for that, but I just don't think we're going to because of the economics involved. I don't think anybody wants to give up games because that means giving up revenue. But if we're serious about player health and performance and getting the best results and putting the best product on the floor, we would shorten the season to 72 games.
Okay, and when before someone goes, well, wait a minute, like it was fine before, Steve had, and you can deny this point if you want, you can accept it. That's up to you.
I made the point to Steve.
Yeah, he what he brought up was, and you brought up too, was the coverage of the court. It's so much, you have so much more space to cover, and the speed of the game being so much faster than it used to be. And that's what he meant when he said, you watch a game in the 80s and watch a game now and tell me it's the same game. And it does look different. And I don't know. I mean, I look at this and I know what the popular answer is. People are just like, yeah, too much money. They don't care. They're just chilling. They're cashing checks. You don't all think that, do you? You don't think that. Like this load management thing, it didn't come from space. It came
from Popovich.
It did not come from we don't care, we don't actually want to play. I still believe that there's a little kid in 99% of the bodies that are out there playing in the NBA. They pinch themselves. They can't believe that this is what they get to do for a living.
But they also have people who are scientists who say, based on our science, you need to take a day off. And forget Steph Curry with a little illness or Jimmy Butler with a bad back or whatever. You're going to have the medical team come to players and say, yeah, you've been overexerting. You need to shut it down. I have a watch that I wear to bed every night. And when I wake up, it gives me an energy score based on how I slept and how much I exerted the day before.
How you doing today?
Today's been a good day.
Okay, good.
I mean, I'm in the 80s, but sometimes it's like, yeah, you're rested, you're ready to go. And other days it's like, no, you worked too hard yesterday. You didn't sleep great. Today's a day where you kind of need to shut it down. And it's not the same high-tech, highfalutin stuff that the Warriors have, but these measurements now are a lot better at determining where you are in your body and your load and your exertion and all the rest of it. And if you look at the Warriors over the next, starting tonight, they've got 15 days. They play 9 games in 8 different cities. And I'm not saying this, oh boy, woe is them. You have to fly charter and you have to play basketball for 34 minutes. But if you look at what they're facing, they've got 2 more back-to-backs. They've got to stay and play in San Antonio. They go Orlando and Miami. It's a 6-game road trip. And after the Sacramento game tonight, you go to Denver. You fly back home for 1 game, and then you fly to OKC for a 6-game road trip. So the schedule right now, early on, it's not good for the Warriors. It's kind of brutal.
Should the Warriors be upset about this?
I mean, you could be upset.
I'm just asking the question here. I know, like, usually people are like, come on. And I believe every NBA schedule has its spots.
Yep.
That are tough. And then every NBA schedule has its spots that are favorable. It just so happens that the Warriors one comes right out of the gate. I don't believe in creating advantages because a team is good or on TV a lot or one of the flagship franchises or whatever. I was privy to an interesting conversation the other night when we went over there to watch Monday Night Football at Sam's Tavern. There were some of the Suns broadcast crew was over there, and they felt like for a number of years since Chris Paul has left, that the Suns schedule was just like a big kind of a bleep you. Like, we don't care about you. But that when Chris Paul was still on the team, as the head of the players union, they used to get a lot of breaks in the schedule. I cannot confirm or deny, but they all, to a man, agreed. They're like, no, that was a thing.
Interesting.
No question about it. So I have no clue. This is one thing I know nothing about how a schedule comes together.
I don't know that either in the NBA. And I do know that last year we talked a lot about the 49ers and their rest differential, and they had one of the worst rest differentials in the history of football. And as you looked at it, they played 5 teams coming off a bye. They had to go to Green Bay off a bye. They had to go to Buffalo off a bye. These are things in football that are like easy to point out. They're dramatic and they are real things. And then you look at the NBA, and if you look at any part of any team's schedule, there are spots where you kind of get screwed, and then there are spots when you kind of catch a break. And I'm just looking at Denver because they lead the association this year in back-to-backs. They've got 4 in November, and then as you get deeper into their schedule, they've got home to Utah, at Dallas, back-to-back in December. They've got at Brooklyn, at Philly, back-to-back. They've got at New Orleans, at Dallas, back-to-back. Then they come home, Washington and Charlotte, back-to-back. They've got 16 back-to-back. So if you want to look at the Denver schedule in, late December through January, their schedule is brutal. They've got a bunch of road back-to-backs.
Yeah.
They've got a couple of home road back-to-backs. And so I do think that if you think about the Warriors and you get the Warriors schedule into January, and I mentioned this before, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 8 home games in a row in January. That's a time where you can just, you can kind of lay back a little bit. And in that stretch, you have only one back-to-back, and it's at home. So the schedule giveth, and the schedule taketh away.
There's no question about it. I'm actually looking at that now. You want a fun fact here?
For the Warriors?
Yeah, the Warriors are on the road on New Year's Eve. They will spend it in Charlotte. I bet Steph is stoked.
Sure. I mean, what other Warrior would be stoked? If you want to rank NBA cities where you'd like to be for New Year's, that might be 30th.
I've never been to Charlotte.
Me either, but...
Oh, so how do you know?
If honestly...
Maybe it's amazing.
I've been to probably half of the NBA cities, and of all the cities I've been to, I would put them ahead of Charlotte.
Okay, I mean, I've never been there before. I don't want to judge a city if I've never been there, but it doesn't matter. That wasn't even my point.
I know.
So they're on the road on New Year's Eve in Charlotte. After that game, they have one road game between New Year's Eve and January 22nd when they'll be in Dallas. They have one road game, and guess where it is? Los Angeles.
Yep.
They will be in California and largely in their own beds consecutively from New Year's Eve to January 22nd.
11 games.
That's a big stretch.
10 at home, 1 in L.A. So, yeah, we can all look at this part of the schedule and say, oh, man, it sucks. And, Steve, you're right. It's brutal. It's a gauntlet. Da-da-da. But let's also remember when things actually kind of get a little easier.
Yeah. No, I am not. I have no complaints.
11 games in 3 weeks, and 10 are home, and the other one's in California?
I have no complaints because I just don't think that that's the way it all works. You know what I mean? Like I said, if the Warriors are going through a tough stretch right now, okay, fine. Everybody else will get their tough stretch later. I think every schedule has tough stretches. You know, the Lakers and Clippers for years, the Clippers don't play there anymore, but the Lakers and Clippers for years had to go on a 3-week road trip every February because the Grammys were coming. And the Grammys were inside their arena. And they literally had to leave for 3 weeks and play nothing but road games. Okay, and it was hard. But so I think that's true with every single schedule.
And San Antonio always has had to do that with the rodeo down there in the Alamo Dome.
Yeah.
I'll check their schedules because they always would have that 10-game road trip because you got to get the cows in now.
I do wonder, though, on November 19th, after the end of that 6-game road trip, like, what's the Warrior record going to be, and how are all you fans going to feel about it? Do you want to give them that grace and that space, if you will, because of what the schedule looks like? Or I bet a lot of sports fans are like, yeah, tough it out, Cookie. That's the way it works. Well, here we are, and the entire Big Three might be sitting out tonight. Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Greg Cosell in 20 minutes. More of your Warrior phone calls coming up next. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store's pre-holiday sale means 30% off everything in the store.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro? Are you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops?
Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom. Oh, please don't tell Mom. Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts. only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are dropping early. You can save up to 50% throughout the store all weekend. Yup, call it what you want. Manifestation, luck, fate. The point is, it's happening. Plus, you'll earn $15 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent on Friday. Shop early Black Friday deals at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. And thank the universe later. Select styles up to 50% off, valid November 7th through 9th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Grab by Spencer, down the right side, gliding with each step. Terminates, skipped it to a wide-open Moses Moody for three, and it's nothing but net for Moses. 42-27, the lead back up to 15.
Bay Area is Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Okay, Moses. I was pretty strong. And probably going to get an opportunity to have a little bit of a repeat performance tonight. Yeah. A couple
lottery
of notes.
pick. I mean, go out there and play like it.
Who?
Moses Moody.
Moses? What was it? Was he 13?
14.
14.
Tail end.
Yeah.
Count it.
Yeah.
Buzzer beater lottery pick.
Listen, if he wants to keep growing in his game and have this kind of consistency from three, and Jonathan Kuminga keeps playing a different brand of basketball, yeah, why not go win games like tonight? Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis out tonight.
Yeah.
For the Sacramento Kings.
And honestly, why would they play? Like, why would you play? I mean, because you have to? Well, you don't. You get 82 games. You can play if you want to, but you don't have to. So why play? And I don't know if they're injured or if it's October, November load management, whatever it is, but just go ahead and take the night off, guys.
Zach LaVine has low back soreness.
Okay.
It's the exact same thing they're listing Jimmy Butler with.
Yeah, and that can be brutal when you're 28 years old.
And Domantas Sabonis has a left rib cage contusion.
He has a tummy ache.
No, he has a contusion.
He has a tummy ache.
His ribs hurt.
Okay. Jawan Jennings has 5 broken ribs, and he plays every single snap that he possibly can.
He's a football player. He's built different, and there's only 17 of those.
I get it. And also, he's fighting like hell to get to his incentives so he can get that chicken. I don't know what Sabonis' contract is. I'd look it up, but I don't really care to look it up.
I'll look it up.
He is Eric B. and Rakim.
Montes,
he's paid in full.
Well, everybody in the NBA is.
Right, so
That's
why
the
play?
Whole point.
If you're the Adorables, and I appreciated you sent me that before. Granny, I sent him a picture of my daughter from Halloween, and she's unbelievably cute. And Willard's response was, she's cuter than a Sacramento King.
Oh, yeah, she's more adorable than a Sacramento King.
That's what he said, and I was like, that's a damn 5.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Domantas Sabonis is a fully guaranteed 4-year, $186 million contract that has 2 more years on it after this year. 42.3 this year, 45.4 next year, 48.6 the year after that. Look,
what's the 25th letter of the alphabet?
1, 2, 3.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why play? If you've got If you've got a rib contusion, then you know
Do you
what?
actually feel this way?
I feel that NBA players are less motivated to play through stuff than NFL players.
Well, that's for sure. That's
right.
any sport.
And
any sport.
I'm not impugning Steph or Jimmy or Draymond or Zach or any of the various Sabonises, but what's your motivation? It's November. If the Kings win or the Kings lose, it's not going to determine their season. And it's the same thing for the Warriors. And this is the problem with the association, is that the majority of players, they aren't motivated to actually play basketball. Unless it's intrinsic, like you love it and you want to do it. I get it. But if you are, if you have a little ailment and it's November, I'm good.
I get where you're coming from. I really do. I have a hard time putting this directly on the athletes, though, and acting like now, here we are in 2025, and all of the NBA players just don't care. They just don't care, and there's no reason to play. There's no motivation to play. You do not become a professional athlete if you're built that way. These dudes are wired with unbelievable motivation. That is how you achieve something like this. And I would agree with you more if this was coming solely from the athletes. If it really was just a bunch of spoiled dudes who were rich, therefore they don't need to do anything anymore. Domantas Sabonis is 29 years old. If he's decided before his 30th birthday that, like, whatever, I don't need to do anything anymore, and it was only about money, I would hear that more. But this is coming from the teams also. We just played what Steve Kerr says about this. Like, this is high-level analytics, strength and conditioning coaches, Rick Celebrini sitting down with plans, some of which need to be adjusted on a night-to-night basis, and becoming complicit with this entire idea. And so, I don't know. I don't think this is nefarious. I don't think it's laziness.
It's just the nature of the league is where you don't have to win that often. And you can be the 10 seed, and darn it, you've got a fighting chance to you could still be a champion. Unless you're really, 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 really bad, you've got a shot to still make the playoffs, which makes the regular season largely irrelevant. That's the problem.
But other than football, where is that not true? Give me the sport where, the urgency to win every time you play, take away NFL and college football. Where else does that exist?
Baseball's different because it's an individual sport. So as an individual, basketball's not. Basketball, and I just looked it up, Zach LaVine in his career, he's not even 31, and Zach LaVine has never been a winning player, and he's already made $209 million. Yeah. This year he's making 48. So if you're Zach LaVine and you're on a team that is not very good and you know you're not going anywhere, what's your motivation?
But is that really what you think is happening? Do you think that Zach LaVine...
in general, I'm not going to say this about Zach. I'm saying in general, if you're an NBA player and you have a guaranteed contract and you've already made $250 million in your career, what's the real motivation to get out there? If you're a baseball player, because I want to be 30-30, I want to be a Hall of Famer, whatever it is, you're an individual. You get the bat 4 times a game and you try to hit the ball and that's it. This is different.
I don't see it that way.
Yeah.
They're same thing is true for them. Their numbers, their Hall of Fame candidacy, that's all the same. What's their motivation? That's what they do for a living. That's what they
64
do.
times out of 82.
No, but that's not how they got here. I think that's a pretty tough putt.
But once you get here, it's different than how you got here.
Well, there's no doubt. They're human beings. But at the same time, if I were to follow what you're saying, we would have dudes all over the league at age 30 just leave. Leave. You don't need more money.
Why leave?
Why stay?
Because you can play 61 out of 82 and make $28 million.
Why play the 61? Why play at all?
Because basketball is fun.
Well, but
you don't, and you're not going to get hit over the middle and break 5 ribs.
No, but yes, you are in the 61 that you play.
Somebody might scratch you across the neck.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
I'm being a little sarcastic, but
come on.
The reality is, this is what's wrong with the league: is that these players don't have the intrinsic desire to go out there and put it on the line because they don't have to.
But you're making it sound like it's their decision. They're not. It's not.
It's not about a decision. It's about the construct. The construct is this. You can be mediocre as a team. you can hang around at 38 and 44 and, okay, we get to the play-in, now let's try. Now let's really go out there and try to win.
But
that's the problem.
I think ramping things up to a different level is actually part of sports. That like I've been told that, as have you, by athletes in every sport. You know what I mean? Like when you see somebody pop in the preseason in the NFL, people get excited about it sometimes. Ooh, look at this guy. And we'll always go, relax, it's the preseason, because the speed goes up when you get to the regular season. And then the speed goes up again when you get to a division game. And the speed goes up again when you get to the playoffs. It's just the nature of human beings. You know what I mean? When it's a big moment, you're gonna dress up a little bit more, right? You're not wearing sweats to your wedding. Like that's a bigger day. So I'm just having a hard time with the best athletes in the world who have shown the ability to be focused, motivated, smart, block out all these distractions, become pros. The second they get a massive contract, life-changing money, now they don't give a rip anymore. And their coaches and executives and GMs and strength and conditioning people are telling them, you're out tonight. I just don't think this is all on the players.
I'm not saying it's all on the players. I'm saying it's on the construct of the league. Last night, Zach LaVine and Domas Sabonis played 37 minutes apiece. They played 9.5 minutes in the fourth quarter apiece in Denver, and they lost a tough game. And so now you come home and you've got a game against Golden State, and now we're not feeling super duper. And that was 2 days ago. I think that the problem is not solely with the players, and it's what Steve Kerr talked about. And even 72 games, that's probably too much. You need to find a way to make these games matter more often, because these games don't matter.
That's fine, but that's two different points. It's the
same point.
But it sounded for about 5-6 minutes like you were questioning the motivation and the structure inside the brain of a player. Now you're questioning more the overall umbrella of the league.
Because if you're the player and you're making $47 million and the trainer says, yeah, you need to sit out on a Thursday or on a Wednesday against Golden State, you're like, okay, cool. I'm going to make $580,000 in my sweats.
I don't think most players are built that way. I don't think that's how you become a professional athlete, by not caring about your craft and not caring about being out there and not caring about fans and all of those things. Sure, does money change people? I guess to a degree. But, I mean, we're sitting here watching 40. What the hell's Al Horford still doing? He's got to be motivated by something. And it's not money, and it's not I don't care. Why is he still playing? Limping
he loves
around
the
out
game.
there. Well, there you go.
He's not making $47 million.
I think, but he's made bajillions in his career. Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're sponsored by Surfside. Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Dubs with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. So easy to sip and enjoy. It is not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. 888-957-9570. The number. We'd love to talk any of that out with you. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. A deep dive into the Niners like no other. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. You know what I love about heading to Chase Center? It's the energy, the excitement, and doing it all without sitting in traffic. And that's why so many fans now are hopping on Caltrain. It's the easy, stress-free way to get to the action. Instead of fighting for parking or staring at brake lights, you can relax, scroll your phone, grab a snack, or just kick back and enjoy the ride. Caltrain drops you right in San Francisco, steps away from great food, entertainment, and of course, the big event at Chase Center. So you want to skip the traffic and skip the parking. Take Caltrain, your ride to what matters.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and Diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit America.
In a world of endless scrolling and skipping, podcasts are where real attention lives. With Odyssey Digital Services, your brand doesn't just advertise, it becomes part of the conversation. From true crime to health, business to sports, we connect your message with listeners who trust the voices in their ears and take action. It's not just ads, it's storytelling that converts. Ready to grow your brand? Partner with the Odyssey Podcast Network and be heard where it matters most. Contact us today at sfdigital@odyssey.com.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands Guest Line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands Guest Line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Bay Area, get ready for the return of AC/DC when they take over Levi's Stadium on August 5th with their Power Up Tour. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com, and for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Another Planet, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency on low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
On 95.7 The Game.
One of the times we look forward to all week long and what we were expecting to do, Dan Dibley, today.
Yeah.
I think most of us.
Work on our material?
Well, that's just a standby.
That's a given, yeah.
Yeah, that's happening every single Tuesday night. We're in the lab trying to figure out something fun to say to Greg Cosell.
A lot of pressure.
Work on your material.
Yeah, exactly. And so we do. And then he joins us on the River Islands guest line, and we test it out. We see if we can get him to laugh because he's got a great laugh. But that's not the only thing I was thinking would happen today. I thought today we would be tossing the name of the new Niner at Greg Cosell and asking him, how does he fit in there on that defensive line?
Yeah, break it down.
But, hey, Greg, they didn't do anything. So how do you view this current defensive line that they have? They think they'll add Bryce Huff back to it. But how competitive is this group right now?
Well, they obviously also lost Mikael Williams, so it's obviously not a great group. I don't get into whether trades should or shouldn't be made because I have no idea what those conversations are like. So that's speculation. That's fans get into, well, they should have done this, they should have done that. That's not what I do, as you guys know. I don't really think like that. But it's obviously not a great defensive line in terms of rushing the quarterback. So, I guess we're going to find out going forward if they can create some pressure. This game against the Giants was not a great barometer of that because they played a young quarterback who's very unfocused and basically is at the stage in his career where he sees everything and sees nothing. So this was not a good test. They'll get a much better test this week. And obviously, even though they beat them the last time they played week 5, we know that Matthew Stafford threw for 389 yards and really did not struggle throwing the football against that 49er defense. Bosa did not play in that game, but certainly Mikael Williams did.
When you look at the Giants game, is this just a classic case of the bend but don't break defensive philosophy working for the 49ers? Didn't seem to me like they brought a ton of pressure on Jackson Dart.
No, and I think ultimately you're dealing with they relied almost exclusively on a 4-man pass rush. As I said, they weren't playing a very refined quarterback. They only rushed 5 on 5 of Dart 39 dropbacks. So this was a game where they relied almost exclusively on their 4-man D-line pass rush and their coverage. And that could work against Dart and not big-time outside receivers. So, that was a game that it worked. And the Giants gained less than 300 yards of total offense, and 134 of those came in the fourth quarter when the competitive phase of the game was essentially over. So that, like I said, that's not a great test. They'll get a much, much better test this week, and we'll see how Robert Saleh chooses to play it. Matthew Stafford is playing at a very high level. He's a great player to begin with. And you guys know, it's the same division. You guys know with Stafford that if he's comfortable and clean in the pocket, he's a very difficult guy to play against.
No doubt about it. Yeah, we'll get to all kinds of stuff with the Rams as we unfold here. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. You caught my ear with a word that you used to describe Jackson Dart. I think I'd love to hear more about it. You called him unfocused.
At this point in his career. That's all we have at this point is what he's done. I can't speak to what he will or won't become down the road, but at this point, he's playing with unfocused eyes. It results in too much head and body movement in the pocket. The picture overall is still a little too muddy for him. So, at this point in his career, and I learned this phrase from working with Ron Jaworski for years and years and years, so I'm not going to take credit for it. Jaws would say that because he went through it. All young quarterbacks go through it at some point where you drop back and you see everything, but you really see nothing because you can't narrow down your focus to what you need to be looking at.
And when you look at the game on the other side of the ball against the Giants, was that just a classic case of complementary football? The Niners were able to run it early, and they withstood the opening drive from the Giants, and then they kind of got things in their favor. Is that the blueprint for how the 49ers would need to approach the Ram game with time of possession in the ground game?
They certainly want to play like that. They've always been a team that the foundation is the run game, and obviously with the back that can't play anymore, who had a pretty good game. So, I think that's the way they want to play, and that's and then the quarterback, and even whether it's Purdy or Jones, the quarterback is. And this is a word where people think that, the quarterback's secondary, but the quarterback is a complementary piece in a fully dimensional offense. That's really what they want to be. By choice, they never want their quarterback to drop back 35, 38 times in a game. If a game plays out that way and it has to happen, we've seen that a couple of times over the years with Purdy, then they'll have to play that way. But that's not the way they want to play.
I think when you look at the quarterback play for the 49ers, you could really see some game planning from Kyle. Everybody knows that the Giants, the only thing that defensively they're going to throw at the opposition right now is this great pass rush. What did you see from game planning and execution from Mac Jones in terms of how the 49ers kind of kept that pass rush at bay?
Well, I think just by the way they normally play, they tend to do that. Keep in mind, did a little bit of a study of their first quarter offense this year, and through 9 games this year, they've run 119 plays in the first quarter. More than 50% of those plays have come out of 21 personnel with Juszczyk on the field. So they want to play out of 21 personnel. They've added this little wrinkle. I don't know what they call it, this little motion with Juszczyk where he sort of starts kind of in a wing position, starts as if he angles back in the backfield, and then they have multiple run game concepts off of that. But that's the way they ultimately want to play. And the Giants, of course, were playing with Deonte Banks at one corner and a street free agent Black at the other corner, and they went after him a bit when they did throw it. That's how they got the Jennings touchdown. They went after Black. This game played out exactly the way they wanted it to play out from an offensive standpoint. The question is, can they do that against the Rams?
I'm glad you pointed out that motion, Greg, because to me it feels almost like a cheat motion where he starts a step off the line of scrimmage and then he shuffles back and then he shuffles across, and it feels like before the snap he's moving forward. You're seeing this more and more from other teams around the league. Is this something that you might think the league will address? Because it seems to me more and more the teams are starting to kind of cheat on this use of motion.
Well, I mean, it's legal. He's in a wing alignment. He angles motion into the backfield, then return motion, as we call it. And as I said, they run multiple run game concepts from it, asking Juszczyk to make different kinds of blocking techniques and concepts. And obviously, we know Juszczyk's a very, very good blocker. It helps to create better angles for both Juszczyk and other second-level blocks. So, it's kind of, I don't remember seeing this in previous years. So, I think this is something they've added, and it's been effective. So, I'm sure they'll continue to do it, because what it does is, as a defense, you don't know what the running play will be, because Juszczyk is being asked to execute multiple blocking concepts from that motion/return motion concept. So it probably creates a little momentary sense of hesitation and tentativeness for particularly second-level players on the defense.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Happens every single Wednesday. Here's something I want to throw out because the audience will love this. Greg, for years under Kyle Shanahan, it has felt like special teams has been a complete and total adventure. I'm looking right now at some advanced numbers. The special teams EPA for the Niners starting week 2. Forget week 1, but this is once Eddie Pinheiro joined the team. Since that moment, the 49ers have the second highest special teams EPA in the entire NFL. What do you see other than just Pinheiro's accuracy?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I work a lot of hours, probably 70 hours, 75 hours a week. I do not watch special teams. It doesn't fit into my life. Pinheiro, has he missed a field goal?
No, he missed an extra point. His very first Niners kick, he missed an extra point, and he's been perfect since.
So I can't speak to, I just don't have time in my life to watch their special teams. So I don't know. First of all, I don't even know what EPA means.
Expected points added, based on every play.
Points added, yeah. Wait a minute.
I don't know what that means.
Greg,
what does that even mean, by the way?
Well, it means expected points added. It means basically.
But you have to explain that to me. What do you mean expected points
You're basically
added?
comparing a 2nd and 7 to another 2nd and 7. So if you gain 2 yards on a 2nd and 7, and another team gains 2 yards on a 2nd and 7, they base it on where you were on the field, the defense against whom you did that. So not every 2-yard gain on 2nd and 7 is created equally.
Okay, so what does that tell me about the 3rd and 5 play that's coming up?
Well, it tells me that if they gain 6 yards, you get a first down.
Well, no, you have to answer first. Is Josh Allen on your team, Lamar Jackson, or no? And then you can go from there.
There's so many of these numbers now, I guess the metrics of the sport, and I'm not saying they don't mean anything, but, sometimes I think we overdo all that stuff. And I wasn't trying to be sarcastic. I don't know what that means as far as watching tape when I'm watching a game on tape. What EPA means relative to me watching the tape. I don't know what it means, and I'm being honest.
Yeah. Well, I have a completely different question that's come out of this conversation. When you say that you don't have enough time for something in your life, do you mean to tell me, Greg, that you sleep? Because my perception has always been that you don't.
Well, here's the deal, gentlemen. So 5 days a week, okay, my gym opens at 5 a.m. So during the season, on Monday and Thursday, because I can't go to the gym on those 2 days, but on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, I wake up at 3:40 in the morning, and I'm at the gym at 10 or 5 in the morning. So I go to bed at maybe 9 o'clock, and I sleep 6 hours, and because I got to keep my girlish figure,
No, Greg, you look great. Greg. Why are you waking up at 3:40 to get to the gym at 5? What are you doing for an hour?
Well, I got to feed the cats. I got to, I can't get up right away and just be at the gym. I need my body to start moving around a little bit.
So there's no film study going on at 4:15 a.m., is there?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No.
Just checking.
No. But I can't. I'm not one of those people. I know there's a lot of people that could wake up, they get in the car, they go to the gym, and they just, I gotta feel like I'm up for a little bit.
Yeah, I like that. Get the blood flowing. And just one more on EPA, Greg. There was a play in the Niner game where it's 3rd and 17, and the Niners run a screen for McCaffrey, and he gets 12 yards. Which brings up a 4th and 5. Yeah, 12 yards is great, but if that same play happened on 1st and 10 and you get 12 yards, the EPA, the expected points added on that first down play, would be higher than it is on a 3rd and 17 where, big deal, you get 12 yards.
I don't need to categorize, I don't need to call it something. I mean, obviously, if it's 3rd and 2, a 3-yard gain is a good play.
Right.
If it's 2nd and 13, a 3-yard gain isn't a good play. Do I need a statistic to tell me that?
You do, Greg.
Apparently you do. Yeah,
for those of us who don't spend 75 hours watching tape, you absolutely do need that.
Guys, I personally don't, but I understand, I guess, the need to have one.
Well, then let me ask you a film question, because you watched the Ram game, as we all did, and there was no George Kittle.
You mean the Ram game this week or the Ram game week 5?
The Ram game week 5, and the 49ers won despite not having George Kittle. They had Jake Tonjes, who is not really allowed to play anymore, and I get that because they do a lot of 21 personnel and it's Kittle, but how much
they don't do a lot of 12 personnel, amazingly. That's interesting.
And honestly, they should do more 22, Greg, but you and I can geek out on this another time. But how much does the George Kittle factor help them be able to run the ball against the Rams where they struggled the last time they played?
Well, the George Kittle factor is huge, whether it's blocking, because don't forget, when you now play a Rams defense that has really good edge players, Kittle is capable. We all think of the pass game, and obviously he's a big factor in the pass game and can be any given week. He's not the kind of guy, because they don't build their pass offense by throwing to one guy. So it's not as if, oh my God, Kittle's going to get 12 targets every week. There might be a week where he does. The next week he might get 3, depending on how the game plays out. But the really important part for Kittle is, and I know we've discussed this, is his ability to block either defensive ends or outside backers if it's a 5-2 front. Often it could be the same player, one-on-one in the run game. And that's critical, not just on play side, which is important, obviously, but even on the back side of a run. So that's where Kittle is so important to the 49ers offense. And obviously they did not have him in the previous game.
What about this, Greg? If we're going to look back at that game, instead of also just kind of touching on what they didn't have that they will this time, what can they take from that game that they did have? What did you see that worked in that game that they can try to, again, utilize this Sunday?
Well, the interesting thing in that game, to me, as I remember it, was that they had a ton of third down plays. I think they had 18 third down plays in that game, and that's a really high number for a game. You don't want to have that many third down plays. Ideally, you're able to do better on first and second down so you don't get put into that many third down plays. Now, we'll see. The run game will be critical in that regard because that's how they start everything. We know what happened in that game that I thought was really, really good in the pass game element in that game was where they had a tremendous timing and rhythm foundation to their pass game. And as you guys probably recall, it really minimized the Rams' 4-man D-line pass rush, which really was not a factor in the game. And they really have a dominant 4-man D-line pass rush, depending on the opponent. So that is something clearly that Kyle Shanahan and the offensive staff understand. And that's, look, when games are close, they can stay within the concepts of their offense. What you hope doesn't happen is, for whatever reason, all of a sudden it's 17-3 and they're losing in the second quarter, and then all of a sudden the pass game concepts have to change and you get deeper pass drops, and that's where the pass rush can become a factor.
Yeah, great recall. They were 7 of 18, the Niners were, on third down in that game, and I'm thinking about the Giants game where it seemed like the Niners were almost never in third down against New York in that one.
No team wants to have 18 third downs in a game. I mean, that's too many. Look, every once in a while you see some amazing stat where a team is, 12 for 16 on third down. But that's a rarity. You don't really want to have that many third down plays in a game.
Greg, I know you have such an affinity for Ricky Pearsall. We do too. He did not.
What's going on with him? I guess he's pretty injured, huh?
Still don't know. Did not practice again today. And I'm wondering through your eyes, what he brings to the table, how much are they missing it? You know what I mean? I know, what do you think?
I think they miss him a lot because I think he's a fully dimensional receiver that can work short, intermediate, and vertical. So, and again, they're not a deep passing team in the sense that they're going to drop back and just, throw deep balls, but he can get vertical. I mean, remember that, I forget what game was it where late in the game he caught that vertical sideline route over the top. I forget the game, but it was an important.
I think it might have been week 3 or 4. It might have been the Cardinal game. I'm not sure, but anyway,
So he can do that. He works the middle of the field well. He's got some run after catch juice, which we saw for the first time last year against Tampa when he caught that 45, 46-yard touchdown. He's a fairly complete receiver. Now, by saying that, I don't want people to think you're crazy. He's not Justin Jefferson or Jamar. I'm not saying that. But within the context of the 49ers offense, he can work all 3 levels.
And you look at the context against New York, and it's Mac Jones still, and it probably will be again this Sunday. What are you seeing from Mac Jones as he continues to kind of mature and grow in this offense?
I mean, you're seeing the efficiency that is ideally built into the offense, and he's playing efficiently. I guess he was 14 for 14 to start the game, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And just very, very efficient. And that's sort of how the pass game is built. When everything works together, that's what the pass game is. It's efficiency. It's quick drops. The ball gets out. The play design wins. It's choreographed. It's beautifully choreographed. That's always been the Kyle Shanahan pass game. It's just beautifully choreographed. And the quarterback plays with great footwork, great eyes, knows where to go with the football. A lot of it is what we call a pure progression. So he's not necessarily, with very few exceptions, he's not studying pre-snap where defenders are. They have a play design that Kyle Shanahan takes great pride in, and that he understands how defenses play, and he understands how he can create conflict for 1 or 2 defenders, and the quarterback, through that choreography, can play with precise timing and rhythm.
Greg, I guess Kyle Shanahan said today that the Rams have the best front 5 in football. You agree with that?
It's right up there. I mean, again, I can't immediately think right now of every front five in football. I think the Texans have a pretty good one too, but I would say that the Rams are right there, and certainly the four-man D-line pass rush when they're in their nickel or dime, and they play a ton of dime. That's really, really good.
Greg, also, we've learned in recent weeks that you are a big hooper, and therefore you need to.
I was. Yeah. I was when I was a young man.
Right,
yes, but I watch a lot of hoop.
Yeah, so you need to weigh in on our poll today, which is: do you still expect the Warriors to win in Sacramento tonight, even without Steph Curry? Greg, your thoughts?
I'm not really on top of Sacramento these days. I can't answer that. I've been watching the Sixers a little bit here and there. They blew one last night, and they got one tonight. They're on the road. I think they play Cleveland tonight. But, so I watch, but I'm not on top of now, does Sacramento have Sabonis?
He's out, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait, do they have the Sharp kid?
The who?
What's his name? Shaden Sharp? Is he on Sacramento?
Oh, no, he's not on. No, Shaden Sharp is on Portland.
Hey, I'm close. It's kind of the, that part of the country.
It's over here in the West. Yeah.
It was time zone accuracy.
Yeah.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah, I haven't followed those teams yet. Obviously I'm very aware of OKC. They're 8-0. And obviously they're defending champions, but I haven't really followed the West yet.
If you were to extrapolate your game at its best and put it into the body of an NBA player, who would you be? Who's your comp, Greg?
Well, boy, that's a tough question. I was kind of a shooting forward. I played at Division III. I was a shooting forward, but it's pretty. My claim to fame in high school, guys, was I went head to head in high school against Ernie Grunfeld. So
nice.
He sort of got the better. He sort of got the better of it.
Only sort of. What numbers did you put up?
Well, I don't remember my numbers, but he had 36 points and 25 rebounds.
Well, he did. That's less than 37, so somebody stopped him.
It's less than, yeah. That's correct.
All right. Hey, Greg, great stuff as always. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Okay. All right. There it is. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Tune in for Warriors Live today at 6 with Evan Giddings, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And coming up next, there's a fresh, new development with regard to tonight's Warriors-Kings game that we will need to pass along. So we're going to do that here in just a moment on Willard and Dibs.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I found out that one of my players was vaping, and I said, hey, right now's the time to be honest with me. He said almost everybody in my team was vaping. The next day, all the parents came in. I said, how many of you guys think that your kids are vaping? Not one of them raised their hand. There was a joint fight to make something better. We don't sit back and let it happen.
Coach Sanchez is exposing Big Tobacco's playbook. Learn how he and other Californians are beating Big Tobacco at undo.org.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
face.
Guys,
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. My mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family. Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Hey, football fans. Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. You order, we deliver. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time. How pros get more done.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, check in on him.
Yeah.
You all right?
I'm doing great,
I
man.
check in on you all the time. You okay?
I'm doing awesome.
You coaching?
No, not anymore.
All right.
This afternoon shift is taking the coaching right out of my repertoire.
Yeah, it is tough. It is tough. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot to do still. Always fun with Greg Cosell. Kyle Shanahan had his Wednesday press gathering today. We've got a lot of stuff to share with you from that. But before we get to any of it, breaking news.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Jimmy Butler will not play tonight. So in Sacramento, we still await official word on Draymond Green, but the Warriors are down Steph Curry and they are down Jimmy Butler in Sacramento tonight on the back end of a back-to-back.
That's not so adorable, Mark.
No, and not very surprising either.
No.
I mean, if you've got lower back soreness, you try to play, you go out there, they pull you out of the game. I was going to be very, very surprised if they put him back into the game the very next night.
And Grandy just now telling me in my ear that Brendan Pajemski is questionable with left wrist soreness.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Too much shooting?
Pajemski.
Yeah. Probably from that ball he threw in Milwaukee last week.
Might be.
That looked like it hurt. He threw it very far.
And I don't know if anybody else is on the report or might matriculate onto the report, but something tells me that, Draymond Green's been banged up early, and if you don't have Steph and you don't have Jimmy, I would not be stunned if Draymond also was out.
I would not be stunned either. Moses Moody was great last night, and he had some comments on this. Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
I was just going to say, I can read you the full injury report quickly.
Yeah, let's
if you
do it.
want
Yeah, go for it.
So Jimmy Butler out with a right low back strain, they're now calling it, not lower back soreness. Stephen Curry out with general illness. Draymond Green questionable with a right rib contusion. D'Anthony Melton still out with the left ACL surgery. Pajemski questionable with left wrist soreness. And the only other, Alex Toohey out with left knee injury recovery.
They got to play without Toohey also?
Yeah.
No.
Not Toohey. Moses Moody said, we don't need Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler.
It's the first time doing it this year. But, yeah, I think we'll be all right. We play that way in practice a lot of time in preseason. It'll be this group versus that group. And so we're used to playing with each other a little bit. I think we got all the pieces we need.
Got all the pieces they need. And remember, if you're just joining, Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine will be out for the Sacramento Kings tonight as well. So lots of big names that will not be performing tonight.
Yeah, and Keegan Murray out also for Sacramento. Yep. He'll be out for the entirety of the month. So it's going to be, with apologies to Toohey, it's going to be your twos against our twos. Your Tooheys against our Tooheys.
Well, I think not everybody, a lot of us are probably thinking the same thing. And I was kind of waiting for the Jimmy thing to really say this. And now that we've got the Jimmy thing, this to me is the first thought that comes to my mind. Okay, JK, here we go, right? Like, and interestingly, I don't necessarily feel like this means, okay, dude, like go take over.
Cook.
I don't think that. I still want Jonathan to play the way he's been playing because he's been playing beautiful basketball. In other words, if he's now got so much on his shoulders offensively that he stops rebounding, not good. Plus, if he just wants to do ISO Joe, that's not good. That's not good basketball. Yes, he fulfills the role as option one, but I'd love to see him do it within the framework of the ball moving around and also trust these other players like Moses Moody who can knock down shots and play good Warrior basketball. But he gets to do so in a featured role now. And this is what the thought process was in the offseason. I know you said it a bunch of times where you're like, there are going to be nights where you have an opportunity to go be the guy that you want to be. Tonight is the first night of the year.
And last night was a night where he kind of could just recess into the background, and he took 7 shots. He didn't even play 25 minutes. And last night was really an odd one, and that's why I think that deep down it might have been a Steve Kerr like mini load management kind of game where you didn't play Kuminga a ton. Jimmy's back flared up, and so he didn't play a lot. Pods played 24 minutes. Buddy Hield played 20. You had a whole bunch of Pat Spencer in the ball game, and so you looked at Phoenix and you thought, we could probably get away with our 2s and our 3s, so let's go ahead and try and do it. And even though Kuminga was out there a lot without Jimmy, and Steph took a bunch of shots, but that's about it, I think that tonight, Kuminga, having not played a bunch last night, can go out there and really be a lot more aggressive and maybe play 37 or 38 minutes and try to carry this thing.
We'll get to Shanahan in just a sec. You want to take a stab at the starting lineup tonight? Just
Is it
for fun?
out?
No.
Oh.
What do you think it'll be?
Well, and this will be assuming that Draymond Green is in.
Okay, you're going to assume that he's in.
I guess. I mean, I honestly think that he'd be out, but for the sake of the exercise, we don't yet know who's in and who's out. And Pods is questionable with the wrist, so I think that you're going to have it'll be Pods and Moody, it'll be Draymond, Kuminga, and Quentin.
Interesting.
That's my guess.
Not Al Horford.
No, I still think you want Al, and maybe Steve said this to us when we interviewed him last week. Like, if Al's going to play 20 minutes, and let's just say it might be 24 tonight, if he's going to play 24, wouldn't you rather have 6 of those minutes be at the end of the game? And I don't know if you need 6 of those minutes to be at the beginning of the game. I think if he's going to be on limited minutes, it's better suited for him to be in that second unit, late first, late second, mid third, and then late fourth would be your 4 stints for me. Anyway.
Yeah. Moody and Kuminga both in the lineup. Sure, you could do that. We're waiting on Draymond. We're waiting on Pods. Don't forget Buddy Hield. Buddy, shot the ball pretty well last night. Maybe you get him in early and should be not a featured night, but I want you to sit back with your remote control and watch this one because you know who's going to get some minutes tonight.
My guy, Will Richard.
Your guy, Will Richard.
I love Will Richard.
Recalled from Santa Cruz without ever having to go. That's the way to get sent to Santa Cruz.
You know why he didn't have to go, right?
Because they did it on purpose, even though they knew they were going to call him back the very next day?
Yes, and Santa Cruz doesn't play. They don't play till Friday.
Oh.
So, yeah, you got he got optioned or whatever the term is in the NBA. He got sent to Santa Cruz, but joke's on you. They don't play till Friday. So he goes to Santa Cruz, and he walks in the gym, and it's empty.
Can I bring a conversation that happened in the lower bowl last night to the air? Because I got to a point where I'm like, I don't know how to answer this. For whatever reason, I'm sitting there with lovely Christy and my longtime friend Craig. We're watching the basketball game. And Christy at one point goes, "Where's Will Richard? I know you guys all like Will Richard. Where is he?" And I'm like, yeah, it's been a while. He's not in the game. And they got the B and C team out there, and he's not in. I wonder what's going on. So you pick up the phone, and poof, there it is. Oh, he's been assigned to Santa Cruz. But she goes, "Isn't that him right there on the bench?" I go, "Yeah, that's a good call. That's him." So he's not in Santa Cruz. This spilled into, and this is all. Boy, if you've got friends and family and you go do stuff like this out in the world, this is the kind of conversation, this would happen on this radio show, where the conversation immediately ends up in something where you're like, this is so meaningless and pointless, but we're all now kind of curious. Somehow this launched into a conversation of how does Will get to Santa Cruz?
Yeah.
Does he have a driver? Do the Warriors Uber Will to Santa Cruz? Or... And where I ended up, I go, well, they probably know how long he's going to be there. And that might have something to do with it. Because Christy's like, well, the man's going to want his car. He's going to need his car down there in Santa Cruz. I go, but they might be on the road. They're flying around. He's going to come back. Does anybody know if Will actually were headed to Santa Cruz last night? Do players drive themselves or do they get a driver to the G League? Anyone know?
Yeah, I have a good idea.
What happens?
Caltrain. He takes Caltrain.
That was an opportunistic piece of junk.
Why bother fighting the traffic and the brake lights and worrying about parking? You jump on Caltrain, all electric now, by the way. You can scroll your phone. You can have a snack. You can chat with friends.
I can't believe you did that.
Caltrain.
You already did that today, Dibs.
Yeah. You just got.
And you know what happened?
You just got
added value.
For that one.
That's called added value.
No.
You get off at the Tamian station in downtown San Jose, you jump on a bus, kaboom.
No, you know what that's called? Volunteer work. That's what you just did.
You know what that is. You know exactly what that is.
Volunteer
You and I
work.
have had this discussion
Working
about added
for free.
value. You know what added value is? Is yesterday when I wore my RNS Garage Doors sweatshirt, I was in need of a closer and I was in need of a hoodie. Kaboom.
Well, now, see, no, you got something out of that. You got warm.
Yeah, I did.
This, you just lost vocal cords for no reason.
I will see.
Anyway.
Caltrain. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Chat with friends.
Listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also, Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Pleasant Hill on fire this week here on 95.7 The Game. Come hang out with us at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill tomorrow. Warrior Summit is on tap, loading, as they say.
My wife gave me an early scouting report on Jack's restaurant, and the food, phenomenal.
I keep hearing that everywhere.
And my wife is a foodie. She wouldn't just say like, "Oh,
Hey,
they're a
I'm gonna eat
sponsor.
it."
You're going to go there. Let me say something nice." My wife doesn't do that. She's like, "Oh my God, I've been there. The food is terrific."
Is she coming?
It's a maybe.
It's still a maybe.
She game time. Game time.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Day before, it's still a maybe. I'm going to take that as a positive.
Yeah, and if she comes, she's coming with Stinkosaurus Rex, our
I know.
3-year-old.
The day after they play the Adorables, I think it's pretty appropriate.
Yeah.
So there's that. But secondary,
put her in her butterfly costume, shut that place down.
Let's do it. Will you text your wife and ask if the French dip will actually change my life?
Do it right now.
Because those guys are all the French. I'm a French dip guy. That's my jam.
I never knew that about you.
That is like my fave. Absolute fave. And if they've got a French dip that'll change your life, and they say they do, then tomorrow at 2 o'clock when the show starts, you're going to be looking at a changed man. I'm going to eat it. You're damn right I am. Get that French dip ready, Jax. I'm coming. I'm coming for you.
Is that your favorite sandwich to order in that setting? Because we did the whole thing last summit. We did the Know Your Partner, and I, of course, knew your favorite band, Pearl Jam, and I knew what car you drove, and you knew the names of my kids. You and I know each other really well, but I never knew you were a French dip guy.
French dip, yeah. That's Restaurant Sando #1.
Okay.
I even make them at home sometimes.
Look at you.
Yeah.
With the au jus?
It's not a French dip if you don't.
Fair enough. It's just a sandwich.
It's just a sandwich that's looking around for something to dip in.
It's just bread and
It's
meat.
just a French. It's not a French dip.
That's
if you
fair enough.
Just like, anyway, all right, Kyle Shanahan talk today. I want you all to check some of this out. I think this is pretty interesting. Okay, so very rare. Let me bring you behind the curtain a little bit. So I got this monitor in front of me. It's got all these little squares, and it has all of these sound clips on it, and it's just touchscreen. I just hit it. Very rare do we get a sound clip on here because it'll say who's talking, what they're saying, and then it tells me how long it is. This one is 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Is it the Greg Cosell laugh? Ha ha.
I think that might be 3 seconds, some of his laughs. Shanahan, hey,
you would be wrong.
Is Brock going to get more first-team reps this week?
Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, we plan on pushing it each week.
There it is.
All right. Shout out Salt and Pepper.
I'd like to. But here is where we're going to get something a little meatier. About the team not making a move at the deadline, I want you to know the question that led to this. Essentially, the question was, hey, a lot of fans were thinking there'd be a deal. Does this amount to waving the white flag? Listen to what Kyle said.
Yeah, I don't think it has to do with how we view this year's team. I think we worked just as hard this year to make a trade that made sense for our team this year and next year, just as hard as we do every year. I mean, there's a lot of teams with records like 6-3 or better that didn't make any big trade. Just because you make a big trade doesn't mean it's always a smart move. There's a lot of risk that goes into it, not just for this year, but throughout your whole future. I was excited we were able to make it one that we felt real good about last week and getting Keon. I know we looked into a ton of them, but the asking price was too much on all the ones.
Okay, asking price was too high. And then I think this is related. He was asked if he thinks that this current team with all of their injuries has overachieved.
I mean, I wouldn't say overachieved because we believed we could do this. I think always when you have injuries, it's much more of a challenge, definitely. But I think some of the key positions we have had, key injuries we've had some good guys step up. I mean, I'm thinking all these positions, it's just a total backup. I think we've had some guys come in and play like starters. And I also know other teams in the league have some of these issues too. So we're 6-3. We got a chance here. We're in the hunt, but we'll see how we finish the rest of this half out.
Okay. I mean,
I like what he's saying.
Yeah. Are you accepting the answers?
Totally. Ben Barch out. Connor Colby in. He did pretty well. And then now you got Spencer Burford in, and he had a pretty good game. George Kittle out, and now we all know the name Jake Tonjes. He has, 3 or 4 touchdown catches, including a couple of big ones, the Hail Mary catch, and then he had a good game against the Rams in a victory. So I think you could look at even Tatum Bethune. He's come in for Fred Warner. He has not been Fred Warner, but he's been a decent facsimile.
Yeah, they've been good.
He's been a linebacker who's played pretty well. So I think you look at Nick Bosa, you haven't had really a replacement and your pass rush has suffered. But other than that, you could find guys, Kendrick Bourne. Heck, Grandy had him on his fantasy team and we played each other, and Kendrick Bourne went banana in the game where Ricky Pearsall was out. So I kind of like what Shanahan's saying. You've had guys come in and step up and play really well.
He said, I thought we could do this. I thought we could do this. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, I thought you could do this too, but not with these people. I didn't think you could do this with these people. So, look, I think this is sort of what we arrived at yesterday. I accept what the Niners did. There's no way, in my opinion, as a fan, to not feel kind of disappointed by it. I don't know how they're going to how are they going to stop Matt Stafford? You got to go get that guy. And I just don't know, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Bryce Huff comes back and it looks like the Atlanta game. Maybe. The Niners have a way of game planning this thing up. Shanahan versus McVay is always an interesting matchup. And I know that McVay's gotten some of the big ones, but Shanahan's gotten a lot more of them. He's gotten the better half of McVay more often than not when they go head-to-head, and it does often feel game plan related when they beat the Rams. It certainly did back in Week 5. That I know.
Yeah, somewhat.
What do you mean?
Well, the opening 2 drives, the Niners get 163 yards, and they score twice, and they're up 14-0. And then I'm just looking back at my notes as I'm trying to refresh, getting into the game. Rams are down 14-0. They march down to the 25-yard line, and Blake Corum can't catch a pitch. What's my favorite word? Pitch. And he couldn't catch it. And that's a turnover. And even though the Niners didn't cash it in, the Rams were marching down to make it 14-7. Blake Corum can't catch a simple pitch. Right. That was an unforced error.
Sure.
The other one was the goal line where Collins punched it out of Mike Williams. He made a play. So beyond the first 2 drives, the 49er offense was, to use your word, mid.
Yeah, no, I get that. Again, I still feel like it was game plan related. The coach is not supposed to go out there and win the game. The coach is supposed to go out there and give you a chance to win the game. And I think that that's what Kyle did that night. And the Niners were able to make good on it early. The Rams then made some adjustments. Nobody's confused here. Based on the roster right now, the Rams are a better team than the Niners.
But they were then too.
Well, right. That's my point.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that the game plan is, can we come in here and put these guys in a position where they've got a shot? And he did. And now if the Rams had played a perfect game, they would have won. They would have won. I have no doubt about that. But you don't always play a perfect game. And the Rams might not play a perfect game this Sunday too. So I get it. But at the same time, I can fully accept what the Niners are doing philosophically. I can also accept the idea that the cost was too high. I do appreciate them admitting, like, we tried. We tried. You know what I mean? Like, I do give – some people don't give points for that at trade deadlines. I do, because I want to know, A, philosophically, what are you trying to do? And then B, now what did you do? Those are 2 different things, and I want to leave space for both of them. This is not Yoda. This is not Star Wars do or do not.
There is no try.
It's just like that's not true. You can try to make a deal, and if they're like, sure, 3 first-round picks, well, that'd be dumb. Don't do that. So I appreciate them saying we did not go into the deadline and say to ourselves, we can't win, so we're not going to do this. No, they tried. The right deal wasn't there. I think that's disappointing. But who knows? Maybe they're going to be blessed with health the rest of the way.
Maybe.
And Yetur Gross-Matos, they did announce today they expect him back. He's not out for the year.
Good.
So I don't know, man.
But I
don't
do
know.
also take what he said about the people who've stepped up, and I didn't even mention Mac Jones. So you have a backup quarterback who's come in and won 5 games. So all the other backups I mentioned who've come in and done well, that's not nothing. That actually counts. When you lose your edge rusher, well, you didn't really replace him, but you're still 6-3. You lost a Hall of Fame middle linebacker, and Tatum Bethune, a late draft pick, has come in and played well. He's not Fred, but you're 6-3. Your top wide receiver draft pick, Ricky Pearsall, has been hurt most of the year. Kendrick Bourne came off the scrap heap. You're 6-3, and we could go on and on. You had to get rid of your kicker after a week because he was an unmitigated disaster, and you found a guy off the couch who doesn't miss, and you're 6-3. So all the other guys we could talk about who've come in, they've come in and done well enough to where you're 6-3.
Yeah. By the way, Pearsall, here's what Shanahan said.
Just the same as what I said last week. No setback, just taking longer to heal than we thought.
Yeah, no setback, but no practice either.
Right.
I'm so bummed about Ricky Pearsall.
You were super high on Ricky Pearsall.
Well, and it was.
I'm not a doctor.
It was your Will Richard.
It looked like I hoped it would look too when he played.
I mean, you weren't victory lapping, but
no, because I knew
you came in and after 2 games, you're like, yeah, it's good to see something and have it come true.
Well,
and it was, whoa, boy, you were looking good.
My point all off season when people are like, your wide receiver 1 is out, and then the Jennings thing, and you're like, so your other wide receiver 1 is out, and you know what I said? I said, no, your wide receiver 1 is Ricky.
Yep.
That's WR1. I still believe that. But the other side that is also true is this guy is having one hell of a difficult time to the start of his career. Really, really difficult.
Yep.
And the worry with him was injury. It always has been. And it's been both off seasons and now in season, and then a gunshot wound to boot. I'm so bummed about how this has all started for him.
Especially the way it started this year, which was he's running all the routes, he's a tough cover, and he catches everything. And then you're thinking, all right, he's on his way to 1,000 yards for sure.
Yeah.
And look at Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's on pace to be the first ever 2,000-yard receiver if he stays healthy. And, you've already mentioned Puka Nacua, and there's so many receivers who are staying healthy and having monster years, and Ricky was on that trend early.
Yeah, although Puka missed a game as well. I think he's okay for this week. He's already over 700 yards. By the way, pretty interesting. How many of the top 5 in the league do you think you can name?
In yards?
Yards right now.
Probably 2, I'd guess, on a third.
Who do you think's 1?
Well, I know that Jackson Smith-Njigba and Puka are up there.
Yep, those are 2 of the 5.
And then, man, it gets tough. I would guess McCaffrey, but...
He's 7.
Yeah.
He's 7.
Amon-Ra is always up there.
Amon-Ra is 6. So
boy.
The reason I ask is because there's kind of an imposter in there. Oh. There's Puka, there's JSN, and then there's the 2 guys who most people would say those are the fanciest receivers in the game.
Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
There you go. That's 2 and 5. Take one shot at who the other guy is. Total guess at the party crasher. Total party crasher. Grandy wants to guess too.
The guy I would guess, he hasn't played in a couple weeks.
Who?
Emeka Buka.
No.
He hasn't played enough games to be up there, I don't think.
Yeah, Buka's 12th. He's 12th, 562 yards. Good young receiver. You want to take a shot?
Is it Pickens?
It sure is. George
Poster.
Frickin' Pickens.
CD didn't play like 3 or 4
CD
games.
was out.
Because Grady's got CD on his team.
Yeah,
that's why he knows.
Exactly.
Every time Dallas throws it, Grady, Pickens? No,
I have him
Pickens.
on my other league, Dibs. It's all right.
It's all good.
Oh, yeah. George Pickens is 764 yards already.
Wow.
Nice contract year for him.
Mm-hmm.
And he might give CD some of that money that he's about to get. Anyway, Warriors Summit is tomorrow, everybody. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar, Pleasant Hill. All of us together again, discussing the Dub season. We got another game tonight to discuss. And in fact, as you now know, it will not include Steph. It will not include Jimmy. Me and Dibs from 2 to 4. All the hosts from 4 to 6. Prizes to give away. A very special guest. Drink specials at Jack's. A French dip that'll change your life. Meet all of us. We'll meet all of you. Jack's Restaurant and Bar, Pleasant Hill tomorrow. We'll see you there. Really excited about it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We will get back to Warriors a little bit later as we move toward the game. However, we got to dive into this real quick next, too. Tony Vitello, the new manager of the Giants, joined us yesterday. And apparently, he said something wildly controversial amongst the staff. I didn't realize until 5 hours later that it was controversial. But apparently, Lucas and Grandy in the other room all ticked off about it when he said it. We got to play it. We got to find out, is this a problem for you all or not? That is next on Willard and Dibs.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Dan Dibley, and I'm jumping on Caltrain with the fans heading to Chase Center. No brake lights, no parking hunt, just smooth, easy, straight into the city. If you're wondering why more and more Bay Area fans are choosing Caltrain on event nights, well, let's find out. So you're reading, and that's great. Is that a reason partly why you like to take Caltrain instead of driving to the game?
It's part of the reason. It definitely gives me something to do, but mostly because it's a lot more convenient than driving, and it's a lot more affordable as well.
Yeah. How about the safety factor too?
Yeah, I would say it's a lot safer. It's very easy to just get on the train, and it leaves you very close by. It's pretty quiet. Yeah, I'm able to focus pretty well.
You can hear it. No stress, no traffic talk, just people already in a good mood before they even get to San Francisco. That's the Caltrain difference. You show up relaxed, not rattled by parking wars or brake lights. So, next time you're heading to Chase Center or a night out in the city, skip the grind. Take Caltrain, your ride to what matters.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit America.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Cloudy with rain by tomorrow in San Francisco, low near 55.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this wet. Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, look, let's just be real with the audience here for a second,
Keep it
okay?
a buck, Willard, for once.
I will. You just put a damn beanie on. I'll put a hoodie on.
Yeah.
Let's freaking do this.
It's almost winter. It's winter-ish.
I don't know what happens in here. We're in the weirdest room that has ever existed. First of all, there's no handle on the door.
No, there's a wire.
Second of all, the temperature is consistent. However, the 70 degrees at 2:30 feels like 70 degrees, and something happens at around 4:30 where 70 degrees feels like 55 degrees.
It's the 5 o'clock freeze.
So, whatever. Didn't Hugh Freeze just get fired?
It sounds about right.
Isn't that true? Anyway, let's go live to our college football analyst, Mark Grandy.
There's a lot of good jobs open this cycle. It's going to be a crazy head coaching cycle.
In the South, they get pissed after every loss. So people just get fired constantly.
Better job, LSU or Florida? 888.
Thank you.
Yeah, 888.
Light them up.
Or Clemson when Dabo leaves. 888.
888.
You realize his buyout is like $50 million? Dabo
didn't stop some of these other buyouts.
You realize that's like filling a parking meter here in the city?
That's what James Franklin's buyout was in Penn State. It's what Brian Kelly's buyout was at LSU.
It's so good. Like,
college
get a
football.
job, get a contract, stink it up, get bought out, and chill.
Yeah.
And then go work somewhere else.
I swear, if I were a coach in the SEC with those buyouts, I would be losing games on purpose to get fired.
Seriously. Major.
You mean to tell me that I could, first of all, just do whatever I want every day, but more importantly, stop dealing with all of you moronic boosters and fans who are on my driveway because you know where I live. You're telling me I could stop dealing with that. Stop dealing with the stress and the game planning.
Stop dealing with 18-year-olds telling you that $1.75 million in NIL is not going to cut it. Look, Logan. You rushed for 2,400 yards as a high school senior. Cool story. We're not signing anywhere for less than 3.5.
Bro.
What are we doing?
I'd be in my AD's office every Sunday morning. Do it.
Please.
Do it, Bill.
Could you hurry up?
Do it.
Did you see how my team checked out on me on Saturday?
Hey. Thursday's tomorrow. Oh, we're going to have to, by the way, don't let us forget, we're going to have to fit that sucker in tomorrow.
The pick is in.
We got Steve Kerr. We got special guest. We got the summit. We've got a French dip that'll change your life. We do not let us forget to do the pick. Broncos and Raiders.
8.5.
Is it really?
That's what I saw. That might be up to 9.5 by now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the pick is in.
Grandy's going to jump on the Broncos in the survivor pool, and if it doesn't go well, march into the weekend all nervous. Because I can't take Denver. I already took them.
I did a super duper deep dive into Week 10's action, so I feel pretty good about the picks.
Okay.
Spent all morning today.
All morning, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dropped off the 3-year-old early and logged some time.
Anyway, here's what I meant when I said we're about to keep it real. Like, we're in the middle of Warriors season. We got a game last night. We got a game tonight. Also, the 49ers are in the midst of a 6-3 run. The trade deadline was yesterday. Their quarterback remains hurt. Their WR1 remains hurt. Their two best defensive players are both on IR. It's a lot going on. So why are we about to talk about something Giants related? Because let's be real. This new dude has caught everybody's attention. Tony Vitello, the new manager of the Giants. He was on our show yesterday. Now, I'm trying to figure this out because we're going to bring Lucas and Grandy into this conversation. Because I'm trying to just chill and have a night. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be off the clock at 8:30 at night. And we're bing-bonging back and forth between Chase Center and Oracle Park for the ballpark back nine last night. And the text message comes in from one Lucas Alexander, who has been all in on Tony Vitello from the jump. And now, cold feet, second thoughts, all kinds of discomfort. Now, you guys referenced something he said on the show yesterday when he answered a question that Dibbs asked him about his baseball philosophy. Before I play the answer, I want everybody to really go behind the curtain for a second. When we do a big interview on the show, when it's Kerr, when it's Vitello, when it's something like that, it's a whole, like what we're going to talk about is a collaboration sensation.
It's a well said and it's a buck.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like, we talk about what we're going to talk about.
Right.
And the guys will weigh in. What about that? And sometimes
in that moment,
Lucas
jumped into my ear and said, hey, why don't you ask? Oh, Grandy did?
It was Grandy.
I get you two confused.
Well, here's, way behind the curtain even further.
You like my children. I don't know who I hate more.
Grandy hopped into my ear when I was about to go, and he's like, ask him about the baseball philosophy. And you know what I did? I was like a 42-year-old pitcher. Waved him off.
Ooh.
Waved him off. So then I'm just sitting there, and the very next question's Dibley, and you asked it. And I'm like, Grandy went fishing. He went to the other side of the table.
I thought it was a good question.
It was. I just had something else I wanted to get out there first. I was gonna do it.
I'm not saying I had nothing.
No.
But when he threw that in my ear, I'm like, you know what? That's interesting.
It's a good question.
Especially because I've been thinking about Toronto. Toronto's a team
It's a great question.
They just refuse to strike out. We're going to foul off every pitch, and we're going to annoy you, and you're going to make a mistake, and then we're going to hit it where you aren't, and they made it all the way to Game 7 doing that.
Exactly.
So I thought, like, in light of Toronto, what's your philosophy, dog?
It's a good question.
And thank you, Grandy.
The problem was it wasn't until 8:30 last night that I found out.
Well, that's a great question.
Thank you, Chris. That Lucas and Grandy in the other room did not like his answer. They didn't yike it. I listened to it. I was just like, okay, it's a little campy.
Right.
I get it. You listen to it. You guys make up your mind. Is this full of crap? Is this a BS answer? The question is, I'll whittle it down. What is your baseball philosophy? What's your go-to as far as putting a team together? Here's his answer.
Whatever's going to win. A lot of things for me are overly simple. I really don't like losing. I haven't grasped onto the idea of you even having a good season means 60 losses. That's going to take a change in some temperament and some other things. I like when the whole team, for us, it would be meeting, in left field or right field. I assume it'll be now in the dugout at the conclusion of a game. There's no better feeling when everybody, the group, got what the group wanted. And sometimes that means a guy had to pitch outside of his normal role, or maybe a guy had to lay down a bunt. And I'm not, again, bunting, if it helps win, I'm all for it. But I don't feel like I'm drastic one way or the other. I hate the feeling of not being prepared, and I hate the feeling of not competing. And it is a true challenge to compete every inning of every game, no matter what level you're at. But when you're playing that many games, it becomes an even greater challenge. And so that's part of my role, is to make sure our guys are kept in check as it relates to preparing and competing the right way.
So there's Tony's answer. And in that answer was a healthy dose of both you and me.
Totally.
Giving him a little, yeah, go, Tony. But essentially his philosophy is whatever works.
Yeah.
Whatever wins.
I like the philosophy.
You like it.
I mean, I like it because, yes, your philosophy is score more than the other guy. Okay.
Right, but
cool.
Is that like lip service?
It's not a philosophy.
Correct.
It's a goal. Like, your philosophy will be either, we're going to go ahead and try to hit the ball over the fence every swing, strikeouts be damned, or we're going to do everything we can to fight for that 90 feet, one base at a time, or somewhere in between. That's kind of what we were looking for, or what Grandy was looking for when he used me as a puppet.
Apparently, while that answer was going on, and you and I are like, yeah, Tony, yeah, win all the games. These two are in the other room, Like, what was that old, the Muppet characters that are up in the balcony? But what were their names?
I can't remember their names, but
these two are like Siskel and Ebert in the other room, just ticked off. They're like, this is crap. What was going on? What is it? What was your guys' reaction to this?
It brought up a lot of things to me where, let me set the stage, you mentioned early, which is as soon, I knew very little, as much as most Giants fans, about Tony Vitello. And so I was very much looking forward to his introductory press conference last week, where it's like, finally I get to learn who this guy is. And we did get to hear some of that. But also in that press conference, I did learn one thing about him, which is he doesn't exactly answer questions directly. And a lot of the times he'll just kind of talk, and he may go down this winding road and tell a funny story or whatever, which was, it was endearing to me in that first viewing of who he is. And in this answer, and again, after that press conference, all in. He has some juice.
You loved it.
And this is the kind of guy I would want to play for. And so that set the stage for our interview. We're very excited. Again, excited to learn even more about him. And this specifically was a question to learn who he is as a baseball mind. Because the reason we asked it is we don't really know. Like, what kind of baseball does Tennessee Volunteer Baseball play? I have no idea. I don't think most people out here know. And are like, is he a power guy? Is he a work the count? Is he a grind the pitcher? Like, you could say a million different things just to, in our mind, learn what you believe in. What kind of baseball do you want your team to play? And his answer was, I just want to win. Yep. And it felt like a total skate around moment. And I don't know, it just made me laugh, and it made me go back to that moment of, he doesn't really answer questions, and it just gave me a little bit of a, is this guy full of it a little bit? Is there a little bit of something?
I don't mind if people in professional sports are full of themselves. I think that's most of them.
Well, not full of themselves, just a little full of it.
You know, it's super fascinating that you would bring this up also. And by the way, Grandy, do you concur? Do you concur?
Yeah, basically. I wanted to learn the style of baseball I can expect the Giants to play under Tony Vitello. And all he said was, we're going to prepare, we're going to compete, and gosh darn it, I hope we're going to win. Right, I knew that. Tell me something I don't know.
So let us be devil's advocate for just a sec on this, because it's interesting. I was reading some post-press conference comments from Kipe, and Dwayne Kuiper literally said the number one thing he was looking for in this situation, he's like, I want to know if this guy's full of BS. And he goes, and I've been around a lot of BS in my career. And that guy is not a BSer. That was Dwayne Kuiper's quote. But apparently it was enough to get by Kipe, but not Lucas and Grandy.
Until yesterday.
So, here, devil's advocate. What if he does have a fully spreadsheeted baseball philosophy, but he don't want to share it publicly? What about that?
What's the upside to that?
I think that happens in press conferences a lot.
And what if his fully spreadsheeted baseball philosophy does not fit with what their current roster is? And that, to me, was my takeaway from the back and forth we had on the text thread earlier. His philosophy may be to hit and run and steal bases and be athletic, and you don't have that on your roster. So you may have to adapt what your philosophy is in the short term to what your personnel is.
And without you and I even discussing it, that was essentially going to be my second point. So Kyle Shanahan sometimes has Matt Ryan and then sometimes has Jimmy Garoppolo. And you're going to play, sometimes you're going to go to the NFC Championship game and throw 35 times, and sometimes you'll throw 8 because of your personnel. Is that fair?
It's totally fair. That said, I didn't get that sense of authenticity from him, and maybe that was a risk he was willing to take in not answering the question. To me, it's still I don't really care. Again, I don't care what his strategy is. I just want to hear something, literally anything. And the fact that he didn't give us an ounce of what he actually believes in terms of baseball, it made me back off my fully all-in stance on this guy. And it honestly, the only thing I want out of a manager is that I want to like him and I want to believe in him as a fan. And I was all in until yesterday, and this is the only thing. We had an amazing interview, and 99% of it was I enjoyed it.
That's not the only thing. There was something else he said on a different show that you...
right. Our interview, I was saying.
Yeah,
our interview was great. And that was the only thing that raised a red flag in my opinion.
Okay. There's a second piece to this that I'm going to get to in just a sec. Can I read Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line? Coming down your road, Lucas. 707. I love Tony's answer. Lucas needs to chill for strategy in November. He hasn't even met his team, and these two want the game plan. They need to have a seat.
Not a game plan.
I will let you know they are
difference.
sitting. Both of you are sitting right now. But okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. There was also 925. We're going to meet in left field or the dugout or however that goes. Are the guys going to be talked to like they're 18? That was another fun. Like, are we having oranges and going to left field?
Let's all circle up after the game.
Okay.
Juice box time.
Yeah, we're going to circle up and we're going to talk about everybody. I want you to have a rose and a thorn from today's game. We'll go around the circle. Rafi, we'll start with yours. What was your rose from today's game? Well, I doubled off the wall. What was your thorn? You made me play first base. Good, everyone, let's clap for Rafi. Who's next?
Rafi.
Can I add something here?
Yes, of course you can.
The other part of this, and it I think it's also in that answer that we're talking about right now, but you guys also asked early in the interview yesterday, and he was asked similar questions at the intro presser last week, essentially like questions that he doesn't know the answer to. And I was expecting this guy who is just this very outward and he's a strong, big personality just to come in with like ultra confidence. I'm the man. I'm going to lead us to greatness. And you guys asked him, how big of a jump is it from college to MLB? And he was like, frankly, I don't know. I don't know if it's a giant jump. I don't know if it's a small jump. I kind of wanted him.
You didn't like that.
This is who I thought he was going to be, and he still could ultimately be. But I wanted him to come in and just be like, you know what? It might be a gigantic jump, but I'm freaking confident that I'm ready for this, and I can make that jump, no doubt about it.
I hear you. At the same time, Dibbs knows this. I think that I don't know is the most powerful phrase in the English language.
Because honestly, he doesn't know.
Yeah, like you can't know what you don't know. And I think in successful businesses, you have to be willing to acknowledge as you build something that there's a bunch of stuff out there that you don't know, even if you think you do. And I don't think, you're not getting any vibes like he feels like he's not ready for it. Are you? I think he feels ready for the challenge.
No, I think he does.
Yeah.
I don't know. The guy that you just handpicked to be the manager, and the way he answered a lot of the questions, his first introduction to the fan base was, not sure.
Yeah.
That doesn't inspire a ton of confidence in me, is all I'll say.
To me, it doesn't detract from the confidence because, honestly, that is the honest and correct answer. Like, how big of a jump is it? Well, I've never played in the bigs. I've never coached or managed in the bigs. I never played minor league baseball. I'm coming off a year where we played 60-some-odd games. So, 73 games last year. I don't really know how big of a jump it is, and I'm going to find out.
Okay, there's another piece to this, and it involves Gabe Kapler, which we can...
All roads?
Well, not all of them. We can get to that coming up in a few. We're going to get you ready for the Warrior game. Plenty in the 5 o'clock hour. Warriors and Kings. There is no Steph. There is no Jimmy. And there is breaking news.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Draymond Green is also out.
Oh, I'm shocked. Honestly, come on. Of course he's out.
Draymond Green will not play for the Warriors tonight. Feels a little opportunistic. Look, if Steph is sick and Jimmy needs to rest, well, why not grab that one too and let him get ready for Denver and baby Warriors tonight in Sacramento.
And Al.
Stand on it. And Al.
Right. So it's babysitter Warriors tonight. It's going to be Al and a bunch of the pups. So you're going to have a 40-year-old, and heck, maybe he starts. The average age of your team without Al tonight, it's probably about 25. But with Al, it jumps up to about 28 or 29. So, yeah, Al and the kids tonight. Go get them. Take on Sacramento.
You want to take a shot at the starting lineup now?
I mean, you would figure that with Draymond out, you probably just, I don't know, you throw Gee in there. I still don't think Al starts.
No, I think you're right. let's say Post is the center.
Right.
Who's the 4? Moody or Kuminga?
Right, Kuminga.
Okay.
Moody at the 3. And then you go...
Pods and Buddy?
I mean...
Will Richard for a little matchup D?
Maybe. I mean, I think your front court is going to be Quentin, Jonathan, and Moses.
And Al. Oh, you mean to start?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Al starts still. And then you probably go Pods and... I mean, do you go, Buddy, or do you want to have that scoring off the bench? Maybe you go Will Richard and Pods. I don't know. Just...
See, do you get to a point sometimes when it's like this where you almost look forward to it?
I look forward to all of it, but yes.
Yes, I'm with you. I look forward to all the games. But you know what I mean? Where it switches, where you're kind of like, let's just lean into this. It's like Steph's sick. He's going to be out. You're like, oh, that sucks. And then you're like, oh, Jimmy's back hurts. So he's going to be out. You're like, oh, for crying out loud. Like, oh, by the way, we're sitting Draymond too. And now it just swings back up a little bit. You're like, you know what? Let's get crazy. Let's just do it. Let's see some of these guys. Hey, Jonathan, let us see the future. Do it. Do it. Be a bunch of pups and Al. It's like, right? You grab Al and you head to 2028. And let's see what it looks like. I don't know. Let's check it out. Maybe they're going to do great.
Yeah.
The Kings are sitting a bunch of their dudes too.
Right.
I don't even know who the hell's playing for the Sacramento Kings tonight.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it here. And
Russell Westbrook is playing.
Westbrook, for God's sakes, we got to look at him.
And Dennis Schroeder.
It's the Schroeder revenge game is what it is.
So everybody's going to be falling down and faking injuries and all of this.
Go ahead and pencil Schroeder in for the over on his point total. And
what is it?
Oh, it's probably like 15.5, I would say. Schroeder's going to shoot the ball 29 times tonight. He's going to try to stick it to him. You dare to trade me.
At a certain point, I don't think that you can keep doing the revenge game thing when you've played for half the league.
Every night is a Dennis Schroeder revenge game.
How mad can you be for somebody trading you when you're like, I can't even keep track of how many times I've been traded? How mad can you be?
You can be as mad as you want to be. And if you're Dennis Schroeder, this is definitely one that you're going to go ahead and dog ear and get fired up for. Try to stick it to Steve Kerr.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
I don't care.
No, you do, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Well, let's have some phone calls on all of this. 888-957-9570. The Warriors are having, I get that there's injuries and sickness, but they're having a little bit of a load management Wednesday. How do you feel about the way the Warriors are starting this season, strategically, with the schedule, with the injuries, what have you? Is it a concern that it's already happening this early? We're only 8 games in. 888-957-9570 is the number. We will take your phone calls on that right now. We will also, I don't want to sweep it under the rug, the Gabe Kapler aspect of the Tony Vitello thing. We'll get to that too coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank, and it's got the family-owned feel. It's not a big box bank. It's a local bank. When you go in there, you can tell that the employees are invested in the bank, the company for which they work, and as a customer, you feel that in the same way. Fremont Bank is committed to contributing to their clients' goals and also empowering the community all around us. I've been a customer of Fremont Banks for 7 years, and I'm so glad I switched from the big box bank to a bank where it's people who care about you. They care about your savings goals. They care about your money, and your money is working all around you. When you make your deposits, they reinvest it into businesses and home ownership, philanthropy, everything else that makes the Bay Area so strong. They started in 1964 with 1 branch, and now they've got 21 branches throughout the Bay Area, and they are one of the top local nonprofits in the Bay Area and one of the top local corporate philanthropist organizations as well. If you want to know what full-service banking looks and feels like, just go into one of the branches, and I promise you, when you go in there, you're going to want to switch your money from the big box into Fremont Bank, which is a good, solid family-owned business that supports other local family-owned businesses. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
The wait is over. AC/DC's Back Live Power Up Tour, August 5th. Levi Stadium with the Pretty Reckless. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. August 5th, Levi Stadium. Don't miss AC/DC. Oh, yeah!
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. You order, we deliver. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time. How pros get more done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Mark Williams is taken away. Now Moody steals the ball from Booker. Moody on the break. The trailer's Curry. Wide open three. Money. Cold, hard cash. 5 points in the first 30 seconds of the second half. And the Warriors have opened it up 73-49.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
No Chef, no Jimmy, no Draymond in the game against the Sacramento Kings tonight. Warriors live in an hour and 11 minutes. The game an hour after that. The Warriors Summit tomorrow. We'll break it all down. We'll discuss it. But we have seen the last of those three before the Warriors Summit.
Yes, and I do think that tomorrow I haven't seen the complete topic sheet, but win or lose tonight, the idea that you're already dealing without the three of them. Jimmy had to sit out half of the game last night with a back issue. Steph's got an illness. Jimmy's got a back, and Draymond maybe just has FOMO, fear of missing out on not playing. I don't know what Draymond has. Draymond's got
opportunity.
Well, and he's got a multitude of ailments ongoing. So, yeah, you go ahead and give him some sort of a rest. This, to me, becomes more of an overarching thing to discuss, and this is why I clap back at Mark Grandy, our great technical director, wonderful host, smart young man, when he talked about over 48.5 wins for the season being, quote, easy money. These are the times. I'm not saying they're going to lose tonight, but these are the situations that make it, for me, not feel like easy money. Because this is not the last time you're going to have these sorts of absences.
Dibs, let me ask you this. 5-3. How many wins are they on pace for at 5-3?
Well, that'd be 50-30 over 80, and that would mean that they'd probably go 51-31.
Yeah. No, on pace to go over.
Sure.
Although no longer true if they lose tonight.
Exactly. So
yeah, but currently on pace to go over.
You're right.
Yeah.
But
and that includes a couple of terrible losses in there, too.
Listen, you guys
and one unbelievable we stole it win over Denver. If you're going to be totally fair, Grandy.
Well, I think both of you are you're completely entitled to both feel that your stance is correct based on the same reasoning. Like when Grandy says 48.5 easy money, I don't think it was news to him that the Warriors would be doing some load management this year. You know, like he made that prediction with that in mind. For you, that makes it less comfortable. I get it. I sort of lean into Vegas usually knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
So I would kind of bet that this is at least in the balance to some degree with 2-3 weeks to go in the season. But sort of to Grandy's side of the fence a little bit, at the end of the year is when load management will stop and the Warriors will start to pile up wins. You see it every year in the Western Conference. There'll be a few teams that stop playing completely. They just want to kind of get lottery balls going, and the teams that are on the race for the playoffs will go on a winning streak. It's happened with the Warriors a lot over just the last few years. So, yeah, I would lean in the direction because 49 wins is not that. That's not that great. I mean, it's good, but it's not wonderful basketball to go 49 and 33. I think the Warriors will do that or better. But your point is also well taken. There will be load management and there will be injuries that we don't know about yet.
Yeah, exactly. The last time they won more than 50 was when they won the championship in 2022. They won 53, and that was a year where they start out 18-2 or something gaudy like that.
It was something like that, yeah.
They had an unbelievably gaudy start. And this year, it's probably not going to be that. The schedule upcoming is very difficult, and we're not even talking about the potential possibility of injury. We're only talking about load management, and I don't want to inject that into the universe, but when you start thinking about over 48.5 is easy money, that's where I kind of cringe a little bit because
that's fine. Yeah.
Forget the load management, which we know is going to be a reality. Draymond will play 65 games at least because he wants to qualify for awards. And I would bet that if healthy, Steph will play more. I think Steph played, 70 or 72 last year?
Something like that.
Jimmy, I think, would have played about that many had he not been in a tiff with Miami. So if healthy, these guys are going to play the majority of the games. I just don't think that it's easy money by any stretch.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. That's I don't find kind of either direction to be like thoughtless or offensive or anything like that. I get
Reckless.
it. I get it. No, I don't think it is at all. Like the Warriors are good enough to win 50 games this year. It doesn't mean they will. There are pieces of the journey that have not unfolded yet, and so that can go multiple ways. We're going to circle back to that in a second. I do want to put a bow on this just because we were talking about it. Tony Vitello, with his answer to us yesterday, when asked what his baseball philosophy was, this is what he said, and it made Mark Grandy and Lucas Alexander have their heads fly off of their bodies and roll down the street.
Whatever's going to win. A lot of things for me are overly simple. I really don't like losing. I haven't grasped onto the idea of you even having a good season means 60 losses. That's going to take a change in some temperament and some other things. I like when the whole team, for us, it would be meeting, in left field or right field. I assume it'll be now in the dugout at the conclusion of a game. There's no better feeling when everybody, the group, got what the group wanted. And sometimes that means a guy had to pitch outside of his normal role, or maybe a guy had to lay down a bunt. And I'm not, again, bunting, if it helps win, I'm all for it. But I don't feel like I'm drastic one way or the other. I hate the feeling of not being prepared, and I hate the feeling of not competing. And it is a true challenge to compete every inning of every game, no matter what level you're at. But when you're playing that many games, it becomes an even greater challenge. And so that's part of my role, is to make sure our guys are kept in check as it relates to preparing and competing the right way.
Okay, so there's that answer.
Yeah, interesting couple things in there, hearing it back. One, him talking about meeting in the dugout after the game. That's not usually the way that goes. I mean, you'll meet in the clubhouse, maybe after the game, but
maybe they're going to meet in the dugout.
I don't know how often major league teams meet after a game,
Oh, I mean, they definitely...
Like, I'm sure that there's like, hey, this, that, and the other, we'll see you tomorrow, and the bus leaves at 10. I don't know if it's like, all right, everybody, sit down and, get out your notepads. We're having a meeting. You would know better than I. You've been in the clubhouse a lot more than I have.
Somewhere between that, but they also, the media is not present when they're having their cooling off period, and I think that the meetings don't always happen right after the game, actually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of like, go shower, go chill, you know what I mean? And like, we'll talk about this, who knows? Maybe maybe we'll talk about it on the team plane or what, like, who knows? But I don't want to take him so literally in that particular case. I don't think that Logan Webb's parents are going to be gathered around the dugout waiting for him to be done with his team meeting so they could drive him home and there's a pizza party later. I don't think that at all. I don't think Tony does either. But anyway, there's another piece of this, which is that apparently, Lucas kind of combined that answer with something that he heard on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. And the Bussin' with the Boys, that's Taylor Lewan?
Taylor Lewan and Will Compton.
Okay.
Very popular podcast.
Very popular podcast. All right. So here's the way I want to ask this, because I don't want to go too deep into this, because it's like, dude, do you. Be you. Tony is a single man, and he is not married. And we are not that far removed from a manicured, good-looking, bearded, single manager for the San Francisco Giants. He's talking on the podcast about where he wants to live, and he sort of invokes there's an area in the city where I'd like to live because Gabe Kapler used to live there, and I think things went pretty well for him. And I'm paraphrasing. But that, right? Is that fair? That's essentially what he kind of said.
You can play the sound, but pretty much somehow they got on the topic of where are you going to live in the Bay Area, and he pretty much said he's going to live in the city.
All right, here, look, we got the sound. Here's Vitello on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast.
What's going
on? I don't know that I should. So, Gabe Kapler, there's a place that's been talked about. Bob Melvin was the last manager, and I didn't get to say it in the press conference. Shame on me, but he reached out to me and was a class act and was very helpful. And then the manager before him was Gabe Kapler, and Gabe's in pretty good shape, and I think enjoyed the city. So I'll explain how that involves a living arrangement when we're off the air.
Yeah, fair enough. Gabe's in pretty good shape. I took that. I mean, he's talking about his workout routine, right? Or is he talking about, I don't know. Anyway, I guess here's the question that I would throw out. Because, dude, wherever you want to live and whoever you want to bring over, you're 47 years old and you can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
I do. Stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Doubleheader. Let's play 2.
Don't.
You better be careful.
I'm not saying anything.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I could go a lot further. Is Mike Breen going to be doing play-by-play?
Can I say one thing before you give
please
your...
do.
Yeah.
Please say something right now.
There shouldn't be... Grandy, thank you.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be many rules in an introductory press conference at all. You should be able to say whatever you want, get people to know who you are.
Yeah.
When you're becoming the new San Francisco Giants manager, in my mind, there's maybe one rule only. Just don't bring up Gabe Kapler.
Okay, that's actually the question I was going to ask. Did Gabe offend everybody to the level where we don't want anybody drawing a line between them and Gabe?
I just don't want Gabe Kapler part 2.
Well,
and I don't want to draw any conclusions. I don't want there to be any similarities between Vitello and Gabe Kapler in my mind. I just want a fresh start, and I want to believe in this guy. And just don't bring up his name.
Well, but Gabe Kapler, like, there is going to be some overlap between Vitello and Gabe Kapler because they're about the same age.
Great beards.
They've got a little bit of the same look. There is overlap with their vibe. I don't think that much. And they were out of the box hires-ish. I know Gabe had already managed in the league, but it was only the Giants' job was his second job. It's definitely different than anything the Giants had at all in their history, right? We were coming off of, I like Buster. And then now you got Gabe Kapler. And that's kind of what I see the Giants doing. That's my concern. It's not drawing a line to Gabe Kapler. It's that the Giants, ever since Bochy left, the Giants keep hiring the opposite of what they have. And that's my only concern. And the reason that's a concern is, like, I see people making mistakes in dating when they do that. Did you date someone that likes to go out a lot? Well, when you break up, you're exhausted. So you want a homebody. And then you date the homebody for 5 years, and you're bored out of your mind. And when that breaks up, you're like, I want somebody who wants to party all the time. And truthfully, the answer is not really in those characteristics. The answer is just finding the right person to where you can do both. Stay home, go out, whatever. Vibe it out, as Tony Vitello once upon a time said. So that would be my concern. But is Gabe Kapler like that too hot to touch? Was he that awful?
It depends on what you think when you think about Gabe Kapler. If you think about the things that you loved about him and that you shared, his Instagram and his TikTok talking about the best burger and the way he would sexualize having a hamburger and just his videos, and he loves coffee and he likes to ride his bike in jeans and like all the other things that made Gabe like somebody who I kind of thought that he was a fun personality. Then there's the manager Gabe who he lost the clubhouse and the team became undisciplined. And so there's two different pieces of it. And in this piece, Tony Vitello's talking about, living in San Francisco and living in the marina. And
I think that's what he's talking about.
Yes, and I'm just reading an article from the SF Standard from a week ago, and the headline is, quote, "The Sluttiest Mile on the West Coast." And it's a story about walking on the path at Marina Green, which is in the marina. And this influencer on her TikTok, it has 175,000 views, and she's just basically saying...
And you're one of them.
This is a real live dating app. Walking this mile, I don't know if you've been to the Marina Green, like right before Crissy Field, in the marina.
Yeah.
And it's basically a real life dating app. So if he wants to go and live there,
I didn't. Maybe because I'm like there with my dog and kids. Like I don't feel that way when I walk through there.
Do you remember the lore of the Marina Safeway from about 15 or 20 years ago?
The lore? I know the Marina Safeway. I don't know anything about the lore of it.
The Marina Safeway used to be a place where you would go and pick up women, and women would pick up men. Like,
really?
Facts. You go in the produce aisle.
In the aisles.
No doubt. Okay. And that was the thing about the Marina Safeway is it was renowned before, internet and dating apps and Craigslist and all the rest of it.
Okay.
Match.com and whatever else. You would go to the Marina Safeway, and there was action.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Shop for some melons. I'm serious.
Come on.
I can't believe you guys don't know this.
Are you one step too far?
Do you
I had
know
about 7 more.
Whenever Dibbs goes, yeah, whatever comes out of his mouth next, dump it. Like it's always, man.
Shut up.
You just, God, my mom used to say this to me. She's like, you always take the joke one step too far. I'm like, well.
I had about 4 more queued up.
I bet you did.
The Marina Safeway was known to be a place where single people could go and seek each other out. Is that milk toast enough for you?
It's time to do legal.
Yeah.
Oh, don't time for the legal. Thank you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. This is also Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We are in the midst of what is a very, very odd conversation on 95.7 The Game, and it's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right.
Just to put a bow on that part of it, if he wants to go to the Marina Safeway and shop for produce, I don't care. Just manage the team and don't lose the clubhouse.
I don't think anybody...
If you want to do Instagram videos of you eating a cheeseburger, that's fine. Just don't lose the clubhouse.
Well, yeah, that's right. I don't care about any of this either. What was interesting to me is not who Tony Vitello is going to date when he's the manager of the Giants. I don't care about that at all. What was interesting to me is that, like, the idea of a tie to Gabe Kapler would be, like, too hot to touch. Like, Gabe was... Is that how y'all look back on Gabe? Was Gabe awful? I think Gabe was different. I totally get that he rubbed some people the wrong way. That I get. And in the end, he was, for the most part, unsuccessful. He also won Manager of the Year in a short period of time. He is the manager, like forever trivia question, who was the manager of the best record the Giants have ever had in their existence? There's your answer. Gabe Kapler. Was he that bad?
To me, the only thing, all of what he did on the field, sure, it's hard to poke holes in that, besides actually winning something of import. It's the fact that I think when people remember Gabe Kapler, the person, off the diamond, he rubbed people the wrong way in his inauthenticity.
Oh, there's no question.
And that is all I'm worried about with Vitello now. The one answer about he can't tell us a single thing about his actual philosophy in baseball, and this just the invoking of Gabe Kapler's name, and I don't want to even worry about my manager being inauthentic.
Can I spend...
He also invoked Bob Melvin's name, and he said that he's sorry that he didn't mention him at the press conference.
I appreciated it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he sort of insinuated that maybe they both kind of told him he should live in the Marina. I mean, that's what he was saying.
I don't think Melvin told him that.
I don't know what he told him. Who knows what he told him?
Marina, Safeway. You'll like it there. Produce.
Can I spend 1 minute and read the last 10 texts on the Boxing and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys?
Please do.
Oh,
God.
Yeah, Grandy's seen it. This is okay. All right, let's. The Dibbs Grandy banter is really hitting for me. Keep it up, boys. Are we going crisscross applesauce in left field? Lots of late night cardio for Gabe in the Marina.
Yeah.
He's obviously subletting a rent-controlled apartment. Does Tony squat and or deadlift while wearing jeans? These are the hard-hitting questions.
That's good.
Mark Willard is busting out his Dr. Laura. Spot on. Dibbs out here shopping for melons and bananas. Dibbs is right about Safeway.
That's fact.
Dateway is what they used to call it in the Marina, LOL.
Yep.
Dateway.
It's a fact. And
clearly it is.
I was never, my game was not sharp enough to where I could peruse. You wouldn't see me in the aisles.
You got to work on your material.
Yeah, and I'm sure I was, either married or engaged or with kids at that time too. My whole adult life. Thank you, Greg. So, yeah, but it was a well-known place where you would just go. You'd see, single people just pushing a cart for a long time, not really shopping.
All right, so let's put a bow on it. Are there concerns?
I don't have any.
You have none. Grandy, you have concerns?
The bussing with the boys thing does not bother me at all.
Okay.
I just was a little turned off by the way he answered some questions.
You don't like his baseball philosophy is anything that wins. Lucas, you have concerns?
I was 100% all in on the guy up until 27 hours ago.
Now what's your percentage?
About 97%.
Okay, so still higher than Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Here's my concern.
Busting with the boys had him go up about 7% for me.
See, right. I don't have any concerns about Tony because I don't know how I could. That's the way I had the same reaction when Gabe Kapler was hired and the media brigade jumped on the press conference because two idiot Dodger minor leaguers once upon a time were completely inappropriate with a hotel employee years ago somewhere in middle America, and Gabe Kapler with an office in L.A. was the head of the farm system, and apparently that made Gabe a bad guy. I was like, that doesn't feel right to me. So my opinion about Gabe Kapler when he took over as the manager was going to wait until Gabe Kapler managed, and then I would come up with an opinion about Gabe Kapler, because anything else is predictive and a projection. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with predictions and projections, but I don't like doing it with job status. We could do it with games, right? Dibs minus 3.5. Like, we got to pick tomorrow night, whatever. That's fun. But I like, to me, Tony Vitello gets the same opportunity as every Giants manager. Let's see how you manage. I don't care how you pick up a member of the opposite sex. I care how you manage your bullpen. So that's not my concern. My concern is the process. Always process.
Yeah.
Always. And I do feel like there is a yo-yo going on with the Giants, which is we're going to go hire the opposite of what we just had.
Right. New school to old school.
To Kapler, to Melvin, to Vitello. Checks notes like, are we on our way to hiring Buck Showalter in 3 years? That's my concern. And I want the philosophy to be about your philosophy, not just the opposite of whatever just happened that didn't work.
And I do think that he answered honestly about his philosophy. And if you look at his teams in Tennessee just by record, last year they were 60-13. And if you look at just the numbers, they averaged almost 8 runs a game, and they gave up about 3.8 runs per game. So my philosophy, we're better than every team we play. We will crush you with our aluminum bats.
Yeah.
And they won the Natty the year before, 44-22. The year before that, they were 58-9. So my philosophy, be really good, be awesome, and crush people. But the thing that's interesting to me is when he gets to the Giants and they have one of those, you lose 11 out of 14, how are you going to react? Because he's never gone through that.
That's true.
In his career.
Right, but I mean, not a dummy. He realizes that, this is not the SEC.
Right,
like,
but when you get into
Shohei.
the deep water and when you've got, when you've got a guy making, I don't know, $37 million a year and he's on a 1 for 23, how do you approach it? Are you quick to bench him? Are you going to give him an attaboy? These are going to be things that he's going to have to learn on the fly.
Lovely Christie says Marina Safeway was a thing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't know that.
That's the same thing.
A guy who likes to go to the grocery stores and as handsome as you are, that's a miss.
Almost none of my adult life was in San Francisco.
That's fair.
I grew up in the peninsula. I went off to college. I came back for a hot second, and I was gone to Southern California. So, 415. I can't believe Willard didn't know about Safeway. Yeah, I had no idea about Safeway.
Yeah.
I didn't actually feel How many of y'all live in the Bay Area? But if I dropped you in the middle of the city and said, find your way out, would you know where to go? Do you know what I mean?
Now I would.
Now you would.
Famously, when
I completely would. But if you asked me to do that when I started driving in high school,
oh, dude,
I had no clue. If you told the marina, the tenderloin, the fide, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
We came to the city for, it must have been the 1986 49ers Super Bowl parade after they won their second Super Bowl. And I think it was my buddy Steve Rabb. We come to the parade, boom, downtown, whatever. We could not find our way out to the Golden Gate Bridge.
Right.
I was confused by 19th Street and 19th Avenue.
And we didn't have Waze.
Well, I'm trying to find 19th Avenue.
Maps.
Because I know 19th Avenue gets you to Park Presidio, which gets you to the Golden Gate Bridge. And I'm out there on like 19th Street. And I'm, and then I'm on the other side of the park. And like the streets, they don't go through anymore. And so you go through Golden Gate Park. And now you're on 28th. And it's like, I can't get out of this place.
I knew how to go to my grandma and grandpa's house, grab little pieces of bread, and walk into the park and feed the ducks. That's what I knew how to do. Other than that, I'm like, I don't know where the hell I am, especially because of the way we all do it around here. Where are you? I'm in the city.
Right.
Well, what the hell does that mean? I don't know. The marina safe way to go pick up a girl.
Yeah.
No. I had no clue. No clue what the hell was going on. So... anyway, good to know now.
We may have to go there and, see what's happening in the aisles.
What is going on here?
I think it still might be viable. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Apparently, according to your TikTok, it's still, there's still action down there.
The TikTok.
Oh, and according to all the bearded Giants managers.
The
TikTok is about the 1 mile strip from Crissy Field to, is it Fort Baker, I think? The one that's Fort Mason.
Yeah.
Is Fort Mason.
Well, they're both kind of over there.
It's
but
that 1 mile stretch is where, about that action, boss.
This might be my favorite text that ever came in.
Text of the day nominee?
What the hell is blessing with the boys, and why is this station against it?
I don't...
It's called Bussin' with the boys.
Ah, okay.
It's a great question.
Not blessing. Oh, gosh. Although, it's located in Tennessee. That is God's country.
But on that podcast...
it's a blessing. I find it to be a blessing.
They would not be talking about such things as fornication on Blessings with the Boys.
You know what that would be?
Yeah. Cha-ching!
All right.
You have to say it for me to hit the
It's a fornication sensation is what it is.
Let's go back to the Warriors.
I'll see you in the aisles. Whatever.
Come on. Can we please... The Warriors aren't playing any of their players tonight.
Yeah, but you know what they will do tonight?
Oh, God. Getting you out of
They're
this
going to
mode.
score.
Once you get
That's
in
it.
this
It's the last
mode,
one.
I can't get you out of it. I got to get you out of it. Come on.
They keep pulling me back in.
Don't talk about that. 57. You have a little daughter at home. Yeah. You're about to go see her in an hour.
I had just one more.
They're
going to score tonight, Mark. That's it.
Get back.
Okay.
Get back to being you. Your wife's going to totally be out on the summit if she's listening right now.
No chance.
Okay.
This is pornography. We've lost Willard.
Oh, God. Oh, that usually doesn't happen on a Wednesday. All right. No, I'm back.
Okay.
Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, they're out. Your thoughts?
It's kind of a buzzkill, Mark, but it's going to be opportunity for some of the youngsters to go out there and really make a good, solid contribution.
That's a good take.
It's just
a good take.
The real take is this sucks, and
I don't think it's this is part of it.
By this,
Steph
I mean
is sick. He's
NBA
sick.
games where players don't play, and I know he's sick, and Jimmy's got a bad back.
Yeah, Jimmy's hurt
and
for real.
Draymond probably just doesn't want to play without those guys.
Well,
this I'm talking about is the reality that of 82 games for every single team, the majority of the games, yeah, you're going to have the guys, but there's a lot of games where you're just not going to be able to see
I understand.
top-level talent. And I'm thinking about last night, and I shared it with the group, just watching that. It felt like Steve Kerr was kind of trolling all of us by, Draymond, you don't have to play, really. And Steph, you play a little bit. And Jimmy, shut it down at halftime. We're still going to beat Phoenix. See, this is what you do. No, I'm trying to get back on point.
The text messages
and now you're over there giggling.
Too good.
All right, so now I have to follow suit. Go ahead.
The Safeway isn't it anymore. It's armed security and a lot of RV traffic. You got to hit the dog park on Chestnut by the tennis courts now.
Dang. All right. Chestnut is what you're talking about?
All right.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
This is coming from somebody who met his wife at the dog park.
Right.
Not that dog park. But anyway.
I think dog parks is probably action. I've never owned a dog, but dog ownership is not endemic to men or women.
Well, they do make people look cuter than they are.
And at times you're forced to talk to another human being.
Sometimes.
If your dog and her dog are frolicking together, then you can't help but...
You're like, you want to do that with me too?
See, look at you.
No, just see. All right. Anyway.
What is going on here?
That wasn't me this time,
For the
Vince.
love of God. Stop!
Yeah, there it is. Stop!
I do have a Jonathan Kuminga take.
Please.
I do. No. This is for real. If I can get through it without laughing, I have a Jonathan Kuminga
All
take. All right. I think tonight's going to be really... People think that this is like, dude, this is what you've been waiting for. I think that this is a challenging night for him. Because how does Jonathan remain the new Jonathan? This is sort of like, when somebody gives up alcohol or if they give up drugs or, hell, even if they just give up sugar, something a little bit, calmer. You give something up and then like, ooh, right? It's put right underneath your nose. And that's a little bit of how I look at tonight's game for Jonathan. Jonathan spent the last 2 years basically in an on-again, off-again argument with Steve Kerr and the organization about who he is and how he wants to play basketball. And he wanted to make big dollars, and he wants to be a one, score the basketball, and thinks he can be that guy. And maybe someday he can. While the organization is like, can you please just trust us and play this way? And those good things can happen within that framework of how you play Warrior basketball. And he deserves all the credit in the world because he's come out this year and he's largely done that, right? He is playing the way the Warriors want him to play. Well, now, this is the guy who gave up sugar, and now it's Halloween. And everybody's kitchen table is covered with Reese's. Because now, in Sacramento, there's no Steph and there's no Jimmy. The Draymond part doesn't even matter. And so does Jonathan look at this as an opportunity to continue to play Warrior basketball but do it in a lead role? Or does he get a whiff of that sugar and go, all right, give me the ball and get the hell out of my way? Let's see. I know people want Jonathan to bust 30 tonight, and I do too, but I want him to do it within the framework of what they've been doing. I'm just as excited to see him go get at least 7 rebounds tonight as I am to see him put up 30 points.
Yeah, and I think that if you look just at last year, and as you were getting us back on track, I was looking at some of the games last year where Steph didn't play and Kuminga did play. And these were all before Jimmy was here, so you can't even add the Jimmy factor into it. And the Warriors in those games were 5-1 without Steph, with Kuminga, including one game I want to highlight. They took on Houston.
Okay.
And
I remember that game.
Yeah, Kuminga went out there and he had 30.
He was fantastic.
Yeah, he had 33, I believe.
Is that the game they won by like a couple
by
points?
By 6, 99-93.
Yep.
Kuminga with 33, 7 rebounds. He was 13 of 22 from the floor. And, yeah, he was out there and he was the majority of the offense, and they won the game. The only game they lost was against OKC.
Right. I love that game is a great example of what I'm talking about because it ended up being still a little bit of a defensive struggle. Like, that's all I'm saying. I really don't want the Warriors to lose themselves tonight because guys suddenly smell some stats that by the way, they do need to put up. But I want it to look like Warrior basketball. They can do it. They can do it. They've been around here for a little while. These aren't rookies. Will Richard's a rookie.
Yep.
Jonathan Kuminga's not a rookie. Moses Moody's not a rookie. Brandon Pajemski is not a rookie. Al Horford is going to play in this basketball game. Even Quentin Post, even the second-year guys are like, they've taken a leap from last year to this year. And now they just need to do it a little bit more consistently with more minutes for a full night, and they need to do it without what I would call kind of their fallback. That's the challenge. The challenge is when you get late in the shot clock, it's like, okay, Steph, Jimmy, go create that ball action and see, what you can do. And those moments will fall to Jonathan, and that's fine. But, You hear Steve Kerr use this phrase a lot, and I think it's the thing to watch when the Warriors are playing early in the shot clock. When you start settling or forcing stuff early in the shot clock, that's when you get into a whole lot of trouble in the NBA. If Jonathan's got to grab the ball and make something happen late in the shot clock, fine. I'll pass that one off. But if there's double digits left on the timer and I see him dribble into the lane and do that turnaround fall away with two people in his face on a mid-range 10-footer, then I know you're in a bad spot. He's got other people who can knock down shots, Buddy Hield and Moses Moody, etc. So that's what I'm looking for tonight. I want Jonathan to grab this opportunity, but within the framework of the offense.
Yeah, and I think that he did that a lot more last year before Jimmy came, and then when he came back from injury, there were 3 games that he played without Steph, and I believe Jimmy played in all 3, and they went 1-2, and I'm looking at the game against Miami where they lost by 26, and there was no Steph in that game, and Jonathan Kuminga came off the bench. He got almost 25 minutes, and after they got Jimmy and he got back, he wasn't 100%, and he wasn't ever really in the flow. He had 15 points in that game, but as I remember, a lot of those came late in the game when it was already decided. So new year, new Kuminga, and I do think that he's playing a lot more like everyone wants him to play, and I don't think that he's going to fall back into that sugar high or the way you laid out the analogy, which I like the analogy. I don't think that he's going to lapse back into the old JK. I think he's going to continue to play the way he has. He might be a little bit more aggressive. There might be more.
He should be.
And there'll be more opportunities for him to make bad shots or bad plays because he's going to be much more counted on to do things.
Yeah, sometimes bad shots aren't bad shots. You know what I mean? Steph Curry takes them all the time. If somebody hands him the ball with 5 seconds left to go on the timer, dude, you got to do what you got to do. You get the shot that you can get. Again, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the first 15 seconds of the timer to see if the Warriors are doing good things on offense and not forcing up and not settling and all of that. Because the funny thing is, and I'd have to really kind of break down the roster here, but you take away Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond from the Warriors, but you take away Keegan Murray, DeMontis Sabonis, and who's the other one I'm forgetting? Who's sitting out tonight for the Kings? Who's the third one? Zach LaVine. You take all those guys away, I'm not sure that the Warriors don't still have the better roster tonight. Who's favored in this game?
Sacramento.
They are?
By 3.5.
By 3.5.
They went up to 3.5 the last I saw it on ESPN. But just looking back at that Houston game last year, the Warriors started Pods and, hi, this is Andrew Wiggins. Kuminga, Buddy, and Kavan. Off the bench, it was Moses, TJD, GP2, Slow-Mo, and Pat Spencer. So that look for the team at home that beat Houston, very similar to what you're going to have tonight. Now, you won't have Anderson. I do think GP2 likely comes back in and he plays. TJD is going to play. You had Moses and Buddy last year. Wiggins won't be there, nor will Looney, but you're going to be relying on Pods again. Kuminga, as mentioned, he had 33 in that game last year, and ultimately Houston was not great offensively, but you did enough to win it.
I mean, I'm looking at, so obviously the offense will be centered around DeRozan tonight for the Kings. Malik Monk is still there. They never start him. I wonder if they will tonight, but they never do. He has not started a game this year. You mentioned Schroeder. He's going to be in the starting lineup. Russell Westbrook is in and out of the starting lineup. I don't know what they'll do with him. Keon Ellis is a really good defender on the perimeter, so they've got him. But outside of that, I mean, it is, it is two of their top 5 scorers are out. So, same as the Warriors. I know their top 2 scorers are out, but the Warriors' front court players are largely intact outside of Draymond Green, but the Kings lose Sabonis. So, I don't know. To me, when I look at what the Kings are going to offer tonight, that's why my head again goes to rebounding. That is a team that can get easily out-rebounded, I think, by what the Warriors have to offer tonight. One of the few times in the recent history of the Warriors, they might actually be the bigger team tonight.
Especially with no Sabonis, who's leading the league with 14 rebounds a game. So that definitely opens up the opportunity there for Quentin Post, and I think TJD gets another decent, healthy run out there. But Kuminga, when you get all the minutes, his agent told us, and it's been mostly true, when he gets to play a lot, he rebounds a lot. Last night, he didn't. That whole game last night was such a weird
game.
Kind of like a second gear game for most of them. So I think JK had 5 rebounds, but you didn't need him to do much more.
Yeah, no, I think that the Warriors will have every opportunity tonight, but that's what my eyes are going to be on. Is it's just like, okay, guys, a lot of these guys have looked more grown up this year, not just Kuminga. I think Quentin Post looks more grown up this year. He can play on both sides of the ball now a little bit. I definitely think Moses Moody looks more refined. I know it's been a little topsy-turvy for him, some injuries early in the season. He looks more refined. Pods looks like Pods, but he's been more good than bad for sure. I think these guys are ready to, at least for one night, run the show. Run the show. Let's see what it looks like and see if you can grab a couple veterans, Al Horford, Buddy Hield, GP2, go win a basketball game. They should have every chance to win this one tonight.
Yeah, you're only 3.5-point dogs, and, it's early season, early days in the association, and we saw the Warriors go to Indiana against a team that obviously doesn't have Tyrese Halliburton. They still have Siakam, and they've got Nembhard as well, good players, but the Warriors got beat by a bunch of guys who, much like tonight, Sacramento fans probably aren't that in tune with Pat Spencer and Guy Santos.
No,
but
of course not.
They're pro basketball players, so go out there and give a pro effort.
888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in, and you can help us sort of kind of start what we're going to be doing when we start the show and the summit tomorrow at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We hope that you'll come join us for sure. But absolutely, no doubt about it, 9 games in, I think it's an obvious question to be like, okay, now you've seen it, and you've seen not only how the Warriors look at full strength, but we'll see how they look when they're not full strength, and then the ebb and flow of the injuries, the age, and all of it, and what does it do to your expectations for the season? I think that that's a very fair thing to dive into, especially even if you acknowledge that the schedule makers made it tough for the Warriors out of the gate. When Steve Kerr says this, which he said yesterday, I think there's some alarms that go off.
I could tell on the road trip that all 3 of those guys looked tired. I mentioned it's a very unusual schedule to start the year. None of them had missed a game, and I think they just ran into a little bit of a wall. And obviously, Steph came down with the illness, so we'll get through it and we'll be fine. But it's just a really tough part of the schedule, and we'll do the smart thing.
Okay, so here's the smart thing. Yeah, Steph is sick. That's different. Jimmy Butler has a back injury. I applaud him for trying to play through it yesterday, but it didn't work, and now he's out tonight. And then I think Draymond is just sort of them throwing a cherry on top. It's like if you two are going to sit out and he's tired too, why don't we just make it a clean sweep and make it a young guy's game and go see what they can do? But I would be lying to you if I didn't say it makes some alarms go off that 8 games into the season, and by the way, that quote is referring to the road trip, so that's actually game number 6 and 7 last week.
Yeah.
Bucks and Pacers. If you're already looking at a team and saying our old guys are exhausted 6 games into the year, that like you have to have some alarms go off there, I think.
Definitely, and it's 8 games in 15 days, 4 on the road, and already early in the year you had back-to-backs, and you open up before anybody else. The second game actually played in the entire season at LA, night off, boom, back-to-back with a travel spot. Portland runs you out of the gym. Couple days off, boom, back-to-back home games. You win them both, and you exerted a lot against the Clippers in order to get that. Road trip, Milwaukee, dud. Indiana, you gave it away, and then you come back, and it's like, yeah, these guys are tired. They're tired already. That's a bad sign. And you look ahead, road trip, 2 games. You've got tonight and Friday, a home game Sunday, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 games, 9 days in 5 cities. You tell me you're not going to be tired then, too? You're going to be looking at some load management on that trip, absolutely.
I would imagine so. I don't know how they wouldn't. All right, apparently we do have the starting lineup for tonight's game. Let's bring in Mark Grandy, who has the names. I've not seen this. You've not seen this. You want to take one more shot, a final guess at who the 5 are?
We could play that game, sure.
All right, let's play the game.
All right. I think that they're going to go with, think you can go with Pods and Buddy in the backcourt. And I think they'll go with Quentin, J.K., and Moses Moody. That's my 5.
Willard?
That is my 5.
I'm going just for fun so that I can do one thing differently. Because actually I was thinking that might be the 5. But let's put Buddy on the bench and put Will Richard in the starting lineup.
You love Will Richard.
So give me your 5?
Yeah. So my 5 would be Pods, Will Richard, Moody, Kuminga, Post.
You are absolutely right, Willard.
Bang!
Will Richard.
Bang!
Attaboy, Will.
Yeah.
Okay.
You actually said it earlier. They want that, but they want those Buddy buckets coming off of the bench.
I just was second guessing my earlier thought because I had looked back at some of those games last year that were Stephless and no Draymond, and Buddy started in those games. But yeah, you bring a couple of the OGs, a couple of the unks off the bench. My name's Buddy.
Buddy and Al.
Buddy and Al.
Yeah.
And then a little bit of a D. Santos as well.
I'm Batman.
Is GP2 available?
Yeah, he should be.
Okay, GP2 available. Yeah, you'll probably get some.
TJD.
You get TJD. You probably get some Pat Spencer.
Yep.
Backing up Pods at the point guard position. Yeah. So yeah.
My name is Buddy.
It's a full complement of players other than the big 3 names.
Fair enough.
Other than that, everybody's ready to go.
Yeah. So if Tui wasn't hurt, maybe you could throw him in there too. But that's about it, right? You're going to go with the 10 that you have and give the old college try, and then head to Denver for the most important game of the year.
Will that group? Why is it the most important game of the year?
The Cup.
Oh God. Anyway, yeah. Will this group make enough threes to help out the fight against autism? That's the question.
What do we need? 10?
Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors last night made 19 3-pointers. Yes, another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. We are 8 for 8 on the year, and yes, they have to have at least 10 threes. Steph Curry and Moses Moody actually got this donation by themselves. They had 5 apiece. That's 10. Quentin Post had 4. Buddy Hield 3. Pat Spencer and Pods had 1 each. That is 8 for 8 this season for Triples for Autism. If you would like to help out, we would love it. To get involved or make a donation to autism yourself, go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. I'm calling it right now. We're going to go 82 for 82 on that.
I love it. I'm really hopeful. Do you know how many they did last year? Of the 82 games, how many times did they get 10 or more threes as a team?
I'm just going to sort of, straw poll here because I was the one who read this after pretty much every game except for the weekends. And I do know, I can remember at least 4 or 5 times when they didn't get it. So how many times did they do at least 10 threes last year? I'll make it around 74.
Close. 77.
77.
Only 5 times.
Only 5 times.
Did they fall short? One of the games is the aforementioned Kuminga special, 99-93 over Houston. They only hit 9 threes.
And Houston's a very, very good defensive team, as we knew.
And the other 4 games all were losses. That was the only game in which they had fewer than 10 threes that they won the basketball game.
Make or miss league.
Pretty much, especially when you're a jack-em-up 3-point shooting team like the Warriors.
Well, I mean,
they're no Boston, but they do love the 3.
Everybody does now. And 2 of the 3 players who are out tonight are not really – I mean, I know Draymond and Jimmy, they try threes, and they make some threes. Their percentages they've been great this year. But that's not their calling card as 3-point shooters. So you could argue that the lineup they're going to put out tonight is actually even a little bit more focused on knocking down threes than usual. I mean, honestly, Moody's been lighting it up. Buddy Hield will come in. Al Horford is no doubt going to shoot a few. Quentin Post will shoot a few. I mean, there's really kind of nobody on the floor who is going to have to hold back from that except for TJD.
Yep, that's about it.
That's probably it.
7 Warriors with a higher 3-point shooting percentage than Steph Curry currently. So
What did you just say to me?
7 Warriors have a higher percentage from 3. Now, it's obviously skewed by the fact that Moses Moody leads the team. He's shooting 50%. He takes 5 a game, though, so that's not nothing.
Right.
He's been great, but you've got Jimmy Butler, higher percentage. Kuminga, Draymond, higher percentage. Will Richard, you love him. Even Guy Santos, higher percentage.
Yep.
Come on, Steph.
Did I tell you that my nephew was Scott Hansen for Halloween?
No.
He
with
was.
the desk?
Yeah. Well, no, he didn't walk around with a desk.
Okay.
No. He just kind of like tried
It's
to...
Uncle Scott from Sundays.
Yeah, he tried to slick his hair in the same way. He had a really kind of like medium-looking suit on, looking kind of slick, and then he took a video of himself in the mirror going, 7 hours of commercial-free football starts now. So he's actually the 2024 version of Scott Hansen because it is no longer commercial-free.
Yeah, but they kind of oversold that because
I agree
they just
with you.
pop the commercials next to the panel. You still, like, I don't even know what the ad is because I'm watching the right panel.
You do not lose the football. It does not leave the football at any point. So that's fine. You can put logos all over it all you want.
Yeah, it's not a commercial interruption. It's more of a commercial annoyance.
Yeah, like, I mean, this is Rakuten right there on the Warrior uniform. Doesn't bother me.
No.
Still playing basketball. All right.
Hey, by the way, before we head to break really quick, Steve Kerr is speaking in Sacramento pregame. This comes from Anthony Slater, ESPN, who says Steve Kerr said that Steph Curry, his symptoms worsened overnight. He rested today, didn't make the trip to Sacramento. Warriors are, quote, hopeful within the next couple of days he will be all right. And the next game for the Warriors after tonight is, as you talked about, Friday in Denver.
I mean, he feels questionable at best for Friday based on that report, don't you think?
Yeah. Hashtag have kids.
I mean, we got to get on a plane tomorrow, and if his symptoms worsened, I don't know if they're going to want him on the plane. Like, that's the other thing. You don't want to give this to everybody. So, put Steph Curry and Brock Purdy in the same boat. Less than likely for the weekend.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Thanks, Grandy. Warrior Summit is tomorrow live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All of us together again discussing the Warriors season and the 9-game start. 2 to 4, it's me and Dibs. 4 to 6, it's everybody at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Great prizes, a special guest, drink specials at Jack's, your chance to meet us, and then we get to meet you. Tons of fun. If you've never been to one of these, you got to do it. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill tomorrow. We will see you there. It's Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Showroom. They reach far and wide across the Bay Area, and their Stockton Yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. They've got over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, and Golden State makes it easy to find what you need. With on-site milling services, you can get the perfect cut every time. Do you need expert advice? Their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting with an important decision. For larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next-day delivery, if not the same day. And it's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. The Golden State app provides resources, guides, important codes, and much more. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Cool cars. cool people, good time. Cruise on out to the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 2,500 of the Bay Area's coolest American-made and powered show cars and trucks of all years. Good Guys Autocross racing action, a metal-crunching Hayward Firefighters Charity Demo Derby, Nitro Thunderfest, and more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Be there. Details at good-guys.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
or that
chops?
People can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game, presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pajemski with a tough defensive rebound. A good rebounder for a guard. Pajemski penetrates over to Moody. Moody not afraid to fire, and why not? He's been hot all night long. Timeout, Phoenix.
Dub Nation, this is Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you can see us live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Just search 95.7 The Game and make sure to subscribe.
Yeah, it'd be good if his shot keeps falling. I'm skimming through this. I'll read the rest tonight, but there is a big new feature article in The Athletic, courtesy of Sam Amick, about Draymond Green.
Okay.
Behind his drive to join the greatest NBA defenders of all time.
Okay.
And then also talks about his future and how much longer he wants to play, and then the whole Kevin Durant thing that just happened. And For those of you who don't know what that's all about, they kind of got into a little spat, podcasts and social media posts about what's more important for winning championships, offense or defense. Like Kevin Durant scored some points in that back and forth. He's also wrong. I mean, to me, there's no question with regard to if you have to lean into one or the other, what would be more important as far as winning a championship? It's defense. 100% it's defense. I think that goes actually across all sports. Like honestly, when have you ever seen someone just absolutely blast to the point of we just outscore everyone? Our defense is bad, but we outscore everyone and we won the whole thing. I don't think that happens.
No, I mean,
it doesn't happen.
Depends on the sport and the team and the offense, certainly. And I'm just looking at last year. Last year, OKC averaged 120.5, and they held teams to 107.6, which was really good. So they were really good on offense. They were really good on defense, and they had an historic year.
Yeah, be good on both. That's ideal. But if you have to pick one, to me, Joe Burrow's Cincinnati Bengals are Exhibit A. Like, you can be elite on offense, and if you're bad on defense, you might not even make the playoffs, let alone move through them. But we've seen many defensive teams that are challenged offensively do good things. I mean, I know they went out in the first round, obviously against the Warriors, who are a little bit of a set-aside as a 7 seed, but look what the Rockets started last year. I know that they wanted to add to their offense, and they needed to, but, go back to Ray Lewis's Ravens or whatever, or go to a baseball team. What would you rather have, a murderer's row on offense or an unbelievable lockdown pitching staff? I just think you have a better chance to lean into defense. That's all.
I do think that in the association, you have to be good at both. You don't have to be elite at both. And just looking at points per game as a metric, and it's just one measurement, but ultimately points scored and points allowed pretty important. Boston was second in offense. They were fourth in defense when they won the title 2 years ago. And yeah, you have to be more than competent in one and really good at the other. I'm looking at Denver when they won the title. They were 12th in offense, and in defense they were 10th. So there's a team that's a little bit of an anomaly.
Yep.
They weren't elite at either offense or defense.
Our Engaging Dub Nation poll. Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page before every game. It is presented by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler. The Warriors won last night versus the Suns, and now they're in Sacramento tonight. Steph Curry is out with sickness, not even with the team. The question was, do you still expect the Warriors to beat the Kings tonight without Curry? And as you might expect, the fan base of the Golden State Warriors remains optimistic no matter what. 68.6% of the respondents said yes, they still expect the Warriors to win tonight. 31.4% says no. I voted yes because that's the way I felt like voting, but I think the word expect is a big word. I don't really love going into sporting events with that kind of a vibe anyway. For me, it kind of ruins the fun. So I don't know if I, quote, expect the Warriors to win tonight. I expect them to contend. You know what I mean? I expect them to be competitive in this game and have it be close. But I hope they win. I think they can.
ESPN, I'm looking at the bet. The spread has actually gone down. To 2.5.
Yep.
And the matchup predictor based on ESPN analytics has the Warriors at a 42.7% chance. So fans more optimistic than the computers, but I thought it was noteworthy that the spread, even through all the news of no Jimmy, no Steph, no Draymond, and also the Kings are missing players as well, but the spread went from 2.5 up to 3.5 and now back down to 2.5.
Yeah. I mean, the Kings are going to be very, very hampered, and as are the Warriors. But if you look at the way the role players on these two teams have been playing so far this year, I think there's plenty of room for optimism with the Warriors. Obviously, Jonathan Kuminga is going to be center focused tonight. Steve Kerr, short time ago, quote, he's doing great. He brought a great approach to this season. His teammates really helped him this summer after the contract stuff, end quote. Steve Kerr, just moments ago in Sacramento.
Yeah, and that's what you get when you have a veteran team and you have a cohesive locker room. That's what you would expect. Jimmy Butler able to say, look, I've been through it. You know I've been through it. It's over. Play ball. And Steph being able to put the arm around him and say, JK, you know we love you. We know what you can do. Go do it. And Draymond saying, yeah, you didn't even have to have dinner with the owner, and you got your contract. How'd you do it?
You know what's weird? Gosh, don't judge a book by its cover, right? Don't judge the Kuminga offseason by its cover. I certainly did, and I got on this, because if you go back to how that felt the whole time. By the way, some of this is on him, and some of it is on his agent too. To me, the messaging that was going on publicly, and I understand negotiation and posturing and all of those things, but the messaging that was going on really suggested that these two sides were at odds. And I'm not saying that they weren't. I do think that they largely were. Warriors were searching for a trade. Kuminga wanted to be gone. But somehow, in the midst of wanting to be gone, he also conducted himself in a way this offseason that I don't think there's any way any of us could have known that that's what he was doing. Really, as he even put it, like diving into the idea of learning about what it was that he could do differently as a player, and where are the other aspects of his game, staying in contact with his teammates. You know, when he didn't show up to Jimmy Butler's thing, we all sort of took that the same way. Like, yeah, man, he's on an island right now. But you come to find out as these games start that I don't think that that's what was going on. And I certainly had misperceptions about all of it.
And he clearly was out there putting in work, not just on the ha-ha, but he was out there learning and working on the things that he needed to work on and get better at. And, you know, it's easy to see a situation when a player and a team are at odds. And I'll point you to the Ja Morant situation where the team suspends him for a game. Ja comes back and he's interviewed in the locker room and he's basically like, why don't you go ask them? You know, didn't you ask them that? Why are you asking me that? And so we're not even a month into the year, and that's a situation where the player and the team are clearly at odds, and that's their star.
Who gets moved to a different team first in any way, shape, or form? Ja Morant or Jonathan Kuminga?
Oh, Ja Morant.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean,
you're probably right.
Sacramento is already rumored to be a place that
aren't they all?
I mean, because they need more ball